Rankandel, a clan that used swordsmanship to dominate half the world. Members born here possess superhuman physiques, along with extraordinary talent, courage, and fighting spirit. The desire for conquest and the right to rule. That is everything belonging to the Rankandel clan. Jin was born into this place as the youngest son of the lineage. During the ritual to determine the children's future, Jin chose the great patriarch's sword, the sword symbolizing the clan leader. Jin's father was extremely pleased with that choice. He praised him with great expectation. "Your choice suits me well. The founder's sword, the symbol of Rankandel." How interesting. Jin once imagined his future would be paved with glory. However, a harsh reality crushed all those hopes. What meaning does any of this have anymore? Jin was forced to painfully admit that he had absolutely no talent for swordsmanship. He was constantly surrounded by endless ridicule. How can a Rankandel brandish a sword so clumsily? The shame of Rankandel. A stain on the clan. One unworthy of the name Rankandel. The most pathetic failure in Rankandel history. While Jin held a wooden sword, burying himself in hard training, his two older brothers walked up. Daytona said mockingly, "Hey, is Jin flailing around with that rotten wooden sword again?" Tona immediately joined in. "Just leave him be. I bet aside from that special sword back then, he can't use any other one." They burst out laughing with faces full of mockery. "So where is that special sword now? Where has Barisada gone? How did he fall so low that he has to practice with a wooden sword like this?" Jin silently continued practicing his sword, no matter how grating those words were. He gritted his teeth and endured. Seeing Jin not reacting, Daytona became even more arrogant and stepped forward. "Hey, why aren't you answering your noble older brother?" "I'm asking you." He became increasingly overbearing. He delivered a powerful kick to Jin's stomach, sending him flying to the ground. The two Tonas stood looking down from above at Jin, who was lying paralyzed on the ground, feeling smug. "Useless thing." Jin struggled, wanting to turn over to pick up the fallen wooden sword. But just as he reached out his hand, another foot stepped firmly onto it. The brother stepping on him said, "Why do you keep persisting with this piece of trash? It's useless." Saying that, he ground his foot down harder as if wanting to crush both Jin's hand and the wooden sword. Jin clenched his jaw, silently enduring the bone-piercing pain. Right then, Daytona searched him and pulled out a book, laughing even more triumphantly. "Ha, what's this? Basic swordsmanship theory?" Daytona crumpled the book, looking at Jin with eyes full of contempt. "Do you think reading this empty theory will make you stronger? A coward will always be a coward. You don't deserve a chance." Daytona took the wooden sword, a malicious glint in his eyes. Seeing him about to break the sword, Jin screamed in horror, "Stop! Give it back to me!" They ignored Jin's plea and mercilessly snapped the wooden sword in half. "This chance was given to me!" Jin screamed in despair. "Wait, brother!" Not just the wooden sword. That book was also torn to shreds by Daytona. "You really don't know your place." Jin could only sit dazed on the ground, watching helplessly as they trampled on everything he cherished. "Stop!" Those two had completely crushed Jin's hope while he was still trying in vain to grasp the last ray of light. At this moment, Jin sat slumped on the ground, despairingly looking at the wooden scraps scattered everywhere. "You didn't have to go this far, brothers." Before Jin could finish, Daytona grabbed his hair from behind and yanked it back violently, asking aggressively, "What did you say?" "We're doing this for your own good. When did you learn to talk back? Was it that nanny who taught you?" Hearing them mention his nanny, Jin immediately retorted, "This has nothing to do with Julie." The more Jin resisted, the more aggressive they became. "Look at his defiant attitude. It seems we have to teach you the rules again." In Jin's eyes now, his two older brothers were no different from heartless demons. Jin dragged his injured body, battered by his family, and tried to stand up, firmly holding on to his initial belief. "It's fine to be bullied by my brothers. It's okay if I have no talent. I don't care. I just need to give it my all. With effort, I will surely receive the clan's recognition and become a true Rankandel. I am certain of that. However, all his efforts were ultimately not recognized. On a clear day, Jin was heartlessly banished from the clan. Jin, from this moment on, you are banished from Rankandel. Standing before the majestic gates of the clan, Jin could only stand frozen in silence, letting out a sigh. All his persistence and effort to be recognized finally turned into bubbles. Because of those efforts, Jin clenched his fists with a face full of resignation. But what could he do? He ultimately had to accept the truth of being abandoned by the clan. Just like that, at age 25, he was kicked out of the house. He began a wandering life without a purpose until he met his master. It was only then that Jin discovered he actually possessed extraordinary innate talent. Not only that, he also carried a talent for magic, something the clan considered taboo. 3 years later in the study, Jin was still buried in magic research, connecting natural mana with a mage's mana, performing recovery, and then strengthening the converted mana. Just as Jin was highly focused, a dark shadow appeared behind him at some unknown time, flickering in and out of existence. By the time Jin realized, he had been taken into a strange space, pitch black on all sides. Jin immediately became alert and asked in a stern voice, "Who are you?" The dark shadow with a tall physique, exuding a cold aura, spoke. "I am Solderate, the Lord of Shadows. Jin, I wish to form a contract with you in the name of the Lord of Shadows. If you sign a contract with me, you will not only be able to use the power of shadows, but also gain the ability to dispel all curses." Saying that, the giant shadow glanced over and saw a sword-shaped curse surrounding Jin. He pointed at that curse and said, "Oh, that contract on your body. It seems you have been envied since childhood. Your talent was erased by a vile curse." From the moment he was brought into this space, Jin was astonished. Now, hearing this earth-shattering truth, he was even more stunned, asking in confusion, "A curse?" The dark shadow explained to him, "Yes, that curse is called Illusion Sword. It swallows swordsmanship talent, a wicked curse that absolutely should not appear in the Rankandel family." The curse was spherical, with a sword sealed inside and the outside tightly wrapped in countless layers of chains. The entire sphere emitted a glowing red light, seemingly trying to melt that sword. The dark shadow reached out to touch the sphere, leisurely undoing each length of chain. "I see. Perhaps this is what led me here. From now on, no curse will bind you anymore." As he finished speaking, the sphere and the chains sealing Jin's swordsmanship talent shattered violently into nothingness. Jin's eyes widened in shock. The power of the shadow before him exceeded his understanding. Everything happened so fast he didn't have time to react. After completely lifting the curse for Jin, the dark shadow prepared to leave. "What is left is for you to become the ultimate magic swordsman. I am honored to witness your growth." Having said that, the shadow disappeared without a trace, returning Jin to his original place. Back in the study, Jin stood dazed for a moment to digest what had just happened. It took a long while before he came to his senses. As if to verify if what the shadow said was true, he rushed to get a sword. Stepping outside the door, he immediately swung the sword, remembering what he had learned and trying to execute a technique. Sure enough, the moment the sword left its scabbard, it carried an abundant flow of power. Each strike swirled into a tornado, sweeping in all directions. Just as Solderay had said, with every sword swing, Jin reached a new realm. He practiced enthusiastically. This was a feeling he had never experienced. So sharp, not feeling any weight at all, as if just swinging his arm. Recalling the ridicules of the past, Jin felt fueled by an endless source of energy, practicing tirelessly. The most pathetic failure in Rankandel history. Now, one downward strike carried the terrifying power he had always dreamed of. Suddenly, Jin had a bold idea. What if I combine magic as well? No sooner said than done, Jin immediately performed magic in combination with sword force. It was a terrifying fusion. Where the blade passed was like a storm, lightning descending, and all things were obliterated. Seeing this result, Jin was extremely satisfied. Finally, his efforts were not in vain. Before he could rejoice for long, the sight of Jin practicing with such incredible power caught the eyes of a squad of knights. They were secretly evaluating him. The world spun, and when Jin woke up, he saw a scene of devastation. In his ears were agonizing screams. "I think I hear something. It's screaming." Jin wanted to stand up, but found his body pinned by a giant boulder. Fresh blood continuously poured out, soaking the ground beneath him. He groaned weakly. "My body. But why is it so heavy?" Jin lay there helplessly, his heart full of resentment. Did I just see a glimmer of success only to meet the Grim Reaper so soon? He was unwilling. Even so, he cried out for help in despair. "Master! Is anyone there? I can't believe I'm dying like this. In the end, am I really just a useless failure? I didn't even get to use the magic and Solderet's power I just obtained. If it was going to end like this, why give me another chance in the first place?" Just like that, Jin embraced death amidst the ruins. Suddenly he blinked and found himself awake. Before his eyes were all the members of the Rankandel clan, his heart full of doubt. Clan members? What is this? I clearly died. At this moment, he was on a lush green field filled with countless blades. Gilly, standing nearby with a radiant smile, comforted him. "Wake up, young Master Jin." He stared blankly at that smile, unable to help but wonder, Gilly? Why is she here? Suddenly, Jin saw a sword shining brilliantly in the distance. It was more radiant and dazzling than all the surrounding swords. With just one glance, he recognized it immediately. It was Barasada. Observing the situation around him, Jin realized he was in the selection ritual. He had traveled back in time to become a 1-year-old Jin, the youngest young master of the clan. At this moment, just like in his previous life, he was still prepared to choose GEU sword. Jin crawled forward step by step. Then he slowly reached out his hand, touching the sword symbolizing power. Barasada. Jin looked back at the clan members, silently making a resolution. I chose the Patriarch's sword. In this life, I will make the choice with my own will. Seeing Jin touch the Patriarch's sword, all members of the Rankandel clan were so shocked their jaws dropped. The Patriarch's sword! The Patriarch? Young Master Jin, he... The clan Patriarch cut through the noisy chatter and spoke. The young master has chosen Barasada. The selection ritual ends here. Take the young master to the Storm Castle. 6 years later at the Storm Castle, the sky poured rain like a waterfall with lightning and thunder crashing incessantly. In a library containing countless towering bookshelves, Jin, who was still a child then, was stretching to reach a book. But due to his limited height, he couldn't reach it. Jin quickly pulled a chair over and stood up, thinking to himself, "It's been 6 years since I came to the Storm Castle. According to family rules, I must stay here until I'm 10. That means there are 3 years left. So boring." Just as he was lost in thought, a pathetic scream tore through the silence outside the room. Jin was startled, facing the door to ask, "What's going on?" The maid, her face pale as a ghost, fell to the ground in terror. "In the young master's room, there is a dead bird." Jin calmly stepped forward to check. He saw a bird with snow-white feathers, its belly slashed open with fresh blood staining the entire coat. The scene was gruesome. Looking at the bird's corpse, Jin frowned. He immediately knew who the culprit was. In this storm castle, there were only 2 people who would do such things. Sure enough, the ringleaders appeared. As soon as they saw the maid's panicked state, they mocked, "Oh my, look at her pitiful appearance." Seeing their gloating expressions after successfully committing an evil act, Jin suppressed his anger and turned away to handle the bird's corpse. His older brothers. Daytona laughed gleefully and then feigned regret. "Tisk! The maid saw it first? What a waste!" Tona flashed a malicious smile and joined in. "That's right. We caught this with our own hands to show you. How is it? Do you like the gift your brothers gave you? Are you moved to tears?" Jin silently looked at the bird's corpse in his hand, recalling these 2 brothers from his past life. "I know that in the future they will become notorious murderers. But these children, not even 9 years old, would cruelly abuse an innocent bird just to pick a fight with me? Seeing Jin silent and not speaking, they thought he was scared to death and laughed even more happily. The Tona brothers wore wicked smiles, staring at Jin. Don't actually cry now. That look is ugly. Seeing Jin not reacting, they gradually lost patience. Hey, did you hear what we said? Do you think because you chose the patriarch's fate you can ignore us? How can someone like you walk around without carrying Barisada? Jin gradually lost patience with these two. He sighed. Daytona became increasingly flippant. He approached Jin provocatively. Huh? Say something. You're speaking too softly, I can't hear you. Having said that, Daytona grabbed Jin's shoulder, putting all his strength into a swing, intending to land a powerful blow. However, the situation he predicted did not happen at all. Jin was faster than him. With just one move, he blocked the fist. Daytona felt a terrifying surge of mana from Jin. He opened his eyes wide in horror, looking at Jin as if seeing a demon. Jin turned around and looked straight into his eyes, threatening. You guys are too noisy. Shut your mouths. Then he quickly landed a punch on Daytona's face, sending him falling backward. Daytona was hit but still didn't realize the danger. His mouth was still stubborn. You... Jin didn't let Daytona's dog mouth continue, adding another punch that knocked him down instantly. Then he delivered 2 consecutive heavy punches, hitting Daytona so hard he couldn't get back up. Jin was furious. Wanting to teach these 2 brothers a lesson they would never forget. I've endured you guys long enough. Unable to hold back any longer, he punched him in the stomach, lifting Daytona up and slamming him hard onto the ground. After giving the 2 brothers a proper lesson, Jin finally comfortably withdrew the mana from his hand. From now on, you'd better not appear in front of me again. Suddenly, a guardian knight stepped in from outside. Seeing the situation before him, he immediately asked, Young master, what is the meaning of this? Jin quickly hid his hand, which still had traces of mana aura behind his back. It was Khan. Khan asked again, Young Master Jin, this is... His gaze shifted to the 2 foolish brothers lying to the side, their faces bruised and swollen. Jin coldly glanced at the 2 brothers lying on the ground. They suddenly burst in and started fighting each other. Khan clearly didn't believe him and asked once more, What? Jin impatiently turned back to look at him. Didn't you hear what I said? They fought each other and passed out. Khan looked at the wounds on their bodies and thought to himself, as expected, even the youngest master of the Rankandel family is a ruthless person. Despite thinking so, outwardly he didn't ask further. So that's how it is, I understand. I will take the Tona brothers to see a doctor immediately. Jin coldly ordered, No need, Khan. My brothers need to go somewhere else. Jin immediately ordered Khan to drag the Tona brothers along. Follow me. Outside, the rain was pouring down, creating large puddles. Jin pointed to a grave, signaling Khan to place the 2 brothers on it. Khan set the 2 children down, but in his heart, he still felt reluctant and asked, Young Master Jin, do you really want to leave them here? The storm is getting stronger. Jin stood under his raincoat, recalling their arrogant behavior and not wanting to forgive them. He said emotionlessly, My brothers need to understand the severity of what they have done. Seeing Jin's determined face, Khan immediately obeyed. I respect your decision. Young Master Jin didn't stay long either, turning to leave. Khan looked at Jin's back, sensing a certain kind of energy around him. He was extremely shocked, frowning in thought. This energy is definitely not sword ki. Could it be mana? If that's the case, then this is no longer a simple sibling argument. I must report to the patriarch. Khan immediately turned to a nearby soldier and called, Hey, you there! The soldier saw him, and immediately asked respectfully, Yes, sir? Khan used a sharp gaze to scan the soldier and ordered, Bring a horse here! Meanwhile, Jin had returned to his room. Looking down from above, he saw Khan hurriedly preparing a horse. He calculated to himself, He's going to report to father just as I predicted. Seeing Khan braving the weather and the storm outside galloping away, Jin thought again. Khan is not only our guardian knight, but also an observer. In Khan's eyes, this looked like magic, so he certainly won't stay here long. While thinking, Jin moved his fingers. A black mana current appeared like thin smoke surrounding his hand. Spiritual power. This is the only evidence of the contract between me and Saldaret. Thanks to this power, I know the contract is still valid in this life. Furthermore, Saldaret, based on the contract, has granted me curse immunity, helping me escape the illusion sword. Jin clenched his fist in resentment. The foolish son of the Rankandel family no longer exists. In this life, my life will be completely different from the last. The only thing left to do was to meet father. By now, dawn had begun to break, and the storm had subsided. Khan had reached the patriarch of the Rankandel clan and reported everything he had witnessed. He reported the incident just like that. After hearing everything, Jin's father, Siren, sat there with a somber expression. The young master and the Tona brothers had a fight. Khan summoned the Black Sword Knights. I want to go see my youngest son. In an instant, the Black Sword Knights of the Rankandel clan were fully assembled. They were all elites of the clan with a heroic aura. A young man respectfully reported, "We have summoned the 7 vanguard knights of the Rankandels along with 200 knights under their command." Siren, sitting on his horse, looked at the cavalry. Very well. The cavalry gathered this time was full of talented faces. He looked around once and ordered, "Advance toward the storm castle." Because it was an emergency summons of the knights in the middle of the night, the clan's 7th flag-bearer, Mary, asked while walking, "An emergency summons? Brother Dippus, do you know what's going on? I just asked Sister Luna, but I bet she doesn't know either." Mary let out a long yawn. "I was busy fighting those mages." The 4th flag-bearer of the Rankandel clan, Dippus, rested his chin in thought as he walked. The Tona twins are leaving the storm castle next year. Maybe it's because of that. He suddenly turned his head. Or it could be to see our youngest brother. Hearing Dippus say that, Mary was quite surprised and asked loudly, "Youngest brother? Why?" Dippus replied calmly, "During the selection ritual, that boy chose the patriarch's sword. Don't you remember?" Only then did Mary suddenly recall that event. She cried out exaggeratedly, "Ah, right, ha!" But she felt this wasn't such a big deal, certainly not enough to summon the knights at night. But would father return for such a trivial matter? Dippus didn't know either. Who knows what father is thinking? Walking ahead, the 1st flag-bearer of the Rankandel clan, Luna, heard the 2 of them chatting noisily and immediately turned back to remind them. "Mary, Dippus." Mary realized they were discussing a bit too loudly and said embarrassedly, "Ah, sorry, sister." Recalling what Dippus just said, Mary seemed a bit unhappy. "Father personally coming home to see him? Is that kid really worth that much?" At the storm castle, Gilly was tidying Jin's clothes. She was quite happy to announce, "The patriarch is coming to see us soon." He must have suddenly wanted to see his son. Jin didn't pay much attention and replied casually, "Perhaps so." As Jin turned his back for Gilly to comb his hair, he thought to himself, Khan must have told father everything. Khan is a rather simple person. He probably won't tell father that I used magic. I will probably just tell the truth of what I saw. Gilly gently held the comb to brush Jin's hair. "Please turn around for a moment, sir." While Gilly focused on combing, Jin thought about the reason for his father's return. A youngest son who can use power other than magic and sword ki. Father must be back to confirm what that power is, to see if that power, or rather myself, can become a useful asset for the future of the clan. At this time, the cavalry had arrived at the storm castle. The giant gates swung open. Before the gate stood rows of majestic knights. Standing straight, a loud voice rang out showing the immense power of the leader. "Welcome, Patriarch Siren!" Siren walked into the hall with an imposing and grand aura. As soon as he entered, he ordered, "Bring the Tona twins here." The Tona brothers were escorted before Siren and knelt down. His face darkened as he called their names. "Daytona, Haytona." The two children below immediately bowed their heads, not daring to act arrogant like usual. "Yes, father." Without waiting for them to speak, he said immediately, "I heard you fought with Jin. Tell me, where were you wrong?" Being condemned as soon as he arrived, they opened their eyes wide in fear, staying frozen for a moment. Only then did they reluctantly think of a reason to defend themselves. "We were not wrong. It was Jin who beat and injured us." They still hadn't recognized their mistake, and immediately shifted all the blame onto Jin. "That's right, father. That power is very unusual. It's not sword ki, it looks like magic." Seeing their father's eyes narrow into a slit, they became even more enthusiastic, adding fuel to the fire. "In our clan, using magic is taboo." "That's right, father. If Jin is using magic, we must interrogate him as soon as possible before he finds a way to hide it." Mary and Dippus stood to one side silently watching the Tona brothers act like thieves crying, "Stop thief," unable to help but sigh in frustration. They were truly beyond help. Without waiting for them to continue lying, Siren interrupted. "Enough! Listen carefully." He looked straight into their eyes and warned sternly, "If you continue like this, there will be no place for you in the Rankandel clan anymore." Only then did they realize they had overstepped. They began to regret, looking at their father in fear. He paid no more attention to those two brothers. He directly ordered, "Call Jin out here." As soon as Jin walked in, he saw the Tona brothers walking out, looking dazed. He understood clearly that his father, Siren, was the strongest person he had ever known, and also the most cold-hearted. He was hailed as the Genesis Knight, standing at the peak of the demigod level. Before achieving that title, he was just an ordinary person. However, after being titled, he gradually lost all worldly emotions, turning into a person who only cared for the glory and future of the clan. Therefore, to his father, someone without swordsmanship talent like him was nothing more than trash. Jin closed his eyes tight, making a resolution. "But this time will be different. In this life, no one can look down on me." Thinking so, Jin felt emboldened to face Siren. He held his head high as he walked in, without any fear or panic, facing him calmly. Seeing Jin's attitude, everyone was amazed by his calmness. Everyone stole a glance. Mary was also quite surprised. She leaned forward, wanting to get a clear look at her youngest brother. Dippus, seeing her curious expression, frowned in annoyance and glared at her. But Mary didn't care. Jin walked to the front of the hall where countless people were standing. He calmly knelt on one knee and respectfully performed the greeting. "Greetings, Patriarch." Hearing this unfamiliar form of address, Siren was slightly displeased. "Patriarch? Aren't you going to call me father?" Jin raised his head and explained, "My siblings are all here, and there are many guards and over 100 clan members in attendance, so I assumed father came today for official business. I thought this form of address would be more appropriate." Standing nearby, Luna was also surprised by Jin's thoughtful consideration. Siren also praised him. Very good." Jin did not become arrogant because of the praise. He still said modestly, "Thank you, Patriarch." Siren went straight to the point. "But today I came here for a different matter. You may call me father. I will ask you one question, just like your brothers." Siren asked solemnly, "Where do you feel you were wrong?" Jin clenched his fist, making a resolution. "Yes. I only wanted to take revenge. As a Rankandel, one must return kindness with kindness and repay a grudge with a grudge." Jin spoke with a face full of righteousness, not feeling he had committed any error. Mary also felt a bit of admiration for her youngest brother. This suited her personality perfectly, returning favors and always repaying grudges. Siren was silent for a long time, then turned to speak to everyone there. "Except for the youngest, everyone else, get out." One sentence from Siren caused a stir among the people. "Has the young master passed the Patriarch's test already?" A commander, seeing everyone gossiping, reminded them, "The Patriarch has given the order, don't dally." The soldiers immediately lined up in order and exited the hall. "Understood." Mary also followed everyone out. She felt this youngest brother was very interesting for confronting father directly. This kid is pretty good. Only when just the two of them remained inside did Siren explain the reason for wanting to speak privately. I asked everyone to leave because I have something to ask you. The Tona twins told me you have an unusual kind of power. Our Rankandel clan considers the use of magic taboo because once you come into contact with magic, you can never reach the peak of swordsmanship. So, what power did you use? If you dared to touch magic, I will absolutely not let it slide. Jin was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, yes, that is. Jin recalled the origin of the power. If father knew about this power, he would not be able to ignore it. Because this is the power of Soldere. Jin spoke politely. Father, I am not sure what it is either. I cannot distinguish if it is magic or aura, nor do I know what to call it. If father doesn't mind, I would like to ask father to help appraise this power. After saying this, a ball of light appeared in Jin's hand, with a blue-white core while the outer layer was covered by a jet-black dark energy. Witnessing Jin's power with his own eyes, Siren couldn't help but frown, his face full of astonishment. This is the power of the founder of the Rankandel clan. Siren stared at the energy ball in Jin's hand. That power is shadow energy. The shadow energy of Barasada. Could it be that this child is destined to become the next head of the clan? Jin looked at his father and asked, Father, have you confirmed it yet? Before Jin's expectant gaze, he spoke the answer. That's right. This is indeed the power of Soldere, the Lord of Shadows. Jin was still a bit confused. Lord of Shadows? Siren explained. Yes, he once formed a contract with Lord Temar, the founder of the Rankandel clan, and has been on our side ever since. But since Lord Temar passed away, he has never appeared in Rankandel again. I am not sure of the reason, but it seems that currently he wishes to re-establish the connection with Rankandel through you. Jin asked again, Father, I am very curious. Is that God stronger than you? In reality, Siren was not sure of this either. He pondered for a moment and then replied, I don't know. Because I have never fought a god. Hearing this answer, Jin thought to himself, I have never fought a god. This is truly the most arrogant answer I've ever heard. At this time, Siren stepped closer. Praising him and patting his son's head, I asked, Excellent. Thanks to your innocent question, I've thought of a wonderful topic. It seems coming to visit you today was a wise decision. So, Father will also ask you a question. That power, that shadow energy, how do you plan to use it? Not letting Siren down, Jin answered decisively, I want to use this shadow power to serve the interests of the clan. After hearing this, Patriarch Siren raised an eyebrow and asked back, For the clan? Immediately after, he laughed out loud. He said that was the most ridiculous lie he had ever heard. You beat your older brothers to a pulp. You threw them into the storm, and now you say you want to use this power for the clan? He immediately demanded, Tell the truth. Jin's hand trembled slightly, thinking to himself that his father wouldn't let him off easily. After a moment of internal struggle, Jin had to say, I want to use this power for myself. But surprisingly, Siren appeared quite satisfied with his honesty. Very well. I like this straightforward answer. After speaking, he turned to leave, leaving only one instruction. From today on, I will observe you closely. After his father left, Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. His stiff body relaxed, making him almost unable to stand firm. Great. Finally managed to fool him. Being able to freely use shadow energy is the best result. But the fact that father placed such high expectations on me because of it was unexpected. Compared to my previous life, this is worlds apart. Jin gripped the power in his hand and smiled with satisfaction, completely different from the person he was in his past life. Before leaving with father, Mary suddenly turned around and gave Jin a gift. Hey kid, this is for you. Take it. Looking at the exquisitely wrapped box, Jin stammered, Sister Mary, what is this? Mary didn't let Jin refuse and stuffed the box into Gilly's hands, who was standing nearby. Take it. It's quite heavy. Gilly quickly reached out both hands to carefully hold the box. Ah, yes. Mary pointed at the box and said, "This is a special gift I'm giving you." After giving the gift, Mary flashed a mischievous smile and didn't forget to instruct. "Jean, take it to be cooked, chew it thoroughly, and then get strong quickly. Do you hear me?" Mary quickly returned to the rank of the 5 knights. Seeing her return, Dippus asked, "Where is your luggage?" Mary laughed as if nothing had happened. "Gave it to the youngest." "Why?" Watching them walk away, Jin felt confused. "Sister Mary? Why me?" The moment the gift box was opened, a brilliant rose gold light radiated in all directions. Both Jin and Gilly stood frozen on the spot because of this incredibly precious gift. This is a phoenix heart, Jin thought to himself. Giving this to a 7-year-old kid. Sister Mary is truly crazy. Speaking of Mary Rankandel, she is a 6-star knight and also the 7th flag bearer of the Rankandels, famous for her nickname Stormy Rage. She also has a lesser-known nickname, the Northern Madwoman. The reason this battle-crazed sister gave me this gift is too obvious. Hurry up and get strong to become my opponent. If I use this during childhood, I won't just gain fire resistance. It's also a type of elixir that will continuously grow stronger along with my own growth. Jin thought a phoenix heart was essential for a 6th-level mage to safely summon a phoenix. In this life, perhaps I really can summon a phoenix. While he was still immersed in thoughts about the phoenix heart, Gilly had quickly processed the heart and brought it up. "Young master, I've kept you waiting." Seeing the food laid out on the plate, Jin said politely, "Ah, thank you, Gilly." Gilly placed the hot bowl of soup on the table. "Lady Mary gave you a great gift. Please have it while it's hot." Jin was about to eat, but reluctantly said, But before that, brothers, if you have something to say it quickly." The Tona twins, who were hiding in the corner looking at the bowl of soup on the table and salivating, realized Jin had noticed them. Both immediately stopped hiding, cast aside their dignity, and ran out to beg for food. Daytona said, "Ah, nothing. It's just that it seems you can't finish it all by yourself." Haytona chimed in, "That's right. I saw Gilly bring up a huge bowl." Jin was speechless at their thoughts. "Do you guys want to eat that much?" Hearing this, the 2 boys' eyes lit up and they nodded repeatedly. Jin said, "Then, according to my request, you brothers must do something for me." So, a moment later, the Tona brothers began digging a tunnel right under the storm castle. They dug with all their might while complaining, "Why? Why do we have to do this?" "That's right, there's nothing here. Why do we have to dig? What if someone sees us digging a tunnel?" Daytona dug hard and said, "What are you afraid of? If anyone gets punished, it'll definitely be that kid. What would happen to us?" Haytona felt his brother had a point. "You're right. As long as we get to drink that soup, it's fine." And besides, that kid is a bit scary. It seemed they finally reached the place Jin designated. The tunnel led straight to just above a secret room. In the middle of the room stood a giant glass tube. Inside was the body of a tall, muscular man, exuding a mysterious aura. After digging for a while, the Tona brothers finally finished the job and returned looking disheveled, their bodies covered in mud. Gilly was so shocked at the sight of the 2 young masters that her eyes widened. Jin was already waiting there. "Welcome back, brothers. You were really fast," they snapped irritably. "Shut up. We did as you said. Hurry up and bring the soup here." Jin pointed generously. "It's already on the table." The 2 boys immediately forgot their fatigue and rushed to the dining table. "Really?" But when they leaned down to look around the table, they didn't see any bowl of soup. "There's no soup. On the plate there are only 2 tiny spoons." They were so disappointed they were speechless. Both of their faces turned dark as they stared at that pathetic bit of soup, driven mad with rage. But since they couldn't beat Jin, they could only grit their teeth and endure. This is too little," Jin replied coldly. "I said I would share with you, but I didn't say how much. I kept my promise, didn't I? Now please enjoy." The Tona brothers looked at that tiny bit of soup and ground their teeth in anger. Thanks a lot. When night fell, it rained very hard. Jin quickly put on a raincoat and headed toward the tunnel the Tona brothers had dug. Standing at the entrance of the tunnel, Jin mused. I thought they would do a sloppy job just to get it over with. I didn't expect it to be completed quite well. He assessed it and thought that with this thickness, a first-level spell would be enough. The wall wasn't too thick. He could break it using magic. Since his mana was constantly growing, he was worried about having no place to use it. He condensed magic into an energy sphere. He threw it directly at the earth layer surrounding the secret room. With a thud, the dividing wall shattered. Before Jin's eyes, the secret storehouse appeared. Finally arrived. The secret storehouse of the Rankandels. Standing before the door, Jin thought, in my past life, I never had the chance to set foot here. Standing here now, it feels strange. He once said I have to say a keyword. Jin thought for a moment and smiled. He guessed what the keyword was. Jin immediately chanted, a son of the Rankandels has come to subdue Murakan. As soon as he finished, the door slowly opened. Jin looked around the room. The secret storehouse of the Rankandels. This place preserved the secret techniques of defeated clans for over 1,000 years. Only a vanguard of the Rankandels could enter. Jin marveled. It's quite spacious. He recalled his past life. An older brother once mentioned this room to him, and asserted that he didn't need to know about this place because he could absolutely never become a vanguard. Jin felt lucky. But brother, you really did me a big favor. Thanks to that person, Jin knew the key to enter. Now I must make good use of this place. Then, Jin continued deeper inside. He discovered a strange thing. What is that? Before his eyes was a man sealed in a giant glass tube. Getting closer to observe, Jin noticed the dark energy surrounding the person, as well as some bizarre patterns appearing on his face. Jin speculated, is that so? Is this a human? He reached out his hand, lightly touching the transparent glass tube, sensing the dark energy inside. Why is this here? But then he suddenly remembered the incantation to open the door contained the phrase, a son of Rankandel has come to subdue Murakan. If he guessed correctly, the one sleeping here was none other than the black dragon Murakan. Legend has it that after being defeated by the first vanguard of the Rankandel clan, the black dragon Murakan fell into a deep sleep. I thought it was just a legend. I never expected to see him with my own eyes. I never thought this was real. Jin then pushed aside his stray thoughts about Murakan to continue searching for the secret techniques. No time to worry about this. Where are the secret techniques? Are they here? While he searched, Murakan's body seemed to begin awakening, his fingers moving slightly. Jin was still focused on finding the secret techniques. Finally, he found them. Found it! Standing before a massive bookshelf, Jin was both surprised and excited. These are the secret techniques of all the clans. Let's see. Let's check the Gongwon clan first. They were also a clan of swordsmen. Flipping through a few pages, Jin pondered. Compared to third-level magic theory, this is much harder. I want to take them with me, but it's too easy to be discovered. Having said that, Jin quickly pulled out a notebook and a pen. Each time I come from now on, I will transcribe them. Early the next morning, Jin quickly returned to the storm castle as usual, obediently sitting and reading under Gilly's care. Waiting until nightfall, he sneaked back into the secret room through the tunnel to copy the techniques. That night, while Jin was engrossed in transcribing the secret techniques in the secret room, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Jin immediately stood up, alert. Who is it? He quietly hid behind the door, observing the movement outside. It's impossible. No one at the storm castle can enter the secret library at this hour. A cold voice rang out. Hey kid, who are you? You entered through the main door? It was the black dragon Murakan. Facing Murakan, Jin was terrified, frozen in place. Murakan? Why is Murakan? In my past life, I never heard anything about the black dragon awakening. Calm down. He is Murakan, our clan's guardian dragon. If I show a bit of respect and pretend to be a child, Maybe he'll spare me. After making his calculations, Jin immediately put on an obedient demeanor and replied, Murakan, a son of Rankandel, sends greetings to the clan's guardian. But he was met with Murakan's angry laughter because Jin dared to call him a guardian. You call me a guardian? Jin looked on in horror as he erupted like a volcano. Murakan roared in anger. You just called me a guardian! You dare equate me with a common guardian? Do you damn Rankandels talk behind my back like that? I can't lose my temper with a kid, but right now I'm extremely pissed off. You make me incredibly uncomfortable. After venting his anger for a while, Murakan sat down and sighed. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It's been so long since I've smelled a scent, and the first person I smell upon waking up is a brat. Murakan approached Jin, sniffing him. Then he asked, Is it you? Jin stood frozen in fear, allowing Murakan to scrutinize him. He stammered, Sir. Murakan immediately realized, Why is the aura of shadow energy on your body? Jin asked back, Shadow energy? Murakan grew impatient and pointed at him. That's right. I may have slept for 1,000 years, but I remember this aura very well. This special shadow energy aura should only appear on a contractor like Tamar. Jin understood in an instant that Murakan awakened because of the shadow energy on his body. At this moment, Murakan was like a puppy sniffing around everywhere. Where did it come from? Right here? Suddenly a bold plan popped into Jin's head. Should I give it a try? Jin smiled and said, Lord Murakan. Murakan turned back excitedly. Oh, that's right. You know something, don't you? Jin immediately released the shadow power. Can you explain this? My father said this power comes from Solderay, the Lord of Shadows. Seeing clearly the sphere of shadow energy the boy before him created, Murakan was stunned for 5 seconds. He screamed tremblingly, Hey, Solderay! Are you kidding me? Are you serious? As Murakan spoke, he became more distraught, kneeling on the ground, laughing through tears. That 1,000-year contract is... With this kid? Jin silently watched the large man before him writhing in agony and screaming. Suddenly their eyes met. Murakan awkwardly lowered his head. Hey, kid. Jin replied seriously. Yes, Lord Murakan. Murakan felt like life had no pleasure left. You know, actually, Solderay and I have a pact, and it seems you need to cooperate with me to fulfill this pact. It's you. Jin stood quietly in place. A pact with Solderay? Murakan explained seriously. I'll tell you the details later. Right now I've just woken up and my head is empty. Besides, I don't think you'd understand anyway because you're too young. But regardless, I should officially introduce myself to Solderay's contractor, shouldn't I? After speaking, Murakan stood up and transformed into a powerful black dragon. I am Murakan, the representative of Solderay, his close friend, and also the last descendant of the first shadow creatures, according to the 1,000-year pact. From now on, I will accompany you. Jin was so shocked his jaw dropped. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Accompany me? Murakan, in his giant black dragon form, looked solemnly at Jin. State your name, contractor of Solderay. Jin looked straight into Murakan's eyes with a winning smile. He touched the black dragon. Jin Rankandel. I am the 13th child and the youngest of the Rankandel clan. The records regarding the black dragon Murakan are as follows. Mount Murakan, where fierce winds ravage, was named after this dragon. The black dragon Murakan once ruled this place a long time ago. But 1,000 years ago, Murakan was defeated in battle with Tamar Rankandel. History records that after the storm castle was destroyed, Murakan fell into hibernation. Jin thought pensively, but this doesn't entirely match what the ancestors said about guardian dragons. Those who sign contracts with gods will cooperate with the guardian dragon. But because there was no information about Solderay's guardian dragon, this matter remained full of questions. Jin continued to be lost in thought. Can I understand that because Murakan was hibernating, and now that he has awakened, it means I will also have a guardian dragon? After thinking for a while, Jin snapped back to reality. Murakan, I'm here, Murakan said excitedly. Oh, you're here? Jin awkwardly held some food. My nanny gave me some food to bring over. After that, Jin continued to calculate. Since I'll be staying with Murakan for the next few days, should I ask him a few things I'm curious about? Just like that, Murakan had awakened, and I hid him in the secret library for several weeks. Suddenly, while Murakan was munching on some cake, he curiously turned and asked, "Why did I have to fight Tamar?" Murakan lay lazily on the ground. It was 1,000 years ago. How can I remember? Hearing this, Jin could definitely confirm one thing about Murakan. Murakan spoke, interrupting Jin's train of thought. All right, but is this all the strawberry pie there is? Jin sighed and shook his head. This strawberry pie-addicted fool. Meanwhile, Murakan was still muttering, 1, 2, 3, huh? Only 7. Jin thought helplessly. His head is only full of those strawberry pies. After finishing the pie, Murakan asked Jin, "What do you come here to do?" Jin gently stroked the books and replied, "Transcribing. I brought some blank journals to record the things you secretly tell me." Murakan asked curiously, "Huh? Really? It seems you're quite knowledgeable, aren't you?" Jin sighed. "I understand about 30%. The rest is beyond me." Murakan waved his hand. "Don't give up hope. For a child of your age, this is already overwhelming. Other kids couldn't do it. They are very lazy. Those are just ordinary children." Jin lowered his head and emphasized, "I am of the Rankandel clan. This is normal for me. I have 12 siblings, but I also have parents and elders. If I want to eliminate those people, I must work harder." Murakan, if my ancestor was the founder, how much of the content in these books could he understand? Jin continued to be lost in thought. If compared to the strongest individuals of mankind, what do I count for? Suddenly Murakan spoke. "Tamar? I don't think he could read or understand a single line in these books when he was your age." Murakan sat down and explained, "But theory isn't always right. He didn't read books, but his combat skills were still extremely outstanding. You possess potential like Tamar, but you are not as excellent as Tamar." Murakan's words made Jin's pupils constrict in shock. Jin asked wonderingly, "So I will never become like the ancestor?" Murakan replied, "No." The vague answer made it hard for Jin to understand, so he looked up at him. Murakan explained, "You, like Tamar, are a contractor of Solderay. Moreover, you are smart enough to read and understand those books. You are young, so don't be impatient. Just practice diligently." Murakan rubbed Jin's head vigorously. "You will become as strong as Tamar. Who knows? You might even surpass him." Jin turned back quickly and asked, "Really?" Murakan said nonchalantly, "Of course, kid. Do you know what Solderay's nickname is?" Jin stammered, "No, I don't know." Suddenly, a pitch-black hand appeared. It grabbed a shrinking planet within a galaxy. Murakan's voice echoed slowly. "It's infinite. Solderet's power has no limits. That means you, his contractor, also have no limits, so don't be gloomy anymore. Believe in yourself. I'll teach you a new secret technique to cheer you up." Then Murakan slapped Jin's back hard, making him cry out, "What are you doing?" Murakan explained, "Releasing shadow energy." Jin asked back in confusion, "Releasing shadow energy?" Murakan replied, "That's right. All creatures using shadow energy must master it. This is the starting point and also the end point of shadow energy. But if you don't study seriously, it will be extremely dangerous, so you must learn slowly and earnestly." Jin said excitedly, "Okay, I'll do that, Murakan. What is the first thing I need to do?" Murakan pondered. "You. First, you must learn how to release mana." Jin asked blankly, "Release mana?" Then he asked, "Why?" While asking, Jin thought to himself how many times he had done this in his past life. Murakan explained, Releasing shadow energy is precisely releasing and moving your mana. You must master both from now on. It will take you 2 to 3 years of practice. Jin couldn't believe his ears, thinking to himself, 2 to 3 years? That's too late. Murakami shrugged dismissively. You don't even know the most basic things. How can I teach you advanced stuff? Understand? To be clearer, the next thing you need to learn is moving your own mana. Jin held up the blue spark in his hand and asked, Is it this? Can you teach me right now? Murakami was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. His whole body went limp. How did you do it? Jin said modestly, I've been able to do it for a while now. Murakami muttered incessantly, Impossible. You know how to move mana? Seeing that Murakami didn't believe him, Jin demonstrated by controlling the mana to move from one hand to the other in a very provocative way. Murakami was in disbelief. Oh my God. Then he let out a sigh. Only a genius among geniuses could do that. You're a kid with extraordinary ability, aren't you? Fine. Then I will demonstrate for you what releasing shadow energy is. Jin secretly admired himself. It worked. Then he replied softly, Yes. Shadow energy originates from darkness. All darkness in this world is born from Solderay. Darkness begins to spread to every corner, therefore. Solderit is the master of all darkness in this world, and his only contractor. Suddenly, a mass of black shadow spread from under his feet, making Jin feel terrified. The darkness became increasingly powerful, surging and approaching rapidly. Then it gradually covered that corner. Murakami continued to explain, In other words, you can also become the master of all darkness in the world. What do you think, kid? Murakami grinned. This is releasing shadow energy. Jin snapped back to reality and turned his head away. A shocking scene took place at the edge of a certain forest. A giant dragon collapsed before a silver-haired girl. According to the reporting soldier, Lady Luna, the cleanup here is finished. We have 5 more areas to clear. Then the mission will be complete. Luna turned slightly. Of course. Then 4 months is enough. Tell the knights to rest early. Luna's gaze was pensive, as if she were calculating something. With the sound of drawing a sword full of killing intent, Luna said brutally, One more thing. The soldier replied in confusion, Yes? What else is there? Luna asked, What does a 9-year-old child usually like? Half a year after the meeting with Murakami, the Tona brothers left the Storm Castle. Daytona waved his hand. We're going now. See you later. Jin replied, Yes, take care. After that, Jin fell into a momentary silence. Suddenly, a voice called out, Young master! This made Jin turn around in confusion, not knowing what was happening. Gilly radiantly carried a birthday cake. Happy 9th birthday! Only then did Jin react, calculating to himself, My 9th birthday party. Jin snapped out of it and said happily, Thank you very much, everyone. Gilly, can you share the cake with everyone? Gilly replied softly, Yes, young master. While they were talking, there was a call from afar. Young Master Jin. Jin turned back, thinking, Khan. Khan bowed low, his face full of guilt. I am extremely sorry, young master, for abruptly disturbing you. Jin asked curiously, What's the matter? Khan replied as a white-haired girl with a serious face walked in. As that beautiful white hair grew closer, Khan felt it hard to breathe. Lady Luna is visiting. At those words, both Gilly and Jin were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Jin thought to himself, the first flag-bearer of the Rankindels, a 9-star knight, and the eldest of 13 siblings. The white whale, Luna Rankindel. Although she is the strongest among the siblings, she isn't interested in becoming the patriarch. Therefore, she left the quagmire called the Succession War. She truly is a white whale, always solitary. For that reason, Sister Luna has never looked at any of her siblings. Our relationship, rather than being blood-related, is more like that of strangers. That is the distance between us. However, that sister decided to visit the Storm Castle without notice. Has something major happened in the clan? Could it be that she discovered I've been going to the secret library? Jin did not let suspicion overrule his reason. He asked wonderingly, "Sister Luna?" Luna replied gently, "You've grown quite a bit, kid." Jin said shyly, "If I had known you were coming, I would have dressed more formally to receive you." Luna felt her heart melt. "You speak so cutely. Do I need to give notice just to visit my youngest brother?" Hearing her say that, Jin truly couldn't believe his ears. Luna said sorrowfully, "But you look very tired. Are you not feeling well?" Then she leaned down slightly, placing her hand on Jin's shoulder, wanting to see more clearly. Jin replied with a start, No. Actually, I'm just a bit nervous." Hearing that, Luna raised her eyebrows. Jin murmured, "This is the first time I've faced you at such a close distance. Somehow I feel very uneasy." Luna asked back, "Uneasy?" Luna sank into dark thoughts. The Rankandel tradition is for siblings to be wary of deception and even trample on each other. Does Jin think I came to test him? Next, Luna suddenly clenched her iron-gloved hand, then she fell silent, not knowing how to face Jin. Finally, Luna spoke. "That's right. It seems I didn't think it through carefully." Jin raised his head in confusion. "Yes?" Luna said regretfully, "You may be small, but I forgot you are the youngest son of the Rankandel clan." She apologized. "I'm sorry." Not only that, Luna even knelt on one knee to show her sincerity. "Jin, kid," she said with an extremely earnest expression, "I have something I want to say to you privately. Could you have the nanny and the guardian step back for a moment?" Jin calculated. She wants to talk to me privately. Jin didn't keep her waiting and replied immediately, "Yes, sister." But his thoughts hadn't stopped. "Although I don't know the reason, it seems it's not a bad thing," Luna said earnestly. "Jin, my little brother, the reason I suddenly came to find you this time is because of a few things I need to tell you." Jin asked, "What is it?" Luna recalled and replied, "Last time when Father visited you, your performance caught the attention of all the other children. This means when you leave the storm castle, all your siblings will have their eyes on you." Luna gently placed her hand on Jin's. Then Luna's expression became more serious. "However, kid, I hope you won't lose your own happiness because you participated in the clan's infighting. I truly hope that you won't be hurt by the Rankandel traditions." Jin felt shocked. He didn't quite understand her words, then he interpreted the reason she gave up the patriarch position for himself. Is it simply for that? If she didn't want me to be caught in the hostility between siblings, why didn't she warn me even once in my past life? Is it because I wasn't worth talking to? Or because the other siblings didn't consider me a rival? Jin replied, "Sister Luna, I really appreciate your words, but I absolutely have no intention of staying out of this fight." Luna spoke seriously. "Jin, I'm being serious. I'm not saying this because I think you'll oppose me." Jin said, "Sister, I know, but I've already experienced being assassinated once." Hearing Jin say that, Luna's face darkened. She asked, "What?" Jin continued, "That is precisely why I absolutely cannot escape this struggle." Luna, radiating dark power, demanded, "Who dared? Who dared to do such a thing right here at the Storm Castle?" A wave of fury enveloped Jin's room. She questioned like a madwoman, "Who is the bold and insolent one who wanted to kill you here? Tell me now." "Jin, who wanted to kill you?" Jin answered in a panic, "I can't confirm that information. I mean, honestly, I still haven't been able to trace the opponent's identity. On the other hand, although they wanted to eliminate me, look, am I not still safe and sound?" Sister Luna gripped both of his arms firmly. Jin continued reassuringly, "Not all of my siblings hate me. Thank you for telling me this." "I truly feel very happy." Luna said sadly, "Jin, my poor little brother." Then she pulled him into a tight embrace, leaving Jin unable to believe what was happening. Luna spoke painfully. "This means you've been caught in the quagmire of the clan war. That breaks my heart." Jin hugged her back, but thought to himself, "I didn't expect Sister Luna to be such a warm person." Then he gently patted Luna's shoulder. "Don't be sad anymore." After being immersed in sorrow for a moment, Luna stroked Jin's head and said, "That's right. Today is a good day. We shouldn't talk about these things. Today is your birthday. Actually, I came here because I wanted to give you a gift." Luna slowly took a small wooden box out of her pocket. "Please accept this." Next, Luna opened the wooden box, revealing an incredibly exquisite emerald necklace. Jin was surprised. "A necklace?" Luna said. "Can you turn your back and sit up straight?" Jin replied politely, "Yes, sister." Luna spoke gently. "If there ever comes a time when you face something you cannot solve on your own, break the emerald on this necklace. At that moment, no matter where you are, I will come to your side. So, remember to always wear it with you." "Happy 9th birthday, Jin," Jin said movingly. "Thank you, sister." Afterward, Gilly brought the freshly cut cake to Luna. The two siblings affectionately fed each other cake. Gilly was moved by this warm and sweet display of sibling love. After finishing the cake, Luna left shortly after. "It's getting late, I must go now," Jin said happily. "Yes, please take care." Murakan was waiting impatiently. "Hey, you're back? My, what is that thing around your neck?" Jin replied, "It's my birthday gift." Murakan pointed tremblingly at the necklace. "That person must truly love you to give you something like that." Jin didn't know anything. He asked, "What is this?" Murakan spoke seriously. "A relic of the demon lord Algan. Over 1,000 years ago, countless people risked their lives just to obtain one of his relics." Jin asked, "Is it that miraculous?" Murakan replied, "Of course. It can help the wearer resist magic attacks from level 5 and below, and it can also enhance the wearer's magic power. People speculate it even has the power to summon." Seeing this, Jin said, "You know quite a lot about it." Murakan tilted his chin and replied, "Ah, that's because we lived in the same era. He was very famous back then. Moreover, this thing belongs to the person who possessed that powerful energy just now, right?" Jin gave the cake to Murakan and replied, "That's right. My eldest sister came. Wait, you're in here and you could sense her energy?" Murakan replied, "That's right. Your sister must have sensed me too." Hearing this, Jin was startled and asked loudly, "What? I mean, she won't report it to the clan, will she?" Murakan said, "You're worrying about nothing. She's the one who gave you such a precious gift. Would she really report you and let you die?" Jin asked naively, "Is that so?" Murakan explained, Right. You can trust that sister of yours." Somewhere else, Luna also felt it very clearly. "I can sense a flow of energy I've never seen before. If the boy is planning something." At the same time, Murakan tasted a piece of cake. It was so delicious he was almost in tears. "Is this the taste of heaven?" This left Jin speechless. Luna continued her inner monologue. "I should pretend I don't know anything. I just need to remember one thing. Jin, my brother, no matter what you do, no matter who you become, I will always stand by your side." The time at the Storm Castle, which I thought would be very boring, has brought me many things. The recognition and expectations of my parents, the phoenix heart received from Mary, the relationship with Luna, and even the encounter with the Black Dragon Murakan. These are all things I wouldn't have dared to dream of in my past life. Now I am 10 years old. With extraordinary strength, I am ready to leave the Storm Castle for the main city. A scene of two people in fierce confrontation. A loud explosion rang out. Jin rushed toward his opponent like a storm. Their hands collided. Khan thought to himself, "As expected, just as I predicted. No wonder the patriarch paid attention to him. Although I'm the one in charge of evaluation during training with others, his gaze is as if he's saying, he is the one evaluating my teaching ability." Khan said, "Let's stop here for today." Suddenly someone called out, "Young master?" Jin wiped his sweat and turned around. "What's wrong? Do you have any questions about today's training?" Khan bowed. "It has been my greatest honor to teach you until now. Soon you will leave the Storm Castle, but I swear to do my absolute best." to teach you until the very last moment. Jin said, satisfied. Good, then I'll count on you to look after me until the end. Jin was playing with fire by candlelight. He passed his hand through the flame without fear of being burned. Jin thought with satisfaction. Finally! Someone called, Young master? It was Gilly. She gasped in shock. Oh my, isn't it hot? Jin said shyly. It's just like warm water. I'm very happy that his sister Mary's gift is starting to take effect. Gilly leaned down. I've only heard of the Phoenix Heart, but I've never seen its effects. It's truly miraculous. Jin said, me too. Then he fell into thought. I've absorbed half of its medicinal power. In a few years, I'll be able to absorb it completely. Gilly smiled and stepped out of the room. Young master, we will be leaving the castle early tomorrow morning, so if you need anything, please let me know beforehand. Jin. All right. While Gilly was walking, she saw two strange books. Gilly spoke. Young master, do you need me to pack these books? Jin. I'll read them on the carriage. Gilly turned back. Anything else, sir? Jin. Just those books are enough. Gilly told herself, understood. I will prepare strawberry cake for your breakfast. Jin stammered. Oh, okay, Gilly. I want to go out for a stroll. Gilly was surprised. What? At this hour? Jin. Sorry. I'll be right back. Jin looked around and called, Murakhan! Murakhan. Hey, you're back, kid? Jin stepped closer. You remember that I'm leaving the castle tomorrow, right? Murakhan replied, Of course. You don't know how long I've been waiting for this day. Jin. So how do you plan to follow me? Murakhan spoke excitedly. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. I'm the legendary Black Dragon. Even though I'm weaker now, this little thing is nothing. I'll follow a path where no one notices me. Jin. You've grown weaker? Why didn't you tell me something so important? Murakhan. Kid, I've been sleeping for so many years. How could I not be affected? Jin asked curiously. So can you recover your strength? Murakhan. Of course. You'll even become stronger than me. Because I am your guardian dragon, you must quickly become a magic swordsman like Tamar. Jin, you said the Rankandels were once a clan of magic swordsmen, right? In fact, this is what Jin heard from Soldaret in his past life. The origins of the Rankandel clan. The Rankandels were a clan of magic swordsmen, and the founding patriarch, Tamar Rankandel, was the strongest magic swordsman in history. Almost no one knows this truth. Murakhan replied, The reason the Rankandel clan abandoned magic to pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship was due to a vow made 1,000 years ago. Heh. Although I am the clan's protector, I bet they would be very uncomfortable if I appeared. If this were 1,000 years ago, tisk. When bringing the most noble existence into this world, both you and I would be worshipped. Jin didn't understand. Would the Rankandels really? Murakhan laughed brightly. You think this is absurd, don't you? Regardless, I'll hide well, so don't worry. Jin. All right. So how do you plan to handle that? If someone goes to the library and finds nothing inside, we'll be exposed. Murakhan replied, I can use dragon magic to create an illusion. Jin asked worriedly, What if even the illusion is discovered? Murakhan said angrily, Hey, I'm a black dragon, you know. These illusions are just child's play. Stop worrying. Heh. As I said, I haven't fully recovered my strength, so the illusion won't last long. Murakhan spoke seriously. But I will do my best to maintain it. Once I've fully recovered, I can maintain it much longer. Jin said happily, All right, thanks. Murakhan said movingly, I'd appreciate it if you could show me a bit more respect since you're a good person. Jin rummaged around. Oh, actually, I brought some special things today. Murakhan asked curiously, Special things? Jin pulled out a cake made from the first batch of strawberries of the year, and some wine I brewed myself. Murakhan was surprised. What? Jin warned. Don't get drunk and create some weird illusions. Murakhan spoke like a child. What great stuff you brought. It wasn't in vain raising you, good boy. Why don't you introduce me to your nanny? Jin hesitated. I'll consider it. Gilly spoke cautiously. Young master, you cannot expect an easy life. It will be the same in the main city as it was at the Storm Castle. Of course, you have trained very hard, but the situation in the main city will be even harsher. You will be busier. I won't even be able to make cakes for you whenever you want to eat them. Jin comforted her. Don't worry, I know. I will also do my absolute best in the main city. Gilly knelt and placed her hand on her heart. Yes, I will also be fully devoted to you. Someone approached. The two knights said in unison, Guardian Knights Jerome and Host are here to welcome young Master Jin. We will escort you safely to the Garden of Swords. Jin. Very well, then I'll count on you. Let's head out. The group began to move. October 30th, 1790. I finally left the castle. The sound of horses neighing echoed through the blue sky, signaling the start of a new journey toward the main territory of the Rankandels, the Garden of Swords. The carriage moved faster and faster. Inside the cabin, Gilly looked out the window. It's snowing. The road might soon be covered in snow. We must quickly find a village to stop and wait for the snow to stop. If the snow is too thick, we won't be able to use the transfer gate. Jin said happily, All right. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently. Both of them were tossed about. Gilly screamed in concern, Young master! The knight outside also shouted loudly, Ambush! Please stay still in the carriage. Do not move. Gilly pulled Jin into her arms to comfort him. Young master, don't worry, it will be all right. Jerome and Host are 7-star guardians. Furthermore, I am here. The assassins shouted, Catch them! Gilly pondered, There are about 20 enemies. They seem to be mages and warriors. There might even be archers, but likely no experts at 7-star or above. Jerome and Host can still control the situation. Hearing this, Jin couldn't believe it. Then he shouted loudly, Gilly! We must leave here immediately. Gilly didn't understand why. Jin spoke seriously. A Rankandel guardian, under any circumstances, should never neglect protecting the clan's bloodline. One of them should have stayed by my side. Hearing this, Gilly also became suspicious. You mean one of the two of them is a traitor? Or someone is an imposter? Jin replied, Exactly. There's definitely a problem with this carriage. We have to leave, Gilly. Gilly said indignantly, I understand, young master. Then Gilly used an extremely determined tone, summoning her weapon. I will protect you as a member of the Rankandels. If any of my actions overstep, I ask for your forgiveness. Having spoken, Gilly rushed out of the carriage. Her tone was resolute. Young master, after returning to the castle, I will voluntarily accept punishment. Jin, now is not the time for that. Go to them. I want to confirm a few things. Gilly didn't understand what needed confirmation. Jin explained, The people they are fighting might actually be our allies. If they came to kill me, they should have attacked by now when I left the carriage. But since it's quiet like this, it's very strange. Gilly understood immediately. I see, young master. Mukera shouted, Go find Jin Rankandel. Team 3, block the left wing. Jin, sure enough. Gilly also noted, the symbols of the Devil and the Black Island. It's the Matto Magic Clan and the Black King Mercenary Group. A person in a white cloak shouted, Over there! Found Gilly McLaurin and Jin Rankandel too. Those people shouted, Everyone, prioritize protecting Jin Rankandel. At that moment, the red-haired man introduced himself. I am the captain of the Black King Mercenary Group, Mukera. We were ordered by the Rankandel clan to rescue Jin Rankandel. Mukera gritted his teeth and said, You bastards! You dare lay a hand on the young master? Jin thought to himself, It seems they are just fakes. If they were truly 7-star guardians, there's no reason they would be struggling against these people. The two fake guardians were surrounded. Gilly barked sternly, Who are you? What is your goal? Whose subordinates are you? The bald man grinned. You talk too much. Who has time to answer you Rankandel dogs? Gilly was momentarily speechless and turned to Jin. What should we do, young master? Jin gave a cold order. Kill one. Chop off the hands of the other and bring him to me. Gilly replied, "Understood," then rushed off quickly. So fast that the bald man didn't even have time to realize what was happening. Gilly's gaze became more brutal than ever. A clink rang out, cleanly as if the sound of a knife splitting a watermelon. The white-haired man, witnessing his companion being sliced like fruit, retreated in terror. But before he could run, his arm was hit by a sword. He stood frozen in place, hearing only the sound of the blade cutting through the wind, and immediately after, fresh blood gushed out. Gilly's sharp, cold gaze terrified the man to his core. A powerful flying kick knocked him to the ground. Only then did Gilly's gaze soften slightly. Then she gently grabbed the white-haired man's hair and dragged him before Jin. Mukera added, "Your master seems to have underestimated the opponent. To be a servant of the Rankandel clan, one's level must be at least 7-star or above." Jin said with interest, "Therefore, to assassinate a Rankandel descendant, you must be at least at level 8. The white-haired man screamed manically, "Stop talking nonsense! This is only the beginning! The end of your Rankandel clan is near." Jin whispered, "I hope so too." This statement left Mukera standing nearby, stunned. Jin pretended to say, "I'm not interested in the Rankandel Empire. I'm only interested in the Jin Rankandel Empire." The white-haired man didn't expect to meet such a crazy person. He shouted, "Bow your head before the Zipfels!" Jin reflected on that name. Zipfel, a famous mage clan that rules the other half of the world. If the Rankandels are famous for ultimate swordsmanship, the Zipfel clan is known as the pinnacle of magic. 1,000 years ago, after the founder of the Rankandel clan passed away, Zipfel made a humiliating demand to strip the magic from the Rankandels, and since then, Rankandel magic has been sealed. Therefore, to the Rankandel clan, the Zipfel clan is a sworn enemy for 1,000 years. No wonder I kept wondering who would dare act so recklessly. It turns out they are followers of the Zipfel clan. Jin laughed coldly. "Gilly, just throw him somewhere. Interrogating him won't yield anything anyway." Gilly replied, "Understood." The white-haired man cursed, "You bastard!" Jin thought to himself, "Of course, to the Zipfel clan, Rankandel is also a mortal enemy." The white-haired man screamed, "Just kill me!" Jin was still calculating. They are always plotting to threaten the Rankandels. However, this incident might not have been orchestrated by the Zipfel clan leadership, but rather a spontaneous act by these followers. It's strange. No matter how clever the disguise, it's hard to fool a 7-star knight. I hope that guy isn't involved in this. Gilly bowed respectfully, placing her hand on her chest in a formal salute. "Young master, I have finished as you ordered." Jin crossed his arms and replied, "Thank you, Gilly." Jin stepped forward and asked Mukera, "Just now you said you were the captain of the Black King squad, right?" Mukera nodded. "That's right." Jin looked calmly at Mukera. "The fact that I was able to escape successfully is thanks to you drawing their attention away from me. After returning to the Rankandel castle, I will report your merits. You will surely receive a handsome reward. Now help me set up a transfer gate." Mukera placed his hand on his chest in salute. "I will definitely give my all." Mukera looked at Jin with disbelief, thinking, how has a child of the Rankandel clan wandered outside the castle for so long? He's only 10 years old. How can he have this much confidence and maturity? Mukera reflected seriously on the words the child just spoke. He recalled Jin's confident demeanor. "I am looking for the path to open the era of Jin Rankandel." Mukera thought, that wasn't a meaningless joke. He really intends to do so. Mukera turned and ordered, "The two of you, no, everyone listen up. Before the transfer gate is complete, watch your words and actions. Absolutely do not do anything stupid. Is that clear?" A brown-haired member protested, "What? Captain, this request of yours is too unreasonable." A buzz-cut member complained, "Since when do we have to be so careful about these things?" A member wearing a hood looked on blankly. "Why did the captain suddenly go crazy?" Mukera barked, "Quiet! Do as I say." Gilly turned back to remind them. Captain Mukera, I think we can depart now. Mukera started and replied, Understood. He placed his hand on his chest. Then let's depart. On the move, Mukera asked, Is it really okay to just leave them there? Gilly replied, It's fine. She further explained, Whether they are found alive or dead, it will serve as a warning to their accomplices. Jin praised, Well done, Gilly. She replied, Thank you, sir. Gilly bowed and continued, Ah, they said, We will reach a village in about 2 hours. Jin said calmly, Is that so? It seems we'll have to rest there and wait for the snow to stop. Suddenly, Jin called Gilly. She asked curiously, Yes? Jin said sympathetically, Don't worry about what happened on the way anymore. That wasn't your fault. Even a 9-star knight like Khan might not have detected it. Jin comforted her. For a 7-star warrior like you, it's naturally very difficult to notice the abnormality. I'm not trying to teach you what a guardian knight should do or anything like that. Gilly blamed herself. I am very sorry. Jin looked at her and thought, Gilly is exactly the same as in my past life. Jin calculated. As a Rankandel nanny, her fate is destined to be tied to the child she raises. Jin recalled his past life. Gilly was my nanny. He remembered the scene of Gilly being bullied by other nannies, thinking to himself, Because I had no talent, she was also looked down upon and insulted by association. Jin thought further. But Gilly never resented me. On the day I was banished from the Rankandel clan, Gilly was also kicked out just like me. And she, Jin recalled, said to me, Young master, I am so sorry for not being able to take proper care of you. She bowed her head and spoke to me like that. Jin bit his lip, thinking, I don't want to be hard on someone who has always treated me so well. But now things are different. Gilly also needs to strengthen her own resolve. Gilly clenched her fists slightly and said, Young master, I am willing to accept any punishment for what happened. Jin barked, Stop blaming yourself like that. This is an order, Gilly. Jin turned around. As long as you are my nanny, you are the only guardian knight I need. Jin continued, If you keep being affected by such trivial matters, how do you plan to escort me in the future? Gilly stood dazed, listening. Jin turned his back sternly. So don't make me repeat these words again. Understand? Gilly bowed her head in obedience. Yes, young master, I will change. Gilly thought to herself, I didn't expect the young master to care about me so much. She became more determined. Every word he says is for my own good. I must be even more careful. I'll ensure he never has to suffer any harm again. Gilly encouraged herself. Young master, I will give my all. Jin glanced back, sensing her mood, and sighed in relief. What a relief. It seems she's cheered up again. The door opened. Warm light and a welcoming greeting rang out. The group entered an inn. The owner asked, Sir, how many rooms do you need? Mukera replied, Give me 2 rooms. Jin calculated to himself, Those people, and those fake guardian knights too. Jin looked up and thought, If I'm not mistaken, there's a high chance that person had a hand in this. An image of a tall figure appeared in Jin's mind. He whispered the name, the shape-shifting wizard, Bouveros Gaston. Jin thought, shape-shifting is a strength of the dragon race. But even the dragon race cannot transform perfectly. Jin reasoned, only Bouveros is the sole existence who can perform a perfect transformation. He uses this ability to disguise himself, committing all sorts of crimes to throw the world into chaos. Jin, carrying weary anxiety, opened the room door. If Bouveros is really involved in this, everything will become much more complicated. Jin thought, though he hasn't done anything too terrifying yet. Before going out, Mukera carefully instructed, Call me any time if you need anything. Gilly replied, Thank you, Captain Mukera. Jin sat on the bed thinking. In my past life, when I was 20, the Vermont Special Forces caught him. If I can turn Bouveros into an ally, it would certainly be very useful. Jin frowned in thought. But I have no reason to invite someone who once pointed a sword at me to be an ally. Jin yawned sleepily, thinking, before Bouveros causes more trouble, I must carefully confirm compared to my past life whether anything has changed. Gilly turned around. Young master, I will stand guard outside. Seeing no reply, Gilly turned her head suspiciously. Young master? She saw that Jin had fallen onto the bed and fallen asleep already. Looking at Jin sleeping soundly, Gilly whispered, Oh my. She smiled gently and stayed quiet to let Jin rest. A sleek black cat's tail swayed back and forth. Constant meowing outside the window made Jin feel annoyed even in his dream. So noisy. Jin scratched his head and woke up grudgingly, thinking, did I fall asleep? The noise from outside the window drifted in. Jin stretched and thought, even though I've trained myself a lot at the Storm Castle, it's still too much for this 10-year-old body. Wait, what's that sound? He turned his head to look at the black cat outside the window and immediately froze. Jin was bewildered. Huh? The atmosphere grew heavy as if a string of question marks were flying by. Then Jin opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked tentatively, Could you be? He recalled the scene of Murakami laughing loudly. It's funny, right? I'll hide and follow you, so don't worry. At that time, Jin had also laughed. All right, I understand. Looking at the black cat meowing angrily and scratching at the window outside, Jin suppressed his laughter so much his whole body shook. You said you would hide and follow me. Did you mean turning into a cat like this? Murakami, in the form of a black cat, hissed angrily, making Jin have to constantly try to stifle his laughter while yielding. All right, sorry, I'm sorry. He opened the window to let the cat in. I was just a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to be in this state. Jin looked at the cat emitting black smoke. I thought you'd disguise yourself as one of my servants, like the carriage driver, for example. Murakami transformed back into human form and said angrily, Hey, if I did that, all your clan's knights would notice me immediately. Murakami said irritably, Do you know how hard it was to follow you? Just as he was about to step forward, his foot tripped on a warped floorboard. And so Murakami fell face first, his head slamming straight into the room's wall. He let out a cry, Ah! Gilly heard the noise, and both surprised and frightened, burst through the door. Young master! What happened? She immediately saw Murakami crouching on the ground, trembling while holding his forehead. Gilly's face darkened as she barked, You! Who are you? Daring to stalk my young master! She pinned Murakami down, her claws held close and full of killing intent, prepared to stab his face. Before I send you to meet your maker, confess everything. Who on earth are you, you bastard? Jin hurriedly stopped her. Wait, Gilly. This person is Murakami. Hearing that, Gilly asked in disbelief, Is this Gilly? Murakami stood up with a dazed expression. Oh, my strawberry girl, I've finally met you. Hearing that, her face showed contempt as if looking at a pest. Strawberry girl, Murakami said confidently. I've been looking forward to the day we met. She was bewildered. What? Jin stood nearby, helplessly covering his face, thinking, It's all a mess. Jin introduced Murakami to Gilly. First, this is the guardian deity of the Rankandel clan, the Black Dragon Murakami. Then Jin turned to Gilly. This is Gilly. Jin hadn't finished when Murakami interrupted. I know who she is. She's my precious strawberry girl, right? Gilly bowed her head, her voice trembling slightly. This humble servant of the Rankandel house apologizes for my insolence toward the guardian deity. Please forgive me. Seeing Gilly like this, Murakami laughed loudly. Don't worry, my strawberry girl. I am very happy to forgive you. Gilly, looking a bit confused, asked, Lord Murakami, may I ask why I am strawberry girl? Murakami replied in a confident tone, Because you are wonderful, very beautiful, and make strawberry cakes that are absolutely flawless. Gilly was so shocked she cried out and turned to look at Jin. So he is the reason the young master asks for strawberry cake every day? Jin said, "Could you sit down and let me explain first?" Gilly bowed. In a tone tinged with a bit of hurt, she said, "Young master, there are too many things about you that I don't know." Jin looked at Gilly. "I'm sorry, Gilly, I hid it from you." Gilly replied, "No. I have always known the young master's talent was extraordinary, but first it was magic, then being a contractor for Solderay, and now a dragon. As a servant, I only feel amazed and happy for you." At this point, Gilly was full of curiosity. Jin replied, "Regardless, Gilly, you are in the same boat as us now. A group of people who must not let the outside world know that Murakan has awakened, or the relationship between him and me, at least for now. Understood?" Gilly whispered, "Yes, young master, I understand." Murakan leaned over to shield Jin and looked excitedly at Gilly. "You don't need to worry, Strawberry Girl. I'll always be by this kid's side anyway." Gilly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Murakan." Gilly then asked curiously, "Oh, so, was that loud noise just now caused by your transformation?" Jin was about to answer, "No, it was," when he turned to Murakan and said, "You should be more careful." Murakan whispered to Jin, "Don't lecture me, I fell, Murakan suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. Gilly, seeing Murakan's current behavior, looked a bit fearful and turned to Jin. "Young master, are you sure he is trustworthy?" Jin looked at Murakan's current state and replied helplessly, I think so." They arrived at the Maito transfer gate. Gilly stood before Mukera and said, "Well done, Black King Squad." Gilly continued, "The Rankandel clan will reward you handsomely for your hard work." Mukera replied, "This mission was a valuable experience for us. I look forward to seeing the future of the young Rankandel master you are caring for." Mukera asked curiously, "However, Gilly McLaurin, I have one question for you." Gilly replied, "Go ahead." Mukera said, "Why would a woman of your exceptional talent leave the McLaurin clan to be a nanny for a Rankandel young master?" Gilly hesitated and did not answer. She turned and glanced at Mukera. "There is nothing more of importance to say." Mukera said awkwardly, "Forgive me, I was rude." Gilly replied, "It's fine." Then they stepped inside. A receptionist greeted Gilly and Jin. "Welcome to the Maito transfer gate. May I see your documents to the Hephaestos Alliance base?" "Thank you." "Ah, you are from the Rankandel clan." The receptionist said respectfully, "It is a great honor to meet you. Please follow me. We will arrange premium seating for you. The transfer gate will open in about 2 hours. Please wait here. By then it will take just a blink of an eye to arrive. Have a pleasant trip." Gilly softly called, "Young master." Jin turned to look at Gilly. Gilly, with a face full of apprehension and worry, said, "To be honest, as a servant, I am very worried. If Murakan's identity is exposed or something, we won't be able to handle it." Jin replied, "You're talking about my magic, aren't you? Naturally, no one in the Rankandel clan can do such a thing. Don't worry, I know, so I will hide it well." Suddenly, a noise came from behind. The two immediately turned around. Jin seemed to recognize something. The golden dragon emblem, people from the Zipfel clan, a white-haired youth and 2 large guardian knights. Jin observed silently. "Who is that? He looks so familiar. This is Veradin Zipfel." He looked at Jin and said in an unfriendly tone, "I didn't feel like coming to Hephaestos at all today. I didn't expect to run into some annoying little mice here." Jin and Gilly sat there in silence, glancing at Veradin Zipfel. He turned to the cat and said, "By the way, your cat looks quite cute." Veradin Zipfel happily teased the cat. "Come here." "So good." Suddenly, the cat grew angry and scratched Veradin's hand, making him scream. The soldiers immediately shouted, "Young master!" and then turned to scold the cat. "You beast!" Veradin looked at his 2 guardians and said, "It's fine. It's just an animal. I must have scared it." He added, "Drawing a sword in front of a Rankandel brings no benefit." Veridin Zipfo glanced toward where Jin and Gilly were sitting. I was just curious and wanted to tease them a bit, but I didn't expect them to have no reaction. It seems the youngest son of the Rankandels is quite calm. Veridin spoke up. I am Veridin Zipfo. I want to apologize for my previous rudeness. Jin looked up at Veridin. Veridin Zipfo, the genius mage, the person most likely to inherit the Zipfo clan, a role model for young mages, a person who possesses both ability and style. I once thought that in terms of magical skill, he would leave me far behind. Well, that was before. I didn't expect to meet him when he was the same age as me. This feeling isn't bad at all. Jin turned and gently stroked the cat. I was also curious what kind of person you are. I'm glad to know you aren't a complete fool. Veridin said, Oh? How do you evaluate me? Jin said, Even if you were just joking, if those guys had drawn their swords, you would have experienced what it's like to walk around Hephaestus without guardians, and you might have lost a few more fingers. Veridin Zipfo laughed loudly. Even your jokes are violent, Jin. Jin's face darkened as he replied, Do you think I'm joking? Veridin Zipfo looked at Jin. He seemed a bit intimidated. All right, let me give you some advice. If you meet another member of the Zipfo family, or find yourself in a similar situation, don't be so quick to decide to cut off their fingers. Otherwise, no matter what, it will cause misery for both clans. Jin replied, Nice joke, Veridin Zipfo. My father, Siren Rankandel, and your father, Keliark Zipfo, do you think they would intervene in a fight between children? Veridin Zipfo heard this and hesitated a bit. Veridin burst out laughing. You're right. They'd probably just pay some gold as compensation or something. Hey, I learned a lesson from you. I'll repay this debt of gratitude later. Jin replied coldly, Don't wait. Repay it right now. Veridin Zipfo looked a bit awkward. Oh, of course. What do you need? Jin replied, If you could stay silent until the transfer gate starts and not disturb my rest, I would be very grateful. Veridin Zipfo, both surprised and uneasy, thought to himself, Humph, Jin Rankandel, this guy will surely be much stronger in a few years. If it weren't for his clan, I'd really want to ask if he wants to be friends. Veridin kept staring at Jin to the point that his guardian had to quietly remind him, Young master, mind your image. Veridin Zipfo suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Wait, if he's a Rankandel, doesn't that mean he could become my lifelong rival? That's wonderful. The guard sighed and said, Young master, please. Jin looked at Veridin's current state and thought, what a troublesome person. The wound on his finger must be serious, yet he still keeps that personality. What on earth is wrong with the Zipfo clan? Are they all crazy? The loudspeaker announced, Thank you for your patience. The transfer gate is temporarily open. Side effects may include headaches or dizziness, so guests, please. Veridin Zipfo suddenly slammed the table and shouted, Jin! Jin Rankandel! It was good to meet you! See you next time, Jin replied coldly. I'm not happy at all. I hope we don't meet again. The scene shifted. Jin arrived at the main gate of the Rankandel mansion. Greeting him was Pedro, bowing respectfully. We have been waiting for you, young master. This is my first time receiving you. I am the second butler, Pedro. You've had a tiring journey. I warmly welcome you to the main Rankandel mansion, the Garden of Swords. The Garden of Swords. Those who contribute to the prosperity of the Rankandels have the honor of planting their sword in this garden. In other words, this place is the symbol of the dreams and glory of all Rankandel members. Jin walked coldly through the Garden of Swords. Before dying, planting my sword here was once my dream. The past me was so weak. No potential, no leadership, no wisdom. How could I foolishly think that effort alone could change everything? This time, Jin looked up at the castle before him. In this priceless place, I will live a meaningful life. Stepping through the door, Jin was met by his parents and siblings. A woman nicknamed the Black Panther. The matriarch of the Rankandel clan, Rosa Rankandel, looked at Jin with cold eyes. It's been a long time, youngest son. Jin replied politely, Yes, mother. Rosa snorted coldly. At that moment, the black cat's eyes met the sharp, cold gaze of the patriarch Siren. He spoke. "You picked up a beast and brought it back?" Jin gently stroked the cat and replied calmly, "I took it in, father." Siren was quite surprised by Jin's answer. He lightly stroked his chin. "Not picked up, but took in. Very good. Your way of speaking is very proper. Yes, when a Rankandel obtains something, this is the satisfying answer." Hearing these words from Siren, Jin felt a chill because he sensed many eyes focused on him. Rosa leaned down to stroke Jin's black cat. "Son, what is this child's name?" Jin replied, "Its name is Murakan Rankandel Mother." Rosa was shocked by Jin's answer. Not only was Rosa surprised, but everyone else present was equally stunned. "What? Father? Mother? Even if it's small, it can't be like this. You dare give the Rankandel name to this lowly animal? Gilly, how are you raising the youngest? Even a cat dares—" Gilly stammered in fear. I am terribly sorry." Siren cleared his throat. "Enough!" He used his voice to silence everyone. Then he turned to Jin. "Youngest son, why did you give this cat the Rankandel name?" Jin placed his hand on his heart and replied politely, "Because that way I can take responsibility for it. It may only be an animal, but it is the first life I have taken in. Therefore, I thought its name needed to have value." Siren was quite surprised by Jin's answer. "Quite surprising. But youngest son, do you understand the weight of the name Rankandel?" Jin replied confidently, "Yes, I understand very well. If anyone insults Murakan, I will be the one to make them pay." Siren gently stroked his sword. "Youngest son, it seems you have a great talent for making enemies. Look, your siblings are all staring at you." Jin smiled faintly. "It seems so. However, I also have a talent for destroying enemies." "Yes, father." Siren suddenly laughed loudly. A rare smile appeared on the face of the Rankandel leader. "All of you should start worrying. If you want to deal with this arrogant youngest child—" Having spoken, Siren turned to leave, leaving Jin amidst the hateful glares of his siblings. In a flash, 4 years had passed. Early summer, 1794. Jin Rankandel was now a 14-year-old knight, a lower-level cadet knight. He was talking to his instructor. "Young master, our training session for today concludes here. You've worked hard." Jin asked suspiciously, "We've only finished the morning session, haven't we?" The instructor replied, "Doesn't Lady Luna have a training plan for today? You must have forgotten." This person was Garen Mayo, a low-level instructor for the Rankandel Cadet Guardian Knights. Jin placed his sword on the rack. "Ah, that's right. I suppose so. I'm going to get something to eat." Garen said, "Are you planning to dine with the other cadet knights again today? Lady Rosa might be a bit disappointed." Jin sighed. "It's fine. I don't want to spend my mealtime in a staring contest with my siblings." Hearing this, Garen replied, "Understood. I will report back to her." Jin was sitting alone when a voice suddenly called out, "Young master, I've brought your food." Jin replied, "Ah, thank you, Bellop." Bellop smiled and said, "It's nothing, young master." This person was Bellop Smith, a low-level member of the Rankandel Cadet Guardian Knights. Jin glanced at Bellop, who was eating ravenously, and thought to himself, "Bellop Smith, 13 years old, a commoner. After failing his training tests, he is facing the possibility of losing his cadet status and being expelled." Jin looked at Bellop. "Is it that good?" Bellop turned to Jin. "Yes." As if anticipating Jin's question, Bellop stood up. "Of course, sir. I am always grateful to the Rankandel clan. Thanks to them, I get to eat delicious meat like this. Furthermore, I have to thank you, young master, for always sharing your meat with me." Before Bellop could finish, Jin spoke up. "Enough, enough. Stop right there. You said the exact same thing yesterday. Have you memorized it?" Bellop scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Bellop, you must learn to restrain yourself and stay calm. The truth is, rambling like that only makes others look down on you. Bellop felt doubtful at Jin's words. Is that so? Jin looked at Bellop with a serious gaze. That's right. Straighten your back and have some confidence. Have confidence that you are a cadet knight of the Rankandel Guardian Knights. Bellop said timidly, but my results are terrible. I can't even reach 1 star. Hearing Bellop say this, Jin sighed helplessly. Becoming a Rankandel cadet is not an easy feat in itself. No matter how low your scores are, you are still more outstanding than other 13-year-olds out there. Understand? Bellop replied, Yes. Jin looked at Bellop, who was focused on eating, and thought, his personality is too naive. It's no exaggeration to say my family is targeting him. But how did such a pure person, someone who was guided onto the path of another sword saint after becoming a loyal dog of the Empire, start down a path of cold-blooded slaughter? When I heard the news that he became a royal guard, I was very surprised. And when I heard he committed suicide, I felt pained. If I just leave Bellop alone... Jin used his fork to move his portion of meat onto Bellop's plate. Bellop was startled. Ah, young master. Jin didn't let Bellop continue. I'm not hungry. Eat it for me. At those words, Bellop's face brightened as he looked at Jin. Young master. Jin looked at the pure and innocent Bellop before him and thought, I must ensure he doesn't get expelled this time. Living in misery and then dying once was more than enough. After lunch, Jin walked alone through the palace hallway, calculating his progress. Shadow energy release is level 2, mana is level 4, and swordsmanship is level 2. It's going quite well. If I continue like this, I'll be able to reach level 3 swordsmanship within 2 years. But before that... The scene shifted. Jin was now standing before Luna, preparing to train. Luna closed her eyes with a dignified aura and spoke softly.
My lovely little brother, today's training is the same as yesterday's.
However, you must defend in a different way. Jin replied, I understand, eldest sister. Luna began to instruct Jin. Little brother, use your mind's eye. Use your mind's eye to see. Outwardly, Jin seemed to be listening seriously to Luna's words, but deep down, he was full of doubt about what was happening. I guess I have to get through this unheard-of training, Luna said. Use your soul's eye to see. For one born to sharpen a blade. Possessing the soul's eye is more important than anything. Luna repeatedly reminded Jin, don't open your eyes. Although Jin did as Luna said, his mind was a bit distracted. The soul's eye is a realm only achieved by 7-star knights and above. Why is she teaching it to someone who is only level 2 like me? Not only that, mind's eye is usually performed by distributing aura. But since I can't use aura while meditating, I can't understand it at all. Jin gripped his sword and reassured himself. No, I choose to believe in her. She surely has an intention. Just focus on training. I believe that one day I will understand this exercise. A long time later, the training finally ended. Luna dropped her training sternness and encouraged Jin. You did very well today too, Jin. You can head back now. Jin sheepishly scratched his neck and replied, Thank you, Sister Luna. Luna recalled Jin's appearance during practice and thought, as expected, just as I predicted. I knew he would do well, but he always exceeds my expectations. He shows focus and memory rarely seen in a level 2 knight. With that potential, I'm sure you'll understand it in just a few years. Luna watched Jin's retreating figure with an affectionate gaze. Keep growing, my little brother. The scene shifted to the training ground of the cadet knights. Garen stood before Jin. Welcome, young master. Everyone seemed tense. I guess they are. Garen turned to look down at the line of cadet knights gathered in orderly rows below. He cleared his throat and spoke. This match accounts for a large portion of the total evaluation points. A good score is a shortcut to becoming a guardian knight. So I believe everyone is very nervous. After saying this, Garen turned to Jin and lowered his voice. Today is also an important day for you, young master. Jin looked at Garen with confusion. Garan continued. Lady Rosa said that if you can defeat 10 opponents of a higher level today, you can join the intermediate training group early next year. Jin replied coldly, "Did Mother say that?" "That is good news." Then Jin turned to the gathered cadet knights and saw Bellop trembling. "Bellop is at it again." Bellop's pitiful appearance due to fear made Jin sigh. "I'll go easy on him so he won't be expelled, but he needs to be a bit more confident." Garen cleared his throat to signal the cadet knights to be quiet. "Attention! Today everyone will fight 3 matches, changing opponents each match. The 10 best winners will duel with young Master Jin." As soon as Garen finished speaking, all the cadet knights shouted in unison, "Understood, instructor!" The matches between the cadet knights began. Jin stood on the sidelines observing. They're actually quite good. The title of cadet knight isn't just for show. After the pairings were finalized, Garan turned to the remaining people. "All right, those who weren't chosen, return to your positions." "Understood, sir." Then Garen turned to Jin. "Get ready." "Young master." Jin replied indifferently. "All right." Jin easily defeated his opponents one after another. "Is it 8 already? Then I only need to defeat 2 more. To do that, one must be wary of—" Garen's loud shout interrupted Jin's thoughts. "Next person! Prepare!" A girl with long pink hair, her hand gripping her sword and her face full of confidence, slowly walked toward Jin. "Please teach me, young master." This girl was Mesa Mukano, a student of the Rankandel Guardian Knight General class. Jin looked at Mesa. Mesa Mukano, an aristocrat. After passing all the cadet training, she will become a guardian knight in the future. Mesa raised her sword in a combat stance, her face radiating confidence. "No matter what, I must defeat you today." Jin felt quite interested in Mesa's confidence. The match with Mesa was the most important link in this test. Jin laughed softly. "All right, I'm looking forward to it." Immediately after, the two rushed at each other. Every attack from both sides contained great power. Although they used wooden swords, the force was strong enough to create flashes of light upon impact. Jin observed Mesa's fighting style and thought, "Mesa has become much stronger than before, but not to the point where I can't defeat her. The problem is that after her I have to take down one more opponent. If it goes on like this..." Jin repeatedly attacked Mesa's sword, making her a bit confused. He is clearly displaying all sorts of techniques. Why is he only using these simple attacks now? I'm sure he's doing it on purpose. But for what? Out of anger, Mesa's hand holding the sword trembled violently. She looked at Jin's expression and attacks, thinking, "It can't be. Is he looking down on me? Thinking I won't be able to win against him today either?" Thinking this, Mesa gripped the sword in her hand tightly and cleared her throat. "Very well. Let's try it, young master." Mesa angrily swung her sword repeatedly toward Jin. The cadet knights watching from outside were stunned by this fierce battle. The attacks from Jin and Mesa became increasingly lethal. Mesa encouraged herself. "I won't be suppressed anymore. This time I must definitely surpass the young master." Mesa gathered her strength and jumped, delivering a full-force strike against Jin's sword. But contrary to her expectations, Jin easily parried her move. Not only that, he broke Mesa's sword in 2, sending the broken blade flying into the sky. Mesa looked at her broken sword in shock, frozen in place. "How is this possible?" Before Mesa could react, Jin had placed the tip of his sword against her throat. "A very fine match, Mesa Mukano." Then Jin withdrew his sword and spoke coldly. However, in the end, it was all for naught. Mesa looked down at the broken sword in her hand, unable to believe it. Those attacks just now, did he really hit the exact same spot on my blade every time? My endurance and strength are clearly on par with his. But I lost in precision and persistence. How could this happen? But regardless, he is a descendant of the Rankandel family. Mesa stepped closer to Jin. "Young master, I will devote myself to training. Next time, I will definitely defeat you." Mesa reminded herself she couldn't keep losing like this. Jin thought to himself, "Everything is going according to plan. With my current state, it's difficult to face 10 students head-on." The overwhelming victory against Mesa was to create an illusion for them. If they fought head-on, they would surely lose due to the wavering psychology of the cadet knights. Jin easily defeated the remaining opponents after Mesa. Jin looked at the fallen opponents. That's 10 people. Thank heavens everything went according to plan. Garen stepped closer to Jin and spoke. Well done, young master. This means next year you can be trained as a true member of the Rankandels in the intermediate group. Congratulations in advance. Jin replied, Thank you, Mr. Garen. I'll be counting on your guidance then. Garen looked at Jin and said, It's almost lunchtime. Our morning training session ends here. Jin hesitated for a moment. How much longer? Hearing this, Garen asked curiously, About 10 minutes? Why do you ask? Jin answered coldly. I want to deal with one more person. Garen asked doubtfully, Who? Jin stepped toward the weapon rack and grabbed a sword, then cleared his throat and shouted loudly, Bellop Smith! Hearing Jin call his name, Bellop jumped. Stammering, he said, Young master? Me? Why? Jin spoke softly. Come up here and have a match. Bellop hesitated. But... Before Bellop could finish his sentence, Jin interrupted loudly. Bellop Smith! If you stay like this, you won't survive in Rankandel. Get up here, duel with me directly. I will defeat you. With heavy, difficult steps, he moved forward. That heaviness didn't come from the iron armor on his body, but from his current mood. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Bellop lowered his head and trudged forward with a wooden sword toward Jin Rankandel. Meanwhile, Jin stood there with dignity, waiting. A moment later, Bellop reached the designated position and began to raise his sword in a stance, but his body wouldn't stop trembling. Why did the young master choose me? Is it because I'm so weak that I'm just a stepping stone to enhance his strength? Seeing Bellop's restless, anxious, and fearful appearance, Jin called out expressionlessly, Bellop! Hearing the young master call his name, Bellop was startled and immediately stood up straight. Even his messy blonde hair seemed to stiffen. He shouted loudly, Yes, young master! His anxious reaction made his teammates behind him burst into mocking laughter. Jin's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. After fighting 10 people, I feel quite tired. But you're different. You look quite energetic, don't you? But I'm still stronger than you. That's why I want to fight you. Hearing this, Bellop instinctively brought his sword up and stammered, What do you mean? As soon as he finished, Jin Rankandel rushed toward Bellop like a blazing fire. The surrounding scenery seemed to be tinged deep red by the influence of Jin Rankandel's power. Despite the surprise attack, Bellop quickly used his sword to block the heavy strike. Bellop quickly used all his might to push Jin away, but immediately after, he planted his feet firmly on the ground to stabilize his posture, looking confused. Young master, why are you... Jin didn't say a word and continued to attack Bellop. This time, he seemed to use even greater strength. Flashes of light from their attacks and defenses sparked like electricity, spreading around. Ugh! Ugh! The difficult sword match continued. Jin attacked relentlessly while Bellop could only block without a single counterattack. This resilience made Jin reflect and offer praise. Good blocking, Bellop. Like a hunted lamb, Bellop looked into his eyes while trembling and replied, Thank you. Bellop didn't let Jin stay close for long. He quickly swung his sword to push Jin back. Thud! The force of Bellop's push sent Jin flying back quite a distance. Jin was forced to plant his sword into the ground to stop himself. The blade friction against the earth sent gravel flying and produced sparks. This was enough to prove that Bellop's resistance was far from ordinary. Jin took the opportunity to kick gravel and dust toward Bellop, making him temporarily unable to see. Instinctively covering his face, Bellop recoiled. Jin seized the chance and delivered a decisive leg sweep to Bellop's legs. This decisive and unexpected move left Bellop unable to defend, and he fell painfully to the ground. Thud! He groaned. Bellop suppressed the pain in his body and tried to stand up, but his eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, Bellop seemed to shrink under Jin's tall shadow. He looked up at Jin tremblingly. Young master, why are you doing this? Jin spoke in an arrogant tone. Did you think I called you here just to fight? The reason I want to fight you is so that I can kill you under the sun. Jin pointed his sword straight at Belop and uttered those cold words, his gaze unwavering. Seeing that Belop still hadn't stood up, Jin ordered, "Stand up! I will only go easy on you this once." At this point, Belop gripped the sword in his hand. He tried to use the sword against the ground to push himself up. The surrounding crowd began to whisper. Some felt fear for Belop, while others hoped he could stand up and fight to the end. The chatter made the stands even rowdier than before. At this moment, Belop began to reveal his power. The sword in his hand seemed to receive all his power, radiating a mysterious golden light. Everyone outside the arena was utterly shocked. Mesa screamed, That's aura!" Looking back at Belop now, he was completely different, like a stranger. He looked much stronger. The golden light radiating from the sword made the spectators feel a majestic aura emanating from him. Mesa, panicked and worried, turned to the instructor. "Teacher, we must stop this match immediately. At this rate, the young master will be in danger." The instructor couldn't hide his shock either. Before he could speak, Jin's resounding voice rang out. "Swordsmanship instructor Garen Mayo, this is an order. Everything you see today, take it to your graves." Every word Jin spoke radiated killing intent, and his gaze was unusually cold, not even sparing a glance at Mesa or Instructor Garan. He looked straight ahead, his eyes shining with a bright blue glow. Instructor Garan could only say helplessly, "I understand." Mesa stood nearby, paralyzed with fear. She could only nod repeatedly. Beneath his golden hair, Belop looked up with a face full of wounds. "Is this really what you want, young master?" Contrasting with Belop's respectful tone, Jin replied with disgust, "That's right. If you know how to use aura, then don't hesitate." He coldly raised his sword. Belop, who had been patient until now, gritted his teeth and prepared to show his abilities. "You've made a mistake, young master. If you wanted to fight me, you should have come to me first," Belop shouted as he raised his sword and rushed forward. The light of power shone along with his sword stance. By now his eyes had turned emerald green, harboring both resentment and resilience. Belop delivered a powerful blow toward Jin. Jin nimbly blocked with his sword, but the intensity of the light and Jin's flying hair showed how powerful the strike was. And it was this very strike that snapped Jin's sword into two pieces. Sword chi still lingered on Belop's blade. The first exchange ended. Belop withdrew with a steady and graceful posture, while Jin, losing balance because of the broken sword, recoiled sharply back from the momentum. In that moment, Jin's gaze deepened. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect him to be this strong. All I knew was that Belop was strong." Following that line of thought, Jin recalled the first time he saw Belop fight. Whenever the cadets challenged each other, he always saw through his opponent's techniques and tactics. Furthermore, even if he lost, he knew how to keep himself from getting hurt. But I didn't expect him to be able to use aura. While Jin was lost in thought, Belop, with a look of anger, prepared to rush in and attack again. But Jin quickly backed away and discarded the half of his broken sword. And then, just as Belop was about to swing his sword down, Jin used his bare hand to strike Belop's wrist directly. This sudden attack injured Belop's wrist. He looked down at his trembling hand and let out a groan of pain. Suddenly, something blurred before his eyes, followed by the ringing sound of metal clashing. The situation reversed again. Now Belop's neck was locked tight by Jin's arm. Belop tried to pull Jin's arm away to resist, but couldn't escape. Seeing that Belop was also gradually becoming exhausted, Jin let go of him, then took a step back, not to see better, but to make Belop less wary of him. As for Belop, he knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling and gasping for breath. Why did you stop? Didn't you say you would fight to the end? Then you should have finished this match. Do you find it fun to play with others?" Jin looked at Belop, uttering those angry words with a slightly sorrowful gaze. Then he asked back if that was the kind of person he seemed to be. Belop couldn't help but look up and shout, "Then why?" Jin explained gently, but with a hint of provocation in his words. "Treating you this way hurts me too. Much more than you imagine." Hearing this, Belop clenched his fist, still harboring the indignation of a man of honor. "What do you understand about me? Why do you have to torture me like this?" In contrast to Bellup's anger, Jin stepped closer very calmly, leaning down to pick up the sword. "As you said, I don't know who you are." He held up the sword. "But I know one thing." Bellup gradually calmed down and looked up in surprise. Jin looked at Bellup with a serious and sincere gaze. "Concern is something you can only possess once you become strong. You are weaker than me and also kinder than me." As he spoke, he placed his hand on Bellup's shoulder as if to encourage him. "Sorry. Of course, I really like that trait, but if you stay kind like that, you won't survive in this hell." Jin's voice was gentle but full of care. "Bellup, become stronger. Only then can you protect that merciful heart." The people outside witnessing this scene also showed clear looks of sympathy on their faces. "For my sake and for the sake of others, keep that kindness." Jin's warm voice echoed for a long time in the quiet space, and the words spoken from the bottom of his heart also made Bellup realize something as he burst into tears. Jin smiled and patted his shoulder. "Sorry for forcing such an awkward thing." Right at that moment, the kitchen staff came out carrying a large pot and several loaves of bread, which looked very heavy. One of them noticed the training hadn't ended yet and exclaimed, "Oh dear." The instructor stepped closer to Jin and Bellup. "Training isn't done. We'll come back later." Seeing those carrying the heavy food looking awkward, Jin immediately said, "No, it's fine. Just bring it in." Bellup had also calmed down by now, regaining his former timidness. "Young master, please come receive today's meal." Hearing this suggestion, Jin smiled and slung his sword over his shoulder. "All right, I'll go get your portion and mine." At this moment, the light shone upon Jin, making him look exceptionally radiant. "Is that why my youngest son said that?" Khan bowed to report Jin's recent actions to the Patriarch Siren. "Yes, Patriarch." Suddenly, Siren turned around and laughed loudly. "I see. So that kid made such a choice? He intends to rule with force while also protecting the weak. If that's the case, then let him continue. I want to see how far he can go." Then he ordered, "Khan, go back and tell the boy everything." Khan bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." Siren lowered his head, a sinister smile flashing across his stern face. "I shall give the boy his first mission." January 1795. I was 15 years old and certified as a 3-star knight. During the first break, some students returned home. The rest trained on their own to test their progress. After moving up to this intermediate level, training no longer used wooden swords. Instead, specially crafted real swords were used. Many students hired blacksmiths to make custom swords for them. I was also working hard to find a suitable sword in the family armory, but Sister Luna wanted to help Jin find one. "Finding a suitable sword for you is truly difficult." Those were Jin's words, because since she said she wanted to help me choose, all decision-making power fell into her hands. Jin leaned against the wall, recalling this day a month ago, when Luna, because she insisted on the right to choose a sword for him, had put him through quite an ordeal. "Jin, I'm begging you, let me choose a sword for you." He lowered his head and comforted himself. Whatever. Her eye for weapons is better than mine, so the sword she chooses will probably suit me. His line of thought was interrupted. Luna emerged from the treasure vault carrying a massive sword. Jin looked on dazed, unable to believe his eyes. Luna looked at Jin and introduced it confidently. "This sword is called Slaughter Arena. At your age, I often used it. A sword both large and sharp. I think at your age I would use this kind." She leaned down to look at the sword affectionately. "I guess this might be the prototype of the crandall I used to use." She suddenly looked up and asked Jin, "Jin, what do you think of this sword? Do you like it?" Facing this difficult question, Jin racked his brain and stammered, "Well, Sister Luna, I'm really grateful you chose a sword for me, but don't you think this sword doesn't suit me?" Hearing this, Luna looked clearly disappointed, because she had put a lot of heart into choosing a sword for her brother. "I see. It's okay, I was just joking." Jin looked at Luna's expression and thought to himself, "It doesn't look to me like she's joking at all." Luna swung the sword to evaluate it herself. "But Slaughter Arena really is a good sword.
It's a bit heavy, but it's not too bad.
She glanced at the sword with a sharp gaze. Looking at the sword resting on the ground, Luna sighed and reluctantly said, "Fine, I'll listen to you. I'll choose another one for you." Jin heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. Luna spoke while pushing open the treasure vault door. "I really put a lot of effort into choosing a sword for you." Then Luna led Jin inside. She said sincerely, "A sword that only you can use. This is my choice." Looking at the sword Luna picked up, Jin was a bit surprised. "Since you chose Barasada from the start, I thought this sword would be the most suitable for you." Jin watched Luna slowly draw the sword from its scabbard. He thought to himself, "This sword has the same origin as Barasada, which the first patriarch used. Bradamante." Jin happily took Bradamante. "Do you like this sword now?" Jin immediately replied, "Yes! This is indeed the most special sword among thousands of famous blades." Jin looked down at the sword in his hand and thought, "This is the sword I once told myself I must have at all costs. I didn't expect her to choose Bradamante for me." Both Bradamante and Barasada are extremely suitable for using shadow energy. If I had chosen this sword myself, the others would surely have objected and forced me to give it up. Jin was extremely grateful to Sister Luna for choosing this sword for him. "This Bradamante is something all your older siblings have craved, so I really don't know how to repay you, since you chose it for me." Hearing the answer, Luna said, "That doesn't sound quite right, does it, Jin? I guess you haven't dropped your guard with me yet, have you?" She lowered her head, looking slightly sad. "I'm a bit disappointed, you know." Jin quickly waved his hands in denial. "No, it's not like that. I'm sincere." Luna stepped closer to Jin and pointed at him. "Really? But I'm actually very disappointed, so comfort this overflowing disappointment in my heart." Jin was confused. "What?" Then Luna requested, "Close your eyes. Jin, let's start training. Yes, you know what I'm talking about, right?" "I know, Sister Luna." "Good, but today there's one more thing I want to teach you." Jin was very surprised to hear that. "What is it?" Luna placed her hand on Jin's shoulder. "Your relatives might always find ways to suppress each other, but they are also the ones who love you unconditionally." She emphasized, "Carve this into your heart." Then suddenly she gripped Jin's shoulder and shouted, "And don't be sad anymore." The shout made him jump and tremble as he quickly replied, "Understood, I understand. I'm sorry, sister." Next, Luna changed to a confiding tone. "Before you were born, I lived a lonely life in this very house. I've had enough of those days. So please understand me. I don't want you to go through a life like that too." Because Luna was gripping his arm tight, Jin trembled and stammered his reply. "I know, Sister Luna." Luna happily turned around. "All right, now let's start training. Now let's start." "Jin, use your heart to feel." Jin quickly returned to his room to show off his sword. "Murakhan, what do you think?" Instead of receiving praise, Murakhan advised, "Give it back, kid. You haven't mastered shadow energy yet, you basically can't use it." Hearing this, Jin stubbornly asked back, "What?" Murakhan continued, "To use Bradamante, you must at least reach level 3 shadow power, but you're just a level 2 brat. You can't just imitate the appearance of a sword awakening." Jin looked at the sword with suspicion, and then stated firmly, "I will reach level 3 soon, and then I'll be able to use it." Hearing this, Murakhan slammed his book shut with a loud thud and roared angrily, "How arrogant! Perk up your ears and listen well, brat! Barasada and Bradamante are not swords you can use whenever you please. You must reach at least level 3 shadow power. That is the bare minimum." Murakhan spoke while roughly ruffling Jin's hair. "Use ordinary swords first. Wait until you reach level 5 shadow power before talking, understand?" Jin struggled to stand up, but he brushed Murakhan's hand away and grinned mischievously. "You know I'm not an impatient person. In short, as long as I reach level 5 this year, it'll be fine, right?" Hearing this, Murakhan was so angry that veins popped on his forehead. He grabbed Jin's head and warned through gritted teeth, Even if you won first place in a shadow power competition, controlling that power would still be utterly absurd. I'm telling you this for your own good, because it's so ridiculous that even a dog would laugh in your face. If you understand me, stop talking nonsense. Seeing the old dragon kept scolding him, Jin took advantage of his rambling to sneakily grab his book. Jin held the book up and made a motion as if to tear it, threatening, "Hey, say that one more time." "Didn't you say something?" Seeing his precious book threatened, Murakami started and swore angrily, "Damn it! Hey, put it down! I'm telling you to put it down right now!" At that moment, Gilly rushed in from outside, calling for the young master. Jin turned around. "Gilly, what is it? Did something happen?" Taking advantage of Jin's distraction, Murakami quickly snatched his comic book back. Gilly reported, "Instructor Garon is looking for you. He was supposed to come here personally, but he said he needs to review a map and discuss a strategic summary with you, so he needs you to go there." Murakami slumped to the ground, hugging his comic book and nearly crying with joy. "Oh, my precious comic." Jin listened intently to Gilly and wondered, "Strategy?" Gilly replied seriously, "Yes, Instructor Garon has assigned you your first mission after the break ends. You must depart immediately." Jin turned and scratched his head as he walked. "I see. It's about time. I'm a 3-star swordsman now, but it's a bit strange to have to leave right after the break." Gilly followed behind Jin. "I guess it's because the mission is very difficult. Usually, missions for intermediate level and above are assigned to them." Jin added, "Perhaps because my progress has been recognized, I was entrusted with this task." Jin turned back and waved confidently. "I'll go see what it's about." "Gilly, you and Murakami wait here," Gilly said softly. "Yes, young master, please go." Reaching the meeting place, Jin pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering, Jin spoke first. "Garon, I heard I've been assigned a mission." Garon, holding a strategic plan in his hand, turned around. "Greetings, young master. Besides you, 10 junior cadets have also received missions. Everyone will be divided into 2 teams for the task. This is a search mission in the area near the southern border of the Zhan Empire." "The Zhan Empire? Isn't that near the land of the Beastmen? That also seems close to the area marked as the lair of the White Wolf tribe." Jin thought to himself, junior cadets shouldn't be sent to this area. For a first mission, this is too difficult. The execution time is also shorter than usual, Jin thought while reaching out to take the map. "Young master, here is the map and details about the members." Jin held out his hand and said, "Give it to me." Everyone was surprised after looking. "Our team members are all cadets with near-intermediate scores, and then there's Bellup with his inconsistent records. Could someone have actively proposed this?" Proposed. If the report of my fight with Bellup reached Father, then this mission is likely to test me. Jin thought while clenching his fist. "Very well, Father. I will surely prove my unwavering conviction to you." 3 days later, at the southern border. The goal of this mission is to find the heir to the Jin Sunbeo kingdom. After arriving, we will set up a guard camp at the center of the southern border. Once preparations are complete, the teams will begin the search. And at a designated time each day, someone will be sent back to camp to share information. No one is to call me young master. Call me commander. The injured will stay at the camp to rest when necessary. I hope the scout leader is still alive." Bellup ran to Jin to report the situation. "Commander, Eddington discovered beastmen belonging to the Watertail tribe." Jin calmly pulled down the brim of his hat. "The Watertail tribe? They are just a peaceful tribe that avoids predators. We likely won't run into the White Wolf tribe." Jin spoke while imagining the appearance of the beastmen. Then he turned to give an order. "All right, Bellup. Since the heavy snow will slow you down, depart 2 hours early. Return to Sector 13. Bellup took the order, placing his hand on his chest. "Understood." "Commander?" Jin turned to the rest. "The rest of you, search Sector 13. Everyone replied in unison, "Understood, Commander." Then he stepped aside to observe the beastmen, thinking, "I have a bad feeling about this. Father must have assigned the mission personally, but everything is too smooth. Did I misunderstand thinking he wanted to use this to test me?" Jin pondered as he walked toward the beastmen. Seeing Jin's group approaching, they gathered around. One beastman spoke, "Everyone." Another, holding a fish, pointed at Jin and said, "He looks so poor." The one with the fish walked close to Jin and tremblingly held it up. "If you're sad, eat this. It's for you." Jin leaned toward it. "Thank you. I will repay you later." Jin continued to observe and think. Beyond Sector 13 is Beastman territory. Junior soldiers are no match for them. Jin opened the strategic map and thought, I don't need to force myself for results. I'll use the next 3 days to re-verify the searched areas. Suddenly, an urgent shout interrupted his thoughts. "Young Master!" Bellup ran over in a panic from a distance. "Young Master Jin!" Jin turned around worriedly. "What is it?" "Bellup?" Bellup's panicked answer stunned Jin. "Squad 2 has been ambushed." Hearing this, Jin immediately turned and signaled with his hand. "All units, prepare to move. Bellup, what's the situation?" Bellup answered tensely. "Squad 2 dispersed to avoid the enemy. One person escaped and reached the guard camp to report." Jin asked further, "Was it a Beastman ambush?" Bellup grimaced in fear. "No, they were ambushed by humans. It's confirmed that 3 people attacked." "Rankandel was attacked by only 3 people?" Jin replied seriously. "Impossible. I'm certain there are more of them." Then he turned and barked, "Eddington, Davy, return to the camp. No contact with the enemy is allowed. Report any situation immediately." "Understood, sir." While moving after assigning the tasks, Jin fell into thought again. The enemies here are numerous, but what is their goal? Attacking Squad 2 instead of Squad 1 where I am... I don't know who they are, but... Suddenly Jin stopped and signaled the 2 behind him to halt. They had been attacked. He continued thinking, I'm certain they will pay for touching the Rankandels. Bellup suddenly spoke up, "Young Master, there's blood." On the snow-covered ground there were footprints and dark red bloodstains. Bellup was so scared his face turned pale and he stammered, "It can't be... Mesa!" "Is Squad 2 all dead?" Jin's voice rang out to reassure him. "Calm down, Bellup. The bloodstains are very fresh." Jin carefully sat down to inspect the tracks. No signs of falling or scattered flesh. A battle took place here. Squad 2 fled. Looking at the footprints, there was only one person ambushing them. Sierra's voice rang out. "Young Master, we found a discarded bandage. It looks like Wester's." Jin looked at the blood-stained white bandage in Sierra's hand and praised, "Well done, Sierra." "Where did you find it?" Sierra replied, "To the west." Jin took the bandage and observed it, the strategic map appearing in his mind. "I see. While treating the injured after being chased, they were attacked by an ambusher and then moved west. Next, Jin pushed himself up and ordered, Sierra, go join Eddington's group and follow their command. Let's go, Bellup." Bellup took the order. Understood. Jin and Bellup continued through the snow to their destination. After settling into a hiding spot, Bellup whispered, "It's Squad 2, young master." "Yes, I know." But observing Squad 2's status, Jin concluded, "Mesa isn't here. Not only that, the number of ambushers has increased by 1. Jin pulled out a small knife and ordered Bellup, "Bellup, close your eyes for a moment. In 2 seconds, attack the one on the left." Bellup knelt and drew his sword. Understood. Jin began to execute his move. The characteristic of shadow energy that Murakami taught him is that matter enveloped in shadow energy becomes sharper and more destructive. Furthermore, it can corrode matter. Jin rushed out, pointing his knife straight at the one named Deck. A burst of power shot straight forward. One of the 2 enemies was hit by Jin's technique without even realizing it. That enemy was eliminated in an instant, leaving the members of Squad 2 utterly amazed. Immediately after, Bellup jumped out from hiding and attacked the remaining enemy who was standing dazed. "What the—" Suddenly, he looked up. He saw Bellup glaring at him from behind. Jin's sword, Bradamante, had been unsheathed. Just as the enemy focused his energy on fending off Bellup's attack, Jin rushed at him from behind and delivered a surprise blow. Fresh blood sprayed, staining the snow. Jin pinned the enemy to the ground and turned to look at everyone. Is everyone okay? Although covered in wounds, they forced themselves to speak so Jin wouldn't worry. Young master, we're fine, but they've taken Mesa away. We are very sorry. Jin replied, It's fine. Priority is treating everyone first. The enemy pinned under Jin looked at him with eyes full of resentment, but not wanting to die, he began to beg for his life. Jin looked coldly at the enemy on the ground and replied, You want me to spare you? From your perspective, you seem to be a foolish follower of Zipful. I'll give you two choices. Jin glared and pointed his sword at the Zipful follower. 1. Reveal your faction, purpose, and base, then die quickly. Or 2. Keep your mouth shut and die in agony. Just like your comrade. Judging by the expression of the follower, Jin guessed the man didn't believe his words. I will keep my promise. My name is Jin Rankandel. I swear on my honor and the honor of my family. Hearing this, the follower closed his eyes tightly and pleaded, All right, please spare my family. I belong to a revolutionary organization named Kinselo. Jin thought doubtfully. Kinselo? Jin faintly remembered something. Kinselo. He was speaking of the terrorist organization that was active during the time he died. When they killed the king of Zhan and slaughtered the citizens, the world fell into chaos. They called themselves a revolutionary organization, and what Kinselo claimed was that they wanted to make their king the ruler of the world. Jin said with indignation, You wanted to incite rebellion in the kingdom of Jin by murdering Rankandel soldiers. The follower hurriedly explained, I'm just a low-level grunt. I don't know much. I don't know where the main base is, but the branch I work for is located at the entrance to the Beastman lands. There are about 20 4-star warriors and mages. Jin frowned after hearing this. One last question. Why capture Mesa? The follower replied, It's to promote our revolution. We were ordered to capture female soldiers alive. Hearing this, Zemo cursed in anger. You filthy bastards! The follower replied, That's all I know. Jin looked coldly at him. I will keep my promise. With those words, Jin took his life with his sword. Fresh blood spread in a large pool across the ground. Jin asked how long ago Mesa had been taken. Bellup replied, An hour. Jin calculated. They must still be near the entrance to the Beastman lands. Go back to base and request reinforcements after finishing first aid. Zemo immediately expressed doubt. Forgive me, young master, but are you going alone? Those ambushers are 4-star warriors, 20 in total. He was right. Going alone was too dangerous. Young master, Scott spoke loudly. We are soldiers. Dying on the battlefield is normal. So please. Before Scott could finish, Jin replied coldly, Just as you said, Scott. But would a descendant of the Rankandel family be helpless while his soldiers are captured? I am stronger than you think. Now follow orders. Any opposition will be treated as insubordination. And Bellup, since all members of Squad 2 are injured, you are currently the strongest soldier among them. You must remain alert. Do you understand my point? Bellup replied, I will keep it in mind, young master. Then Jin set off for the rebel base. Jin imagined Mesa being tied up. Please don't let me be too late. In the dark snowstorm, Jin struggled with his calculations. The enemy has 24-star soldiers. He wiped a bead of sweat from his cheek, feeling anxious. But my swordsmanship is only around 3-star. Magic is 4-star, and shadow energy release magic is 3-star. Jin, full of thought, kept heading deep into the gloomy forest. His growth rate was good, but in his current state, he couldn't face them all at once. The top priority was rescuing Mesa. He cast wind magic, creating a blue whirlwind in his hand. I will try to avoid combat and focus on finding Mesa. Jin used a terrain scanning technique, releasing the whirlwind. It quickly covered the surroundings like a topographical net. Jin continued to manifest wind magic. If he used tracking magic here, the whirlwind he created would act like a giant serpent weaving through the canopy, rushing forward. Following the direction of the whirlwind, Jin discovered it was leading toward a clearing. He immediately rushed in that direction, as it seemed they hadn't gone far yet. As Jin was rushing forward, an arrow was suddenly fired from the right, seemingly out of nowhere. More arrows flew from that direction, but Jin quickly used wind magic to dodge. It turned out to be the Mullahs group. They rushed to attack, shouting to each other, "It's that Rankandel kid! Catch him!" At the same time, Jin used magic to draw the sword at his hip. He swung, sending several lethal waves of sword chi toward them. The sword ki sliced one of Mullis's subordinates in half. He gasped in shock. "Magic! That Rankandel knows how to use magic!" The shock didn't last long. Mullis quickly reassured his men. "Damn it! Just kill him!" Jin didn't keep his opponents waiting. He quickly unsheathed his sword. Mullis's attack was swiftly parried by Jin. Seeing his comrade in danger, the mage in the purple robe ignited a flame on his staff and shouted, "Move, Mullis!" Mullis turned and dodged to the side. The mage fired the flame at Jin, seemingly wanting to engulf him. However, as the flame approached, it turned into a rope that tightly bound Jin's arm, preventing him from moving. Seeing an opportunity to counterattack, Mullis flashed a smug smile. Before the smile could even fade, Mullis was slashed across the back by Jin's sword. Before he could understand what was happening, Jin turned his wrist and grabbed the flame. He decisively yanked the flame toward himself. Before the mage could react to the situation, he was pulled close. Relying on his will, the mage remained stubborn regardless of whether the flame was effective. He shouted, "Fine then! I'll tear you apart with ice!" An array appeared, firing countless sharp ice daggers. However, when the ice daggers hit Jin, they couldn't cause any injury. He easily swung his sword and shattered those daggers. This left the opponent utterly stunned. He screamed in disbelief, "Impossible! How can this be?" Before being cut down by Jin, he left behind a resigned sentence. "My magic." The battle finally ended. Jin thought slowly, "These Kinselo bastards." He gently sheathed his sword and continued to ponder. It seems they didn't intend to hide their tracks at all. They underestimated their opponent too much. Suddenly, he noticed some footprints and marks of something being dragged. He deduced they must be meeting others here and using a cart to move. Jin mused, "Kinselo is a hierarchical organization. They likely divide the spoils based on rank." Holding the map, he looked back at the battlefield and calculated. Since they wouldn't dare touch the rewards intended for high-level personnel, now was the only chance to save Mesa safely. Looking at the map, Jin realized he was near Beastmen territory, so their base must be nearby. With that, he made up his mind and used fire magic to burn the map. He needed to distract them to find an opportunity to rescue Mesa. The scene shifted. Jin, with a determined face, was unleashing a blazing fire. The fire, like a hungry demon, rushed out to devour and scorch the sky. Using the wind's power, Jin continued to use wind magic to help the fire spread faster in all directions. This would force them to run out and extinguish it. In the blaze, someone shouted in panic, "Fire! What happened all of a sudden?" Jin hid behind a building, quietly observing their panic. "Where did this fire come from? Put it out! Water! Get water quickly!" Suddenly, Jin noticed a man shouting loudly, "Don't you guys know how to put out a fire properly?" The shouting man had a fierce face and a large build, constantly giving orders. "Mages, use your water and ice magic!" Jin looked at the man and guessed, "Is that their leader?" Taking advantage of their panic before they could handle the situation, Jin moved. "Boss, the fire is still burning." The leader was sharp enough to realize something was wrong. "You think fire just starts naturally in this weather? Someone definitely set it. Find him quickly." At that moment, the leader didn't realize the arsonist, Jin, had approached him. The leader suddenly sensed something wrong and turned around with a shout. At his position, a blue light flashed. The subordinates below were obscured by thick smoke and didn't realize the situation. "Hurry up! Call the mages!" After defeating the leader, Jin successfully obtained the cluster of keys from his hand. "Good. Found the way in." Jin opened a door. The air inside made him feel a bit uncomfortable. It's so cold. Where could Mesa be? Suddenly, Jin's gaze shifted to a corner. There was a door leading underground. A basement? In the basement, a long, flowing head of hair could be seen. Mesa was tied up. She heard a familiar voice calling her name. "Mesa." She looked toward the voice. "Young master!" She couldn't help but worry. "Why are you here? It's very dangerous." But Jin still checked on her gently. "Don't worry about me. Can you still walk?" Mesa, while being untied by Jin, replied, "Yes, but I don't think I can run anymore." Hearing this, he said, "All right, I'll help you up." Suddenly, the area above where they stood shook violently, like an earthquake. Jin, helping Mesa up, asked in confusion, "What was due noise?" Meanwhile, Mesa looked as if she had made a decision. "Young master." She looked into his eyes and spoke. "From the bottom of your heart, can you promise me one thing?" As if understanding what she was about to say, Jin immediately interrupted. "Don't say another word, Mesa." But Mesa, with a determined face, spoke every single word. "If we ultimately fall into grave danger, please leave me behind. You are far too important. We cannot let anything happen to you." Jin, of course, would absolutely never abandon his comrade. He gently supported her. "Let's get out of here first. It's very dangerous." When the two stepped outside, the place had turned into a brutal battlefield. The ones from earlier had been defeated by someone and lay motionless on the ground. Jin couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at the wound on the shoulder of one man on the ground and recognized it as the work of a beast man from a warrior tribe. Jin and Mesa simultaneously looked in one direction. Under the flickering firelight, the shadow of a giant wolf appeared. His hand gripped a battle axe. He was a member of the White Wolf tribe, looking extremely bellicose and radiating a soaring, murderous intent. Mesa immediately instructed, "Young master, I will buy some time, so please hurry." But before she could finish, she was knocked unconscious by a light strike to the back of her neck from Jin. The White Wolf tribesman spoke in a tone full of contempt. "A bunch of useless bastards who can't even put out a fire have no reason to live anymore." Then he looked at Jin and asked, "You caused all this, didn't you, brat?" Facing his towering stature, Jin was not afraid and replied firmly, "That's right. I am the son of Siren Rankandel, Jin Rankandel." He looked at the opponent with a steady gaze. "State your name, beastman." The White Wolf tribesman gave a fierce smile, rolled his eyes, and said, "Rankandel! So you're one of the Rankandel children?" A few days before the mission in the Jin Kingdom began, at the Rankandel family estate, a scene appeared showing a young man in a white shirt with his eyes tightly closed. He held a sword, and his body was enveloped in a terrifying black aura. His name was Jin. The sword was being shrouded by that magical black aura. Suddenly Murakan appeared, kicked Jin hard in the back, and glared with immense anger. "You idiot!" Murakan was fuming and scolded loudly. "Do you want to die?" "I remember telling you," he grabbed Jin's shirt. "You're not strong enough yet, so if you release your sword, you'll just be swallowed by the shadow energy." He grabbed Jin's collar. "If you don't want to die from overusing shadow energy, don't try to awaken your sword again. Understand?" Jin, with a cold face, reluctantly replied, "Understood." The scene shifted. Jin stood proudly with a sharp gaze, clenching his fists and chanting the name Rankandel in his heart. "That's right. Today is the day I hunt the most valuable trophy." A monster roared, "My name is Kuridoka, a warrior of the Chuka clan." The White Wolf tribe is famous for being warlike and bloodthirsty. An adult White Wolf tribesman is at least a 6-star warrior. Everyone knows the White Wolf tribe hates the Rankandel family because the first patriarch of the Rankandels invited their god, the great White Wolf Harvey, and then killed him. Jin hesitated and calculated. Carrying Mesa, he absolutely could not escape from him. As Kuridoka roared in anger, "I will sacrifice you to Harvey to comfort his soul. Now make a choice. Either fight me in an honorable duel or be torn apart like a coward while running away." Jin raised his longsword and replied resolutely, "I will fight you." He was excited. "Very well. It seems you're a Rankandel who knows shame." He raised his weapon high and shouted, "Then let's have a real fight." The battle exploded. Sparks flew everywhere. a very special golden sword hilt. A blinding light flashed, and Jin's eyes opened wide. It seemed something had happened that greatly surprised him. The scene showed the battle becoming extremely fierce. Jin thought fearfully, "He really is a White Wolf tribesman. I have to use all my strength just to block his attacks." The attacks from both sides illuminated the space. It appeared this battle was extremely difficult for Jin. He thought again, "But I still have a chance to win. I have a few trump cards the opponent doesn't know about, the magic pendant and shadow energy." He thought using the pendant now wasn't worth it. A sea blue pendant lay in Jin's palm. If I cannot overcome this danger, it means I have no right to become a strong person. During the battle, a giant magic circle appeared, separating Jin and Kuridoka. He continued to calculate. Using magic was also unsuitable. Magic is ineffective against the White Wolf tribe. As walls collapsed along with Jin's continuous thoughts. If the family sends people to investigate Kinselo, the Guardians will immediately discover traces of magic. If that happens, my violation of the family taboo will be exposed. A blinding light flashed. Jin's thoughts continued. Then there is only one choice left. He thought while fighting. Shadow energy. Kuridoka continued to attack. He thought, "Release my sword." The battle raged on. Kuridoka praised sarcastically, "Good sword, brat of the Rankindel house." He continued, "It's no match for your family's famous black sword." Then Kuridoka also had to admit Jin's strength. "But you're stronger than you look." After the dust of battle came Kuridoka's hair-raising roar. Jin gritted his teeth, recalling the feeling. "Release your sword! It's over, Rankindel brat!" Kuridoka continued to scream, "Along with your white sword." Kuridoka's terrifying face appeared. "I will sacrifice you to Harvey!" Jin's gaze became extremely intense. "I must remember right now." Kuridoka's panicked look. "What? Darkness is devouring everything!" Kuridoka was in total panic. "I can't see anything." Figures fighting in the dark appeared. Jin's longsword was surrounded by black aura, along with his words. "I also didn't understand why my family was famous for their black sword. It wasn't until recently that I understood." Kuridoka was ambushed. Jin delivered a slash to him, making him terrified. What kind of thing are you?" Jin was expressionless. "A magnificent match." The forest fell into silence. The two had fought until exhausted. Jin's gaze suddenly became extremely angry. He held his longsword and rushed forward. He knelt on the ground, enveloped in a dark aura. Mocking words rang in his ears. "Useless tool. What can you do being this weak? Truly a fool. He doesn't understand his situation at all. You are a disgrace to the family. Even though we have the same mother, you are the biggest disgrace." Murakhan walked up to Jin. "What did I tell you, you bastard?" In the darkness, his figure appeared accompanied by harsh insults. "I told you, if you force the sword's release while shadow energy is insufficient, you'll pay the price, didn't I?" Murakhan thought, "Did you plan to bite the dust after the shadow energy backlash? Get up. If you lose your mind, it's over." Jin was slowly pushing himself up. Murakhan continued to use harsh words to encourage him. "Don't you already know what you should do?" Jin thought, "Release shadow energy?" He recovered his strength while telling himself, "It's being erased by the surrounding shadow energy. Therefore, I can't release the shadow energy properly. I can't let it be erased again. Try again." Jin told himself, "Calm down, one more time. One more time." Jin placed his hand on his chest, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. He wondered, did I overcome it? The pain is gone, but this actually worries me. There's nothing unusual with my body, but I feel full of shadow energy. He pushed himself up slowly. This won't affect my movements. Therefore, I must go and bring Mesa back. Suddenly, there was a strange noise. Jin blurted out, "Who's there?" Sunbeo poked his head out. With a fearful face and stammering, he said, please don't kill me." Jin asked calmly, "Oh, are you from Kinselo? It seems there are a few survivors left." Sunbeo hurriedly denied, "No, I'm not." The blonde Sunbeo fearfully raised both hands and kept explaining, "I am Sunbeo, formerly of the Nguyen family of the Jin Kingdom." Jin was very surprised. "Ah, is it you? I am Jin Rankandel. I was commissioned to find you." Sunbeo was so happy he nearly cried.
Rankandel! Oh my God, a member of the Rankandel family, I'm saved!
Jin thought to himself, because of the Kinsella matter, I completely forgot about this. Seeing him this happy makes me feel a bit guilty. Sunbeo expressed his gratitude.
I will never forget this kindness.
Jin calmly crouched down to take Mesa on his back. "It's nothing. We take money for our work. Now, let's head back," Jin asked curiously. "Now that I think about it, Sunbeo, why did the Kinsella organization kidnap you? We thought we were looking for a missing person." Sunbeo regained his composure. "I followed my lover here." Jin asked curiously, "Your lover? Did you two run away?" Sunbeo hesitated. "No. Actually," hearing the rest of Sunbeo's sentence, Jin was very surprised. "It's like this. My lover passed away 2 years ago." But from her face to her voice, even the 2 moles on her wrist, everything was exactly as when she was alive. It sounds crazy, but it's the truth. I absolutely could not have mistaken her. Jin pondered. Looking identical sounds like the work of the transformation mage, Bouvard Gaston. Jin thought, they kidnapped Sunbeo likely for money. Ultimately, what is the connection between Bouvard and Kinsella? This is the second time I've run into him. I have a bad feeling about this. Perhaps I should personally meet him to see what kind of person he really is. Ziller was deep in thought. His workshop is probably in the capital of Duke Corano's territory. I must find a chance to go there while I'm still in the intermediate class. Sunbeo was touched again, wiping his tears. "Thank you for listening to my story without thinking I'm crazy." Jin spoke up. "My family is also about to deploy reinforcements. Let's head back first." Before Jin could finish, Sunbeo misunderstood and was so touched he burst into tears. "You would do that for a nobody like me? Even mobilizing guardian knights?" Jin was speechless and thought, "It's not for you, it's for Mesa." Sunbeo sincerely expressed, "Lord Jin, I will carve this meeting into my heart for the rest of my life." Jin calmly looked at Sunbeo kneeling on the ground. "Fine," Sunbeo said enthusiastically. "If there is anything you need help with, please just say the word." Jin responded, "I'll remember that." Gilly smiled and congratulated him. "Congratulations on completing your first mission, young master. Your nanny here is very happy," Jin replied. "Thank you, Gilly." Gilly said kindly, "You must be tired. I've prepared the bathwater for you." Jin smiled and praised her. "As thoughtful as ever, Gilly." Before Jin could finish, he heard a noise behind him. He flashed a bright smile and turned around, reaching out to pat Murakan's head. "Well, look who's here. My Nabi. Have you been good while I was away?" Murakan bared his sharp teeth and bit hard into Jin's reaching hand. By reflex, Jin immediately threw Murakan away. Murakan was flattened against the wall. "You shouldn't throw animals, but Murakan is a dragon, so it's fine." While rubbing his hand, Jin asked angrily, "What kind of madness has possessed you to bite me?" Murakan was equally furious. "Have you gone crazy? Is there something wrong with your head?" Using his short legs, Murakan repeatedly punched Jin. He cursed incessantly. "I remember telling you over and over not to release your shadow energy. How many times have I warned you that you could die? This was all for your own good." Jin endured the attack while saying, "Wait, listen to me." Murakan angrily transformed into human form, grabbed Jin and shook him violently. "Listen to what? What could be more important than the life of the only contractor of Solderay?" Gilly worriedly tried to intervene. "Lord Murakan, the young master just returned." Murakan stopped and turned to Gilly with a cold face, shouting, "Step aside, Strawberry. This is a serious matter." Gilly had to back off. Yes, I understand." Jin spoke up loudly in his defense. A student was kidnapped right before my eyes. Was I supposed to just stand by and watch?
I was worried she might be in danger.
Murakami disagreed. What about the pendant? Is it just a decoration to you? Its purpose is 100 times more important than just dangling from your neck. Jin protested. That would be a waste. Who knows when I'll encounter a stronger enemy? Murakami was so angry he couldn't believe what Jin was saying. He repeated the word, waste? Gilly called out worriedly, Lord Murakami! Jin continued calmly, Is this really that shocking? Murakami couldn't take it anymore. He had to lean on Gilly, trembling with rage as he cursed, That damn brat! Then Jin asked curiously, Wait a minute, but how did you know I awakened the sword? Murakami replied, Your shadow energy increased from level 3 to a 4-star standard. I'm not blind. At this, Jin finally realized, I did feel full of vitality. It turns out I've moved up a level. Murakami warned, You should thank Saldare that you're still alive. Murakami warned Jin that out of 10 people who had experienced shadow energy overload, wait, it's 11 people now. Whatever. Out of all of them, 9 have died. Jin noticed something else. Out of the 2 survivors, one is me. Who is the other? The first patriarch? Murakami replied flatly, No, it's me. That Tamar guy is dead. Jin was very surprised. What? Then Jin waved it off. Then the 2 of us are no different. Don't worry, I don't want to experience that pain ever again. I'm going to bathe. Murakami grumbled to Gilly about Jin. That brat. Strawberry, you should starve him until he comes to his senses. Gilly didn't take Murakami's side. I'll take my leave to prepare food for the young master. Poor Murakami was left alone, muttering, Strawberry, enviable brat. In a certain room, a voice full of doubt rang out. Jin fought a White Wolf tribesman and defeated him? How could such an absurd thing happen? Another voice replied, It's naturally absurd. It must have been just some thieves pretending to be the White Wolf tribe. 2 people were sitting in chairs talking. The white-haired one didn't believe it. How could a 3-star knight who's still wet behind the ears kill a White Wolf tribesman? The black-haired one had a different thought. Actually, there is a way to do it. The black-haired one was Anne Rankandel, the 9th flag-bearer of the family. She leaned her chin on her hand and smiled, sharing her theory. The guy Jin fought might have been very weak. The white-haired person was Mew Rankandel, the 8th flag-bearer. Mew calmly crossed her arms. But the whole thing is still very illogical. What's even harder to believe is that Mother believes those explanations. Anne's gaze became sharp. Isn't that right, Haytona? Detona? Haytona stammered in fear. Of course. Detona lowered his voice to speak with Haytana. Do you think Jin really killed him? Haytana couldn't believe it either. He's a monster, but that's just too much. What Detona was worried about was something else. The issue isn't whether he killed the White Wolf tribesman, but that he's about to enter the intermediate class. Haytona agreed. That's right. The 2 imagined that prospect and were scared to death. If Jin comes to the intermediate class, we are definitely dead meat. Haytona lowered his head with a look of despair. Haytana shared the same mood. Yeah, agreed. A voice interrupted their whispering. You blockheads. Mew and Anne had turned to look at them. Mew smiled contemptuously. What are you 2 whispering about? Are you that afraid of him moving to the intermediate class? Detona and Haytona quickly denied it. Of course not, Anne mocked them. Admit it to your sisters. 1 second Anne was smiling. The next she was coldly warning them. Because what I hate most is the tongue of a liar. It just makes me want to cut that tongue right out. Haytana and Detona trembled with fear. We're very afraid of Jin, Anne said indifferently. Want us to help? The 2 asked curiously, How? Anne stated her intention. We will specifically lend you those slaves. Haytana and Detona were both surprised and overjoyed to hear that. The intermediate class of Rankandel is essentially a survival war among those who meet the standard, including a large number of ordinary students from level 3 to level 5. Among them are new recruits as well as those who have been stuck in this class for over 15 years. Mew and Anne had gathered a small group of repeat students and treated them like slaves. Anne coldly declared, "You can use them to ruin Jin. We hate him too." Anne and Mew flashed another cruel, wicked smile. "But if you don't clean up the mess properly, you'd better be prepared for the consequences." Our dear little brothers. In Jin's room, he was drying his hair after his bath, constantly calculating in his head. The first mission was a success, so joining the intermediate class is likely decided. On the other hand, my shadow energy has reached a 4-star standard. Jin set a goal. To utilize shadow energy effectively, I must reach 6-star swordsmanship within 5 years at the latest. Jin calculated. A 6-star knight means becoming an elite swordsman. From 7-star onwards, one is considered a master. But those are only special for ordinary people. 8-star and above are called transcendent. Everything completely changes. Furthermore, out of more than 2 billion people across the continents, fewer than 100 have reached level 9 or 10. And above those standards there is only one person, the demigod, the Origin Knight. Jin clenched his fist. He made a firm resolution. In this life I will reach the Origin level. No, I will go even further than that. Jin began planning for the future. Then the first obstacle to overcome is my own advancement. The Tona twins are in the intermediate class. I've already anticipated that. Although I haven't personally experienced it, once I step into the intermediate class, I will be monitored by all my siblings, not just the Tona twins. Jin looked at the food Gilly had prepared and recalled her words. "Eat plenty, young master." Jin was a bit speechless. "This is too much." Jin's eyes were full of ambition and determination. In the preparatory class, everyone was at the same level, so the atmosphere was quite friendly. But for the intermediate class, I absolutely must not be soft-hearted. In a place that only values strength and skill, there is only one thing I need to do: use my strength to dominate the intermediate class. Rosa sat in her office, intently writing something. Rosa said sternly, "Come in." Jin stepped in from outside, his face emotionless. "Mother, you sent for me?" Light from the window shone on Rosa's petite figure. Hearing him, she stopped writing. Rosa said gently, "That's right." Rosa looked at him and smiled. "I heard you completed the mission safely. The result was excellent." Jin replied, "Thank you, Mother." Rosa turned a page. "By the way, according to Peto's report," she closed the book and said sternly, "you refused my offer to change rooms." She placed both hands on the table. She said without expression, "As you know, that room is only for those capable of becoming the patriarch in the future. Since Joshua used it as a child, it has remained empty. From now on, you shall use that room." Jin held his hands behind his back and said seriously, "Thank you, Mother, but I will not accept." Rosa asked, puzzled, "Why?" Jin replied, "It may be a good room, but in the end, it is just a room. Furthermore, for me, that room seems a bit out of reach." Rosa asked, "So you really don't want it?" Jin smiled and said, "Yes, I've decided." Rosa's finger tapped rhythmically on the table. She thought for a moment. "Fine, you may leave." Jin bowed slightly. "Yes, Mother." After he stepped outside, Rosa laughed helplessly. "I really can't tell if my youngest son has no desires at all, or if his ambition is just too grand." Rosa thought to herself, "I mentioned the elder's room, the room prepared for the child who will take over the Rankandel family in the future." She imagined Jin being surrounded by countless sword points. The boy must know that the moment he steps into that room, he will receive support befitting it, but at the same time, he will become a target for the children who didn't get it. Rosa smiled, thinking, "This child must have realized I am testing him. Now, let's see how you perform in the intermediate class." Jin walked over to where his companions were standing. "Starting tomorrow, I will be in the intermediate class. In that class, there is a lot of factionalism. Jin said seriously, "You will be considered my people, and will have to endure all kinds of suffering and humiliation." Jin smiled slightly, his tone gentle. "But don't be afraid. I won't let them get away with it. When I have completely conquered the intermediate class, everything will end." Jin said sternly, "Until then, you must stick together. Even when not training, move in groups of at least 3. Avoid acting alone." Everyone shouted, "Yes!" The next day, Zed held his hands behind his back, his expression stern. "Attention! I am Zed Rankandel, elder of the family, an 8-star knight, and the younger brother of Siren." Zed Rankandel stood on the podium, his voice echoing in all directions. 10 newcomers joined us this year, and 27 interns withdrew." Jin and his teammates stood on the stage. Zed raised his voice. "Newcomers should learn from their seniors about the survival methods of intermediate students. My job is to teach and evaluate swordsmanship, except for murder. You must handle any situation or accident yourselves." Jin looked at the crowd below expressionlessly. Zed shouted, "Veterans, what have I always taught you?" The crowd below shouted in unison, "Rankandel does not need the weak." The people below all had murderous looks on their faces. "Rankandel does not need the weak! Rankandel does not need the weak!" Jin's teammates broke into a cold sweat hearing this thunderous chanting. "Rankandel does not need the weak." Jin sighed and thought, "So noisy. These words are full of malice, intended to demoralize us." Jin looked at 2 people also shouting below and thought, "The Tona brothers are over there." Jin looked at the person standing next to the Tona brothers and thought, "The guy standing next to them looks like an old student. I don't think they recruited him themselves. I wonder if they received help from Mew and Anne." He turned and stepped off the podium, telling himself, "I'm sure they want to demoralize the newcomers, but I'll show them they are wrong." He stepped down from the podium, heading step by step toward the crowd below. The Tona brothers were stunned, thinking, "What the hell? Why is that madman walking toward us? Don't be cowards. From today on, we have sisters Mew and Anne backing us up." Jin gently drew his sword, the blade flashing with a cold light. He swung his sword forcefully at Kajin, who was standing next to the Tona brothers. Kajin looked on blankly, unable to dodge Jin's attack in time. The Tona brothers were also frozen by this sight. Zed looked down sternly at the scene below. Kajin looked in horror at his severed right arm lying on the ground. Everyone around was scared to death. Kajin knelt on the ground in pain, clutching his arm. Jin sheathed his sword, thinking, someone needed to be warned. Jin looked sternly at everyone and called for a medic. He thought, "Not for me, but for you all. This is..." Detona started in terror. "Jin, have you gone crazy? Why did you suddenly swing your sword?" Jin looked down at the student he had just attacked. "Student, what is your name?" Kajin grimaced in pain. "It's Kajin Romero." Jin asked sternly, "Do you know why I cut you?" Detona angrily pointed his sword at Jin. "Hey! How dare you trick us? Draw your sword right now!" Jin looked at Detona with a dark, sharp gaze. "Brother, don't you see I'm talking to Kajin? I'll accept your challenge later." "For now, please shut your mouth!" Detona roared. "You bastard! After cutting my student, you still dare to be so arrogant?" As soon as he finished, Detona realized he had slipped up and quickly covered his mouth, his face showing clear terror. Jin smiled and repeated, "Your student?" Jin turned his head to smile at Detona. "So this friend is your man?" "Brother, I only cut him because the way he looked at me was full of murderous intent." Everyone around was silenced. They looked at Jin and the Tona brothers facing off, thinking, is this a power struggle? Zed smiled, thinking, not only did they fail to break their younger brother's morale, but they were taught a lesson instead. He looked at Kajin kneeling on the ground, clutching his arm. From the Tona brothers' words, Kajin had publicly shown he belonged to their faction. Zed looked at Jin standing proudly. He thought, so Jin's action wasn't just impulsive. It has become part of the long-standing Rankandel tradition of power struggles. The boy just did something incredibly bold. Jin took a step forward and said sternly, Listen well, students. I am Jin Rankandel. Jin looked at the crowd. You can point your swords at me like just now or ambush me, but as long as you show even a hint of hostility, I will not hesitate to cut you down as I just did. Everyone looked at Jin in fear. Zed said in a deep voice, Jin Rankandel, the 13th and youngest son of the family. Jin turned his head. Yes. Elder. A red light flashed in Zed's eyes. Do you think you can act so recklessly in front of me? Facing Zed's pressure, Jin remained calm and composed. Yes. Zed asked suspiciously, Why? To the astonished eyes of the Tona brothers, Jin said without changing his expression, Because I don't believe I was dueling the Tona brothers just now. I was dueling you, Elder. Zed's expression became terrifying. He held his hand out in front of his chest, and a golden light appeared in his palm. You dueling me? A red glow flashed in Zed's eyes. A golden longsword formed from his power appeared in midair. He radiated an incredibly powerful and terrifying aura. Zed pointed the golden sword at Jin. Interesting. Explain yourself. Based on your answer. Zed looked at Jin's serious face. He said in a deep voice, I might just cut off your head right here and now. Jin replied calmly, You chose a very special way to intimidate the students, even while I am in this class. Suddenly, the Rankandel elder clenched his fist, his face looking extremely fearsome. Jin continued, When you started threatening us, I had already thought of this. As soon as he finished, the Rankandel elder launched a strike at Jin. Fortunately, the elder's blow didn't hit him directly, but only grazed him. Jin's expression remained perfectly calm, without a hint of fear. A small cut appeared on his cheek from the aftermath of the technique. The Rankandel elder looked dissatisfied. He glared at Jin. So, because you were unhappy with me intimidating students, you caused this mess? Jin heard this and replied, That's roughly it, but I wasn't unhappy. Hearing that, the elder asked back, If that's the case, you should have swung your sword at me. Why go and injure a student? Jin replied calmly and frankly, Because I haven't beaten you yet. Mesa, standing nearby, was incredibly surprised and shocked to hear Jin answer the elder that way. Jin flashed a cunning smile and said composedly, If I knew I could win, my target wouldn't be Kajin or my brothers, but you. The golden light sword in the elder's hand gradually vanished. He replied to Jin, It seems you don't value your life much. Are you two just relying on being the patriarch's sons? Jin replied without hesitation, No. By now, the elder's expression had softened. Jin continued, I believe flinching because an opponent is strong is not the behavior of a Rankandel. Amidst the bewilderment and shock of everyone present, Jin continued, Losing one's life is just a moment, but honor is eternal, isn't it? Hearing this, the elder suddenly broke into a strange smile. He said cheerfully, How foolish! The Rankandel elder laughed loudly in front of everyone because of Jin's words. An arrogant one like you is so foolish it makes even this old man laugh. Then the elder said proudly to Jin, Fine, I yield. You truly deserve to live in the Rankandel family, the elder shouted to all the students present. Students, do not forget this day! What you witnessed today is the embodiment of the Rankandel family. What this boy showed us today is the manifestation of our family's swordsmanship followers. Then the elder, with an excited expression, shouted, Students, fight! Do not forget your nature! After saying that, the elder ordered them to dismiss. Training starts tomorrow. The students, with reluctant faces, shouted in unison, Understood, Commander! After the elder left, Detona and Haytona immediately changed their expressions, both grumbling, Damn it! Jin didn't even bother looking at them. He turned to leave directly. As your younger brother, let me give you some advice. Jin turned back to look at the two. Maybe you are afraid of your older siblings now, but will it always be like that in the future? Hearing Jin say that, Detona and Haytona couldn't say a word, only looking down at the ground. Don't just stare at what's in front of you. Being more far-sighted will benefit you. As soon as he got home, Jin placed his sword next to the black cat. The servant Gilly, seeing Jin return, stepped forward to greet him. "You're home early, young master." Jin turned to her. "Gilly." Gilly replied, "Yes, young master." Jin said something that made her expression turn to shock and confusion. "I have started a faction war with the Tona twins." Jin, with a tired face, continued, "But I think my two older sisters, Anne and Miu, are behind them, supporting them." Gilly stammered, "Those two ladies?" Jin replied, "Yeah." Jin recalled what had just happened. "I injured a student from their faction. After investigating, I discovered he apparently belongs to her." Jin thought about the panicked look on Haetana's face. Jin continued, "Yeah, it's because he let it slip. Now that the fact he belongs to their faction has been exposed, they'll be furious when they find out." Jin gave a light laugh. "First of all, Haetana's faction can't have 5-star knights because by rule, people only recruit subordinates weaker than themselves." Gilly broke into a sweat, her face looking a bit worried. "But both young ladies are already flag-bearers. There is an unwritten rule that flag-bearers only face other flag-bearers." Hearing that, Jin immediately replied, "It's fine. Actually, I'm glad they've started paying attention to me. Their interference is a big secret, but since they are both flag-bearers, they have no reason to come deal with me personally." Jin sat down in a chair and continued, "The only thing they can do is use their flag-bearer privileges to interfere with my group assignments and mission difficulty to make me more prone to injury or death." Jin continued, "However, among high-difficulty missions, there are quite a few solo ones. And in a solo mission, who can control me? This means I can go all out in those missions." Seeing Jin speak like that, Gilly seemed to think of something. She immediately walked toward Jin happily. "If so, isn't this another good opportunity?" Jin replied, "That's right." Jin smiled slightly. "I just need to thank my sisters and then boost my achievements." Suddenly, Jin picked up the black cat, startling it. "Ah!" Jin held the cat in his arms with a happy face. "I think by then, bringing a cat along probably won't be a problem." The black cat cried out in alarm. "Huh?" Jin continued, "Oh my. Murakan, I won't be taking you on missions, because I've prepared another task for you." Hearing this, the black cat reluctantly turned his head to look at Jin. "Another task? What task?" Jin replied, "I'll tell you later. So, from now until then, both of us must act discreetly." Gilly said happily, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, at Elder Zed Rankandel's place, he was instructing the students. "Next, after the 3 of you finish this afternoon's training, you will receive special training at the secret training ground reserved only for those of Rankandel blood." The elder stood with his arms crossed, standing sternly on the podium. "That is a privilege for purebloods like you. But don't expect the training to be easy, understood?" The students replied in unison, "Understood, Commander." Both brothers, Detona and Haetona, had bruised faces. The elder continued, "Our family's swordsmanship focuses on power. It is destructive and fights without hesitation. Conquer, win, possess. All these characteristics of the Rankandel family are reflected in our swordsmanship." The elder continued, "Our family's swordsmanship has no fixed patterns, though there are some unique and secret techniques that only flag-bearers are allowed to learn." Jin listened intently to the elder, thinking, "It seems my sisters are quite angry." The elder said seriously, "This kind of swordsmanship has no fixed form, whether in footwork or rules. This is the biggest difference between the Rankandel family and others." Then he looked down at the students below. "Do you know why our family's swordsmanship has no fixed form?" Hearing that, Jin immediately replied, "Because of the different physical abilities and talents that the Rankandel family possesses." Elder Zed replied, "That's right." He continued, "Being a member of the Rankandel house means you possess noble blood. You possess a body and a talent for swordsmanship far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Then he looked at Jin and continued, even if your aptitude is a bit higher or lower, you are still much stronger than average people. Suddenly the elder gave a sinister laugh. The things you've learned so far have been extremely simple and easy. Then he held up a metal sphere. Now, I will give each of you a steel sphere. Jin took the steel sphere, looking at it with a doubtful and thoughtful expression. What is this? Is there a piece of steel inside? The elder explained, it's called a resonance stone because when you strike it, it emits a clear, ringing sound. Then he picked up an iron rod and looked at the steel sphere. Now I will let you hear the 3 types of sounds the resonance stone produces. Listen carefully. Without hesitation, he immediately struck the steel sphere. The sound the sphere produced made Jin, Datona, and Haytona all clutch their heads in pain. The elder said, "The sound is very unpleasant, isn't it?" Then he took the iron rod and struck the steel sphere again. This is the second sound. To their surprise, the sound the steel sphere made this time was not ear-piercing at all, which left both Jin and Haytona amazed. The elder stood sternly before the steel sphere. As you just heard, the resonance stone will emit different sounds based on the force with which you strike it. The elder continued, if you don't strike hard enough, it will emit a very dull, low sound. If your striking force is just right, the sound will be very pleasant to the ear. Hearing this, Jin seemed to understand the issue. He thought, so that's it. This is a training exercise so that every time we strike it, it must produce a pleasant sound. In other words, this is to train power control, mental strength, and focus. Jin thought seriously. Considering the physical capabilities of a Rankandel, this is indeed a perfect training exercise, despite being quite simple. He stared at the sphere and thought further, but even so, this is just an exercise of repeatedly striking a resonance stone. As a special training session only for family members, this feels excessively safe. Suddenly, the elder gave a sinister laugh and swung his sword forcefully at the steel sphere. All right, the final sound. Hearing that, Jin was extremely curious. What is the third sound? I clearly heard a rattling sound coming from inside the resonance stone, Jin continued to think. Like a piece of steel. At that moment, the elder had swung his sword at the steel sphere. Suddenly, Jin seemed to realize something. He thought in horror, no way! Thinking of this, he hurriedly rushed toward Detna and Haytona, shouting in panic, get down! At that moment, the steel sphere began to crack. Immediately after, the steel sphere exploded directly. The destructive force was immense and thick smoke filled the air. All 3, Jin, Datona, and Haytona, were sent rolling onto the ground. Then all 3 scrambled to sit up. Datona and Haytona still didn't understand what had just happened. What was that just now? Seeing this, Elder Zed spoke up to praise Jin. Oh, the young master's intuition seems quite sharp, doesn't it? Then he looked down at the deep crater left by the explosion. If you strike the resonance stone too hard, it will explode like that. Then Elder Zed gave an excited smile. All right, you've learned everything you need to know. Begin training. The 3 of them, Jin, Datona, and Haytona, slowly stood up. Elder Zed continued, so Luna, you were the first person not to be injured in this explosion. Elder Zed stroked his chin with a stern expression. Most of your older siblings have been guided by me through simple drills like this. It's just a formality. I never expected anyone to dodge the explosion. Hearing that, Jin had a question. He raised his hand to interrupt Elder Zed. Excuse me, how did Sister Luna dodge the explosion? Hearing Jin's question, both Datona and Haytona were extremely surprised. Elder Zed lowered his head and seriously recalled the past. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed when you hear it. All of your older siblings could do it. Jin replied, it's fine, sir. Elder Zed recalled Luna's situation. At that time, Luna was standing before a steel sphere that was about to explode. To be honest, that girl Luna didn't dodge at all like you did. Your sister, just like the other children, was hit by the explosion. At that time, Luna was blown away by the blast of the steel sphere. Seeing this, Elder Zed ran over to check on Luna's condition. However, his face showed a look of surprise. What amazed Elder Zed was that Luna was completely unharmed. The little girl was still safe and sound. She wasn't injured simply because she was too strong. Back to the reality. After hearing the story about Luna from Elder Zed, all three, Jin, Detona, and Haytona, were stunned, their eyes wide open. Unbelievable! Elder Zed continued. All right, starting today, the three of you must use pure stones for practice every afternoon. Elder Zed closed his eyes, his expression extremely strict. Until you are proficient enough to hear its sound in any circumstance. Is that clear? The three replied in unison, Yes, sir. On a beautiful afternoon at Luna's room, Luna was sitting in her room leisurely reading a book. Her nanny entered carrying a tea tray. Miss Luna? Seeing the nanny, Luna looked up. Ah, Nanny, thank you. The nanny poured a cup of tea for Luna and placed it on the table. Regarding the matter you told me about last time, Luna replied. Was it about the siblings planning to assassinate Jin? Then the nanny sat down in a chair next to Luna. Yes, currently, Mew and Anne already suspect me. They also understand young Master Jin very well, so the possibility is high. Luna looked at the nanny. Their actions are a bit reckless, yet they have no clear objective. Could they be crazy enough to plan an assassination right at the storm arena? Luna picked up her teacup, looking into it thoughtfully. Anyway, they've already been banned from participating in the Rankandel succession struggle. Luna's eyes were filled with many thoughts. Moreover, if Father found out about their plan, this house would be turned upside down. Their lives would also be in danger. Seeing Luna's expression, the nanny comforted her. Do you think there's a possibility that young Master Jin lied? What if it's just a misunderstanding? Luna thought about Jin. The boy is already 10 years old, so I think both possibilities are possible. Furthermore, we've also investigated that matter for 5 years and found nothing. Luna remembered the scene where she questioned Jin. Jin had looked at her and said, I don't know, but I almost died. Luna continued, I don't think Jin was lying. At that time, the boy was very wary of me. Luna looked at her reflection in the teacup. That wasn't a baseless feeling. I think intuition told the boy. He sensed it. Hearing this, the nanny wondered, Then do we need to investigate Mew and Anne first? Luna put her teacup down on the table. Yes, please. Staying at a standstill like this also makes me worry. This gives me a bad feeling. The nanny replied, I'm the one who should be worried. I'm worried you'll be hurt by your siblings again. After hearing this, Luna looked at the nanny and smiled. That age of 13 passed long ago. You don't need to worry about me. Then Luna leaned her chin on her hand, suddenly remembering Jin's training, and asked curiously, By the way, is Jin doing well? The nanny also asked curiously, Is it about Lord Zed's training course? Luna replied, That's right. It's about time for the boy to show me the results of his eye power training. Luna closed her eyes and relaxed her body. He'll probably be injured a bit by the pure stones, but the boy will do fine. Seeing his growth makes me very happy. The next day at Jin's training ground, the 4-hour afternoon training session began. At this moment, Jin was training extremely hard. Sweat poured down his face. He was so exhausted he was breathless. Of all the training sessions I have ever experienced, this one. Jin was so tired he couldn't even lift his head. Is truly making me feel the worst. Seeing this, Elder Zed picked up a piece of paper. He sat down in front of Jin and spoke. 5-minute break. Jin sat down to rest, his sword hand shaking uncontrollably. He closed his eyes tightly. At first, I thought this was an exercise to help control power and will, but in reality, it isn't. From the start, I've had to focus all my strength just to suppress my own energy. Jin recalled the sight of Elder Zed swinging his sword at the steel sphere. to be able to destroy pure stone without needing energy, just like my uncle. I still lack fundamental strength. Jin shook violently, clenching his sword with all his might. I must train so that my own energy becomes even stronger. Jin took a deep breath to recover his stamina. I must train until I can hear the sound of the pure stone clearly and can easily destroy it. Jin sat quietly in front of Elder Zed. Don't rush. Calm down. This is just something my siblings had to do before they reached adulthood. In my past life, I surely could have done this. At that moment, Elder Zed's eyes swept across the three of them, Jin, Detona, and Haytona. He looked at Haytona. All three children were doing quite well and were gradually making progress. Haytona was arguing with Detona. You just said it cracked. Then, he looked over at Detona, who was trembling and arguing back at Haytona. Where is the crack? Next, Elder Zed continued to look at Jin, who was sitting quietly. But this child is more special than all of them. Inside, Elder Zed was extremely happy. He stroked his chin and smiled, thinking, perhaps he will break Luna's record. A while later, as it gradually grew dark, Elder Zed's voice rang out, How ridiculous! At this time, only Jin was still conscious. While Detona and Haytona had fainted and were lying on the ground, Elder Zed instructed Jin, Give this to your brothers. If they still want to faint tomorrow, they don't need to come. Jin obeyed. Understood. Then Jin left. Detona and Haytona also regained consciousness and struggled to return home. The Tona twins fainted later than I expected. Regardless, Rankandel blood is still Rankandel. Jin walked with his head held high. As the youngest... After Jin left, Elder Zed suddenly couldn't help but shout, Why is he the youngest? He showed a look of deep regret. If he had been born 10 years earlier, he could have become a genius who swallowed this entire Rankandel family whole. That damn older brother. How should I deal with this? What a shame. Elder Zed sat down powerlessly on the ground, his face full of regret. No matter how he thought about it, it was truly a shame. A real shame. 1 month later, May 1795, at the Intermediate Student Assembly Point, an executive was standing before the students. The executive held documents and spoke clearly to the students. Attention! This year's first mission for the intermediate class has been handed down. Those whose names are called, step forward. The first mission is an escort mission. The target to protect is a newcomer from the Ming-Chi Forge. The one chosen is Houston Batten. The executive continued. The third mission is a monster subjugation. The targets are the Orc tribe. The executive read the document, looking a bit stunned. The mission location is an unprotected area within the Corano territory. The one chosen is... Reading to this point, the executive was somewhat bewildered and shocked. Then he continued reading. Mesa, Belop, Schott, Taman, Kiko, Josen, Eddington, Sierra, Fans, Davy. These 10. Mesa and Bellup were extremely surprised to hear their names. After finishing, the executive rolled up the document. There are a total of 25 orcs. The executive continued. Orcs have the habit of moving in packs, so make up your minds when performing the mission. Hearing this, Mesa's expression became solemn. The executive continued. It is done. Pedo will give you more details. Dismissed. After he spoke, all the students fell into a state of panic. They looked at Mesa and Belop, whispering busily. Newcomers going to subjugate orcs? What can they do? Half of them are as good as dead. Khan and Kajin flashed contemptuous smiles as they looked at Mesa and Belop. You might as well prepare your coffins and incense now. There's still a little time before the mission. I guess a few prayers will fit in, right? That orange-haired guy also chimed in with Khan and Kajin. Or you could go beg young Master Jin, please save us, we're so scared. Hearing that, Taman said angrily, What did you say? Seeing this, Mesa calmly intervened and told Taman to leave. Taman, we are not their match yet. Besides, the mission hasn't started. Getting injured would be a nuisance. Taman was still very angry. But Mesa, those bastards even mentioned the young master. Suddenly, Mesa became furious. She looked at Taemin, glaring, and shouted, "Shut up! Stand at attention! Have you forgotten?" "This is the Rankandel family," Mesa continued. "We can only carry out the assigned mission and return after completing it." Mesa's attitude became firmer and more determined. "That is the only way we can defeat them." Just then, the two Tonas gritted their teeth. They put all their strength into a strike at the steel sphere. As the sword struck, the steel sphere exploded, creating a massive current of air. He turned pale with fear at the situation. "Ah, damn it!" A scream rang out as a large explosion followed. The object shot off like a missile, leaving only a tragic cry. "Detona!" Meanwhile, Haytona could only stand there in horror, watching. Jin was standing to the side with his eyes closed. At that moment, a broken call rang out. Jin! He coldly opened his eyes and looked in that direction. Jin only had time to raise his hand into a blocking stance, stopping an attack as fast as the previous one. Haytona looked on in terror. "Whoosh! Jin, are you okay? I didn't mean to." Jin replied with a slight look of pain. "I'm fine. Can you take that thing somewhere else?" Haytona could only say clumsily, Okay, oh, sorry." Afterward, while those two brothers were cleaning up the mess, Jin thought to himself, "It's been a month since I started training with the pure stone. Those two brothers have finally managed to make it explode. Faster than I thought. But what was it that I just felt?" he thought as he looked pensively at his hand. It was as if the direction of the iron block was being pulled. It was sucked into the arrow's flight path. Now, if that iron block flew at me again, I think I could easily avoid it. I wonder if this feeling is related to Sister Luna's training. Before I forget this feeling, let's do it again. Thinking this, Jin picked up his sword again and stood seriously before the steel sphere. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Attention! You have received a mission!" Elder Zed announced. Both Tona brothers' faces fell. "The event. It's that event." Haytona held his head and groaned in misery. "Why must it be the Vermont Empire? I feel nauseous and bored just thinking about going." Detona also sat down miserably, sulking. "I hate the event outfits. They're too tight." Elder Zed chimed in. "I feel sorry for you. Thanks to you, your other siblings don't have to dance in the banquet halls of the Empire, but—" He turned his face extremely harsh. "Even if it's an event, it's still a mission. Do you dare to complain? Try that attitude again, and I'll show you what it means to wish for death." The two brothers could only mope and reply in unison. "Jin." "Sorry, Uncle." Jin unexpectedly broke into a cold sweat and thought helplessly, "Sister Mew and Sister Anne are truly devious. To punish them for poor swordsmanship, they're making them attend a Vermont Empire event. Unbelievable." However, the elder explained further, "Because this is a major event that even the Rankandel family can hardly refuse. Strong individuals will be there for entertainment. Observe them and see if you can learn anything." Both replied in unison, "Yes." But Elder Zed continued, calling out, "And there's more! Jin!" Jin immediately replied, "Yes, Uncle." He looked down at the documents and said, "The mission assigned to you is, assassinating an important figure. The target is a plaything of the master of the Ice Palace, Talaris, one of her lovers." Jin heard this without changing his expression, while Haytona was shocked to the extreme. Elder Zed asked further, "You know about the Ice Palace and its master, don't you?" Jin replied, "Yes, Uncle." Mentioning the Ice Palace is to mention the giant tower standing tall in the western seas of the continent. The master of the Ice Palace is the owner of that place. The 51st master of the Ice Palace, Talaris, is nicknamed the Abyssal Spider. She is famous for her cruelty, willing to torture anyone who dares touch her lovers. The Ice Palace is an independent power not under the control of the Rankandel or Zipfel families. You know how strong the Ice Palace and its master are, right? Elder Zed asked again. Then he took out a file on a person. The name of the assassination target is Ankara Channel. Currently, members of the Ice Palace are acting as his guardians. He is in the lawless area of Mamet. While Jin closed his eyes in contemplation, both twins cried out in shock, "What? Mammoth?" Then both turned to whisper to each other in confusion. Datona said, "Going to a place like Mammoth is already a mission for a guardian knight." Haytona added, "Jin has talent, but this is too much, isn't it?" At this point, Jin spoke up calmly. "Uncle, I have a question. The requester of this mission is the Chandler family. So, does the Chandler family want to kill their own descendant?" Hearing that, Elder Zed replied frankly, "That's right. It seems the Chandler family has tried every way to bring him back, but failed. They believe it's better to kill him than to let him reveal family secrets. So do you think you can perform this mission?" Hearing that question, Jin coldly agreed, "I will do it." Seeing his decisiveness without a hint of hesitation, Elder Zed couldn't help but be surprised. Why? He observed Jin's composure and marveled internally. Does this kid not know about the Ice Palace and Mommet? Why did he agree immediately? I thought if he resisted, I'd tell him to go talk to the flag bearers. Thinking this, Elder Zed said nothing more, only, "Ha, fine, being decisive is good. The three of you will set off in 2 days." The two brothers were still extremely worried and stammered, "Uncle, does Jin really have to go to Mammoth?" He replied, "He wants to go, so why stop him? This afternoon's training is canceled until the mission is over. Practice will also be restricted to avoid affecting the mission." The two brothers could only reply in unison, "Yes." Jin also casually replied, "Yes, Uncle." At this moment, Haytona turned back and called, "Hey, Jin! Kid!" Jin asked in confusion, "What is it?" He stammered, then quickly said, "If necessary, and just say you are a Rankandel." Datona also chimed in, "Right, no one will dare touch you." Jin looked at their awkward behavior and said helplessly, "What are you doing? Acting like you're worried about me?" Hearing that, both of them hurriedly denied it. "No, since when do we worry about you? Right, not at all. We'll deal with you when you get back, so until then, you're forbidden from dying." Jin paid no attention, gripped his sword, and turned to walk away, saying as he went, "Wait until I return, you'll have to change your outlook." Having said that, Jin coldly swung a single strike at the iron sphere. The two brothers at this moment could only tremble and hold each other, eyes wide in horror as they watched Jin. After cutting, Jin turned back and flashed a bright smile. "Do you like your sisters more, or do you like me more?" Just then, Elder Zed Rankandel's call rang out. "Hey, Tana, Datona!" The two replied in unison, "Yes!" He looked at Jin's retreating figure and said, "It's as that kid said. Steel yourselves. Before you become strong enough, don't mess with him. If you want to live a little longer." He reminded the two with a deep, meaningful expression. Very quickly, 2 days later, a group had gathered. "Young master, are you planning to go to the lawless area of Mammoth?" Jin replied, "Yes." Then Mesa asked, "But young master, your hair color—" By now, Jin's hair color had changed. He explained, "I'll be in disguise. I cannot let it be known that I am a Rankandel." "I understand." Then he added, "My mission is different from everyone else's, so I will take a different transfer gate. I must go through official entry procedures. Your mission is suppression, right?" Mesa immediately replied, "Yes." He suddenly asked, "You all look gloomy. Why is that?" Mesa and her teammates all looked unhappy, but she denied it. "It's nothing. We just wanted to come say goodbye." "Yeah, what's with the goodbye? Act like this is the last time we'll ever see each other." Jin felt it was a bit much. He joked, "Well, if we're unlucky, a few people might die, but worrying won't change anything, right? So let's focus on the task at hand." "I will definitely return. Don't worry too much." Bellop managed to force a strained smile. "Yes, young master. Please take care of yourself." Jin patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Yeah, see you later." A moment later, Julie exclaimed, "It's really cute." Jin replied, "Right, please protect them." At this time, the black dragon Murakan also spoke up. "Don't worry, I am a teacher." Before he could finish, Jin cut in, "Don't get caught and don't attract too much attention." Murakhan gritted his teeth in anger. "Good grief. You're the one who needs to be careful, kid. Don't get nabbed and don't rely too much on that disguise and get careless. I'm off." A moment later, Jin led his horse out. Julie looked in one direction and said, "It will be very quiet since you won't be here, right?" Jin said, "Just think of it as a break, Julie. I'll bring back gifts." She immediately clasped her hands, her face full of worry. "But regarding the mission to assassinate the Ice Palace Master's lover, I'm still very worried. I know you're not an ordinary intermediate student, but Mamet is still an extremely dangerous place. Please be extremely careful on the way." As Jin got on his horse, he replied, "Understood. I will return." He affirmed firmly and left with a bright smile. The scene shifts to the lawless area of Mamet, a gathering place for the lowest criminals. At this time, a large man carrying a weapon walked through the door and shouted, "Hey, you bastards! I just got here. Why is no one coming out to greet me?" Someone inside immediately replied, "Heh, heh, heh, who's this? Is it Sun? You ran back already?" The man named Sun stepped into the tavern area and replied proudly, "That's right, I'm back. This place is truly a sanctuary for lawless criminals. I heard this place is deeply influenced by some terrifying figures." Suddenly, the criminals seemed to sense something and turned toward the door at the same time. At this moment, Jin appeared, his gaze cold, his expression murderous, and his whole body radiating an aura that warned others not to approach. The people inside were surprised. "Huh? A newcomer? For real?" Jin paid no attention. He flicked a coin out and said, "A glass of cold water and a simple meal." Whispers broke out. "Look at this guy." The tavern owner said nothing, only nimbly catching the coin. By now, Jin had sat down at a table. The guy named Sun walked over, patted his shoulder, and probed, "Newcomer, you've got a big mouth. Who are you, a runaway 9-star knight?" Seeing that he had no intention of answering, the guy leaned in close, widening his eyes and baring his teeth threateningly. "Hey, newcomer, shouldn't you learn our rules first when you arrive? Now kneel down obediently and lick my toes." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp blade was instantly held under his chin. A streak of blood splashed onto the table. Before the guy could fully collapse, Jin slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and questioned coldly, "Owner, how much longer are you going to keep me waiting?" The faces of everyone present were filled with horror and shock. Then a commotion broke out. "Ah, ha, ha, ha! Good death, good death! I knew this day would come!" The crowd happily raised their glasses and cheered. Jin looked at this scene, only pursing his lips and frowning, thinking to himself, "Just as Master said, this place is full of lunatics. To be accepted by these criminals, one must show strength and guts." He raised the blood-stained short sword and said, "Master, whether in the past life or this life, you have helped me a lot. I will remember this favor. I hope one day I can repay it." A moment later, a glass of water and a plate of cakes were brought out. The owner said carefully, "I didn't put poison in it." Jin replied, "Poisoning is forbidden here. At least I know that much." Seeing Jin's broad knowledge, the owner asked another question. "You're young, but you know quite a bit. Do you have family here?" Jin took out a gold coin and placed it on the table, saying, "None of your business." The owner took the gold coin and got straight to the point. "So what do you want? Opium? I have some good stuff here. It's been selling well lately. Or are you looking for someone?" Jin replied to the latter while eating, "Is there anyone here named Hister?" The image of a young woman with long red hair appeared in his mind. The owner closed his eyes and shook his head. "No, I'm certain of that." Jin then said, "I see. In that case, can you recommend a few places to stay overnight, preferably somewhere without many bugs?" He quickly gave a suggestion. "There's a place that fits your criteria. In the west of the city, there's an inn called the Moonwell. It's where the king of Mamet stays, so you don't need to cause trouble like just now there." Afterward, the time changed to evening. At the Moonwell Inn in the western district of Mamet, Jin had also arrived. He calculated silently. Ankara Chandler is the useless son of a count. He grew up in luxury and doesn't know what hardship is. He frantically pursues pleasure and fun. He has nothing except his bloodline and his face. He's a scoundrel who bows to the strong and tramples the weak. The reason he stays in this dangerous city is to attract the attention of the Ice Palace Master, who is currently preoccupied with a new lover. This is the inn where he stays. The owner just said Mahmet has a new kind of opium. He's surely smoking it in his room. Since he is one of the Ice Palace Master's lovers, there must be guardians nearby. At this point, he slowly walked up the inn stairs. I should start by grasping the situation in the room first. By now, Jin had gone inside the inn. Inside, someone was gritting their teeth and questioning, "Why? Why did you say it can't be done? I didn't see you have any problems when you got it for me yesterday." Jin stopped and looked at the scene before him, exclaiming, "Today is surely my lucky day. Who would have thought I'd run into him immediately?" At this time, the guardian said, "We cannot let you continue like this anymore." But Ankara Chandler was still very dissatisfied. "Damn it, please, I'm begging you, I can't survive an hour without that stuff." Facing his arrogant attitude, the guardian could only say helplessly, "No is no. Young master, you should also remember that our mission is to protect you, not to indulge your whims." But Ankara Chandler pointed at the guardian and screamed with wide eyes, "Shut up! I don't want to hear it anymore. Don't say another word. If you don't give me that stuff right now, I have my own ways. You bastards! I'll remember your faces. Once my lover returns, you're dead meat." The guardian could only sigh. The guy found another excuse to cause trouble. "How dare you sigh in front of me?" The guardian ignored him and looked back, exchanging glances with another guardian. "You filthy bastards! In the Chandler family, I am Ankara Chandler!" He was still cursing when his chest took a punch so painful his features twisted. "Tisk! How much longer do we have to protect this piece of trash? I really hope he smokes himself to death already." The guardians felt very bothered by this addict and began to complain. "Why does that great one keep this lowly thing alive?" The other reminded, "Silence. Our job is to follow orders. Acting on emotion is unacceptable." Jin watched them go up the stairs and began analyzing again. His guardians looked to be at least level 6 swordsmen. Killing Ankara himself is as easy as turning over a hand. The problem is what happens afterward. I have to find a way to lure him out and then escape safely from his guardians. In Mahmet, using poison is taboo. If I use poison to assassinate him, all of Mahmet will turn against me, but his guardians are a major obstacle to me killing him. How can I secretly kill Ankara right in the moonwell? Jin had a pensive face as he analyzed. Suddenly, he clapped at his hands loudly, having made up his mind. "All right, let's go with that." A look of excitement appeared on his face. Then morning came. Outside, a voice came through. "How many guardians does he have?" An attendant immediately replied, "6, miss." The young lady heard this and closed the file in her hand. She said happily, "Sorry. Everyone has to work hard just because of one bastard who doesn't know his place." The two subordinates replied happily, "But everything will end today, won't it? Since the young lady came here personally, it's more convenient for us to act." The young lady said, "I suppose so. Someone like him can be killed whenever. You said he's at the moonwell, right? Hurry up. Good news should be delivered early, shouldn't it?" The two replied, "Yes, miss." The scene shifts to another place. At this time, countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky. Then the lightning began to converge and strike the space below. The area below took quite a shock. Everyone was dizzy and lightheaded, barely managing to stay upright. At this time, the two subordinates spoke up. "Miss, that's the direction of the moonwell being hit by a strong shock." The young lady couldn't hold back a curse. "What the hell is this? It seems we chose the wrong day," she muttered as she tried to withstand that surge of power. Returning to Jin's side at this time, Jin walked up the stairs and began calculating. "I'll use magic to attack the moonwell inn right from inside the room. I've only reached level 4, but if I channel more spiritual energy, I can create a destructive force equal to level 6. Those spells will make them mistake the caster for a level 6 mage. Who would suspect a 15-year-old kid is a level 6 mage? No one. Not even Baradin Zipfel, who just reached level 6. Thanks to the nature of spiritual energy, there will be no traces to prove I was the caster. No one will be able to suspect me. At this point, Jin took off his cloak. He changed his appearance a bit to make it look like the attack came from the outside. Summoning lightning is probably the most suitable spell. A pitch-black aura appeared under Jin's feet. After releasing his spiritual energy, that black aura began to surge more violently according to Jin's power. Before long, Jin was completely submerged in the shadow of that aura. Bolts of electricity also appeared crackling in his hands. I really have come up with a terrifying plan. His state became a bit frenzied. The lightning continuously expanded, gradually converging into a massive and powerful torrent of thunder and lightning. Jin's face appeared amidst that torrent of lightning. Summoning lightning! It turned out this was the shock caused by Jin. The group of the young lady was enduring this powerful attack below. The young lady was excited. What is this? It seems we really chose the wrong day. This young lady's name is Sirius Sendoma, captain of the 7th Sword of the Ice Palace and daughter of the Ice Palace Master. Jin's lightning power grew increasingly mighty. It struck down, making the vision blurry. At this moment, the two subordinates behind speculated, "It seems someone at the Moonwell has provoked a high-level mage." Siri Sendoma agreed in alarm. "It appears so, but it could also be an attack aimed at the Ice Palace." Suddenly, Siri Sendoma turned and said, "There are 6 of our people in the inn, not to mention my mother's lover, Ankara, is also there." After saying that, she ran off, urging as she went, "Let's go. We don't care whether that Ankara lives or dies. Prioritize handling the situation for our people first." The two following behind replied, "Understood, my lady." While running, they saw lightning flickering intermittently beneath the black clouds ahead. The next second, lightning struck down. The houses ahead were blown apart and everything was tossed into the air. Several people ran from the ruins, not forgetting to curse. "Damn it! Which piece of trash did this?" "Hey, you bastard! Didn't you say you killed a Zipfel mage before? What if they've come for revenge?" "I made that up." At that moment, the two subordinates shouted, "Damn it!" and rushed forward. Sirius Sendoma hurriedly chased after them to stop them. "Wait! You two!" But then a flash of light appeared in front of them, blocking their path. A massive sphere of lightning never seen before appeared again. It struck downward, causing everything to explode once more. Witnessing this, the two couldn't help but exclaim, "What is happening?" Siri Sendoma was also completely bewildered. "With a shock this strong, it must be the final blow." The other two added, "We think so too, my lady." At this time, Siri Sendoma looked at the massive smoking ruins and prayed, "I hope everyone is safe." A hand was placed on the ruined wall. Jin was also in the crowd, struggling to crawl out of the ruins he created. Perhaps because the final lightning strike mixed all of my spiritual energy, it nearly reached the level 7 threshold. Luckily, thanks to the necklace, I narrowly avoided a fatal injury. It seems the Ice Palace guards are still alive, but what about Ankara? If he's alive, that will be a good opportunity for me. Suddenly a shadow loomed over him. Siri leaned down close to Jin and asked, "There are people my age in Mamit too? Are you all right? It turns out you were caught in this attack too." He pretended to be in a daze, looking up at her in surprise. Next, Siri didn't wait for him to answer. She turned and said, "Hurry and leave this place. Get up." The two subordinates stepped forward to report. "My lady, our people are over there. They are injured but still alive." Siri said happily, "That's good. Gather everyone outside. If they are still protecting Ankara, order them to finish him off." The other immediately replied, "Understood, my lady." But she reminded them, the attacks were all very similar. They were definitely done by the same person. If you find any mage, tie them up immediately. The two replied again, Understood, my lady. At this moment, Jin was still acting surprised, but secretly analyzing. Siri, isn't she the daughter of the Ice Palace Master? Based on their conversation, it seems she came to take care of Ankara. His death is already decided. I don't need to go confirm his status anymore. The problem lies in what happens next. If she remembers my face, it will be very troublesome. I must disguise myself as thoroughly as possible and escape amidst the chaos. As he thought, he ruffled his hair and bowed his head to reduce the chance of being identified. Just then, a guard suddenly arrived to report, "Forgive me, my lady. Ankara died in the attack. This subordinate failed in his duty to escort him." After hearing this, Siri said nonchalantly, "Really? That's good news. I came here precisely to release you all from that mission. Having to watch that idiot for so long, you've worked hard." Her words were addressed to Ankara's guards. He could only reply, "My lady." Next, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and jumped high. Siri raised her sword before everyone and announced loudly, "The Ice Palace will temporarily requisition this inn. I am Siri Sendoma, daughter of the Ice Palace Master, Talaris, and captain of the 7th Sword of the Ice Palace. Anyone who opposes will be considered an enemy of the Ice Palace." These arrogant words made many feel resentful. Then they all felt it was unbelievable, pointing at her and retorting, "Don't make me laugh. Even if you are the daughter of the Ice Palace Master, so what? This is Mamit. Does the Ice Palace dare to bypass the kings of this city to take over the scene? You are overstepping your authority. Not to mention, it's highly likely we were attacked because of the Ice Palace." These rebuttals caused Siri to purse her lips with a darkened expression. The next second, Siri swung her sword in a cold, decisive arc across the necks of those men. Then, she held up the sword smelling of fresh blood and said, "I've made it very clear. Anyone who opposes will become an enemy of the Ice Palace. You kings of Mammoth. Did you think playing emperor in this den of thieves meant you could look down on the Ice Palace? If this attack was truly aimed at the Ice Palace, we will compensate you fairly. But if that mage's target was one of you and the Ice Palace was just innocently caught in the trouble, how will you settle that?" The remaining people heard these threats. Though they were furious inside, they could only grit their teeth and endure. "The matter ends here." Siri immediately turned back and glanced at them with a cold face. "I think that's fair enough for the Ice Palace to requisition this inn, right?" Someone in the crowd reluctantly agreed, Fine, we'll do as you say. We're in the same boat anyway. We must find and kill the mage who launched this attack." "I think so too," Siri said. "Now find that mage among the survivors. None of my people are mages. It's no surprise. It's likely one of you swindlers. Caused trouble somewhere and provoked a mastermind. So don't make any more pointless resistance. And you!" At this point, Siri's hand was placed on the ruined wall. "Why are you so slow? Didn't you hear me tell you to get out?" By now, Jin had smeared some dust on his face to hide his identity. He smiled foolishly and stammered in reply, I'm a bit scared, and my left leg is injured. Sorry." Seeing his behavior, Siri took out a vial and remarked casually, "Ah ha ha. You're a man, yet you're so cowardly. But you look like quite a cute swordsman. Come on, pull up your pant leg. You're truly lucky. Surviving the attack and having the great Siri personally apply medicine for you. Feel honored." Siri, regardless of her status, sat down to apply medicine to Jin's wound. He spoke up in response. "How should I repay this kindness?" She only looked up and narrowed her eyes with a smile. "No need. How could someone like you possibly repay the great Siri? Just consider it a nice memory. It's enough if Jin bows toward the Ice Palace once in a while." Then Siri stood up and turned to leave, but didn't forget to wave goodbye. "Goodbye!" Jin, with his dirty face, also waved and smiled back. But as soon as the group was far away, he quickly lowered his hand and restored his usual coldness. Mission accomplished. The scene shifts to another place. At this moment, an attack has just been launched. A knight is slaying monsters. The monster stares in pain with its mouth agape. Then the massive corpse crashes to the ground, causing a significant tremor. A voice rings out. 18! The knight who just finished the kill steps onto the monster's corpse. He says happily, I think all of us can return alive. Two people high-five excitedly. Let's go back together, and then trample on the pride of those bastards who dared mock us. Suddenly, a voice echoes back. Taemin, shot! Don't get careless. There are still 7 monsters left. Mesa reminded them sternly. They immediately replied, Yes, I know, Mesa. The orcs always act in squads, but now they are wandering alone, making them quite easy to eliminate. Perhaps the gods are protecting us, or young Master Jin has received divine protection. That source of positive energy also spread to the others. Mesa simply frowned in thought. Then she continued assigning tasks. Now quickly continue the search. Stay on high alert until the final moment. Be careful. Just then the nearby bushes suddenly made a sound. Next, Murakan's black head in his cat form poked out from the bushes. He turned and walked away dejectedly. So they think there are 7 left? Huh. If they catch the rest, I can go home too. A few days before Jin's squad received the mission, a group of orcs were huddling together. A voice rang out. Are you all here? Listen well, you damn orcs. From today onward, make sure you always act alone. The black dragon stood there warning them. His expression was terrifying. If you lot don't listen or gather in groups of 2 or more, I'll send you all on your way. Got it? If you understand, then get lost. After hearing this, the orcs could only scatter and go their separate ways. Back to the present, the black dragon muttered and complained as he walked. That kid is always making me do troublesome things. What of a 1,000-year contract? What of it? Suddenly, a loud roar rang out, causing the perched birds to fly away in terror. The center of the universe, my foot! A moment later, the cat was hiding on a tree branch, looking down at Jin's squad and thinking, Sigh, after going back, I must make the kid buy me new comic books. In this body. But this is all I can do. He lay down and couldn't hold back a sigh. Then again, completing the mission without any sacrifices. Suddenly, a heavy footstep stepped down, creating a violent tremor. The black dragon quickly shifted into a state of alertness. He released black aura to sense the surroundings. What is this energy? It's heading this way. At that moment, within the hazy smoke, a massive black shadow appeared. Looks like a tough one. The black dragon, who had now transformed back into human form, was still silently observing. Damn it, where did these guys crawl out from? I didn't think they would just head back like that. Fortunately, they are only at the level 3 stage. If it were Jin... In his hand, he summoned a surge of power, preparing to fight. The kid will definitely sense my barrier immediately. At that moment, he threw the surge of power downward. Black aura gushed out. The power grew increasingly mighty. The violent collision created a space of darkness. At this time, Belop, who was resting, also felt that something was wrong. He looked up at the sky and speculated, The sky seems darker than before. Is it going to rain? Outside, that dark shadow drew closer, clutching a giant spear in its hand. Suddenly, a crimson eye lit up brilliantly. Then the black dragon revealed its true form with a majestic posture and a deep voice questioning, You lot are truly bold. Murakan floated in midair. Facing the newly appeared giant creature, Murakan spoke again, daring to use power without my permission. Suddenly, the black dragon seemed to realize something. Not a living creature, but an ancient relic, a grave-guarding giant. At this moment, before Murakan was a headless stone statue, yet its hands gripped a weapon. The black dragon analyzed seriously. I'm certain our dragon race wiped them out 2,000 years ago. Furthermore, why are these giants who guard the tombs of fallen gods here? Whatever the reason, this reunion isn't pleasant at all. At that moment, Murakan spat out a black orb surrounded by dark energy. I'll end this in one blow. As soon as the black dragon finished speaking, the black orb released a surge of power. That power cascaded down upon the giant below. The giant's single eye flashed, letting out an indescribable cry. Space became blurred by the violent shock. A sharp flash of light flickered in the dark night. After the world spun for a while, the scenery finally became clear again. Only the silhouette of the black dragon and fragments floating in midair remained. Immediately after, the black dragon landed on the ground and transformed back into human form. Murakan massaged the muscles on his arm while exclaiming, "Phew! Is it because I haven't fought in so long? My body is aching like this. A grave-guarding giant couldn't just appear naturally. No matter how I think about it, this must be related to the Zipfel family. What on earth is happening to this world? It's best I keep this a secret from the kid. If anything happens, I can still protect him fully. If that kid can maintain his current growth rate for another 10 years, he'll be strong enough to face the Zipfel family." Following the Black Dragon's train of thought, an image of Jin as an adult appeared in his mind. The scene shifted to a different space, inside a room with several people. At that moment, someone pushed the door open and entered. It was a stout man wearing glasses who reported immediately, "Sir Viskin, something has happened. My masterpiece, the grave-guarding giant." The newcomer was the transformation mage, Bouveros Gaston, leader of the terrorist organization Kensilo. Viskin Livy closed the door and replied, "I heard. The children were attacked by the grave-guarding giant in the middle of the night." Bouveros Gaston clutched his head and groaned. "That's right. Which bastard dared to destroy my masterpiece?" Viskin stepped forward to reassure Bouveros. "That doesn't matter now. The one who defeated the giant was a dragon, specifically a black dragon. I personally went to the scene to confirm." Hearing this, Bouveros Gaston frowned in complete bewilderment. "A dragon? You mean the dragon race has noticed our actions?" "I'm not sure, but I think this is a warning from them. For now, keep an eye on the surroundings. I'll send a few capable subordinates over." Viskin, with a cold face, made a decision. "I need to arrange a meeting with the Zipfel family soon." The scene switched to the Rankandel elder. He stood with his hands on his hips, laughing with great pride. "Very good. Everyone has completed their missions excellently and returned safely from Mammoth. Those flag-bearers who assigned your missions this time must be lose-face. They must be furious right now." Jin stood below and replied, "Thank you, Uncle." Next, the elder reminded them, "All right. All troops dismissed!" Everyone below shouted in unison, "Understood, Commander!" Later, when meeting with the squad, everyone happily surrounded Jin, asking, "Young master, it's so good that you're all right." Jin also replied happily, Everyone did a great job." At this moment, May stood to one side, observing and speaking up. "Has everyone heard the news? I don't know how it happened, just sheer luck, but on that very day, a mage carried out a terrorist attack right at the target's inn." A teammate nearby heard this and said enviously, "Damn it, young Master Jin's luck is truly heaven-defying." Mon also expressed deep agreement. "Life is truly unfair. He's not only a member of the Rankandel house, but also has heaven-defying luck. There are people who, no matter how hard they try, can't surpass the level of an intermediate student. I don't know the strength of those others, but young Master Jin only barely reached level 4, and isn't his new team also just level 3? Hey, Kajin, are we just going to let this go?" Kajin heard the question, stayed silent for a moment, then replied coldly, "What else can we do? Even if he's the youngest master who is looked down upon, he still carries the pure blood of the Rankandel house. May until Lady Anne gives a direct order, we must not act." Suddenly, Kajin stopped and looked in one direction. Jin had appeared before them at some unknown time. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. Huh? Did he hear everything? No way, from such a distance. Those others were whispering nervously. Suddenly, Jin flashed a faint smile and said, "Unfortunately, I heard everything." "My dear friends!" Those two who had just been gossiping enviously were instantly stunned. At this point, Jin spoke up and asked, "Kajin Romero, is your right hand okay?" Kajin remained seated, his sharp eyes hidden in the shadows as he replied, "It's fine. The medical staff said reattaching it wasn't hard. Your strikes are very decisive and clean." Jin said nonchalantly. Is that so? However, you seem to be discussing a very interesting topic. Kajin replied sarcastically. Yes, lowly people like us facing young Master Jin here. At most, we only dare to badmouth you behind your back. I hope your lordship is generous enough to be tolerant. But Jin kept an expressionless face. Whether I forgive you or not isn't important, right? Anyway, I'm not a flag bearer yet. Come to think of it, what do my affairs have to do with you? Kajin unceremoniously retorted loudly. Exactly! Aren't you the type of big figure who could have people like us dragged out for a beating with just one word? Jin asked back, Why would I do that? Kajin sneered and said in a low voice, Because I'm acting quite impolite right now, perhaps? True, it is a bit of an eyesore. At this point, Mei tried to intervene. Hey, Kajin, what are you doing? But Kajin began to stand up. Oh, is that so? Then his expression became serious. From my perspective, the fact that the young master completed the mission based only on luck, yet received everyone's recognition makes me extremely uncomfortable. Kajin stood tall and replied arrogantly. It seems there's a misunderstanding here. I said you were an eyesore not because you mocked me, nor because you were impolite to me. Before the opponent could reply, he placed his hand on the sword hilt and continued. Kajin Romero, a level 5 knight. Your technique far surpasses other intermediate students. Your strength is likely even above mine. So why do you only dare to hide behind others and badmouth them? After speaking, Jin decisively drew his sword as a challenge. I recall saying you could challenge me at any time. Jin's sword point was now aimed directly at Kajin. He asked back, Really? Is that okay? Jin immediately affirmed, Yes, draw your sword. You have no reason to hold back against me. Let's have a proper match. At this moment, Kajin's face and eyes were filled with murderous intent. It sounds like you mean there's no need to restrict aura anymore? Jin said confidently. Exactly. Kajin also drew his sword and warned, You'll regret this. Immediately after, he could no longer restrain himself. He lunged forward fiercely, swinging his sword down. Jin also quickly raised his sword to block. He thought while fighting, his attacks are indeed very strong, but compared to those I must face in the future... This is nothing. Kajin was now putting all his effort into his swordsmanship, his face contorted with frenzy. Jin remained confident, analyzing the situation and blocking those fatal strikes. At this point, Jin seemed to be at a disadvantage, being pushed back repeatedly. Kajin's arrogant voice rang out. Have you seen reality clearly yet, young master? Compared to me, you're still far behind. He frantically swung his sword down as if wanting to split Jin in half. Jin gritted his teeth and raised his sword to block this strike. But just as Jin was focusing on the sword path, another force lunged straight at his chest. It was Kajin's kick. Jin was kicked back. Before he could stop, an arc-shaped sword energy slashed toward him. Jin looked ahead with a solemn face. I can see it! He cheered inwardly. Jin leaned back, dodging that fatal sword strike. Just like that day when he was attacked by Haytona's iron sphere, he could now see the trajectory of Kajin's attacks. At this moment, a few strands of hair on his forehead were cut by the sword energy. Looking at Kajin's continuous sword strikes, he began to analyze again. Sword moves that can tear through space are countless, but the number of moves a level 5 knight can perform is only a handful, especially in his state, where anger has blinded him. Regaining his composure, Jin began to seriously focus his strength to withstand the attacks. Kajin's face was distorted with rage, gritting his teeth like a madman. When the two swords collided head-on, Jin calculated silently, I can end this in 3 moves. Then he said sternly and confidently, Every move and action of yours is within the palm of my hand. You cannot defeat me. Hearing this, Kajin became even more furious and mocked. Are you still only capable of saying those empty words, young master? Then he went wild. He used all his strength to lunge forward and attack, while Jin calmly calculated every step. First, a slash from the left. Then, after a sudden head sweep, he spun his sword hand and retreated to dodge. At this moment, Kajin, who was attacking frantically, suddenly stiffened for a moment as if sensing something. His final blow. Jin thought to himself as his blade began to radiate a surge of power, a level of aura that a 4-star knight couldn't even dream of blocking. Jin unleashed a strike. Kajin was instantly sent flying backward by the shock. The sword in his hand was knocked away, spinning in mid-air amidst dust and debris. Kajin's body fell stubbornly to the ground. More than pain, his face showed clear, unbelievable horror. He blurted out, "How is this possible? That move just now was definitely—" At this moment, Jin walked closer, pointed the tip of his sword at him, and spoke. "Now I understand how many years of power it takes to reach the 5-star level." Jin stood there arrogantly and declared. At this moment, Jin's face began to darken. Cold sweat poured down, and he said dissatisfiedly, "You lied to me, didn't you? I had no idea you had reached 5-star level." Jin immediately interrupted. "No, I never play those games. It's just that you don't know me well enough. I never fight battles I'm not certain to win." Jin spoke confidently while sheathing his sword. Suddenly, the Tona brothers rushed over and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" Seeing the scene before them, both were stunned. Seeing Jin standing while Kajin sat pathetically on the ground with a dark expression, they exclaimed in disbelief, "What? How is it possible? The youngest beat Kajin?" Jin just walked past. He nonchalantly dropped a comment. "He's just average." The two brothers still turned their heads in a daze to look after him. That's right. The scene shifted to another location. At this moment, a questioning voice rang out again. "You say you were crushed by the youngest? Do you think we'll believe that?" Kajin stood there and reported, "I am deeply ashamed." The person sitting in the chair asked back, "Is it because he's a member of the Rankandel family that you took a bribe or held back?" Kajin immediately affirmed, "Absolutely not, my lady." Mew continued to probe. "Then what on earth happened? Are you telling me a kid who just turned 15 reached 5-star in such a short time?" Kajin denied it again. "Not just me. Everyone at the training ground at that time saw it with their own eyes. That aura was indeed at a level above 5-star. After hearing this, she looked very disappointed. "Ha, never mind. Relying on trash like you was my mistake. Get out!" Kajin could only stand there, bowing his head to accept the punishment. After he left, the other two in the room fell into silence. At this moment, Anne looked up and asked, "Is the youngest threatening us?" Mew immediately retorted, "Not just us, he's threatening the entire clan. In the youngest's next mission, we must plant one of our own people. It must be a place where it's easy to go, but hard to return." A visibly sinister look appeared on her face. "So that he can only return as a corpse?" The scene shifted back to the room. Julie brought in some items and said, "Young master, the sword training area is very lively right now. Everyone is amazed by your achievement." Jin looked down through the window. He replied, "Is that so? The first patriarch, your father, and Lady Luna. In the history of the Rankandel family, only those 3 became 5-star knights by the age of 15. Speaking of which, 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and also 5-star shadow power. I didn't even think I could reach 5-star swordsmanship. I just trained with the origin stone as usual and naturally achieved it." Jin leaned against the window, looking out and thinking, "It seems the 3 types of power I possess, shadow power, magic, and aura, if even one becomes stronger, the other 2 will also be affected. Previously, when I overloaded my shadow power, it also cleared the pathways for aura and mana. Since I am the only one who possesses all 3 powers simultaneously, there are no documents to look up, but there must be some connection between them." Suddenly, he turned around in surprise, seeing the flower pot on the windowsill. He asked, "Julie, did you put these flowers here?" "Yes, because the vase was empty when you left. I added some flowers. Should I throw them away?" "No. There is no magic or curse on them. It's fine." Jin hurriedly stopped her. Hearing this, Julie replied, I understand. He continued, Anyway, when the news that I became a 5-star knight at 15 spreads, my brothers will be unable to sit still. Jin sat down with a serious face. Including brother Joshua, the one nominated as the next patriarch, Joshua Rankandel. Since Lady Luna Rankandel gave up her status as the first flag-bearer, as the second flag-bearer of the House of Rankandel, he has become the #1 candidate for the next patriarch position. Under the support of his mother, Lady Rosa Rankandel, his current status is extremely solid. Murakan was still sprawled on the table. He munched on pastries while listening to Jin's analysis. Although hiding my current strength would also be good, I believe showcasing my achievements will be more beneficial. Since the news of me becoming a 5-star knight has been leaked, my story will surely spread throughout the Rankandel clan and even into the world's newspapers. After hearing this, the Black Dragon licked his claws and said nonchalantly, Oh my, look at our kid being all full of himself. But I'll bet that once you become the center of attention, your older brothers will have to be much more wary of you. Jin nodded in agreement without hesitation. That's right. More importantly, Father will personally come to the Sword Pavilion. Julie and the Black Dragon were both stunned upon hearing this, their faces full of shock. Father wants to find a successor who can replace Joshua, but except for Sister Luna, he isn't satisfied with any of the other siblings. However, Sister Luna, the only one Father is interested in, doesn't care about the position of patriarch, so Father believes she is unfit to lead the clan. After that, Joshua's position as the next patriarch was established. Brother Depose, Sister Jantia, and Sister Mary became reserve heirs. This order of succession was extremely stable, but since I appeared, everything has changed. At this moment, Jin was still calculating in his head. Father doesn't care about age. He will give everyone a chance. Therefore, he will give me an order just like when I was in the reserve ranks. Father's order surely contains 2 layers of meaning. First, it's a test to see if I can overcome the massive gap between myself and my siblings, those other succession candidates. Second, it's protection. Father doesn't want me to die at the hands of my siblings before I can even accept the challenge. That's because I am an exception. At this moment, Julie also spoke up. If your story is published in the newspapers, you will receive countless requests for visits from families and organizations all over the world. Jin replied, You're right. To deal with all those people at once, there's no better way than to hold a banquet. Let's host a banquet for the occasion of Father's visit here. Julie, go and prepare. After speaking, he pointed toward the Black Dragon. A reminder? You must watch Murakan very closely. If he sneaks into the banquet in human form, we're finished. Do you understand? Hearing this, Murakan was startled. Huh? Then he jumped up and shouted, Hey! Do you think I'm a child? I know that— Julie quickly cut off Murakan's words. I will follow your instructions, young master. Murakan groaned. Where are the pies? A few days later. Julie was arranging flowers and said happily, It seems the butlers have been very busy lately answering all kinds of official letters. Young master, when I asked Pedro, he said even the Belmont royal family sent a letter. Jin replied, The Empire's royal family? That's surprising. They must be very curious. Julie reported again. The patriarch's plan was sent through Khan. He intends to visit in 1 month. The visiting dates for other families will also be arranged properly. However, the other young masters and ladies haven't made any moves. Jin closed his book at this moment, his face nonchalant. If they wanted to cause trouble while I'm in the spotlight like this, it would be no different from announcing to the world that they are afraid or hate me. For the sake of their own reputations, they won't do that. Just then, Mr. Pedro pushed the door open in a panic. Young master! He spoke breathlessly and intermittently. You have just received a mission. But the mission location is the Colon Ruins. The scene shifted to another location. A fit of rage was erupting. You call yourselves flag bearers! Is this how you work? The flag bearers were currently lined up in a row, bearing that anger. Lady Rosa could not contain her rage, her powerful aura exploding as she roared, "You dared to send the youngest to Zipful territory, you bastards!" At this moment, the door opened. Seeing this, her tone softened. "You're here." Jin immediately replied, "Yes, Mother." A girl with long gray hair was Jantia Rankandel, the third flag-bearer of the Rankandel clan. Beside her were Jan Rankandel, the fifth flag-bearer, and Vigo Rankandel, the sixth flag-bearer. Rosa asked again, "Have you heard about the next mission to the Korean ruins?" Jin replied calmly, "I've heard." She had now regained her composure and said, "That mission has been cancelled. You are not to go to Cologne." Mew and Anne were horrified to hear this. They exclaimed, "Mother!" Rosa immediately lost control again and roared, "Shut up! You bastards only think about how to kill the youngest!" Mew thumped her chest. She questioned nonchalantly, "Mother, is it so strange that we want to kill him?" Anne, also full of anger, added, "That's right. Honestly, I really don't understand why you're protecting him. On what grounds?" Rosa let out a helpless sigh. "Ha! If you continue to speak so crazily—" At this point, a rebutting voice rang out. "Don't both father and mother implicitly encourage us siblings to compete with one another? Isn't it because our clan needs competition? I'm sure you know very well, Mother, that everyone here grew up in competition since childhood. That's right." "Mother, as soon as I was promoted to intermediate knight, I was sent on many extremely dangerous missions." Rosa heard these words and fell silent for a moment. She could only helplessly close her eyes and say, "True. You are right. Competition is necessary, regardless of the method or implication." Then she asked a critical question. "However, did any of you become a 5-star knight by the age of 15? Mew and Anne were so shocked upon hearing this that they were speechless. "Ah." Jin continued to remain silent. Lady Rosa continued, "The youngest is not like you. If you had achieved similar feats at his age, I would protect you the same way." But while everyone was questioning one another, only Jantia stood alone in a corner, covering her mouth with a long yawn. Rosa continued to strike at the pride of those flag-bearers. "In other words, you are not worthy of my protection. Look at your current states. Even as flag-bearers, if you were to die, I wouldn't feel a bit of regret." Suddenly, she mentioned those who had been silent until now. "Jantia, Jan, and Vigo. You are also flag-bearers. You also bear responsibility for the chaos these two have caused." Jantia immediately went to reflect on herself. "Jan and Vigo, each of you surrender one heirloom sword you currently possess." Vigo was very dissatisfied to hear this. "Mother, what do you mean, surrender a sword?" Rosa immediately said, "If it were up to me, I would confiscate all high-level swords from you two. Be grateful that I'm only forcing you to hand over one." Those two could only accept it with annoyed faces, as there was nothing they could do. Jin at this moment was like someone standing among a pack of tigers and wolves. After a moment of discussion, Rosa looked at Jin expectantly. "All right, what do you plan to do now, youngest? In a situation where I have even dragged in siblings who were not directly involved, will you pretend this is a punishment from me, or will you become complacent because of this favoritism? Let me see how you handle this." Just then, Jin spoke up. "Mother." Rosa replied with a sharp gaze, "Speak, my son." Jin immediately flashed a bright, innocent smile. He announced his decision. "I really like the mission my sisters have assigned to me." Rosa was surprised to hear that. She hurriedly asked, "Do you know what kind of place the Korean ruins are?" Amidst the unconcealed joy of his two sisters, Mew and Anne, he answered confidently, "Yes. It is Zipful territory that the Rankandel clan tried to occupy in the past but failed. I understand it's a dangerous place, but Jin's expression became sharp and confident. He had no intention of backing down in this battle. Jin stood there confidently and said, "I know it's very dangerous, but I don't think there's any unfairness. On the contrary, it's like a signal that my sisters value my abilities highly." Anne asked back in confusion, What? Jin continued, Isn't that why you sent me on this mission? At this point, Rosa became suspicious. Very brave. Or are you doubting your own mother? Jin answered frankly, No, but if the mission suddenly changes, it will make the clan's subordinates think that our family's status and strength are declining. She countered seriously, In our clan, no subordinate would dare harbor doubt over such a trivial matter. Your sisters just want to harm you. They aren't allowed to confront you directly, so they use their power to set a trap. But he remained firm. That is exactly the result I desire, Mother. If I had to face my sisters head-on right now, I would certainly lose. But I can counterattack by successfully completing this mission. This is a battle where I have a chance to win. Rosa still wanted to stop him. At the Korean ruins, a single slip-up could cost you your life. Are you sure you have enough confidence? But Jin affirmed, Yes, furthermore, I have a small request. If I can complete the mission and return safely, please grant me the swords that my brothers surrendered. The ones named were startled. What? Jin continued calmly. I think this is the minimum reward I deserve. After all, you said this mission is extremely dangerous. She fell into silence after hearing that. At this point, Jan scratched his head helplessly. Jin, why do you want the swords we handed in? If you need a sword that badly, I'll give you one of mine. Drop this mission. At least stay alive until Father returns. Jin said something surprising. Your words sound strange. If you felt there was a problem, why didn't you stop Anne and Mew when they gave me this mission? Before another argument could break out, Rosa's commanding shout rang out. Shut up! If you can truly complete the mission and return unharmed, I will give you your brother's swords. Everyone, dismissed! The others cried out in dissatisfaction. She stood there pensive. Fearing Jin would become like Luna, I trampled on the pride of my other children. But it seems my worries were unnecessary. When Chiron returns, he will surely feel very proud of Jin's growth. A look of satisfaction was evident on her face. By now, Jin had finished speaking and walked to the door. Suddenly, Anne spoke up. What are you thinking? Do you have the delusion that luck will always be on your side? Jin placed his hand on the doorknob. He replied calmly, I don't know. Maybe you all don't realize it, but my luck has always been quite terrible. She saw his indifferent attitude. She roared in anger. I'm sick of your nonchalant act. This isn't some freak mission. Throughout the entire task, you will absolutely not be alone. Jin tried to remain polite. Thank you for your concern. After that, Jin looked back with a cold gaze and said goodbye. See you all later. A moment later, Jin, wearing his cloak, spoke with May's group. May smiled and introduced herself. Allow us to introduce ourselves, young Master Jin. I am Mayhaz. I will be accompanying you on this mission. Lima added, I am Lima Haz. It is my honor to perform this mission with you, young master. I want to apologize for my past behavior. We will absolutely not let you down. The two of them spoke very warmly. At this time, Kajin also suppressed his temper, placed his hand on his chest, and said respectfully, Me too. After hearing this, Jin turned and instructed them. All right, let the past be the past. Let's complete the mission well together. Yes, thank you, young master, they replied in unison. Jin turned away, thinking to himself, Honor, my foot. These three are all lackeys for Anne and Miyu. At a critical moment, they'll surely stab me in the back. Then May took out a file and said, Please allow me to give a brief introduction to this mission. Our task is to steal totems. The location is the Korean ruins. The specific targets are 4 totems. The Korean ruins were once home to thousands of indigenous people in tribal form. Currently, the territory is under the control of the Zipfel family within the Belmont Kingdom. Korean was discovered by Zipfel family members a few hundred years ago. After finding the ruins, they massacred and enslaved most of the natives. Of course, the current Zipfel family claims to respect the Korean natives, but that is only to save face. Although they are respected on the surface, in reality, they are just slaves. There are no policies to improve their situation, because the lives and rights of the Korean people aren't worth a cent in most people's eyes. The reason the Zipfel family spared the Colon people was to maintain the natural environment there and use it as a drama of atonement for past crimes. The Zipfel family tends to issue reasonable regulations to seek the voluntary submission of the ruled, but in the past, they went too far with Colon. The reason they are so obsessed with the Colon ruins, even at the cost of their reputation, is because of a relic hidden by the natives, a mirror. Jin and May's group had arrived at the ruins and were advancing cautiously. The existence of the mirror was top-secret information known only to the Zipfel family. But before I returned, thanks to a brave reporter, the truth was exposed. The core content of that reporter's article was the Zipfel family's actions to find a certain relic. And the name of the relic, known through the natives' accusations, is the source of mana. Just by looking at it, one can raise their magical power to level 7. Thanks to that relic, the Zipfel family created a mass of mages. The Zipfel family only started producing mages 15 years later, which means they still haven't laid hands on the source of mana. May's group nodded to each other. Jin gripped his sword hilt with determination. I will absolutely not let that thing fall into the hands of the Zipfel family again. Just then, a whisper rang out. Young master, the mages are returning to their positions. These were ambush points for Zipfel mages, and the totems they needed were in warehouse number 3. May planned the raid. It's not hard, but there will surely be defensive spells. Kajin also joined in with a sincere face to reassure him, Don't worry, young master. No matter what happens, we will protect you, even if we have to sacrifice our lives. Jin was speechless hearing that, but still replied politely, Thank you for your encouragement. To ensure a safe return, we must preserve our strength. Take a short rest. We attack in 1 hour. As he spoke, Jin took something out. Kajin immediately replied, Understood. Jin took out a bag of dried meat and said, Everyone take some. May calmly took a piece and ate it. Lima and Kajin also didn't hesitate to take some to recover their strength. Only after they finished eating did Jin speak again. All right, next I'll act alone. You guys enjoy your sleep. As he spoke, he pulled up his collar to cover his face. May's body swayed, and she asked in a panic, Master? What do you mean? Young master? Kajin also asked in confusion, what is this, poison? Jin immediately reassured them. Don't worry, it's just a sleeping pill. They wanted to speak up to stop him, but could only manage a single no. Jin stood there watching them collapse one by one and cursed, No, my foot. With your behavior, you're basically shouting that you came to spy on me. Only after they completely lost consciousness did he turn to leave. If you had just acted like your usual jerk selves, I would have been less suspicious. Jin adjusted his collar. Well, I guess a dog's instinct is just to follow its master's orders. By now, he had left that place alone. The scene shifted to another location. 2 guards were standing watch together. One was yawning while the other was excitedly gossiping. That's why He held up a bottle of wine, his gossiping face not even having time to retract before he looked forward in horror. Jin suddenly appeared and delivered a kick to the guard's face. The remaining guard in black raised his spear, alertly questioning, Who are you? Jin's sharp gaze swept over him. He immediately leaned back to dodge the attack. His body spun once in midair and then turned into a sharp streak of light as he lunged forward. The other guard's neck was quickly hit, his face contorted in pain. After taking down these 2, Jin stopped and sighed. Only 2 people outside. Doesn't look like there are any other guards. Suddenly realizing something, he stopped. He picked up the lock and couldn't help but be suspicious. An extremely simple lock with absolutely no warning magic applied. They even let ordinary people guard warehouse number 3 occasionally. It seems the Zipfel family doesn't value this place at all. Let's go see. Jin then boldly pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the pattern on the floor, Jin was startled. Blood detection array. It's usually considered a type of security magic used to confirm if the inspector carries the family bloodline or if it's pure blood. But in reality, its function is to distinguish humans from magic beasts and can also confirm if the person has a certain plague. Jin crouched down to observe the blood array while analyzing. So as long as it's human blood, it's fine. Specifically, whose blood doesn't matter. Jin glanced quickly at the guard lying motionless behind him and walked closer. He cut a line on the guard's palm to draw blood. So using my own blood is completely unnecessary. It would only leave evidence. After collecting enough? After collecting, Jin flicked the blood onto the blood array. The pattern immediately began to transform. Having solved this, he began calculating the next step. The first protective magic was quite simple. Now where is that artifact? Suddenly, the blood array erupted with a massive surge of power. Jin couldn't help but be shocked. I used the blood of the unconscious guard. Logically, it should be ordinary human blood, yet the detection array was still activated. This means that man was infected with some kind of disease. Right then, above the blood array, several fierce-looking golem faces appeared. They bared their teeth, eyes glowing as they looked down. Jin speculated further. Or, they aren't human at all. A moment later, Jin was forced to dodge hurriedly. Damn it! What on earth is this? Windblade. He unleashed this move to fend off those giant stone golems that looked ready to devour him alive. I originally intended to use as little mana as possible, because once used, any nearby mages would sense it. But the situation is different now. Facing this unexpected turn of events, Jin broke into a cold sweat. The golems rushed forward like madmen. Jin inwardly groaned. Looks like a fierce battle is unavoidable. He quickly dodged 2 attacks, the sword in his hand swinging rapidly. The giant golem didn't block all the strikes directly. It suddenly roared in fury. Then it unleashed several sharp claw swipes. Jin nimbly rolled to dodge and tried to stand firm on the ground. Jin remained hunched over like that for a moment and cursed, "Bastards!" After cursing, he swung a powerful strike to counterattack the golem. The other 2 golems grew even more enraged at this sight, their teeth clenched and veins popping. At this point, Jin spoke. "It seems you also know that aura is an extremely dangerous power." Suddenly, one golem flailed its arms, making Jin feel strange. The wounds heal that fast? That kind of recovery speed is usually only found in high-level magic beasts. However, these 2 aren't magic beasts. A few minutes ago, they were still human. This is Zipful family territory. The number of mages migrating here is countless. Oppressed natives and even mysterious monsters. Jin analyzed for a moment, and then exclaimed, "Are these progenitor golems? Creating progenitor golems is a capital crime." At that moment, the golem reached out with its claws. Has the Zipful family turned these ruins into a dedicated testing ground for forbidden arts? Jin thought while blocking its fierce attacks. Progenitor golems possess strength nearly equal to a 4-star machine, but that's about it. Their movements aren't as refined as a well-trained 4-star knight. Dealing with them isn't hard. Normally, a magical weapon like a progenitor golem won't stop attacking no matter how badly injured it is. However, once their core is destroyed, it's over. The core is usually located in one of 3 places: the head, the heart, or the torso. This remains true even for progenitor golems created with forbidden arts. In that case, first, Jin charged forward again with a heavy thrust. Jin slashed the golem's head, causing it to let out a loud roar. Its outstretched arm also stiffened. Suddenly, an attack came from the side. Jin was quick-handed and sharp-eyed, leaning his body to dodge. Its power and speed hadn't decreased. On the contrary, they increased. The golem hit in the head by Jin had a deformed skull but remained frenzied, its strength undiminished. If it's not the head, then... Next, he continuously dodged claw swipes. Jin used all his might to plunge the sword into the golem's abdomen. He continued to analyze. Then there's only one place left. Jin put all his strength into a downward slash, splitting the golem in half. This time, a core rolled out from its body. Jin couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "It's unbelievable you would dare do this to your own kind!" Suddenly, the remaining golem launched a sneak attack from behind. Jin quickly sensed the murderous intent behind him and immediately swung his sword in a decisive strike. The golem's eyes were bloodshot and its face contorted. It roared violently like a madman. Then cracks appeared on the golem's body and energy light flickered. A moment later, its body exploded into countless small pieces. When the second golem fell, Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost let it complete the self-destruction spell. That was dangerous. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Jin stopped immediately. The somber voice continued, "Please, kill me." The mangled body of the golem on the ground spoke, begging for death in utter despair. Seeing this, Jin fell into silence for a moment. Then he pursed his lips and nodded. All right. Next, a flash of blood-red light ended his wish. Jin stood there for a long time. I don't know what these people have been through, but... Jin gripped his sword tightly. In this world, absolutely no one voluntarily becomes a progenitor golem, especially once transformed. His eyes revealed cold fury toward those wicked people. Humans turn into a discarded pawn with no future. Now is not the time to be angry. An unexpected situation just occurred. Furthermore, I've seen a terrifying secret of the Zipfel family. I even suspect my sisters knew about this before giving me the mission. But this doesn't make my task much harder. Even if I spread this news, the Zipfel family would just deny it. He then picked up a fragment from the ground. Creating progenitor golems is a capital crime. Even suspicion is enough for the Empire to conduct an investigation. I must obtain evidence first before continuing the mission. Although with the Zipfel family's power, they might interfere with the investigation. Regardless, I can't solve that problem right now. Those mages haven't taken any action yet, which means they only consider this an ordinary warehouse. If they knew there were progenitor golems here, they would never guard it so loosely. This makes me believe not everyone at the Korean ruins is involved. The magic protecting this stone slab is quite simple, but the one above is rather complex. He usually had to put in a lot of effort to dispel protective spells. But since the two progenitor golems are dead, no matter what I do here, the Zipfel family can only choose to cover it up quietly. They won't dare make a scene. At this moment, a sphere of energy formed in his hand. The unfixed shape of the sphere split into two halves, water and fire. After separating the two powers, Jin muttered to himself, "This is the reason those two powers are getting stronger, transforming more brilliantly and mysteriously." Jin calculated, "I'll use a bit more heat." Then he used the fire blast technique. That massive source of power exploded, shaking the entire area. In another place, a furious interrogation rang out. "What kind of damn game are you playing? Sending Jin to Zipfel territory for a mission? Are you crazy?" Mew and Anne sat on the ground, bruised and battered from a beating, listening to the scolding. "That boy is 10 years younger than you," Luna asked sternly. "Why did you do it?" At this time, one of the two replied, "Do you really not know why, Sister Luna?" Luna replied nonchalantly, "And what if I really don't? Or are you saying that you, the proud flag-bearers of the clan, are stooping to power struggles with a child who just entered the intermediate class like Jin? Among flag-bearers, there are rules. Your behavior has crossed the line. Isn't this an unwritten law in the family war?" The two listened in silence, but as Luna left, she didn't forget to leave one last remark. "You should feel ashamed, for I feel ashamed to have flag-bearers like you." Anne heard this and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Big sister, you've never cared about power. What right do you have to say those words?" Luna only replied confidently, "If you can defeat Jin, I will say nothing." Hearing that, the others exclaimed in shock, "Huh?" Luna then announced the result. "Jin has just completed the mission at the Korean ruins. Mother will receive the report shortly. I think you understand now why I said I feel ashamed. In the end, you only lent the boy a hand. We don't even know if there's a precedent in Rankandel history of a flag-bearer trying to suppress a younger brother only to be humiliated like this. Now go." The two could only answer in humiliation, "We understand." As they were about to leave, Luna suddenly spoke up again. "Furthermore, from what I see, Jin is not exactly a noble person. From now on, you two had better be careful. I'm truly worried for you. Consider this my warning. Although our relationship is tense at times, you are still my younger sisters after all. A moment later, only Luna remained in the room. Her nanny brought in some items and remarked, I never expected the young lady would punish her sisters as soon as she returned. I thought you were going through a rebellious phase again. Luna was speechless hearing that. I'm this old and still in a rebellious phase? She immediately said, well, the young lady did indeed have a quite fierce rebellious phase. I'm truly worried for those other young ladies. Young Master Jin is not someone who will easily forget this debt, she said while pouring tea. Luna also asked for the nanny's opinion. You also see that those two children are no match for Jin, right? The nanny quickly gave her view. Yes. Within 5 years, I think even in an official duel, they wouldn't be able to defeat young Master Jin. I'm wondering if they were too hasty. Luna said immediately, Don't be so harsh. They are still young and haven't thought things through. So, Nanny, how is the investigation I asked you to do going? The nanny asked back, You mean the one who tried to assassinate young Master Jin, right? Then she answered, It's certainly not those two young ladies. At that time, they were still in the intermediate class, so there's nothing more to investigate. Luna replied seriously, You're right. It probably wasn't Mary, Yuna, or the Tona twins either. Then the remaining suspects are... She then listed a few names. Young Master Joshua, Young Master DeBoss, Young Master John, Young Master Vio, and Lady Jantia. Except for Young Master Jan and Vio, the others are very hard to investigate. Luna took a sip of tea and said, Of course. The other three have deep roots. If we deliberately investigate them, it will be a massive headache. For now, it's best to just watch. If we dig too deep for just one purpose, we'll only bring trouble upon ourselves. Hearing this, the nanny smiled and said, The young lady's decision is wise. Although there were many actions meant to harm young Master Jin, hasn't he grown up healthy anyway? You don't need to worry. The scene shifted to Jin. At this time, he happily walked in and called, Julie Murakhan, I'm back! Seeing him, Julie was deeply moved. Young Master, I am very, very happy that you have returned safely. Jin immediately reassured her, I'm fine. I'm very strong. I'm sure it won't be long before you won't be able to beat me anymore. But she was still very worried, clutching his hand. That place was very dangerous. If anything happened to you, I would have sacrificed myself to avenge you. The black dragon nearby heard those heroic words and broke into a cold sweat. Hey, lady, don't say such scary things. Immediately after, he said to Jin, Hey, kid, report properly. He replied at once, I'm sure everyone thinks I completed the mission with someone else's help, but I don't care. More importantly, look at this. Hearing this, the black dragon asked curiously, What is it? Jin took out the jar containing the stone he picked up from the golem. He explained, This is the heart of a progenitor golem. The two curiously observed the jar closely. The black dragon couldn't help but exclaim, You're lucky. Seeing as you returned safely, that golem must have been a failed product. You found this at the Kolan ruins? But Jin revealed a piece of shocking news. The two guards there turned into monsters and attacked me. No matter where I slashed, they healed themselves. This fell out when I stabbed through their hearts. Murakhan heard this and gasped inwardly. A grave-guarding giant before, and now a progenitor golem. What on earth is the Zipfel clan trying to do? After thinking for a moment, the black dragon said, If what you say is true, then this is likely a masterpiece of the Zipfel clan. You said that ruin is in their territory, right? Jin affirmed. Yes. The black dragon pondered for a moment. Arrange some time. You and I need to go back to Kolan once. This made Jin surprised as he bowed his head. The black dragon explained seriously, I think I need to go personally to question them and see what this is all about. Jin also calculated silently. Because of the progenitor golem incident, he was hesitant to go back. But with Murakhan along, it would surely be safer. Moreover, if I'm lucky, maybe I'll even find the source of mana. No matter what I do, the Zipfel family will try every way to cover it up. Thinking this, he decided, All right, I'll arrange the time. Not long after the mission was completed, Kajin and the Ha's siblings also returned to the Rankandel clan, but Mew and Anne stripped them of their reserve flag-bearer titles and banished them from the clan. Exile for a reserve flag-bearer is an extremely severe punishment, but no one felt sympathy for them. Next, on June 17, 95, an unknown shockwave was released, followed by a shout, "Stop!" Elder John Rankandel declared solemnly, "Jin, from today your pure stone training ends. From tomorrow, only the Tona twins will come." Jin replied, "Yes, uncle." Only the Tona brothers in the back heard this and were so envious their mouths watered and eyes teared up. So jealous. Unexpectedly, he continued, "Furthermore, Jin, it seems you no longer need morning training with the reserve flag-bearers either. A week from now, the Patriarch has something to say to you." This news left the twins stunned, while Jin remained calm. The two whispered, but everyone heard. Is father going to make Jin a provisional flag-bearer? So soon? A provisional flag-bearer means he has to leave the Rankandel clan to build a reputation before becoming an official flag-bearer, right? Yeah, he must act on his own without help from the clan. At this moment, where no one could see, Jin clenched his fist and cheered inwardly. Finally, I don't need to be wary of others anymore. I can become strong in the way I want. At this moment, he couldn't help but flash a truly happy smile. The scene shifted outside. Chiron Rankandel's army was still marching. Khan, following behind, spoke up. "Patriarch, we are only 2 hours away from the sword pavilion." Chiron replied somewhat helplessly, "This youngest son of mine truly keeps interrupting my cultivation. I even intended to go into seclusion for 10 years in the Black Sea, but now look. It's only been a few years." Khan didn't spare any praise, adding, "Ever since the Thunder platform, I saw that young Master Jin was a very different person, but I didn't expect him to be this different. What he did at the Sword Pavilion truly amazed me." After hearing this, Chiron pondered for a moment. That boy's fighting spirit? That will is not ordinary at all, even though he's just a child. It has been like that since the first time I met him at the Thunder platform. In his eyes, there is always a burning hatred, even though I think he's tried to hide it. I also can't forget how he provoked his siblings as soon as he entered the Sword Pavilion. I'm sure no one taught him that. Yet, as the youngest son, he could rely on instinct to understand the law of the jungle and eliminate his rivals there. Back then, a young Jin had confidently said, "But father, I am also very talented at eliminating enemies." The other children knew this and had tried to suppress him, but the mission was completed. Look at the results. Then, news of the young master's successful completion of the Korean Ruins mission arrived. Every time his siblings pushed him toward death, he survived and returned safely. By now, he has reached 5-star level. Actually, what interests me isn't the Mamet incident or the Korean Ruins, but the first mission you gave the young master, Patriarch. He faced the entire White Wolf tribe alone, yet he still won. Khan's words were full of respect for Jin. The Patriarch didn't deny it and showed agreement. Yes, I also once thought he would use his attendants as meat shields to wipe out that White Wolf tribe. Who would have thought he'd resolve it himself? Through this, he has proven his oath to me. But Khan still asked to confirm. Patriarch, do you think he truly relied on his own strength to wipe out the White Wolf tribe? Of course, Chiron answered without hesitation. Actually, strictly speaking, he didn't do it entirely alone, but regardless, he is an interesting child. This time, I must ask him thoroughly about that. The conversation stopped. A giant gate appeared before their eyes. Chiron stepped down majestically. On both sides of the red carpet were 2 rows of soldiers greeting him respectfully, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Patriarch!" Rosa and Luna were waiting. Rosa spoke, "We have been waiting for you for a long time, Patriarch." Chiron walked closer and praised Rosa. "You did well." Rosa glanced at Joshua, who was posing nearby, and said, "Not at all. He prepared everything alone. I did nothing." Chiron continued, "If, as you say, these grown children can do everything well on their own, I wouldn't have needed to leave the Black Sea." These words left Joshua stunned, his face turning stiff. The guests we receive today will be very sensitive to my appearance. Won't this make things harder for my children? He walked past. He couldn't help but glance at Joshua with dissatisfaction. Rosa didn't notice and said, "Yes, please come inside. We have prepared the dishes you like." "Well done. I am looking forward to it." Suddenly, Kiran's sharp gaze locked onto a spot. It was the two swords worn on someone's waist. Next, Chiron spoke up, calling, "Jan, Vigo!" Jan broke into a cold sweat and replied, "Yes, father." He asked immediately, "Did you give the swords I gifted you to the youngest?" Vigo stammered, not knowing how to answer. "That." Jan had to reply, "The youngest took them from us. We said if he completed the Colon Ruins mission, we'd give them to him, so—" Before he could finish, Chiron burst into an excited smile. Then he couldn't help but laugh heartily, "Ah ha 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 ha!" Next, he placed his hand on Jan's shoulder and said, "Very good. Remember to find a way to take them back. The youngest is truly clever. Sometimes I even wonder if he is really my son." A moment later, Chiron and Jin stood next to each other. He spoke first. "This is probably your first time participating in a banquet, isn't it?" Jin replied politely, "Yes, father." After saying that, he thought to himself, "In my past life, thanks to my master's blessing, I participated in a few balls organized by other clans, but I never attended a ball organized by my own family. Even on the rare occasions I could participate, I had to hide like a criminal. But now I stand with father as an honored guest. Of course, the price to pay was dying once." A flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. At this time, Chiron spoke again. "You must know our clan rarely organizes balls. That's because we only hold them on occasions truly worth celebrating. This also means the achievement you reached is very worthy of attention." Jin replied calmly, "Thank you, father." Suddenly, he patted his son's shoulder and asked, "How many guests do you think we will have?" Jin predicted, "I think about 1,000 people." Chiron nodded in agreement. "That's right. I heard we will receive about that many guests, an increase of about 200 people compared to the last ball we held 7 years ago." "Do you know what this means?" he asked again. Jin replied calmly, "It means that in the past 7 years, our clan's reputation has increased. Other clans also often organize balls with 1,000 attendees. But those who attend our ball today are all eminent figures. For the past 7 years, all I have done is cultivate and slay monsters in the Black Sea. Despite that, our clan's reputation has continued to grow. That is because I am the only Genesis Knight of this era. In other words, if I were to disappear, the vast majority of people here would likely turn their backs on the Rankandels." Jin listened to him for a while. He marveled inwardly, "That's right. Without father, how could the House of Rankandel have such a great reputation? My clan and the Zipful clan are two giants. But once father is gone, the gap in military strength between the two great clans will widen, and the Zipfuls will become the strongest power." But Jin clenched his hand as if gathering all his courage and spoke up, "Father, if you are no longer here, and those people all turn against us, and the Zipfuls fish in troubled waters to push us to the brink, then I will abandon this clan." He spoke these words calmly. "You—" Chiron exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" Jin immediately explained, "If the House of Rankandel collapses just because you are gone, it proves the next patriarch is incompetent. I don't want to die pointlessly under such a patriarch. How many weaknesses of theirs does our clan hold?" Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "Weaknesses?" Jin replied immediately, "Yes. To return the sword I took from Brother Vigo, I requested him to let me see the cooperation contracts that only flag-bearers can view. The patriarch of the Vanner family deceived the emperor and embezzled the national treasury, but thanks to us, they have the nerve to attend this ball. The Cly family also recently relied on us to help eliminate Zipful mages. The young lady of the Herald family once secretly sold family treasures to satisfy a gambling addiction. They asked us to retrieve them. Oh, and they haven't paid the cooperation fees yet. Just from a brief look like that, I've learned many weaknesses that can kill without a blade. In the contracts that only you and Mother can see, there must be even more." Chiron couldn't help but be extremely surprised and asked back, "So you mean even without me? You all can still use those things to hold this clan steady?" Jin replied confidently. If the patriarch leading the House of Rankandel is not a Genesis Knight, then success or failure depends entirely on that person's negotiation skills. "That's right," Chiron replied. "However, we aren't the only ones holding others' weaknesses. The Zipfel clan holds many too." Jin's answer showed no surprise. "I know, but the Zipfel clan will never be able to maximize the effectiveness of those things." Chiron looked at his son, who was young yet unusually composed, and couldn't help but ponder. "Why?" Jin immediately replied, "Because playing the villain is the duty of the Rankandel clan. Therefore, if the next patriarch holds so many weapons but doesn't know how to utilize them, I will not hesitate to abandon the clan. After that, I will take revenge on the Zipfel clan, no matter how long it takes." Hearing this, Chiron felt intrigued and couldn't help but stroke his chin and laugh loudly. "Ah ha ha ha! Revenge? I see. To take revenge, one must first survive. Well done." With that, he glanced at his youngest son and assessed. "The other children don't have the guts to mention the hypothesis of the Rankandel clan collapsing in front of me. They only know how to lie or cry, but this youngest one is clever enough to state his valid intentions." The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a satisfied smile. It's a pity he was born so late. It feels like he has the talent of Luna, the beastly intuition of Mary, and the fighting spirit of Debos. I can only be patriarch for 15, at most 15 more years. It seems I can witness with my own eyes whether this youngest one can change the clan's succession landscape. Having finished his calculations, Chiron turned and walked away, saying as he went, "It seems the guests have all arrived. Let's go in." Jin replied politely, "Yes, father." Suddenly, after walking a bit, he spoke again. "Oh, that's right. After the party, I have something to say to you. Stay here and wait for my call." Hearing this, Jin clenched his hand and thought, an evaluation to become a flag bearer. It seems as soon as the evening party ends, I will have to temporarily leave the clan. This 4-day party was indeed long. He looked at Chiron's back and smiled. Just then a servant ran in with a panicked face and shouted, "Patriarch!" Chiron asked sternly, "What is it?" The servant replied, "An uninvited guest has arrived." Hearing this, his face showed doubt. "What?" An uneasy feeling rose in his heart. An uninvited guest. Could it be the Zipfel clan? Sure enough, a group of people dressed head to toe appeared downstairs. Chiron asked with a stern face, "Is it the Zipfels?" The servant immediately replied, "Yes, 5 people in total, led by their number 2 figure, Andre Zipfel, with 4 family members following him." He couldn't help but curse angrily. What an insolent bunch. Then Chiron ordered, "Khan, tell Andre Zipfel to get lost. Only allow those 4 members in. Don't go personally. Send another servant to deliver the message." Khan bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." Jin still stood behind, thinking. Andre's action was indeed very insolent, but to kick the number 2 figure of the Zipfel clan straight out the door without any regard. Suddenly, Chiron turned around and probed with a sharp gaze. "Do you feel I handled it too harshly?" Jin immediately replied, "No, I find handling it like that very refreshing." The moment Andre let emotions blind him and intended to enter this place with those family members, he ignored the order of the Rankandel Patriarch that only family members are allowed at the Sword Pavilion. That is an unforgivable crime. Just as father said, Andre either obeys or leaves his legs behind before going home. Now the evening party should begin. With those words, Chiron continued walking. Stepping before the banquet hall and standing on high, Chiron said in a loud voice, "Thank you all for coming. I am Chiron, patriarch of the Rankandel clan. Having this honor is also thanks to my youngest son. Therefore, first, I want to send my thanks to my youngest son, Jin Rankandel." Following the introduction, Jin standing beside him also nodded politely, and Chiron continued, As you know, at a Rankandel evening party, there are only two things everyone needs to note. If anyone has a drunken brawl, they will be immediately escorted by knights to the arena. The loser must surrender. The winner must show mercy to the loser. After all, this is just a party. After hearing this, Jin couldn't help but glance to the side, marveling inwardly. So this is the banquet of intersecting fates. This place gathers thousands of the most influential figures on the continent. Between them all are extremely complex relationships. If this were just a normal party, they might only compete subtly and let it go. But this is a party held at the Sword Pavilion. As long as one follows the two rules Father set, though one cannot take an enemy's life, one can beat the opponent to a pulp. From there, the winner will be recognized as the stronger side. Having finished the announcement, Chiron concluded with a sentence. Now, please enjoy the party. Standing beside him, Jin secretly criticized in his heart, This clan is truly beyond crazy. Suddenly he turned to Jin and said, Jin, you too, leaving him bewildered. He continued as if giving instructions. If you see anyone you don't like, feel free to challenge them. But you must not challenge anyone weaker than you. Unless the opponent insults you or this clan. Jin flashed a happy smile and replied, Yes. Furthermore, he knew that no matter what happened, he was not allowed to lose. Chiron left a few words as he walked away. That goes without saying. If you lose, I will revoke everything of yours. Not just that sword, but your nanny as well. Jin bowed behind him. I will certainly take that to heart. Then he looked at his back and thought, thinking back, this is the first time I've been able to talk to Father like this. In my past life, this was something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Just now, we indeed had a fairly harmonious father-son dialogue. But being a close father and son or a filial child is not in my plan for this life. I only want to surpass Father. That is the most important thing. At this time, down in the banquet hall, everyone was gathering and chatting. Jin was standing alone holding a wine glass when the twins excitedly appeared on both sides of him. Ah! Congrats on reaching 5-star, Jin. Both laughed and patted Jin's shoulder, saying, Mind if we chat for a bit? He immediately replied, Of course not. Then he politely asked, How is your training going? Haytona replied happily, Much better. After switching to the weapon type you suggested, training has progressed a lot. Is that so? Congratulations. Then Jin leaned in and whispered, Keep acting until you're satisfied, all right? Haytona could only break into a cold sweat. Okay. Right then, someone appeared and spoke up. It's a great honor to meet you, young Master Jin of the Rankandel family. I am... Jin quickly interrupted. Ah, you are the first flag bearer of the Ken family, right? The twins also greeted in unison. Pleasure to meet you. Then they laughed awkwardly. We'll be going ahead, Jin. Jin also responded cordially. Yes, I wish you successful training. Uh-huh. Thanks. With that, the two slipped away. Jin stayed to exchange pleasantries with the first flag bearer. Since I was young, I've heard many stories of your heroic deeds. The other man stroked his chin and smiled. You flatter me. Just then, someone suddenly came from behind and put Jin in a headlock. Hey, kid, Jin Rankandel. He flashed an excited smile and said, I was wondering what kind of god reached 5-star at 15. Turns out it's just a little brat. You're at least 10 years younger than me, aren't you? Well, glad to know you, kid. I'm Hayer. Jin was silenced for a moment by the sudden ambush. Then he looked up and flashed a sharp smile back. Yes. Glad to know you, Hayer. Hayer continued to tease jokingly. Kid, don't keep your face so tense. I'm just being a bit rough. It's not like I'm a villain. You might be a Rankandel, but in the martial arts world, I'm still your senior. Jin only coldly adjusted his hair. Hayer explained, I'm just feeling proud for my junior, that's all. Why so tense? Suddenly, Jin shouted in a serious voice, Listen clearly, Hayer of the Toucan family. Your action just now was an insult to those who respect me. He stood tall and criticized Hayer for trying to use his senior status. You should also measure your own worth first. Hire was stunned by the sudden scolding and exclaimed, "What?" Jin unceremoniously listed them. The first and second flag bearers of the Ken family, the Dragon Knight Brigade, the Black King Legion. Are any of them not your seniors? You saw how they treated me. Acknowledge your mistake and apologize to them. Hire's face contorted, his mood unclear. Jin continued, "Out of consideration that I've already reprimanded you, I'll let it go this time." At this point, the first flag bearer stepped up and patted Hare's shoulder to mediate. Hey, Hire, young Master Jin just saved your life. I suggest you listen to him." The seniors nearby also mediated. All right. I knew your big mouth would cause trouble sooner or later. Just drop it. There's no need for such tension. After hearing that, Hare scratched his head. If my seniors say so." Having decided, he knelt respectfully before Jin. "I am deeply sorry. Seniors, please forgive this junior's mistake. I also ask young Master Jin to accept my apology." He replied nonchalantly, "Of course, Sir Hare." Thus, Hare had to swallow his pride and leave. At that moment, a voice rang out beside Jin. "You're quite good at making enemies. If only you could be like a normal child, it would be nice." Luna appeared, wearing a stunning off-the-shoulder blue dress. Jin called out in surprise, "Sister Luna?" The two walked together. Jin said, "Today I am representing the Rankandel clan." Luna agreed. "You're right." But she didn't forget to warn him. "But what if Hare challenges you to a duel? He looks like he has at least 6-star strength." Jin replied confidently, "If he actually dares to do that. The patriarch and elders of the Tukon family will surely step in to intervene. They've been watching us this whole time." On the other side, the seniors were still advising Hare. "I told you to watch your mouth. This time, thanks to young Master Jin, you kept your life." Luna also looked toward them and said, "Goodness, so you've even calculated their reactions? Did some noble secretly teach you how to deal with these people?" Jin lightly swirled his wine glass. "If there truly were a teacher for such things, I would be happy to study under them." Luna said in confusion, "You only need to learn swordsmanship. Why are these things important?" He then explained, "It might be hard for you to understand, but as an estranged young master of the Rankandel family, I need many things to survive." A question mark appeared over her head. "Is that so?" But she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He's truly clever. It seems that's why there was an assassination attempt at the Thunder platform. I wonder which sibling recognized Jin's talent so early. Thinking this, Luna evaluated further. "Anyway, I only came because this is a party celebrating you, but these things aren't really to my taste. It's time for me to go do something more interesting." Jin was surprised. "So soon?" She replied, "Yeah, you aren't tall enough to dance with me yet. Wait until you're a bit taller and we'll dance together. I'll take you somewhere very fun then." "I'm looking forward to it, sister." Suddenly, Luna said, "Oh, before I go, I should follow your example and leave a signal for outsiders." Hearing this, Jin asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Luna unexpectedly placed her hand on Jin's head and pulled him close as if doting on him, leaving him bewildered. Then she winked and said, "Doing this will let everyone know how much I value you. From now on, those who fear me won't dare to be disrespectful to you. See you later." Jin remained stiff in his previous position. "Yes, goodbye, sister." People around saw Luna's action and began to buzz. "Goodness, is that really the white whale I know? She's doting on her youngest brother quite a lot." In a nearby corner, someone was also biting a handkerchief and wailing, "Ugh, ah! I'm so jealous! Lord Viscount, I want to talk to Lady Luna too!" Buvieros bit the handkerchief while saying excitedly, "Today I must write a poem praising Lady Luna. Then I will recite it all night." "All night?" Viscount couldn't help but frown, getting goosebumps. "Can you just shut up?" Suddenly a voice called, "Buvieros!" At this time, Buvieros was still feeling the injustice of the meeting between the two siblings. Then, A girl sitting in a wheelchair with shoulder-length blue hair looked up and said,
"Don't be like that, brother. This might be very important to Lord Buvieros."
This was Viskin's younger sister, Magiella.
"Thanks to Lord Buvieros taking me around, I can enjoy this party full of fateful encounters. We should show him more respect."
Viskin could only helplessly cover his face. "Magiella!" Meanwhile, Buvieros looked much happier. "As expected of Lady Magiella, you truly understand me. I, Buvieros, am honored to escort you."
"Oh, thank you, Lord Buvieros."
Jin stood alone to the side, unable to suppress a sigh. Watching the group leave, he thought tiredly, "Playing the host is truly exhausting. By the way, where did those damn Zipful people go? It's a bit of a hassle, but should I go look for them personally?" Jin began to calculate again. Just then, a glass was suddenly slammed onto the table. It left Jin both surprised and confused. A familiar hairpin caught his eye, accompanied by a voice. "I wonder if this young lady can have a drink with the rising star of the Rankandel family." Cirrus and Dormer appeared with a terrifyingly somber expression. Jin pretended not to know her and asked, "Ah, are you—" Cirrus stepped closer. She introduced herself. "Cyrus and Dormer of the Hidden Palace." She flashed a cunning smile. "It is my honor to meet you, young Master Jin Rankandel." Jin replied with a calm smile. "Cirrus and Dormer of the Hidden Palace. It is my honor to meet you too." "Young Master Jin Rankandel," Jin said politely while pouring wine into her glass, "you are the daughter of the palace master of the Hidden Palace. The one who should feel honored is me." Cirrus continued, "You and I are the same age. How can you possess such great strength at this age? I truly envy the innate physique of your Rankandel clan." Jin replied confidently, "I also feel it is a stroke of luck." Right after, he returned the compliment. "However, the Hidden Palace also possesses a uniquely gifted bloodline. It's hard to imagine how much the palace master treasures you." Cirrus affirmed confidently, "That's right, because I am her only daughter." "Unlike you." Realizing she had slipped up, she covered her mouth and corrected herself. "I hope those words weren't too rude." Jin generously showed he didn't mind. "Not at all. Everyone knows I'm the youngest son. There are many older siblings above me. To be honest, I truly envy you. Having too many siblings is exhausting." Jin answered carefully, but inwardly he was thinking, "How strange. I'm sure she recognized me. But why hasn't she mentioned what happened in Mamet? She couldn't possibly not recognize me. My face wasn't covered in soot back then." At this point, Cirrus raised her wine glass and said seriously, "Then, young Master Jin, I want to ask you something." Jin immediately replied, "Yes, please speak, Lady Cirrus." Cirrus then revealed a sinister look. "How is your injured leg?" Everything was going according to plan. The corner of Jin's mouth twitched, but the atmosphere had become heavy. "Even so," he replied nonchalantly, "it has healed. Many thanks to a certain kind person who personally applied medicine for me. I don't even know how to repay them yet." Cirrus couldn't suppress a sarcastic remark. "Your skin is thicker than I thought, young Master Jin. So, why did you appear at the Moonwell in Mamet? I think I deserve an explanation. Why couldn't my subordinates find that terrorist even though they used magic there? This made me lose a lot of face and also left me suspicious. I wonder if the young man I let go was actually the mastermind." Jin still calmly explained, "You mentioned magic, but as you saw, I am a Rankandel. Do I really look like a suspect? I believe you understand our clan very well." Cyrus concluded seriously, "I don't think you are the suspect, but at that time you were on a mission for the Rankandel clan. Perhaps because you couldn't handle it yourself, you hired a mage at that inn. The only one capable of becoming a target for the Rankandel clan is a member of the Hidden Palace. I think that's why you were there. And this matter, I cannot let it slide." After hearing this, Jin calculated inwardly. She misunderstood that his target was a member of the Hidden Palace. This wasn't entirely wrong, as he had indeed injured them while trying to kill Alu. Thinking this, he denied it again.
I don't understand why that makes me a suspect. Isn't that just a hypothesis? Cirrus gave a cold laugh. Ha! So you intend to deny it to the end?
Fine. In that case, I have a plan. I'll drag you to the arena, beat your face to a pulp, and spit on that annoying face of yours, she spoke while pointing arrogantly at his face. I challenge you to a one-on-one duel, Jin Rankandel. But Jin responded with a look of disdain. Father warned me not to fight those weaker than myself. Hearing that, she couldn't believe she was being looked down upon so much. Jin smiled and continued, but if you want to fight that badly, I have no choice but to accept. Cyrus was fuming as she looked at his mocking face. A moment later, Jin and Cirrus stepped outside to prepare. Someone asked, "Young master, do you intend to duel?" He immediately replied, "Yes, you all can leave. Only keep the person in charge of healing. Oh, bring me 2 standard swords." The knight immediately obeyed. "Understood. We will seal the arena until you two finish the match." However, Jin stood there observing Cirrus from behind and thought, the battle maniacs and spectators will swarm in to watch the match. She is the daughter of the Hidden Palace. Defeating her in front of everyone would be too cruel. Just then, she suddenly spoke. "Jin Rankandel, before we start, let's make an agreement." Jin asked back, "What agreement?" Cirrus set the condition. "If I win, you must tell me everything that happened in Mamet that day. No lies allowed." Jin immediately agreed. "I accept." Then he also stated his condition. "And if I win, let's act as if we never met that day." Cirrus caught the opening in his words and countered, "So you are indeed hiding something." Then she shouted, "Go!" Jin immediately lunged forward to attack first. Then his sharp eyes glanced to the side. The 2 swords collided, creating a significant shockwave. "This is..." Jin assessed his opponent. "The ability unique to the Endormer bloodline, Ice Sword." Cyrus blocked the move while unleashing her cold technique. Now the blade was covered in frost. Jin spoke happily while parrying. "I didn't expect you to use your ultimate move right from the start. I'm unlucky. Being the youngest, I haven't even learned the family's secret arts yet. What should I do now?" Cirrus only stared at him and snorted. Then she put all her strength into a strike while shouting, "That's not my problem!" Initially, Cirrus seemed to have the upper hand. She launched an attack. Jin only parried once and retreated. However, she still couldn't manage to hit him. At this time, Cyrus was also evaluating her opponent. Jin Rankandel, worthy of being a 5-star warrior. He seems to barely defend, yet the more we fight. His technical skills are actually becoming stronger, but it's futile. That 1-star gap can be compensated for by my countless rank 3 ice swords. Since my raw power and stamina are lower, I cannot let this battle drag on for too long. Once he finishes observing my movements and starts to counterattack, I will change my technique and finish him. Cyrus is ultimately just a 4-star knight. Even if she can use countless ice swords, she will still lose to me in both offense and defense. Having recognized this gap, I'm certain she will explode to change the tempo, perhaps by using a secret art. But I still haven't determined how strong that countless ice swords move is. In that case, I'm afraid I'll have to use my own secret art to counter. Among the many secret arts I read about at the Thunder platform, the strongest move I can achieve is... Suddenly, the corner of Cirrus's mouth curled into a smile. "It's over, Jin." She unexpectedly vanished before Jin, leaving only a puff of white smoke. Immediately after, a massive source of power plunged down from above onto the arena floor, creating a significant tremor. Jin was forced to exert himself to withstand that surge of power. The sword intent caused the surrounding air to condense into star-shaped ice fragments. Appearing amidst those ice crystals was a cold Cirrus. She drew closer, a chilling smile on her face. Unexpectedly, Jin also broke into an excited grin. Seeing this, Cyrus was both shocked and confused. "He's laughing? But I've already used Snow Avalanche."
Even a 5-star martial arts genius at 15 years old shouldn't be able to withstand a secret art of the hidden palace. So why do I feel so uneasy? At this moment, Sirius's mind was affected by Jin's attitude. Feeling a surge of frustration, at that very moment, a sharp sword tip was pointed directly between her brows. How? She asked herself. She quickly leaned to one side to dodge that fatal blow. Facing Jin's gradually shattering blade, she broke into a cold sweat. Damn it! At this moment, Jin's face was also filled with panic. A terrifying scream rang out from Sirius. Immediately after, a massive shockwave generated from their clash spread in all directions. After that earth-shattering move ended, Jin grit his teeth in self-reproach. Damn it, I shouldn't have used the clan's storm sword. How could a 4-star like Sirius withstand this destructive power? If she couldn't dodge it, she'd be crippled if not dead. He thought this while searching through the rubble. He called out loudly, Sirius! When she appeared, Sirius was kneeling on the ground, using her sword to support her body amidst the jagged chaos of the arena. On Sirius's face was a look of bewilderment at her own actions. Did I value my own life that much? Did I dodge that move because I was afraid of death? Why did I? Sirius and Dormer seemed unable to believe the reality of what just happened. Jin also had several injuries, but he still stepped closer to help Sirius. He asked worriedly, Are you okay? I almost killed you. I'm sorry. His expression at this moment was truly hard to describe. I'm sorry. Sirius had heard his warning, but still didn't try to dodge the storm sword. However, no matter how much she valued her pride and honor, Sirius was ultimately just a 15-year-old child. She was still too young to suppress the desire to live. Jin held Sirius's shoulders to comfort her. If I were in your position, I would have dodged too. For my own life, I would have certainly done the same. So please, let's not mention this again. He spoke while thinking in confusion. I don't know if saying that actually comforts her. A moment later, she suddenly took a familiar jar out from her shirt. It was the same healing ointment from before. Opening the lid, she said, Your face is injured. Sirius gently applied the medicine to Jin's face. I'm using this to repay you for saving my life. Jin also tried to soothe her emotions. As the sole heir of the hidden palace, aren't you taking your life too lightly? After applying the medicine, Sirius stood up, brushing the dust off her clothes as she explained, Because this life exists only because I begged for it. I will cherish my life once more, so don't worry. Furthermore, let's just consider today as the first day we met. Having said that, Sirius decisively turned to leave. See you tomorrow. Jin also stood up, pursing his lips as he watched her back. Very quickly, the next day arrived. In the grand hall, people were coming and going, though it was significantly sparser than yesterday. Fewer people than yesterday, huh? Jin stood drinking alone, analyzing. From today, everyone can watch the matches. I wonder if the party is only truly starting now. I heard the Zipful family guests who came are all 15 to 20 years old. Perfect, similar ages. That way I can test my magic skills against them. I actually wanted to ask some things about Colin, but that wouldn't be very wise. Anyway, once I become a reserve flag bearer, I'll have plenty of free time. At that point, I can investigate Colin with Murakan. With Murakan's help, finding the source of mana shouldn't be a problem. Therefore, this time those Zipful bastards won't be able to send a large number of mages anymore. This time, I will definitely be able to prevent that terrible thing from happening. As he was walking, he suddenly saw the black dragon standing there observing something. Jin let out a meow. Suddenly, another person exclaimed, Why is there a cat at a Rankandel ball? Sirius quickly picked up the black dragon, stroking it as she asked happily, Where is your owner? The great cat lay in her arms, meowing quite contentedly. At this point, Sirius noticed the name tag on its neck and read it. Let's see, is your name Butterfree? Butterfree Rankandel. Did the young master name you? Behind her, Jin's eyes glowed darkly like headlights as he answered for it. That's right. Oh, it's that cat. I knew following that cat would lead me to you. The voice rang out from behind again, making both of them turn to look. Veridin spread his arms like an excited monkey and hopped over. "Finally we meet! Jin Rankandel!" "You have no idea how long I've been looking for you." But Jin only asked coldly, "Who are you?" Veridin couldn't help but feel hurt. "I can't believe it. We just met and you say those words? How could you forget me? I think about you every day." Cirrus and the great cat stood by, eyes wide as they observed this bizarre situation. Veridin continued, "In that case, let me give you a hint. Guess what the first letter of my name is? V." Cirrus could only turn her head and sigh. "What an eccentric. Let's go, Butterfree." The great cat also looked very helpless. "Hey, do you remember yet?" Over here, Veridin was still full of hope, but Jin quickly extinguished it with one word: no. He couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged, but he still tried to give a hint. "Damn it, guess again then." "The place where we first met was the teleportation gate of the Metal Kingdom." Jin still flatly refused. "I don't remember." This time, Veridin could only give an helpless laugh and a snort. Then he placed both hands on Jin's shoulders and said seriously, "Hey now, Jin. Your memory isn't as good as I thought. Listen carefully, and this time you must remember. My name is Before he could finish, Jin said it for him. "Veridin Zipfel." Having said that, he brushed Veridin's hands off and said coldly, "I tried my best to pretend I didn't know you. It's obvious I didn't want you to know I remembered. Why couldn't you understand that? Stop bothering me, okay?" Despite that, Veridin was still visibly delighted. "Ah, so you do remember." Jin couldn't help but have doubts about the future. Will this stupid bastard really become a 9-star mage at age 30 and be nominated as the successor patriarch of the Zipfel clan? Veridin didn't stop, continuing to ramble. "By the way, I looked for you everywhere yesterday, and I've been searching for 2 hours just now, yet I couldn't find a trace of you." Jin immediately replied, "The ballroom is large, but it's just a hall. You actually managed to wander around in there for 2 full hours?" But Veridin still sighed and complained, "If I could use magic, I would have found you long ago. But this is Rankandel territory, so I'm forbidden from using magic, right?" Hearing this, Jin couldn't help but be suspicious. He didn't know if he was lying or truly had no sense of direction, but he guessed it was the latter. Suddenly, Veridin placed his hand on Jin's head and continued, "Anyway, I'm so happy to see you, Jin. It's been 5 years, hasn't it? I can't believe you're already 5-star. I knew you were formidable, of course. I haven't been wasting my time either. As a mage, I'm already rank 6. I've reached rank 6. Jin just gave a dull snort in response. Veridin said proudly, "1 level higher than your swordsmanship." In his heart, Jin secretly criticized. It's hard to believe that the Zipfel family's greatest prodigy, Veridin, is 18 years old and only at rank 6. If I were in his position, I would have definitely broken through to rank 7. Could it be he's lying about his level for some reason? Suddenly, Veridin gave a silly laugh. "Ha ha ha, that expression of yours is the reward for all my hard searching. I'm looking forward to the day we test our skills against each other. So work hard on your cultivation to catch up to me." Jin watched this performance and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. I don't think he's hiding his level. Regardless, if Veridin truly just reached rank 6 at age 18, then after the current Zipfel patriarch, Celia Zipfel, I am the one closest to him. This is a good opportunity. I must work hard on my cultivation to prepare for the difficulties that may be encountered in the future. Thinking this, Jin reminded him, "Veridin Zipfel, I've said it already. Please learn to shut your mouth and say nothing." Veridin still chuckled. "Oh, you sound exactly like my father. Everyone says that. Anyway, hey, why was the Zipfel family not invited yet still attended the ball?" When asked, Veridin replied, "Oh, that? It's because of me. I kept pestering Uncle Andre saying I absolutely had to meet you." Jin couldn't help but feel helpless. Even though he's the vice patriarch, he charged straight into enemy territory just because of a child's whining. Veridin was still excitedly telling his story. We happened to hear news of the ball while traveling in the West. I realized this was definitely an arrangement of fate. Jin responded nonchalantly to get it over with. Is that so? Then Jin waved his hand to shoo him away. All right, lucky for you, this is a ball. Keep quiet and disappear. Veridin couldn't help but feel disappointed and hurt. Are you being too cold? I know your father is acting tolerant and generous toward my uncle. Now that you mention it, how about you promise me something? One day you should also attend a zipful ball uninvited. He comfortably threw an arm over Jin's shoulder, but Jin didn't pay it any mind, only replying, Is that so? What if I cause trouble? Veridin gave a highly credible smile. I always keep my promises. Even if you do that, I won't kill you. Furthermore, even if a fight breaks out, I won't participate. Jin was speechless. He really is an idiot. Veridin was suddenly scolded and looked confused. Huh? What? Why? Jin explained immediately. Because for a while now, an unpleasant fellow has been sneaking glances at me. Then, Jin looked toward a person and spoke up. Pardon me. Do you have something to say to me? Buvieros was cowering in a corner, holding a pink notebook. Ah, young Master Jin. Then he asked timidly, when will Lady Luna return? This question left Jin utterly shocked. What? Buvieros then took out a notebook with a symbol of two people drawn on it and explained, blushing, I mean, Lady Luna, isn't she coming back? I want to give this to her. This is a collection of poems I wrote all night, filled with my love. I'm sure if she reads it, Lady Luna will understand. Veridin stood to the side, pouring wine and observing the two, then took a sip. On the other side, Buvieros continued to express his feelings through Jin. My appearance doesn't say everything. Who knows, in the near future? You might become my brother-in-law. Buvieros's perverted obsession made Veridin spit out his wine. Jin let out a cold laugh, veins popping on his forehead. Ah! Seeing that expression, Buvieros cried out in panic, Young Master Jin! Jin took the notebook and spoke through gritted teeth. My dear honored guest, I've realized. Seeing his life's work being torn to shreds, Buvieros was both horrified and regretful. What are you doing? But Jin cut him off. You're looking for a beating. Jin angrily stomped on the pile of shredded paper. He questioned, Not only did you casually call her by her name, but you even dared to call me brother-in-law. I suppose in your eyes the Rankandel clan is quite pathetic? Drag this man to the arena, Jin ordered. The knight nearby immediately replied, Yes, young master. But Buvieros explained in a panic, Huh? Brother-in-law? No, young master. Why are you suddenly like this? Young master, please stop. I was just expressing my love. Any man has the right to express love for someone they like. Young Master Jin, how can you treat me like this? Am I not a guest? How can you treat a guest this way? Besides, I haven't even mentioned how beautiful your sister is yet. Even while being escorted away, Buvieros continued to ramble. Jin coldly led the way to where Buvieros was dropped. He was still dazed. Why? Jin was very serious as he removed his cloak and announced loudly, We shall settle this through a duel. Buvieros felt extremely annoyed at being dragged to the arena, cursing under his breath. Damn it, why is he suddenly like this? I only complimented his sister's beauty, yet he goes this far. Buvieros recalled what happened 5 years ago and wondered, Does he know I was the transformation mage from our meeting 5 years ago? No way, it can't be, but why is he treating me like this? Jin stood firm on the arena floor and declared the matter would be resolved. He grabbed his collar and decisively ripped it open, looking at Buvieros with a cold gaze, challenging him to a duel. Seeing Buvieros being escorted by soldiers, Viskin stood up in shock. He stammered, Buvieros? Magiella, sitting next to him, clapped excitedly with her eyes crinkling. Oh my, brother, what's going on? It looks like Buvieros and young Master Jin are about to duel. Viskin looked angry. He pushed Magiella's wheelchair toward the arena. That idiot! Let's get closer and see. Magiella eagerly agreed. Sure, brother. A big question mark appeared in Sirius's head. What? She felt completely confused. I was planning to approach and challenge him before the party ended, but why is he fighting someone like that? Currently, on the arena, Buvieros was kneeling on one knee, looking up gloomily at his opponent. Veradine suddenly stepped up to strike up a conversation. Luckily, I begged my uncle to bring me along. I didn't expect to meet the heir of the hidden palace here. Pleased to meet you, I am... Before he could finish, Cirrus decisively dismissed him. Get lost. Veradine immediately agreed. In the arena, the referee introduced loudly, "Next is the highlight of the party! The new star of the Rankandel clan, young Master Jin, will participate in a duel." He didn't forget to ask a question to add suspense. Who will young Master Jin's opponent be? I've never met this man before. Could he be a hidden master? Buvieros gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. Below, Veradine excitedly commented on the match. I heard he came with the heiress family. Don't look at him like that. He might be a tough opponent. Jin's fist flew toward Buvieros like a rocket. But he stood frozen, shouting, "Young Master Jin of the Rankandel clan, please give me a chance to introduce myself officially before we fight. Won't you show me some respect? I am..." But he was punched right in the mouth. Jin ordered, "Shut up." Jin replied coldly, "I don't need to know your name." Buvieros gritted his teeth and swung a fist at Jin. Jin nimbly stepped aside to dodge, thinking to himself, "He's 6-star." Cirrus observed for a moment and remarked, "It seems young Master Jin has chosen an opponent stronger than himself. That fat man looks very focused." Veradine teased, "If he slips up even a little, he'll lose face." Just then, Jin's ear was struck by his opponent. Buvieros laughed loudly in mockery. "Jin, you dare fight me with only these amateur skills?" Buvieros acted as if victory was already certain. He threatened, "I'll make you cry and roll on the ground begging for mercy." At the same time, Jin quickly adjusted his stance and lunged, grabbing Buvieros's face and pushing him back, then unleashed a series of continuous strikes on his opponent, leaving him breathless. Buvieros groaned in agonizing pain. Veradine couldn't stop smiling and commented, "It's over." He lured the opponent into a mistake and then launched a lightning-fast attack. As expected of him, Jin, you did great. Their attention was drawn by a loud shout. "Brother Viskin!" The person continued to shout. "I don't understand what young Master Jin is doing anymore," Magiella asked seriously. "Isn't the outcome already decided? Why is he still beating him like that after the opponent has admitted defeat?" She continued to question. The fact that young Master Jin chose an opponent stronger than himself was already strange. Are you just going to sit and watch without doing anything? After all, he is the one helping me. Viskin replied to Magiella, "He isn't weaker than young Master Jin." She looked down and let out a long sigh. "Brother, your sister is very disappointed right now." Magiella expressed, "I want you to teach him a lesson in whatever way you want." Viskin confirmed in surprise, "You want me to compete with young Master Jin?" Those present cheered excitedly. "What a spirited young lady! Why won't the man over there listen to his sister?" Viskin, feeling both helpless and indulgent, rubbed his forehead and agreed to his sister's request. Hearing the call, Jin turned around. "Young Master Jin." Viskin clenched his fists. He walked toward him leisurely and suggested, "Why don't you let him go and have a match with me?" Jin pondered. Viskin Levy. A battle with a 7-star knight, regardless of winning or losing, I'm the one who benefits. Moreover, getting exposure to the swordsmanship of the Ari clan is a good learning opportunity. After all, the Ari patriarch is considered quite strong by father. His eyes accidentally caught sight of something, but it was enough to make him freeze instinctively. However, the image of Magiella sitting in her wheelchair with a sinister smile caught Jin's eye. Magiella Levy. She truly is an interesting girl. She actually pushed her brother into a difficult situation just to see a good show. Jin spoke to his opponent. "You truly love your sister, Sir Viskin." Viskin replied nonchalantly. "Isn't that obvious, young Master Jin?" Jin replied in a low voice, "I have sisters too, so I understand your feeling."
He opened up while also threatening his opponent. I also love my sister very much, so from now on, I hope you manage the mouth of your subordinate well. Viskin narrowed his eyes and explained, It seems you've misunderstood something. The person you just beat up is not our servant, but a companion. He continued, Perhaps he did something that made you unhappy. Buvieros came here to help my sister move around more easily. Surely his behavior wasn't very suitable for a Rankandel banquet. Jin stood frozen, feeling a bit confused by his behavior. Viskin was actually humbling himself to ask for leniency. Anyway, I assure you he meant no malice. So I hope you can forgive him. I hope you'll show some mercy. Jin seemed to realize something. Buvieros Gaston. That name just now. In his heart, he suspected, is he the transformation mage Buvieros Gaston, Viskin Levy, and Buvieros Gaston? What exactly is the relationship between these two? I'm certain that in my past life, when Buvieros was captured, the Ari clan had no connection with him at all. Could it be that Viskin already knows Buvieros is a transformation mage? Jin gripped his sword hilt, a sense of unease rising. Although he found Buvieros, this brought up too many questions. Facing a 7-star knight-level opponent, one absolutely must not be distracted. Viskin slowly raised his sword. Then please go all out, young Master Jin. Jin told himself to focus on this match first. He maintained a calm face and said to Viskin, Please guide me, accompanied by the sharp whistling of the wind. Viskin lunged toward Jin, the tip of his blade looking as if it would carve space in two. Jin was forced to retreat continuously, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself that this single move was enough to prove his strength far surpassed that of ordinary 7-star knights. Viskin's violent slashes collided with Jin's sword, sending out blinding sparks. He secretly assessed that this man's swordsmanship was likely superior to even Uncle Ree's. Viskin's fighting spirit soared as he lunged forward powerfully, his sharp blade flashing with a cold light that made the air itself tremble. This was his true strike. The atmosphere grew heavy, as if it could shatter at any moment. Jin exerted all his strength to fend off the relentless waves of attacks. The situation seemed to be turning gradually against him. I completely cannot predict his next move. The crowd of spectators began to buzz with excitement. Young Master Jin is being completely overwhelmed. That's right. Just defending against that sequence of moves has required all his strength. The swordsmanship of the Ari family is famous for being treacherous and cunning. Indeed, the Ari sword style keeps constant pressure on the opponent like this, making it hard to breathe. Once the opponent shows an opening, the match will be decided instantly. Hearing these remarks, Veridin let a mocking smile cross his face. These people truly know nothing. A member of the Rankandel clan only explodes with terrifying power when driven into a desperate corner. If the Ari sword style is like a poisonous snake stalking its prey, then the Rankandel style is a powerful rhino charging forward. Even if its horn is broken, it will absolutely never stop the charge. Just as Veridin predicted, Jin glared at Viskin and immediately exerted all his strength, swinging his sword without a moment's hesitation. After observing Viskin's composed reaction, he muttered to himself, Viskin is clearly holding back to give me time to breathe. Jin hunched over, clutching his chest and panting heavily, his heart racing. Regardless, I've managed to hold my ground against a 7-star swordsman even though I'm only at 5-star. Jin felt his head spinning. He stared at Viskin, feeling himself reaching his limit. But I've grasped it now. His sword's path. He recalled that feeling. It was exactly like that moment, a vague sensation in his subconscious. Jin slowly closed his eyes as a powerful aura flowed from the blade, enveloping his entire body. Viskin spoke up in praise. A fine move, young Master Jin. With those words, he lunged toward Jin as fast as an arrow. Jin kept his eyes tightly shut, and the sword in his hand exploded with a dazzling light. The two blades collided violently, and cracks immediately appeared on Jin's sword. Right after, the long sword shattered into hundreds of pieces, but Jin remained standing motionless. Even when Viskin's sword was held right against his neck, he didn't react at all.
In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Jin suddenly fell backward, appearing as though he no longer had any strength left to resist. The referee shouted out the victory. Viskin slowly raised his hand. He lightly touched the trail of blood on his neck, his expression as somber as the sky before a storm, his gaze as cold as a knife. The referee announced loudly, "The winner is Sir Viskin Levy." Viskin glanced at Jin lying motionless on the floor. A flash of confusion crossed his eyes. What exactly happened in that final moment? Someone ordered anxiously, "Quick, take young Master Jin inside." The soldiers replied hurriedly, "Yes, sir." Viskin's doubts had not yet vanished. The moment the sword shattered, I truly felt the sharpness of his aura graze me. A sense of unease rose within him. Impossible. Could he have attained Mind's Eye at the last second? If young Master Jin's reaction had been 1/10 of a second faster and my reaction 1/10 of a second slower, watching Jin being carried away by two soldiers, Viskin whispered, "Jin Rankandel, you truly are a terrifying person." Jin shuddered slightly, feeling something heavy on his face, a low groan escaping his throat. He irritably raised his hand to brush it away. "Get lost!" He sat up and angrily grabbed Murakan by the scruff of the neck, growling, "I told you to get lost!" "Seriously?" Murakan let out an aggrieved growl. Jin looked around in surprise. "My room?" he asked curiously. "I fainted after the duel with Viskin?" Seeing him wake up, Julie stepped over to inquire, "You're awake, young master?" Jin set Murakan down and asked Julie, "How long have I been asleep?" She replied enthusiastically, "Exactly 2 days." Jin was stunned. 2 days? He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. "So the party has ended. I didn't even get to say goodbye to the guests who came all this way to see me." Julie immediately comforted him. "Please don't think like that, young master." She smiled brightly and said, "For the past 2 days, the match between you and Sir Viskin has been the hottest topic. You performed exceptionally well. Everyone is saying you executed Mind's Eye at the last second. The guests present were all talking about it animatedly. Sir Viskin was almost defeated, a 5-star knight already reaching the realm of Mind's Eye. The future generation is truly something to look forward to," Julie actively encouraged Jin. "To be able to achieve that much in a match against an 8-star swordsman is truly extraordinary." Remembering his sister, Jin pondered. That Mind's Eye was still incomplete, but I got what I wanted. The days of grueling training under Sister Luna have finally borne fruit. Initially, I didn't understand that training method at all. I can't believe it helped this much. He recalled the time spent learning beside Luna and her instruction, "Don't open your eyes. Although Mind's Eye only erupts when I'm in a desperate situation, I must not be hasty. Being able to hold out against an 8-star swordsman to this extent is already very good, even if the process was a bit clumsy." Jin looked up and smiled, thinking, "Besides, I gained quite a lot from this party. I've confirmed Varadin's status within the Zipfel family. I've also established a near friendship with the heir of the Hidden Palace. Furthermore, I discovered that Bouvieros Gaston and Viskin Levy know each other." Jin rested his chin on his hand, analyzing. "The case of the transformation mage holds many possibilities. There's no need to dig deep in a rush. I'll start the investigation from the side information first." When he saw the bouquet of flowers by his bed, he exclaimed in surprise, "Flowers?" Julie immediately explained, "The heir of the Hidden Palace left them when she visited you." She asked softly, "Does she like you?" Jin replied, "No. This is a tradition of the Hidden Palace. The meaning of these flowers is endless battle." A smile inadvertently tugged at the corner of his mouth. It seemed she wanted to continue fighting him. Beside him, Murakan spoke in a helpless tone. "Anyway, this is the first time you've received flowers from a girl, isn't it?" He remarked, "Consider it a great achievement." Then he turned to Julie. "What do you think, Strawberry?" She ignored the question and changed the subject. "Regardless, young master," Julie reported, "the patriarch ordered that you must go see him as soon as you wake up." Jin was startled. "Father?" Meanwhile, Murakan was teary-eyed from being ignored by Strawberry. Julie continued, I think it's time for you to prove your worth. Jin's eyes lit up as he replied, Fine. It seems I'm about to leave home for a while again. Then he asked where his father was. Jin walked silently through the dark corridor. His father stood tall at the end of the hallway. Chiron turned his head slightly and said sternly, You've come. Jin stood silently in place as he heard him continue. It's been a long time since a child has come to see me dressed so casually. Chiron asked, It seems you've already anticipated that you'll be going away. Jin replied firmly, Yes, I plan to set out immediately. He saw a flash of satisfaction on his father's face and thought, He seems quite interested. For some reason, since I was reborn, father's thoughts have become much easier to read. Chiron asked, Do you know where this is? Jin immediately replied, It's the mausoleum. Only those who have achieved great feats for the clan and are recognized by the Sword Pavilion are permitted to enter and rest here among the heroes of past generations. Chiron praised, Very good. He added, In other words, the heroes of the clan are at rest here. This mausoleum has existed for 1,000 years. Chiron asked in a low voice, Do you know anything about the first patriarch, Temar Rankandel? He is not buried here. Jin replied, Yes, I know his grave is not within the Sword Pavilion. Chiron said, The shadow power you possess is identical to his, and that is precisely why we cannot honor the first patriarch. After he passed away, we signed a humiliating treaty with the Zipfel family. We would forever cease using magic and would not honor ancestors who practiced it. As a result, the gods of the Zipfels cast a curse upon the Rankandel bloodline. Thus, all Rankandels born after the first patriarch could not use magic. He recounted the old story. When you used your spirit energy to defeat the Tona brothers, I didn't ask why you had that power. Do you remember? Jin replied, Yes. I also lied, saying I would use it for the benefit of the clan. Chiron said bluntly, Luckily you were young then. If that happened now, I would not forgive you. Jin was stunned by these words. Chiron continued to ask, Do you hear Soldere's voice? Jin recounted, Yes, he calls me his contractor. He thought to himself, Though in this life I've never actually heard his voice. Chiron remarked, Perhaps this is a bit unfair to your siblings. He frowned. Very well. Will you be able to use that power to surpass your siblings and take over this clan? Jin expressed his intent. I will leave to travel the world. If I find nothing more worth protecting than the name of Rankandel, I will return to take over the clan. The corner of Chiron's mouth twitched slightly in a look of satisfaction. He then raised his hand and said, To gain recognition, your siblings left the Sword Pavilion for external training, yet you leave to seek something more precious than the clan itself. I do not know whether to be proud of you or to call you arrogant. Chiron reached a hand toward Jin. I give you 5 years. During this time, you are free to explore your own value. Then bring your answer back here. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of white light exploded. Jin drew his sword, the blade enveloped in a powerful aura. He said nonchalantly, Thank you, Father, for everything. I will return to see you in 5 years. Julie and Murakan were waiting outside. Seeing him emerge, she asked softly, Have you finished speaking with the patriarch? Jin replied, Yes, it is time to go. He suddenly stopped as he spotted something. He saw her carrying a large suitcase and called out, Julie? Jin was stunned. Julie was startled and lifted the suitcase. This? Well, then she introduced it excitedly. I heard this can suppress spirit energy. I overheard the old servants talking about it. Julie smiled broadly. Suddenly being unable to use my power? Feels a bit strange. But a servant's honor does not lie within themselves. It depends on their master. So please, do not make that face. This is for you. Young Master Jin solemnly promised, Not just for the next 5 years, but I will protect you forever. Julie, I am sorry. She placed her hand on her chest, closed her eyes, and said gently, Please do not say that.
Following you is more than enough. Besides, after you pass your trial, I will be able to restore my strength. Jin shouted excitedly, "All right, let's go." Jin glanced back, a lump in his throat as his gaze lingered on the towering castle and the countless memories behind him. Jin took a deep breath. 5 years? It seems everything is only just beginning. The three of them set out on their journey. Jin stepped forward with burning determination, smiling as he said, "Let's go explore the world." Inside the mausoleum, Chiron fell into deep thought. With just a sword, I reached the realm of a demigod, yet I still cannot break the curse of the Zipful ancestors, the contract with Solderate and the shadow energy. Perhaps this youngest son is the clan's only hope. He gave a cold laugh. That child might be holding the power to buy freedom for the Rankandel clan. I am very curious to see what that boy's future holds. Jin and his companions were resting for the night in a forest. He lit a fire in his hand, bringing light and warmth to the group in the cold night. Julie asked curiously, "Young master, is it truly all right to leave without saying goodbye like that?" Jin turned his head slightly, somewhat confused. Julie expressed her concern. "The cadets in your squad and Lady Luna will surely be very disappointed." He immediately comforted her. "Don't worry. Sister Luna has always been free-spirited. The cadets might be a bit sad, but it's not like we'll never meet again. If I had told them, I fear they would have lined up on both sides of the road with raised swords to see me off." Julie nodded. True, they might have even been more dramatic than that. Then she asked, "So where are we going now?" "From what I know, most other flag-bearers choose Mamet as their first destination. That is because eliminating villains is the most effective way to build a name." Jin exclaimed in surprise, "Build a name?" Before officially becoming a flag-bearer of the Rankandel clan, they must travel the world. They must build their reputation from scratch to be recognized. Furthermore, there is a prerequisite. They are not permitted to rely on any help from the clan. For example, Sister Mary, before becoming a flag-bearer, she defeated all the strong experts on the northern continent and became famous as the Northern Maniac, Mary Winfrey. Jin stared at his hand. He thought to himself, "Except for her, my other siblings all returned within 6 months to 2 years. But Father gave me a full 5 years. He did so for one reason only." The flame in his hand suddenly turned black. Jin secretly guessed his father's expectation. Go find all the knowledge regarding shadows before returning. He suggested, "We will go to the Kingdom of Akin first." Julie was curious. "The Kingdom of Akin? You mean the nation allied with the Los Angeles Magic Federation?" Julie cried out in shock and fear. "Isn't that Zipful territory? Why do you want to go there?" Jin smiled with interest. "While on the mission at the Colon Ruins, I heard many unregistered mages are running rampant in that land. It seems they are also working with martial artists to cause a lot of trouble for the Akin people." Julie cheered excitedly. "That's a great idea, young master." She clenched her fists with determination. "Back when I was a soldier, I loved punishing those villains. I'm starting to feel excited now." Jin looked slightly embarrassed. He thought to himself, "Actually, I never heard about this. This information is what I know from my past life. Those unregistered mages and warriors are all puppets of a shadow family called the Sire. What I'm actually interested in is the underground auction they organize. There are many items there whose true value no one knows. I need to buy a few swordsmanship manuals and a ring." Julie checked their current funds and pondered, "Young master, I'm afraid we cannot use the teleportation gate to go to Akin." She held up a gold coin. Frowning, she said, "According to clan rules, I could only bring 10 gold coins. Furthermore, you must not reveal your identity as a Rankandel, so I don't think we'll receive any help." Jin proposed, "Once we reach the kingdom of Jin, this problem will be solved." Julie was surprised. "The kingdom of Jin? But how will we—" Jin explained, "We can fly there." A flash of doubt crossed Murakan's face. Then he glared at Jin as if he had seen through the intent behind those words. Jin snapped, "What are you waiting for, Murakan? Transform!" Murakan growled, "Hey kid, is this really okay?" Julie said worriedly,
Young master, we can't do that. What if people recognize him? Jin reassured them. It's fine, we have to try at least once. Julie said tremblingly, but if the clan finds out? Meanwhile, Murakhan decisively jumped to the ground, black energy surging up amid thick smoke and lightning. In an instant, Murakhan had transformed into a giant dragon. He opened his wide mouth and reminded them, hold on tight. Murakhan continued, if we want to reach the kingdom of Jin before tomorrow, I have to fly very fast. The scene shifted to the castle. Luna was walking down a vast corridor. She suddenly stopped, feeling something strange. Luna turned her head to look out the window. Outside was a giant dragon soaring through the air, its wings flapping powerfully. She felt a bit suspicious. Could it be Jin? Luna wondered. He was just appointed as a reserve flag bearer, and he's already running around on a dragon? She placed her hand on the window and marveled. Goodness, that boy is certainly different. Luna's words carried a hint of reproach. He left without even saying goodbye to his siblings. She didn't forget to send a blessing to her brother. Good luck, my cold little brother. The scene shifted to the kingdom of Jin. Jin and his companions landed in a forest. Julie leaned against a tree, vomiting. Murakhan shouted worriedly, Hey, Strawberry, are you okay? She groaned, My stomach. Murakhan turned to Jin, who, he scolded loudly, Hey, kid, this is all your fault. Look how much you scared Strawberry. Jin retorted, Why is it my fault? It's because you fly so weirdly, Murakhan roared excitedly. You're the one who told me to fly. Then he turned back to Julie. Hey, Strawberry. He guided her gently. All right, take it slow. Deep breaths. That's it. Lean here. Let's keep going. Jin watched Murakhan anxiously caring for Julie and couldn't help but marvel, truly a strange dragon. I have to enter the city immediately. Murakhan spoke up. No way, kid. I'll take care of Strawberry. You go find some money. Jin put on his hood and instructed, You two stay put. Don't cause any more trouble. The scene shifted to the center of the capital of the kingdom of Jin. At the Wyvern family mansion, someone was sighing. It was Sunbeo. He looked up at the moon, missing young Master Jin. Sunbeo sadly shared his thoughts. Even though we held a celebration for him, I only found out after the party ended. He reminisced. Even if it was just a mission, he saved my life. I want to meet him again to thank him personally. He remembered the promise he once made. If you ever need help, please just tell me. At that time, Jin had decisively agreed. All right. Sunbeo sighed softly, completely unaware that someone was quietly approaching. The water reflected two silent figures. Sunbeo thought miserably, When will I ever meet him again to repay his kindness? Suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, Sunbeo! He reflexively turned his head and replied, Yes. Sunbeo had just blurted out, Who is it? Before Jin covered his mouth. Jin quickly reassured him, Calm down, Sunbeo. He signaled for the other to be quiet. Then he introduced himself. It's me, Jin. I'm the one who saved you from the Kinselo group. Then Jin let go. Sunbeo panted and asked in surprise, But young Master Jin, why are you here? Jin explained, You once said to come find you whenever I needed help. Do you remember? He replied, Of course I remember. How could I forget your kindness? If it weren't for young Master Jin, I fear I wouldn't. Jin cut him off. All right. Good. Then I will wait here. He requested seriously, Bring me some gold and cash. Sunbeo couldn't help but be stunned, then let out a groan. Jin, Julie, and Murakhan had arrived in the kingdom of Jin. Jin fell into deep thought. According to the rules, he had to hide his identity as a reserve flag bearer. Because he needed to increase his reputation based solely on his own swordsmanship, he could not receive any help from the clan. Before them was a man smoking a pipe with a cold expression. He decisively refused to let them in, thinking they were penniless beggars. It's only natural for children of the Rankandel family to fall into poverty in the first month or two, as they have never been taught how to make a living.
But when Jin pulled out a heavy pouch of gold, the man's attitude changed instantly. Jin thought further. That's why before they can earn reward money from capturing criminals or working as mercenaries, they are forced to experience poverty. But we are different. They were enjoying a lavish feast in a high-end restaurant. Julie smiled broadly and praised the food. The food in the kingdom of Jin is truly delicious. She continued as they walked. I had prepared myself to tighten my belt for a few days like the other flag bearers. But starting off this smoothly is all thanks to that day, young master. Murakhan, walking beside them, laughed loudly. Hey, Strawberry! He raised an eyebrow and remarked, Didn't you ask Jin yesterday if that was extortion? Young master, your attitude sure changes fast. Julie's face darkened with embarrassment as she explained, That was because... Jin immediately intervened. It wasn't extortion, he explained. Sunbio was just using cash to pay back the debt he owed me. Jin recalled the previous night. When Sunbio brought out a large bag of gold, Jin had said he only needed a little, but the other replied happily, Please take it all. It is my honor to help you. Jin then turned to Murakhan. He asked suspiciously, By the way, Murakhan, are you sure you didn't eat too much? We're about to use the teleportation gate. What if you start vomiting everywhere like last time? He confidently told Jin to shut up, asserting, Even if I do vomit, eating to my heart's content is a dragon's instinct. Hearing this, Jin replied helplessly, What kind of instinct is that? Without me, you would have been screaming from hunger these past few days. Murakhan cleared his throat. If you don't want to see me vomit, then go ahead and mock me. Why insist on using the teleportation gate anyway? Julie frowned, glancing at them. I guess someone is just trying to hide their dragon sickness. Murakhan said flustered, Hey, Strawberry, I didn't mean that. I wasn't talking to you. Jin teased, I was worried about Julie, but it seems the real problem lies elsewhere. He introduced their destination. We are heading to the Kingdom of Akin. It's a member of the Los Angeles Magic Federation, where the Zipfel family holds about 80% power. Most dragons today side with the Zipfels, so we shouldn't fly there and provoke them without being well prepared. Flying into their territory without permission from the Zipfel clan is no different from a declaration of war. Murakhan shouted, What are you afraid of? More than half of those dragons cower in fear just hearing my name. Then he transformed into a cat. He continued, Things are different now. No one soars through the sky showing off their wings anymore. I hope one day the world becomes a better place. A more worth living in. Jin reminded him impatiently, I told you, don't just transform whenever you feel like it in the middle of the street. The reason the Zipfel clan maintains the status quo is entirely dependent on the dragon race. The gods who created the dragon race have signed contracts with a large number of Zipfels. In other words, the Rankandel clan currently finds it very difficult to deal with them. If Father weren't here, the Zipfels would have likely overturned Rankandel long ago. Wait, thinking about it now, how did they gather so many contractors? Is it possible to gather that many in a single generation? This is absolutely not a coincidence. A security officer saw Jin. He reached out and requested, Please present your identification. Jin gave a startled, ah, and thought, We've arrived. Jin handed 2 passports to the security officer. He introduced themselves. I am Jin Gray, and this is Julie Button. We've come to the Kingdom of Akin for tourism. The officer scrutinized the passports for a long time. After a period that was neither long nor short, Jin and his companions finally sat in their seats inside the teleportation gate. An announcement rang out. Attention guests. We will begin the instant teleportation to the Kingdom of Akin in a few minutes. You may experience side effects such as headaches or mental distress. Therefore, please maintain the most comfortable sitting position. Julie shared comfortably, as expected of identification made by the clan. We passed through without any obstacles. Jin replied, Naturally. The person who gave me these said they were made so realistically they could fool even the Vermont Special Forces. They began the teleportation. Thank you for waiting. The instant teleportation process is about to begin. Murakhan, with teary eyes, curled up in Julie's lap. Jin fell into deep thought. The kingdom of Akin in his past life. Jin slowly closed his eyes. But 15 years have passed since then. Hearing the announcement, he slowly opened his eyes. We have arrived. Welcome to the kingdom of Akin, part of the Logro Magic Federation. Jin looked up, his lips pursed, his deep gaze holding 10,000 unspoken words. He reminisced. Before his rebirth, he had spent the final years of his life in the capital of the kingdom of Akin. A long time had passed compared to his previous life, but the scenery hadn't changed much. Beggars and homeless people were everywhere, and the people on the streets looked dejected. Julie observed for a moment and commented, "This city has a strangely gloomy feel, even though the weather is beautiful today, isn't it, young master?" Jin knew the answer better than anyone. It was all due to the tyrannical rule of those damn exploiters. I remember hearing how terrifying the current dark era is. He planned, for now, let's find a place to stay first, then we'll look for where we need to go. She respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." As it grew dark, the three of them stopped in front of a shabby inn. Murakami looked extremely impatient and asked, "Hey, kid, do we really have to stay in a dump like this?" Julie analyzed sensibly. The young master surely has a plan in mind. Murakami crossed his arms. He grumbled, "What the hell is this? We clearly have money, so why do we have to crawl into a place in the middle of nowhere?" Jin replied as he walked toward the door. "Right, that would be great, wouldn't it? Showing off wealth in a city crawling with criminals and illegal immigrant mages." Murakami retorted, "So that's why we have to crawl into a trash heap that even rats would reject?" Jin said coldly, "Anyway, I'm going in first." Murakami grit his teeth in anger. Jin seemed very familiar with this place. He walked calmly inside. The innkeeper was sprawled across a table. He looked up, drool still on the corner of his mouth, mumbling incoherent words. Only when his mind cleared a bit did he exclaim, "Guests?" Z evaluated the three new arrivals. He judged them internally. That man looks like a stalker. The young man looks like an apprentice swordsman, and the beautiful girl with them is 80 to 90% likely a maid. Z's eyes lit up as he gave a sinister smile. He brought out 3 large glasses of orange juice and invited them warmly. "Welcome to Inn Z. We still have plenty of vacant rooms. Here, this is our famous fresh-squeezed orange juice. Please help yourselves to a glass while you pick the room you like." Seeing Murakami pick up a glass, he smirked inwardly. "That's it. Drink up, just enjoy it. Once you drink this and wake up again, your lives will turn to a new page at the underground black market auction in this building." Murakami's face twisted in anger. The next second, he splashed the juice directly into Z's face. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to send this innkeeper to meet the king of the underworld. "Is this lowly worm crazy?" Z thought, but his mouth feigned innocence. "What do you mean by this, sir?" Murakami jumped onto the table. He brought his fist crashing down on the man's head, blow after blow. Murakami questioned angrily, "You dare give us drugged water?" Z cowered in the corner and stammered, "Drugged? What drug? What are you talking about?" Murakami didn't care. Cracking his knuckles, he growled a threat. "Right here, right now, prepare to go to hell!" Z clutched his head in fear and screamed at Murakami, "Please! Please wait, let's negotiate." Murakami had no intention of stopping. He landed a kick on Z's face, completely deforming it, and cursed, "Negotiate my ass!" Jin suddenly remembered. This man, Z, who claimed to be an information broker in this empire, was actually his creditor in his past life. Back then, when he was exiled and homeless, being able to settle in the kingdom of Akin was all thanks to Z's help. Because of that, they were once very close. But that hadn't come from any goodwill. He remembered with hatred that this very man used the excuse of introducing him to the underground auction to swindle every bit of his property, leaving him with only the clothes on his back. Jin rubbed the bridge of his nose. Just remembering it made his blood boil. But this trip back in time is different. This time it's my turn to use you, you bastard. His truly wouldn't repent until he saw his own coffin. He still spoke out with threats. "If you people dare touch me again..."
I absolutely won't let this go, he screamed with all his might. Don't look at me like this. I'm a 5-star master. Murakami continued to pummel him as he replied, Who cares? Seeing he couldn't win, Z immediately changed his tune. I was wrong, but that wasn't poison, it was just a sedative. Murakami didn't give a damn. To him, there's no difference between the two. Jin thought to himself, that's enough of a lesson. He spoke up. Murakami, stop. Let's hear what he has to say. Murakami was surprised. Huh? Why should I listen to someone who tried to drug us? Z trembled in fear and begged, Please, spare my life! I will definitely make amends! Murakami roared in his face. Shut up! If you don't want another beating, stay quiet. Jin sat down leisurely. He said to Z, I'm going to ask you a few simple questions. Jin acted as if he didn't hear the man's groans and continued calmly, Lie, and you're dead. Tell the truth, and you'll live. I will judge your answers based on my subjective feelings and intuition. Understood? Z nodded hurriedly in agreement. Murakami stood up, leaving everything to Jin, and said irritably, Fine, handle it however you want. Jin started with the first question. What do you do for a living? With his eyes swollen, Z cried out, My name is Z. I'm an innkeeper, but also an information broker. I'm also a swindler, a human trafficker, and, hearing this, Murakami couldn't wait to send him to the afterlife immediately. Z rushed to Jin's feet and knelt, begging, If you just spare me, I'll definitely be useful to you. I have everything in this city, big or small, in the palm of my hand. Please believe me, Jin said. It seems you drugged us because you wanted to sell us somewhere. Z banged his head on the floor repeatedly. Yes, I'm terribly sorry. When Jin asked where that place was, Z went blank for 2 seconds. Huh? Before he could finish, a loud explosion erupted right in front of him. Terrified, Z grabbed Jin's cloak and answered hurriedly, It's the Tasing Underground Auction House. Jin stepped on Z's hand and ordered, Give me more details. Panicking, Z screamed, Tasing is a criminal organization that runs auctions for slaves, banned drugs, stolen goods, and even antiques. They sell everything there. Jin seemed to have anticipated this. Finally, the time had come to approach the Tasing Underground Auction. He whispered to Z, All right, you can survive tonight, but you know what to do next, right? Z blurted out, Of course! Oh God, thank you! Murakami looked confused. Kid, are you really going to waste money healing this piece of trash? Julie joined in. That's right, young master. If we let him go, he might try to trick us again. Jin muttered to himself, A criminal organization and an underground auction. His reaction left Murakami and Julie even more puzzled. Jin said excitedly, What could be more interesting than exploring a place like that? As for him, we'll see his attitude and behavior later. It's not too late to decide how to handle him. Though they didn't quite understand, they agreed. Jin turned to leave, tossing back one last sentence. We also need a guide in the kingdom of Akin. Let's just use him. Then he opened the door and walked out, saying, First, I have to go find someone to heal him. Murakami and Julie were left looking at each other, not knowing what to say. Jin let out an exhausted sigh and thought, Knowing everything but having to act like I don't is truly exhausting. But I don't want to reveal that I'm a regressor, so I have to keep acting. The doctor diagnosed for a while and then advised, It's best to let him rest until his bones have healed. Then he put on his hat to leave. If you need anything else, please call me any time. Murakami clicked his tongue in praise. I didn't expect someone from the Logro magic department to be here. To think a healer I just grabbed off the street would be this capable. Meanwhile, Z looked in the mirror and cursed inwardly. Damn it, these lunatics beat me half to death. And then they heal me. He glanced at them, filled with doubt. What on earth is their background? Martial arts heirs of some great family? Or the trump cards of a special task force? But it doesn't matter anymore. If I dare betray them, I definitely won't keep my life. Hey, Jin spoke up. Let's go. Z was dazed and asked, Huh? Where to? Jin growled. It's time. To the underground auction. Two tall guards were standing watch outside an imposing building. One of them saw Z's group and narrowed his eyes. He asked curiously, Hey Z, why are you bringing so many people today? New stock? Z gritted his teeth and said, Stop talking nonsense and open the door. They are my VIP guests. Just like that, they successfully made it inside. The guards opened the door for them. Inside, the lights were bright and dazzlingly grand. Jin glanced upward impassively. A massive, extravagant crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. Everyone inside was wearing a mask, laughing and talking happily. There was even a band performing live on the scene. How ridiculous. Murakami clicked his tongue in disdain. A den of thugs with a symphony orchestra. They're really trying too hard to act classy. Z handed them masks and introduced, Everyone thinks the leader of Taesing is Santa, but the real boss is someone else. Murakami was startled. Huh? Z explained, Please put these on. It's best to keep your faces covered at the auction. Jin asked curiously, Then who is the real leader? Z answered, A guy named Spiderleg Alu. This place is clearly decorated according to Alu's tastes. But in reality, it's just to hide his lack of culture. Jin ordered him to continue. Z went on, To a small fry like me, Alu is a formidable figure. Not only does he suppress these rough neighborhoods, but he is a 7-star martial artist himself. Z added timidly, Furthermore, there are rumors that he has ties to the Rankandel family across the sea. Jin froze. Rankandel? Murakami let out a long sigh. Kid. Don't listen to his nonsense. Do you really think Rankandel would associate with thugs of this low level? Julie nodded. I agree, young master. I've racked my brain and can't recall any such figure in the family. Only Jin's thoughts were different. There is one person, the bastard who cast the curse on me that prevents me from swinging a sword. If he has ties to the magic department, it might very well be him. A 9th-rank curse that even I can't dispel. I don't believe any mage at Taesing could cast such a high-level curse. But in 15 years at the Storm Battleground and 5 years at the Sword Pavilion, 15 years total, I never found the answer. I must get at least some clue. He said to the other two, Our purpose in coming here is to investigate everything. Therefore, that guy Alu's identity, Jin's eyes showed undeniable determination, is very much worth investigating. Murakami asked skeptically, So what's the plan? Are we planning to wipe out this entire den of thugs on the very first day? Julie whispered. The guards we saw on the way seemed to be elites. Some look like unregistered mages. I don't think a direct raid on the enemy's nest is a wise move. Jin said, Don't worry, I have a plan. Julie asked curiously, A plan? Jin turned back to look at Julie and Murakami. Listen carefully. A moment later, after hearing the plan, Murakami let out a, child's play. He ran a hand through his hair and frowned. Sometimes I truly wonder what goes on in your head. How can you think of something like this? Julie was also very surprised, covering her mouth with her hand. It is indeed a bit unexpected, but, young master, can you really use your identity as a Rankandel family member to carry out that plan? Jin turned back and said calmly, Don't worry. If a problem arises that we can't solve, we'll just run. Julie nodded at that, said respectfully, Forgive my rudeness, sir. We have arrived. I have chosen a fairly discreet spot for you. Z pulled aside a curtain to let the light in and smiled, gesturing with his hand. Please, step inside. Jin, Julie, and Murakami stepped out from behind the curtain, looking down from the high balcony at the auction floor and the guests below. Z smiled and said, Welcome to the Flower of Taesing, the underground auction. Jin and the others sat down. A voice rang out from the auction platform. We will now introduce the next item. On the platform, a person with both legs shackled stepped out. Their feet were covered in mud and wounds. The host said enthusiastically, Where they came from or why they are here.
None of that matters.
The host looked at the group walking onto the platform, their hands shackled. Our first auction item is merchandise you can use as you please without any concerns. Slaves. A group of slaves stepped out, all tall men. The host continued. Their condition today is very good. Look at the one at the end of the line. He looks incredibly strong. Jin sat in his chair looking at the shackled people below and asked Z, "Were you planning to sell us like them before?" Z scratched his head and gave a forced smile. I was foolish for a moment. Please forgive me. Jin watched the people below and thought, slaves. At least there are no children among them. Should I feel lucky for that? Moroccan crossed his arms and looked at Jin. Hey, kid, what do we do now? Jin coldly uttered one word. Wait, he added calmly. I heard they occasionally auction some quite useful things here. If there's something valuable, I'll try to buy it. Only then will we start our move. Moroccan glanced at Jin. Jin was thinking of an item he wanted, calculating his plan. This plan is also something I thought of on the fly. If my information isn't wrong, that item is currently gathering dust in the warehouse. Once the plan starts, will I be able to steal it smoothly? The auction host smiled, raised his hand high, and shouted, All right! The official auction begins now! As soon as the host's words fell, the guests below screamed with excitement. Jin coldly observed the crowd's reaction below. Now we just need to wait patiently. A week later, the host shouted, 130! We have 130! Anyone higher? 140. Z approached Jin and whispered, Sir. Jin nodded, signaling him to continue. Z looked at the crowd below and said, Sir, you've just been watching for a whole week. If you still don't buy anything today, I'm afraid the Taesing Auction Committee will come looking to cause trouble for you. Jin replied calmly, Aren't you the one bothering me right now? Z bowed his head. Ah, yes, of course. Please, carry on. Z retreated, closed his eyes, and thought angrily, Damn it, do something. At this rate, you guys are going to get kicked out. Even if I have some connections with the auction house, I won't be able to vouch for you. He screamed in his heart, Buy something! Buy anything before my patience runs out! Just then, a book was brought out. The host looked at it and said, Our next item is our first magic book of the day. He smiled and introduced it. This is a magic book by Matthew Warner, a great mage who once dominated the continent. We haven't been able to decode its secrets yet, but I'm certain it contains extremely powerful magic. Someone below shouted, 80! The host said, Oh, we have our first bid. Anyone higher? Jin put his hand to his forehead and thought, It's not Matthew Gonia, it's Matthew Moniac, you idiot. He thought of a library somewhere and realized, all of Moniac's magic books are managed by the Zipfel family, so this book can't be the real thing here at the Taesing auction. It had been a week at the auction already. How boring! Not a single item of value. He looked at the host below and thought, this guy in charge of the auction just spews nothing but nonsense. The auction manager smiled broadly. Here is our next item. After the auction for the previous book ended, it was taken down. Jin thought, those stupid mages were actually that obsessed with that fake magic book. The host said, the author of this magic book is... He raised his hand. Jeremy. Starting price, 50 gold coins. Jin lowered his head and thought, there are several magic books like this. They aren't very famous, but it's like buying a lottery ticket. If you're lucky, you find something good. If not... The guests below slowly raised the price. 60, 70, 80. Moroccan tapped Jin on the shoulder. Hey, kid. Moroccan frowned seriously. You should buy it. If that book was actually written by the Jeremy I know, it's a steal. The auction host suddenly looked up at the balcony in surprise. 150. Anyone higher? The guests below were all shocked. He's planning to buy it at that price? Must be some rich young master. Jin looked at Moroccan and thought to himself, a magic book recommended by the Black Dragon Moroccan? The host shouted, 150 then! Sold! Murakami sat to one side, muttering, Why is it here? Hearing this, Jin thought, Why? Let's see what exactly is so special about this magic book that interests him so much. The host continued, Next is a magic book written by Suriel Hester. It's a magic book of Suriel Hester. The guests below were bewildered. Who is Hester? First Jeremy and now this name? These are all things we've never heard of. The host noticed Jin's spot. He was raising his bidding plaque. The host shouted loudly, 200! The opening bid is already 200! The guests below were stunned by the opening price. They looked up toward Jin. 200? Who is that? Why is he always bidding on such weird things? Murakami crossed his arms and asked curiously, Hey kid, what is that? You bid 200 right away. Do you know this book? Jin said with an expressionless face. I just thought it would be better to buy one more magic book. Though he spoke calmly, his heart was racing with shock. I didn't expect to find it in a place like this. My master from my past life. Her family. I heard their family perished hundreds of years ago. I didn't expect to find a trace of them here. The image of a woman with long red hair holding a staff appeared in his mind. The host shouted, Then the book by Hester is sold for 200 gold! Jin thought, If I can meet her again, I'll use this as a gift for her. Jin stood up, holding his mask. All right, time for action. Let's go. The two books that had just been auctioned were brought to him. Murakami stepped over and flipped through Jeremy's magic book. Murakami remarked, They've grown up. It really is the Jeremy I thought. But what's this? It was accompanied by a line of strange and complex ancient script. Jin thought to himself, Of course. The only people who can decode that ancient script are me and Master. Z stood behind them, happily rubbing his hands. Great! You finally bought something. If you still hadn't bought anything today, the situation would have been very difficult. Jin coldly called out, Z. Z froze upon hearing his name. Yes, sir? Jin said calmly. I want to meet Spider-Leg Alu. Z was stunned. He said in a panic, But sir, that's impossible. Even though you're my client, Alu, Jin stepped forward and placed a hand on Z's shoulder. Then deliver a message to Alu for me. Jin gave a sinister smile and said, Varadin Zipfel wants to meet him. Z was so shocked he stood frozen like a statue. As he ran toward a certain room, he thought to himself, Damn it. Z was flushed with excitement and grinned. He's not a member of the Vermont Special Forces, but a pure-blooded member of the Zipfel family. Z rushed to grab the doorknob, thinking, Good! Now if I can use the Zipfel family's reputation, I can escape this hellhole. Z pushed the door open. Quick, call Alu out here. Varadin Zipfel is looking for him, Z thought in surprise. Why are there so many people? A group of extremely dangerous-looking people were staring at Z in a terrifying way, making him stop in his tracks. One man stepped forward. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at Jin. Are you Varadin? He frowned at Jin. Follow me. The boss wants to see you. Jin, his face bruised, stood behind the group. He swung his arm and punched the first man hard, knocking his face to the side. Jin reached out his hand, and a fireball appeared in his palm. Are you guys kidding with me? The man who was just hit clutched his face and looked at him in shock. The fireball gradually grew larger. Jin asked irritably, Hey, are you Alu? The other man frantically waved his hands. No, sir. Boss Alu sent us to escort you three to see him. Sparks flew around. Jin threw the fireball forward. The explosion caused by the fireball was accompanied by a heat wave and destructive power that spread in all directions. Those on the other side clutched their heads in fear. Jin said calmly, I've stated my identity, and yet he only sends people to deliver a message? I'll say it one more time. His eyes flashed with a sea-blue light. Jin said coldly, Tell him to come meet me personally. Crawl on all fours to my feet. A hand bulging with blue veins pressed against the floor. The entire group knelt on the ground before Jin, their heads bowed low. Oh, the man in red kneeling there is Alu, the manager of this Taesing auction house. Alu pleaded, I failed to recognize you in time. Please forgive me. Hearing Alu's plea, Jin's expression remained ice-cold, as stood cowering behind Jin, a weird smile appearing on his face as he thought, if someone else claimed to be Veridin Zipfel, I would have laughed myself to death. But he is different. His aura is completely distinct. Z grinned, his sinister eyes thinking further. Just now he used a fireball spell. That's a 5th-rank magic skill. Continued his reasoning. To be able to use 5th-rank magic at such a young age, other than the Zipfel family, I fear no one else could do it. A week before going down the stairs, a statement from Jin had shocked Murakhan and Julie. I will impersonate Veridin Zipfel. Murakhan exclaimed, What? Julie also said worriedly, Young master, that matter. Jin appeared incredibly confident. Even if that Alu knows people from the Zipfel family, he absolutely won't be able to tell the difference between real and fake. Jin stated the specific plan he had calculated carefully. We will intimidate him first. Once he's terrified, his judgment won't be as clear as usual. But Julie had other thoughts. No, young master. The problem isn't whether you'll be discovered. Julie thought with great concern, if the family or the patriarch finds out about this later, it will become a major issue. Back in the present, Alu heard Jin's order and stood up. Alu immediately stood up obediently. His massive body was several times larger than Jin's, but he replied with great respect, Yes, sir! Jin took out the 2 books and asked expressionlessly, Alu, look at these. What do you think these books are? Alu bowed his head, his face full of apology, and replied, They are magic books. I am very sorry. I am sorry for taking those ancient magic books without the Zipfel family's permission. Jin threatened, These 2 magic books in my hand are highly valued by the Zipfel family. Jin questioned sternly, How much money have you made from them already? Jin's aura made Alu feel terrified. Master Veridin, I sincerely apologize. I am just a martial artist. It is my fault for not recognizing the value of these magic books. I am sorry, sir. I will do my best to recover all those books. Please give us a chance. Jin threw the 2 books at Alu. Do you think it's better to let someone like you recover them than for me to go personally? Jin's eyes radiated the oppression of a superior and a sense of ruthlessness. He ordered Alu, Shut up! Give me the list of customers who bought the books and the amount they paid. Jin said something that drove Alu to despair. My family will begin an investigation tomorrow. Alu and his subordinates were immersed in a silence of despair and regret. It's over. In the kingdom of Akin, no matter how hard Taesing tried, compared to the Zipfel family, they were just a bunch of small-time thugs. Alu thought further, if anything that displeases the Zipfel family is discovered during the investigation, that will be the end of Taesing. Alu handed over the entire customer list. The 3 of them, Jin, Julie, and Murakhan, checked it together. Alu stood before Jin. Master Veridin, these are all the people who appeared at the auction. Jin pressed further. Is there anyone else? Alu bowed and replied, There are others, but they are all under heavy guard in the warehouse. Alu pleaded, That is also where the staff lives. If you allow me to step out for a moment, I will bring them here immediately. It will take about 2 hours, so if you... Before Alu could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Jin. What nonsense are you talking? Jin's words made him clench his fists behind his back. He struggled to suppress his anger. You're definitely going to destroy important documents. Don't think I can't guess your little tricks from sitting here. Work more carefully. Fine. If you want to go, go. Alu was so angry his whole body trembled, and blue veins popped out on his forehead. But he still had to bow and listen to Jin's warning. Investigate the rest of the people clearly for me. Don't forget, you are still in my hands. Alu bit his lip. He could only obey and instructed his subordinate. Yes, I understand. I'll be back soon. While I'm away, take him to check the warehouse area. However, when passing by that subordinate, Alu placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered an instruction, Don't let him leave the mansion before I return. The subordinate understood. Understood. Alu walked away, gritting his teeth and thinking, You bastard, just you wait.
You think you can control everything? He was driven mad with anger. Damn it, I've already spent a fortune on the Zipfel family. Now I'm forced to buy back all those magic books? No way! Boxes fell to the floor, scattering precious jewelry everywhere. Murakhan said excitedly, "Easy pickings. Take whatever you want." The three of them, Jin, Julie, and Murakhan, searched the room. Murakhan frantically overturned everything. Julie was speechless. "Is this really okay?" Murakhan said confidently. "It's fine. We're just taking things we feel we need." A book hit the subordinate's head. Murakhan said irritably, "My God, it's all trash." Murakhan whispered to Jin, "Hey kid, about that guy Alu. When he gets back, he'll definitely realize you're a fake. What do you plan to do then?" Jin asked back while continuing his search. "What do you mean?" Jin replied calmly, then suddenly noticed a box nearby. "Just pick a few things we can carry and slip away before Alu returns." Jin opened the box. Inside the ornate box, a ring lay silently. The ring sparkled and radiated a brilliant glow. Jin gave a satisfied chuckle. "Found it." Julie, always worried, asked, "Young master, are we really going to keep acting recklessly like this? I don't think it's a good idea." Jin smiled again. "I'll take that as a compliment." Z appeared holding a thick stack of documents and shouted, "Sir, I'm here! This is the complete list!" Z respectfully handed the stack to Jin. "This is all the information regarding the slaves you requested. I've also included their nationalities and ages." Jin did not hold back his praise. "Good. Well done." Jin gave an order. Just as he was about to call everyone to leave, he was blocked by Alu's subordinate's arm. The subordinate said expressionlessly, "The boss will hand over all the auction house's records to you when he returns. Until then, please wait in the mansion." Before he could finish his sentence, Jin launched a surprise attack that landed perfectly. The subordinate's jaw was knocked askew, and a front tooth even went flying out. The subordinate fainted on the spot. Others who witnessed Jin's decisive strike, Eeyore, couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master!" Z hurried to flatter him. "You're incredible! Truly no wasted movement!" However, in his heart, he was utterly terrified. What? Why did he knock out Alu's subordinate? Jin suddenly turned to Z and asked a strange question. "Z, do you have a family?" Ez was very surprised, but reflexively answered, "Huh? Yes, I have a son." Jin's next words left him stunned into silence. "Take the boy and run. It's best to go to the Kingdom of Vermont. Give my letter of introduction to the leader there and tell them everything you know about this auction house. If you want to live, this is the only way." Z was confused. "No, I'll follow you to the very end." In his heart, he didn't want to miss this golden opportunity. "I've finally secured this once-in-a-thousand-years chance." Z steeled his resolve. "Please allow me to follow and fight by your side for the rest of my life." Z thought to himself that to succeed, he had to seize this moment. Jin splashed a bucket of cold water on him. Sorry, but I am not Varadin Zipfel." Z, as if struck by lightning, asked, "What?" 2 hours later, Alu returned. "I just investigated Varadin Zipfel." Alu looked at the subordinate lying paralyzed on the floor and said, "That Varadin Zipfel has long white hair, completely different from that pretender." Another subordinate spoke up. Alu's face darkened, and he barked, "Speak!" The terrified subordinate reported, "They've taken the records on the slaves and other auction house clients." The subordinate continued, "Before fleeing, they left a message. Tasing, it's time for the end." Alu's veins bulged with rage. He ordered, "Pursue them!" The subordinate froze. "What?" Alu's massive hand grabbed the subordinate's head. Alu's eyes lost all reason due to fury. He then threw the subordinate like a sandbag to vent his anger. The subordinate slammed into the wall. The wall suffered a large crater, and he remained stuck to it, unconscious. Alu's rage made the remaining men tremble. Alu roared, "Mobilize everyone! Chase them down! Bring those damn swindlers back to me!" At this moment, Alu's entire body radiated destructive killing intent. "I'll butcher them all with my own hands." Before a blazing fire, a voice rang out. "Hey kid, is this why you were lingering around here? I didn't think provoking Alu would yield much." Jin sat nearby, contemplating his words. "We needed to monitor if he had any ties to the Shadow Clan," ran Kandel. Murakan spoke up. All right. Let's just consider this a goodbye greeting before we leave." Jin listened pensively as Murakan said, "Anyway, he gave you the magic books and even threw in a masterpiece. I was startled when I saw you walking out of that auction house holding that thing." Then Murakan looked Jin straight in the eye and asked, "How do you know about those ancient things? And why are you so persistent?" Under a blood-red moon signaling an ill omen, urgent shouts rang out from over there. "They're hiding over there! Inform the boss immediately!" Their position was exposed. Murakan clicked his tongue toward the source of the sound. "Tisk, what a noisy bunch." At this time, Jin also slowly stood up and said, "Then, for now." A strong wind rose, scattering leaves everywhere. Jin coldly suggested, "Let's go change the mood a bit." At that moment, Alu appeared, drenched in sweat. "Found you!" He and his subordinates surrounded the group. Jin growled, "You damn swindlers! How dare you do that? Did you think you could trick me, Alu, and escape so easily?" Alu lost control more as he spoke. "I'll hang you all for the world to see as a warning. I'll show you what the consequences are for being arrogant in front of the master of the Tasing Underground auction house. Me, Spider-Leg Alu." A single sentence from Jin suddenly silenced him. "The ledger of the slaves kidnapped from Vermont. I've already taken it." Jin gently reached into his cloak as if retrieving something. "And also the transaction records for the magic books that the Zipfel family is searching for, or the list of clients who conducted black market deals with you." Jin tossed papers recording Alu's crimes into the air and declared, "I've already distributed these outside. Perhaps tomorrow the entire continent will have its eyes on you. Magic letters are quite convenient." Standing amidst the falling papers, Jin looked at Alu mockingly. "To be honest, you're dead meat." Alu realized the truth. Alu completely lost control. "You little brat. I won't let you die easily. I'll keep your miserable life and torture you every time you faint from the pain. I'll use fire to burn you awake." But Jin didn't even pay him any attention and called out to Murakan. Murakan, hearing his name, asked, "What is it?" It turned out Jin was proposing, "I want a duel with this Alu guy." Hearing that, Murakan let out a sigh and gave a wry smile. Then, to satisfy Jin's wish, Murakan walked alone toward Alu's subordinates, who were as numerous as ants. What a headache. Seeing this, Alu's veins bulged with anger as he roared, "Damn you! You think you dare take us all on alone? Don't just stand there. Attack!" On his command, his mages immediately raised their staves to cast fire magic. The rest followed Alu's order. They stomped their feet on the ground, taking positions and awaiting orders. "Keep the boy alive and bring him to me. Kill the rest!" Alu's subordinates clutched their weapons and rushed toward Murakan. One man swung a long sword down with all his might. Conversely, Murakan only lightly raised one hand. The man who swung his sword with full strength was sent collapsing in pain by a simple flick of Murakan's hand. He was blown backward. One man fell. Then two others rushed up with aggressive momentum. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Murakan dealt with them neatly. Others, witnessing this scene, no longer dared to take the initiative to attack. Murakan looked at them with eyes shining like a killing machine. He stomped his foot to gain momentum. The ground cracked as he took off like a missile. Murakan lunged forward, continuously knocking down those who blocked his path. From those struck in the back to those taking a full punch, all were easily defeated by Murakan. Not only that, he continued to press the attack. Alu's subordinates gradually became like small animals trembling before the king of the jungle. They now stood rooted to the spot, daring neither to flee nor to attack. Seeing his useless subordinates, Alu angrily barked, "You idiots, what are you standing there for?" A mage answered awkwardly, stammering, "If we use magic now, we'll hit our own people." Hearing that, Alu ordered, Then just aim for the people in the back, you fool. Jin immediately told Julie to step back a bit. A massive fireball was condensing. At the same time, ice shards and a tornado were cast by those mages, attacking toward Jin. The timing was ripe. They immediately unleashed a powerful attack. But facing this situation, Jin casually remarked, "They're all mages below the 5th rank, aren't they?" The crystal on his necklace flashed with a dazzling light. All of Alu's subordinates' attacks were blocked by Jin's defensive shield. This sight made the mages unable to believe their eyes. As the protection faded, Jin said softly, "Thanks to Sister Luna, everything is much easier." Julie, behind him, breathed a sigh of relief for escaping danger. "Even so, you didn't even say goodbye to the lady when you left." "Young master." Suddenly a tragic scream rang out. Murakan's eyes bulged in anger as he roared, "You weaklings! Aside from your numbers, you're good for nothing. This rabble has truly pissed me off." With those words, a surge of blue power filled with death energy radiated outward. Murakan fired countless massive magic bullets, shouting, "All of you die and get out of my sight!" That power was like a massive pillar of lightning. It swallowed those people up. Alu and his subordinates fell like weeds. He looked on in disbelief at his men falling like rain. Alu's gaze turned dark. Suddenly, he broke into a devious smile. Alu laughed like a madman and drew his long sword from his back. As if possessed, he swung his sword wildly, striking indiscriminately at friend and foe alike. On this side, Jin watched the chaotic crowd silently. "What's wrong with the boss? He's gone mad!" That man, Alu, was relentlessly slaughtering his own subordinates. Seeing his state, Murakan said, "Has he lost it? Well, that saves us some effort. Hey, kid, I've cleared out these pests as you requested. Now that bastard is all yours." After butchering all his men, Alu pointed his sword at Jin and roared, "You bastard! Who sent you?" He was desperate to know the answer. Jin replied, "It's the same whether I tell you or not. You're dead meat either way." The moment Jin finished speaking, a fierce blade energy slashed forward, but Jin simply tilted his body to dodge it. That energy struck the wall behind him with force, leaving a long crack. From this move, Jin realized, he's fast. Alu raised his longsword, which was enveloped in terrifying power. He declared, "Fine. I may not know if you're lying or not, but once I defeat you lot, you bastards will have to talk. I won't let you leave so easily." On the other side, Murakan smirked. Hey, kid, you've finally met a decent opponent. I think those rumors about him being a 7-star warrior are true." Murakan shouted a cheerful reminder to Jin. "Hey, kid, he's different from that Viscan guy you fought before." "This guy just wants to kill you!" Murakan stood outside the fierce battlefield, cheering, "Give it everything you've got! Don't go dying on me!" Alu pointed his sword at Jin and said, "Quite arrogant, aren't you?" He thought angrily. "A mediocre mage like you dares to step forward? Are you looking down on me?" Ignoring his nonsense, Jin took an offensive stance and quickly drew his sword from its scabbard. A violent collision occurred between the two sides. The two swords clashed, sending out dazzling sparks. Seeing his move blocked, Alu gnashed his teeth in fury. He looked in astonishment as Jin used a sword to block his strike. He intended to swing his sword down at the ground to force Jin back, but Jin nimbly retreated to avoid the attack. Hearing him curse, "Damn you!" he continued his assault on Jin and roared, "So you're not a mage after all!" Alu swung his longsword horizontally, aiming at Jin. Fortunately, Jin reacted swiftly and blocked it with his own sword. Alu gnashed his teeth in rage again, launching a new all-out attack. The two clashed repeatedly in midair, igniting brilliant white sparks. The opportunity arrived. Jin ducked to counterattack. He decisively swung a long arc of blade energy, but Alu vanished into thin air. In an instant, he appeared behind Jin. Jin quickly sensed the situation and immediately turned around. At that moment, Alu unleashed a savage slash, but it seemed he didn't get his way. The strike only tore Jin's clothing, causing him to blurt out, "Too light!" Meanwhile, Jin hurriedly retreated. He widened the distance to think of a strategy. He's too fast. He hasn't even used his full strength, and he's already like this.
Only then did Alu realize, so the fireball you fired in the auction house was just an ancient relic. Damn it, I actually fell for his trap. Suddenly, he shifted his focus. That's not the problem. His mind filled with questions as he looked toward Murakhan. The problem is that guy who defeated all my subordinates alone. He's definitely stronger than me. Why is he just standing there without moving? As for Murakhan, he was gloating. Looks like the kid is in a bit of trouble. Julie couldn't hide her worry and asked, Lord Murakhan, are you really not going to do anything? Over there, Jin was still fighting fiercely, while here, Julie was restless with worry. Even if this is the young master's wish, facing a 7-star warrior right now is still too early. Hearing this, Murakhan immediately reassured her. It's fine, Strawberry. That kid needs to learn to value his life. Julie thought that made sense, but before she could say more, Murakhan asked another question. Besides, Strawberry, do you really think he'll lose? That simple question left Julie dazed. What? Back at the battle, a powerful slash was unleashed, but Alu easily blocked it. Jin couldn't help but be amazed by his strength. Outside the battlefield, Murakhan and Julie were tensely observing the match. As for Alu, his battle spirit surged. He wore a malicious smile, and while Jin was still adjusting his stance, he quickly seized the opportunity and lunged with his longsword. He shouted, You're dead meat! In this critical moment, Murakhan wore a confident smile while Alu froze, seemingly realizing something. A long time ago, when the magic swordsman of the Shadow Clan Ran Kandel still existed, fighting opponents 2 levels higher was nothing to them. At this moment, a powerful fireball had condensed in Jin's hand. He confidently threw the fireball. By the time Alu reacted, it was too late. A fireball larger than his own body was tearing through the wind toward him. He took the painful blow head-on. Covering his face with one hand, he wondered, wasn't that an ancient relic? Damn it! He looked at Jin, who was standing over a pit of lava, and screamed in disbelief, You're a magic swordsman! Blue electric currents enveloped Jin's body, and his gaze became even more determined. Jin gripped the empowered sword tightly in his hand as bolts of lightning coiled around the blade. Jin held the sword fast. Bringing it to his chest, he seemed to transform into a different person. Jin powerfully plunged the sword into the ground. Countless lightning swords descended relentlessly from the sky. This was the lightning summoning. Each bolt struck down, forcing the man named Alu to dodge continuously. The sky was swirling with wind and clouds like a superstorm about to hit. Over on the other side, Alu was desperately fending off the lightning strikes falling on his head. Suddenly, he let out a roar. You fool! He looked toward Jin and shouted, If you keep standing there like a statue, you'll lose your life. Jin completely ignored his words. A dense aura of power radiated from his body. Helmet summoning. While Jin was performing the move, Alu swung his sword hard toward him. However, the scene before his eyes shocked him to the core. What? His sword strike couldn't cause any damage to Jin. A source of dark power seemed to want to swallow Alu, making him cry out in horror. What is this? Jin suddenly spun the sword gripped in his hand. While Alu was still in shock, a blast of blade energy with 10 times the power was released, instantly striking his body. Jin lightly delivered a slash to Alu. It made his whole body stiffen. Even though he was hit, his facial expression seemed frozen. At this moment, Jin was clad in a suit of polished, jet-black armor. The previous slash had drawn blood from Alu. On this side, Jin also stopped after that attack. His mask gradually faded, revealing emerald green eyes. It wasn't until this moment that Alu began to bleed profusely from the fatal wound. He hadn't even realized he was injured at that exact second. Jin, certain of his victory, wore a confident smile. Jin's expression remained perfectly calm as he gently sheathed his sword. The mask gradually turned into black smoke and vanished. On this side, Murakhan couldn't help but narrow his eyes in admiration. As expected of a relic of Miunta. Julia tilted her head, confused. A relic of Miunta? Please explain further. Thousands of years ago, he hesitated for a moment, Miunta was crafted for Vermont. He was the first king and a favorite of the demon race. During that era, a war broke out.
A knight holding this sword radiated a brilliant golden aura. It's a masterpiece capable of repelling all attacks below 7-star rank. I don't know how it ended up in the hands of these street thugs. In another development, Jin looked at the sparkling ring on his hand, lost in thought. Miunta's relic. In about 5 or 6 years, this will be returned to the King of Vermont. Jin thought to himself, during that time the Academy and everyone else fell into chaos because of this helm. Thanks to that, I remember the exact location, the position where it was discovered on the first day. Behind him, fresh blood had stained the air red. Alu collapsed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Jin turned to look at him and said calmly, "Before you die, I want to ask one thing, Alu." The opponent painfully glanced up, listening to him. Jin stood before Alu's massive, sprawling form, crossing his arms. "I heard you colluded with the Rankandel family. Is that true?" Hearing this, Murakhan remarked, "Kid, you should have asked sooner. He's about to ascend. What can he answer now?" Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. "Fine, now I understand." Jin's eyes widened as he stared at the laughing man. Immediately after, Alu regained his composure and looked at Jin, a cold smile curling his lips. "You are Jin Rankandel," he asserted, "so you really failed, but you're just the youngest child." Hearing this, Jin's face filled with disgust as he narrowed his eyes to evaluate him. Alu tremblingly affirmed, "That person cannot be stopped." Jin waited impatiently, watching him silently. Murakhan also stepped forward, frowning as he complained, "What on earth is he babbling about?" Jin calmly concluded, "Spider-leg Alu." Murakhan glanced at him in confusion. "I take it that's not your real name?" "People feel I need to investigate further." Jin crossed his arms and looked at Alu, stating his thoughts. "A 7-star warrior like you leading a criminal gang. You definitely have ties to the Rankandel family." Murakhan asked back, puzzled, "Kid, what's so strange about that? One of your ancestors supposedly ran a tavern." While Alu lay motionless, Jin replied to Murakhan but kept his eyes on Alu. "True, but I need to know who the person he just mentioned is. I must find them." "Because I will become the patriarch in the future." He touched his chin, his gaze pensive. "You failed. You can't stop him." Then he looked again at Alu on the ground. He knew who I was, yet he said those words. So the phrase, "you failed," must refer to the poisoning incident. Images of those people appeared in his mind. As for why he said, "I'm just the youngest and can't stop that person," he must know about the power struggle among the Rankandel siblings. Sister Luna has left the house, so she's excluded. Then there are the twins, Mew and Anne, but they're too young and naive. The rest are either not smart enough or not cunning enough to be involved in this. That leaves only one person, someone obsessed with rankings who creates tension whenever my talent is revealed. He recalled that person's hawk-like gaze and confident stride down the hallway. The next heir of Rankandel, Joshua Rankandel. He thought, no one else has the capability. Whether this conclusion was right or not, an image of Joshua smiling with calculating deep eyes appeared. I'll find out soon enough. Later, under a deep blue sky, birds soared through the air. Shouts of news rang out. Hot news! Hot news! Tasing has been wiped out by a joint investigation between the Zipfel family and Vermont. Townsfolk excitedly surrounded the newsboy. Tasing has completely collapsed. The boy introduced the paper. The devils who targeted innocent civilians have been destroyed in a single day. The headline was written very clearly. On this side, Jin and Murakhan were chatting while looking at the paper. Seems like Z did a good job. Murakhan frowned as he evaluated. The Zipfel family in Vermont certainly won't let him off easy. Compared to his life, this price is still quite cheap. A man slammed a table, scaring Z half to death. Jin replied, Trash like him needs to taste some suffering to grow wise. Jin folded the paper. Murakhan grinned. Regardless, Zipfel and Vermont gained some reputation,
but it seems you're the one who profited most. Jin smiled. True, a mage's ring, a 7-star knight, even won this battle. Behind them, Julia called out, "Young master?" Both turned back to look at her. She looked at them in astonishment. Even if he was a 7-star knight, it doesn't mean he deserved the title. You can't let your guard down just because you beat Alu. I think you must be more careful next time. Jin replied, Of course. Compared to the final boss, this is nothing. Julia, I understand. I'll be more careful next time. Jin quickened his pace. All right, thanks to Z, no one will come looking for us anymore. Let's rest a bit and then head to the next location. Murakami asked, puzzled. Where is the next location? Jin declared, Tiken, a free city. Question marks appeared on Murakami's face. Julia raised her index finger to explain. Ah, if it's Tiken, is it because of the 7-colored? Jin replied, Exactly. Murakami was still bewildered. 7-colored? As they walked, Julia explained to him, It's the largest news center in Tiken. Aside from the news centers of Rankandel, Zipfel, and Vermont, it's the most reliable place. Murakami put his hands in his pockets. I see. So you plan to exploit those bad people just like you did with Z. Ahead, Jin was paying a boatman. Murakami looked at Jin. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? Jin closed his eyes and smiled. Tisk! It's just another method. A shout rang out. Set sail! The sails were pulled tight. The boat launched. Jin remained immersed in his thoughts. From now on, whenever I use memories from before the regression in front of Julia and Murakami, I need to come up with a plausible reason. But it's not just that. There are also matters regarding Viscalevi, Buveros, and Cancelo. Inside the cabin, Jin sat on the bed. Additionally, that guy Alu's past, it's all connected to Rankandel and the fall of the Forbidden Arts. There's too much I need to investigate further. Therefore, the 7-colored news center in Tiken is the perfect place. Beside him, Murakami leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. Kid, the most important thing right now is what I discovered earlier. The magic or whatever is left in your body, kin person. Jin looked at him. Murakami made his own judgment. I believe it's light magic. Jin looked over in surprise. Light magic? I thought that vanished in ancient times. Murakami's expression was dead serious as he frowned. I'm not entirely sure. In ancient times, the kin people were the enemies of the Zipfel family. Murakami recalled scenes of that family practicing a certain power. Behind them were stacks of magic books piled high as mountains. They were always ready to destroy anyone who displeased them. This has always been a trait of the Zipfel family. That's why no related records were preserved. He then remembered that family's symbol and the fading letters, adding, Furthermore, if you can't break your own power limits in the near future, the Rankandel family might very well share the same fate. Hearing this, Jin fell silent. Murakami quickly stepped in front of Jin and rolled up his sleeves. That's why learning these things is also very important. Jin asked, puzzled, What are you going to show me? Hurry up, I'm very interested. Seeing his excitement, Murakami grinned. Just wait and see. Because this is exactly the kind of magic you need. A dark void appeared in Murakami's palm. He warned, Keep your eyes wide open and look closely. Jin leaned in curiously to look at the energy sphere. He mumbled, Light magic? Why is it black? A blinding light shot out, making Jin's eyes bulge. The light radiated in all directions, dazzling everything. Seeing Jin fall for the trap, Murakami laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. Ha ha ha! How was it? Staring for just a few seconds and your eyes are tired already? On the other side, Jin tremblingly covered his face and mumbled, You. Jin's eyes were hurt to the point of tearing up. He squinted, his vision blurred, still covering his face. Can I use it for defense and offense? Need you even ask? It's called the Blinding Flare, one of the peak magics of the kin people.
This thing is actually very strong. Murakami stopped laughing and pulled an object from his pocket, his face serious. But compared to that, what did you take out? It's a book. Murakami held it in front of Jin. Jin looked up. This is an encryption system that makes even me, Murakami, go crazy. I don't know what's inside, but it will definitely be useful. Jin was momentarily stunned, then said calmly, "Leave it there. One day I'll give it to someone who can read the code." A week later, the boat docked at a certain seaport. Julia soaked in the sunlight and exclaimed excitedly, "Wow!" Beside her, Murakami in cat form sat on her shoulder, his gaze indifferent. They had arrived in the free city of Tikan. The three quickly went ashore. Julia marveled at the city's appearance. "This place is truly beautiful, young master." Jin thought to himself, a city located on a small island in the north-central continent, not under the jurisdiction of Rankandel or Zipfel. He looked around the port city. Although the population wasn't large, it was a famous tourist spot. Foreigners were everywhere. Julia excitedly looked at the surroundings. This city is so full of life. You can tell just by the name, Free City. She turned and smiled at Jin. "Young master, let's find a place to rest." Jin also looked around to confirm. "Let's head into the city center." At the same time, Murakami jumped down from her shoulder. He immediately transformed back into human form, making both of them stare in shock. Murakami put his hands in his pockets. Before the smoke even cleared, he glanced impatiently at Jin. "You're not going to pick another hellish place, are you?" Beside him, Jin complained, "Lord Murakami, how many times have I told you not to transform in the city?" But he retorted, "Kid, how many times have I told you? People don't even care." Behind them, someone was quietly observing the three and let out an exclamation. "Whoa, it's Lulia!" The little girl cheered. "The cat turned into a person!" That voice made all three turn their heads. Her finger pointed at them, her eyes wide and round as she hugged a dinosaur teddy bear. "That black cat turned into that black-haired uncle over there." Uncle, how did you do that?" Seeing he'd been spotted, Murakami stood agape, stunned. Julia, standing beside him, was no exception. Julia's eyes sparkled. The teddy bear in the girl's hand sparkled accordingly. The girl blinked her big, watery eyes and said coaxingly, "Teach Julia, too." After a brief explanation, Jin concluded, "So, little one, you saw wrong. Understand? How could a cat turn into a person?" Lulia ate a popsicle while listening calmly to him calling her the wrong name. She pulled the popsicle out of her mouth and corrected him. "Not little one. It's Lulia. Furthermore, I didn't see wrong. A black cat turned into that uncle. Uncle, why are you lying?" Facing the girl's innocent question, Jin was so guilty he was speechless. He helplessly closed his eyes and repeated, "I'm not lying, and I'm not an uncle either." Lulia immediately countered. She affirmed firmly, "You are lying. You are that uncle." Jin walked ahead helplessly. "Fine, since I bought you ice cream. Just pretend as if—" The girl interrupted him. "Uncle, don't teach children to lie." Jin was completely speechless at this. The two following behind stared agape at the scene. Julia held her chin with a troubled expression, muttering, "What should we do? I thought she was lost and planned to take her to the authorities, but what if she spreads rumors there? Won't we be discovered by the Zipfel family?" Murakami's face darkened beside her as he said, "Don't worry, Strawberry. No one will believe a kid." Julia glared at him reproachfully. "If you had listened to the young master from the start, this wouldn't have happened." Murakami feebly retorted, "Hey!" At this moment, Julia stopped. She had finished her popsicle. Before them was a castle. Lulia recognized it and pointed, cheering, "This is the intelligence center!" But immediately after, she hugged her stuffed dragon tightly with a sad face. "Lulia doesn't like the military." Julia stepped forward and asked, "Why?" as they all surrounded the little girl, waiting for an answer. Lulia's face darkened as she said dejectedly, "I don't like them. They always bother Mommy." Julia frowned and looked at Jin with empathy. "This isn't good. Perhaps this is a place that uses violence to exploit civilians. Jin touched his chin in thought. The child's mother might be able to tell us a few things. Jin decided to go in and see for himself. When the guard saw them approaching, they looked over and recognized the girl.
Ah, isn't this Lulia?
The girl's face fell and she pouted in dissatisfaction. A guard cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted inside, "Go call the commander! Lady Lulia is back!" Seeing this, Jin stepped up and asked, "Wait, do you know this child?" The guard gave an awkward laugh. "Ha ha ha, more than just know her. She's our commander's daughter." Jin looked puzzled. The commander's daughter? Just then the girl saw someone approaching from ahead. She excitedly pointed and cheered, "Mommy!" A figure appeared from the building, a woman with an imposing aura, radiating sharp intensity. Jin cautiously narrowed his eyes to evaluate her. The commander of the intelligence center? The woman frowned. With a solemn expression, Jin assessed, "I don't think she holds only that rank." Suddenly, the woman broke into a wide grin. She ran forward quickly, opening her arms wide with excitement. "Lulia!" The girl happily ran to her. "Mommy!" Under everyone's gaze, the mother and daughter embraced. Alisa playfully scolded Lulia. "Didn't Mommy tell you not to go far?" The girl hugged her mother's neck, acting spoiled. "But Mommy wouldn't play with me." Alisa tenderly held her daughter. "Mommy's sorry, sweetheart. Once work is done, I'll play with you and have so much fun, okay?" Lulia asked, "Really? You have to keep your word. Don't abandon me because you're busy like last time." Alisa dotingly agreed, "I will." The three onlookers were so stunned they were speechless. Suddenly, Alisa's words to Jin left him startled. "Almost everyone in the city knows Lulia, so it seems I was too careless." While holding her daughter, Alisa reached out to him. "Sorry for not introducing myself. I am Alisa Beezer, the commander of the Tekin station." The girl also hugged her mother's neck and smiled at him. Jin shook her hand and smiled. "I'm Jin Gray, just a traveler newly arrived in Tekin." Alisa smiled. "Ah, a traveler. How should I repay you? Is there anything you need here?" Hearing that, Jin smiled and made a request. "In that case, could you recommend a place for us to stay?" Alisa murmured, This daughter of mine." But before she could finish, Lulia called out, "Mommy! Mommy!" She turned to look at her daughter. "Hmm?" Then the girl whispered something into her ear. The surroundings went dead silent. Alisa took a pen from her pocket and turned to ask the guard, "Do you have paper?" The guard quickly produced a stack. "Yes, ma'am." Alisa scribbled quickly on the paper. She tore off the sheet and handed it to Jin while Lulia was still excitedly saying, "Bye-bye, Mr. Guard." The guard replied, "Yeah, bye, kiddo." Alisa looked at Jin. "This is a letter of introduction with the commander's seal. With this, you'll receive preferential treatment anywhere in this city." Jin smiled calmly at her. Reaching out to take it, Alisa continued, "Once again, thank you for finding my daughter." Jin modestly replied, "Not at all. We are the ones who should thank you. Then we'll take our leave." The three quickly departed. Alisa stood behind, silently watching them go. She spoke seriously. "Lulia." The innocent girl replied, "Yes, Mommy." With a serious face, she asked, "Did a cat really turn into a person?" The girl answered honestly, "Yes." But they didn't seem to want to talk about it. Hearing that, Alisa quickly reached out to rub her daughter's cheeks, smiling broadly. "Then let's just pretend we don't know anything, okay?" The girl happily played along. "I'm the most understanding. Everyone has secrets. Right, Mommy?" On another side, Alisa glanced at her own red eyes. She muttered to herself, "Transformation?" An image of Murakan's massive dragon form appeared in her mind. That is something only dragons can do. That evening at an inn, everyone finally settled in, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Julia rubbed her stomach. She sat happily on the bed and remarked, "The service is truly excellent. I only received treatment like this back at the academy." Jin stood leaning against the opposite wall. Moroccan also lay out lazily, adding, "This bed is really soft. The tent should have been like this too." Julia muttered curiously, "Is this the power of the letter of introduction?" Jin murmured, "Everything seems to be going very smoothly in Tikan, doesn't it? Our luck has been great since we arrived." He smiled at them. Suddenly, Julia remembered something and clapped her hands, smiling at him. "Ah, I just remembered. Can I have the kind of popsicle Lulia was eating? I heard it's a Tikan specialty." Seeing this, Jin looked at her and said helplessly, "Good grief, Julia. Why are you asking me that? Go buy some." Since he said she could go, she excitedly hummed a song as she headed out. "Yes, I'll be right back," Jin murmured to himself. "It's been a long time since we've had a moment like this. It feels like being on vacation." Murakkan cushioned his head with his hands and crossed his legs, glancing at him. "Hey kid, how do you plan to meet the seven colored? They aren't easy to meet." Jin sat on the bed and slowly replied to Murakkan, "First I have to go see someone." He thought to himself, "Seven colored, the best intelligence center in Tikan." The image of a man appeared in his mind. At the heart of that intelligence organization was a man named Sword Saint Kashimi. Jin explained more about him. "The information the family has is that he's a famous swordsman everyone knows, who was once invited as a swordsmanship instructor for the Rankandel family. He's known as the family's symbolic sword." He remembered a group of people, including Kashimi. 15 years from now, Kashimi will publicly reveal his true identity as the King of Vermont. Using information gathered from the Seven Colored, he eventually holds supreme power over the three great families, Vermont, Zipfel, and Rankandel. In Jin's vision, Kashimi was being welcomed by the people, and he waved back at them. Jin thought, after that, as the first king of the independent kingdom of Tikan, he will receive total support. Jin narrowed his eyes, stroking his lip in deep thought. Kashimi is an extremely cautious man. Not only does he possess top-tier swordsmanship, but he also has the ability to endure and wait patiently for the right moment for many years. This is the person who can help me control all the information in this city. As Jin was thinking about how to approach him, the sound of urgent footsteps interrupted his thoughts. The room door was pushed open hard. Julia, with a grave expression, frowned. "Young master, Lord Murakkan, something strange is happening." Julia paused and added, "There is no one left in this inn. All the staff and guests have disappeared." Hearing this, both were stunned. Julia affirmed, "I think something has happened." Suddenly a hand reached out from the shadows. It was Kashimi. He grabbed Julia's shoulder. She was so shocked she froze. Julia turned her head. Jin and Murakkan in the room also sprang up, frowning. Kashimi spoke first. "Hello, everyone. Are you doing well?" He wore a sinister expression with 2 guards behind him. "May I come in?" Murakkan noticed the hand placed on Julia's shoulder. His gaze instantly turned fierce. Jin was also terrified to see the visitor. "Sword Saint Kashimi? Why is he here?" But before he could react, a black shadow blurred past. In Kashimi's startled eyes, Murakkan's hand slammed down, pinning the doorframe above him. Kashimi's eyes widened. Jin, in the back, finally shouted in alarm, "Wait!" He tried desperately to stop Murakkan. "Stop!" Murakkan's other arm pulled Julia close. She was still bewildered. Terrifying black smoke radiated from Murakkan. He glared at Kashimi threateningly, while Kashimi had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Jin tried desperately to intervene. "Don't kill him!" Julia watched their reactions blankly. Murakkan's voice, full of indignation, rang out. "You just asked if I'm doing well?" Kashimi's eyes filled with a fear that would make one's hair stand on end. Murakkan opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Kashimi's eyes bulged in shock as his body was enveloped by Murakkan's dark energy. Murakkan's face leaned close to Kashimi's, glaring threateningly, killing intent surrounding him as he growled, "Do I look like I'm doing well, you bastard?" Kashimi, unable to dodge, stared in terror. He cautiously retreated a few steps, staring at Murakkan, while Jin remained lost in his thoughts. "Why is Sword Saint Kashimi here?"
On the other side, Murakan showed no sign of weakness, glaring at him and grinding his teeth in anger. Jin thought in confusion, "We haven't caused any trouble. We only just arrived in Tikan." He observed the soldiers guarding the inn. More importantly, Kashimi hadn't come alone. There were 3 or 4 others, along with many more nearby. He frowned anxiously, thinking, "At this rate, we're going to be in danger." He spoke up to remind Murakan, "Please calm down, Lord Murakan. It's too cramped in here." He then added, "If a fight breaks out here, Julia will get caught in the crossfire." Hearing this, Murakan froze. The killing intent around him began to dissipate as he reined in his aura and calmed his emotions, remaining silent. He called out to Kashimi, "You!" Hearing the call, Kashimi raised his head in surprise. Murakan transformed back into human form, his face full of anger as he still held Julia. Once his aura stabilized, he questioned, "Do you know who I am?" Kashimi stammered in confusion. "What?" Murakan quickly pulled Julia toward him while she stared in shock. Murakan roared angrily at Kashimi. "You bastard! I asked if you know who I am. And what was that, 'Hello, are you doing well'? Tisk, I'm speechless. Did no one teach you manners?" Kashimi, still unable to react, looked up blankly. Murakan continued his scolding. "Do you think having a sword at your hip and soldiers at your back gives you the right to look down on others?" Behind him, seeing Murakan had calmed down, Jin bowed his head and sighed. Fortunately, he stopped. Kashimi was so flustered by the questioning that he stammered, "Ah, no. Well, I didn't mean it that way." Murakan roared at him again. "What do you mean you didn't mean it that way? You barged in here to cause trouble. Answer me, you bastard! Do you know who I am?" Kashimi grew more panicked. "I don't know." Murakan gripped the doorframe even harder and scolded, "Can't you understand human speech? Why are you still being so rude?" Behind them, a guard called out, "My lord!" Jin stepped forward to stop them. "That's enough. Lord Murakan, this is sufficient, isn't it?" Then, he looked at Kashimi and reminded him, "If we aren't wanted criminals, you should calm down and sheath your weapon." Only then did Kashimi react, looking down at his hip in surprise. Jin stepped forward while Murakan moved aside. Jin gave a friendly smile and said, "You are Sword Saint Kashimi, correct? I've long admired your reputation." Kashimi stood to the side, taking his hand off the hilt of his sword, and stammered, "How do you know my name? Who is this young master?" Beside them, Murakan held Julia and watched Kashimi warily. Jin remarked, "Oh dear, I forgot to introduce myself." Then he slowly smiled and said, "My name is Jin Rankandel." Beside him, Murakan glared angrily. "Hey kid, you—" But Jin cut him off and turned back to Kashimi. "You seem to have a lot to say to me. Why don't we find a more suitable place to talk?" Jin looked at the bewildered Kashimi. He promised, "I will answer any of your questions." Kashimi was unable to respond. Later, they sat down at a table in the inn. Jin spoke first. "Thank you, Lord Kashimi, for ordering your troops to withdraw. It seems you trust me a bit more now." Kashimi bit his lip warily and glanced at Jin, thinking, "I brought the troops because I heard a dragon had appeared." Kashimi noticed Murakan in the back frowning at him with extreme displeasure. But it seems that was a mistake that only angered him further. "I'm quite certain this man is that legendary dragon. This feeling, this pressure, it couldn't come from a normal human." He then looked at Jin sitting opposite him and concluded, "If he hadn't stopped it, I and everyone else would probably be dead." Seeing Kashimi looking at him, Jin sat silently without saying more. Then Kashimi remembered seeing Julie earlier. "That woman is definitely Julie McLaren. I met her before I was exiled from the Vermont Palace. I still clearly remember her soldierly bearing in the training hall that day." He had noticed a piece of silver metal sparkling on her wrist. Kashimi wondered, "But I don't feel any spiritual aura from her at all. What is her relationship with these people?" Kashimi regained his composure and cautiously placed his hands on the table, looking at Jin. You said you are Jin Rankandel, right? You don't look like you're lying. But I have one question. Jin replied calmly, Please, go ahead. Kashimi glanced at Murakan, who was standing nearby with his arms crossed and an annoyed expression, and asked, Why are you traveling with an ancient dragon? Dragons usually only form contracts with mages, those who contract with gods, or those with superpowers. Kashimi slowly added, and specifically, the Zipfel family. Hearing this, Jin stared at him and replied calmly, No, they don't know. Kashimi gave a soft laugh. If word of this got out, your family wouldn't let it slide, yet you reveal a life-threatening secret so casually. Jin narrowed his eyes at the man's threat. The issue isn't whether I'm a Rankandel or not. Kashimi continued, Tell me. But facing the pressure, Jin calmly asked back, Knowing there was a dragon here, why did you still come? Beside him, Murakan also crossed his arms and glared. The threat momentarily silenced Kashimi. Hearing this, Kashimi didn't hesitate to reveal his cards. Since you've shared such a massive secret, I will tell you mine. You met my daughter, Lulia, right? At this question, they all remembered the little girl. He added seriously, The reason I came here is because she said she saw a cat turn into a human. Hearing this, Jin asked, You believe the words of a child? Kashimi denied it. My daughter isn't just an ordinary child. She is a contractor of army. Behind her appeared an energy eye. Jin asked, Army? Do you mean the god of eyes? He admitted without hesitation, Yes, the god of eyes. The image of the girl holding her teddy bear and pointing at Murakan flashed in their minds. Kashimi voiced his doubt. My daughter, as a contractor of army, cannot see anything wrongly. Jin quickly reminded him, You should know there are many powerful people in this world who want to be contractors of army. Is it really okay to tell us so easily? Murakan cut them off with a grin. Wait, something's not right. He slammed his hand on the table, looking furious and narrowing his eyes. If she's really a contractor, where is her dragon? Why don't I feel even a hint of a dragon's aura on her? Faced with this intense reaction, Kashimi was startled. Murakan explained, Army's dragons are famous for cherishing their contractors. How could one abandon a child? This sounds strange. Jin then remembered the dragon doll in the girl's hand, suddenly understood, and opened his eyes wide. He made a deduction. I'm not clear on the situation, but it seems something has happened. Hearing this, Murakan frowned and turned back. What? Kashimi admitted. That's right. He bowed his head with a gloomy expression and explained, About a year ago, Lulia's guardian dragon suddenly went missing. It seems to be related to the Zipfel family or the Vermont Empire. But it's all just speculation. Murakan countered, Impossible. He looked impatient, frowning as he asserted loudly, There's no dragon in this world stupid enough to be kidnapped for an entire year. That long, and... Murakan suddenly lowered his voice as if remembering something. Wait, you little human. You said your daughter is 5 years old, right? Kashimi raised his head blankly. Why? Ah, yes, she is. Murakan's expression grew increasingly grave. He was silent for a long time before explaining, If she really is Army's contractor, and at that age she doesn't have her guardian dragon by her side, Murakan concluded, your daughter will soon go mad and enter a vegetative state. Kashimi's face was full of horror, his eyes wide and vacant with fear as he stammered, What? Murakan explained further. Listen carefully. Army's contractors can see the future. Humans might not know, but seeing the future is a massive burden on the mind, even for dragons. Images of Lulia's mind and thoughts appeared. Perhaps because the child is so young, she can't distinguish between reality and illusions yet, so everything still seems normal. Murakan interrupted his thoughts and added, But if she continues observing the future without protection, In about a year or two, her eyes will lose control. Will she be crippled for the rest of her life? Standing behind him, Jin was stunned. Then came the image of Lulia, walking in a hallway of memories filled with despair. Murakami added, "This is simply a matter of cause and effect. If you see the future, you must follow it. If you dare resist, you'll be punished by army. Meaning, if one sees someone's death, they are helpless to stop it. Any contractor who dares to interfere with the law of karma will be destroyed." Murakami looked up and glanced at Kashimi, concluding, "From the start. That girl has lived in a different world from us." Kashimi's face was filled with horror, his pupils constricted and his gaze vacant. Murakami affirmed, "Looking at your expression, I know I'm right." Jin beside him deduced, "In that case, what you need to do is quickly find her guardian dragon." Only Kashimi gnashed his teeth in anger. Murakami added, "There's no other way." With those words, Kashimi fell to his knees. He bowed respectfully. "My lord, honorable and almighty guardian dragon. Although my superiors haven't mentioned this, I am the head of the Seven-Colored Intelligence Center. I am very confident in my abilities. However, for the past year, I still haven't been able to find my daughter's guardian dragon." Seeing his action, Murakami just closed his eyes and crossed his arms. "I see. Meeting your daughter as soon as we arrived in Tikan wasn't just a coincidence, was it?" He recalled the meeting with the girl and suddenly understood. "Army told you to come help his young contractor, didn't he?" Kashimi said tremblingly. "Then, my lord almighty guardian dragon, please." Before he could finish, Murakami raised his hand in refusal. "Ah, no. Even if you beg me, there's nothing I can do." Hearing this, Kashimi widened his eyes and looked up in despair. Then Murakami pointed toward Jin, who was sitting calmly behind them. "If you have a problem, ask my boss. Hey, kid, what do you plan to do?" Jin stood up from his chair. He walked over to help Kashimi up. "Please stand up, Lord Kashimi. We aren't close, but this involves the life of a child." His eyes were full of resolve. "First, please calm yourself." Kashimi's gaze was empty and hopeless. Jin affirmed that we will find Lulia's guardian dragon together. Kashimi sat on the floor and bowed. "Young master, I will never forget this kindness." Jin couldn't help but ponder. Strange. Even though things are moving in a positive direction, I don't feel relieved. He thought vaguely, if even the Seven-Colored can't find it, it means we need information from Rankandel or Zipfel. That's impossible. Murakami turned to ask him, "Hey, kid, aren't Tikan and the Zipfel family on the same side?" Jin looked at him and affirmed, "No. Tikan is just a city. They don't belong to any side." Murakami replied, "Good. Perfect." Then he looked at Kashimi. "Hey, shorty, you have so many resources. You must have gathered some information about dragons, right?" Kashimi looked up in surprise. "Ah, yes. We know which dragons live on which continents." Murakami quickly ordered, "Very well. Bring me all the information about dragons in the Vermont Empire." Jin was startled to hear this. He cried out, "Murakami, you aren't planning to—" Murakami grinned and scratched the back of his neck. This method isn't much different from the old days. Ancient legends say that dragons know everything." That night, at a house in the forest, Kiantel was enjoying tea. A voice sounded excitedly, "Lady Kiantel, please look at this." Hearing this, she glanced at Enya. "You're here, Enya?" Enya walked over waving a newspaper. "It's news about young Master Jin again. Isn't it great? Even though he's my age, he's already reached 5-star rank." Chantel calmly set down her teacup and praised her. "Enya, you are also a gifted contractor. One day you will be just like him." The girl looked up doubtfully, holding the newspaper. "Really?" Chantel affirmed again. "Yes." Enya babbled on. "Unlike that other child, his guardian is a black-haired man, but you, lady, have contracted with that great lord, the god of time." Hearing this, Chantel's hand holding the teacup froze. Her face was filled with anger. and the surrounding temperature dropped visibly. Enya was stunned by her expression. "Lady Chiantel?" Chiantel ordered. "Enya, go home. Don't come out until I return." The girl looked at her in surprise. "What happened?" Chiantel was full of rage. Her hand transformed into its true form because she lost control. The surroundings turned freezing. "It's not just something. Something dark is coming here." Elsewhere, Murakan was carrying Jin, flying over the sea. He told Jin, "Kid, we're almost there." Jin sat on his back looking confused. Murakan, flying with a confident face, affirmed, "Just wait. Once I reveal my presence, those dragons in Vermont will come right to the door." He instructed Jin, "Hide well. Don't get spotted." Jin pulled up his cloak hood. "All right." Immediately after, Murakan stopped and stood on the water in his dragon form. His legs began to churn the water, creating a whirlpool. "All right, let's begin." With the frantic beating of his wings, the water surged. Jin looked down in silence. Jin recalled the conversation between Murakan and Kashimi. "Lord Kashimi," he handed the information to Murakan. "This is the list of active dragons in the Vermont region that you requested." Murakan looked at the list in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Oh? So they're hiding here." Two familiar names caught Murakan's eye, the Earth Dragon and the Silver Dragon, making him pause. He then clicked his tongue. Well, whatever. It should be fine." Hearing this, Jin asked curiously, "What is it, Lord Murakan?" He closed his eyes and shrugged. "Nothing, it's just a bit dangerous. But that's just how relationships are among dragons." Jin found it even more confusing, but Murakan didn't explain further, only urging, "Let's go, kid. The road is still long." As they turned to leave, Kashimi called out, Great Guardian Dragon, please wait a moment." Being called by a title given by humans, Murakan's face flushed with both embarrassment and anger. He turned his head and shouted, "Enough! Just call me by my name. I'm not some religious leader." Kashimi corrected himself. "Then Lord Murakan." After finishing his instructions, as Kashimi bowed 90 degrees in gratitude, "Thank you, my lord," the two turned back to look at him. He pleaded, "Please let me go with you. Only then can I save my daughter." Murakan grimaced, then said quietly, "Before we leave, I'll tell you two things." Hearing this, Kashimi was startled. Murakan frowned and gave a blunt piece of advice. "First, from today until the dragon returns, you must keep your daughter exhausted all day. When she's exhausted, Army's power will weaken along with her. As soon as she wakes up, play with her, run around the house, do whatever it takes to tire her out so she sleeps." Hearing this, Kashimi smiled gratefully. "I understand. I'll keep her active all day, and the second thing?" Before he could finish, Murakan gave the answer. "Sugar candy." He reminded him, "Bring it here. Because of you, we haven't been able to eat yet." Hearing this, Gilly covered her mouth and looked at Murakan. "Lord Murakan," then praised him. "You truly have the air of a gentleman." He smiled proudly and snapped his fingers. "Ha ha! Strawberry, didn't you say you wanted to eat earlier?" Julie perceptively exposed him. "That's not it. You said all that just to calm Lord Kashimi down." Exposed, Murakan froze up, then got angry out of embarrassment. "As if I'd care about the feelings of such a creature." Jin closed his eyes and thought to himself, "Now he's pretending not to care again." Back to the present, Jin thought with a sense of pride. He's quite thoughtful. Our black dragon. Murakan seemed to have spotted something approaching. As he saw two dragons in the distance, he warned, "Kid, they're here." They lunged forward with incredible speed. Murakan recognized them immediately. "Ah, it's Rebos and Donthiu. Figures. How many times have I thrashed them back in the day?" Next, Murakan reminded him, "Put on your helm, kid." Jin quickly put on the mask while on his back. He grumbled, "Just how many times did you hit them that they come charging the moment they sense you?" Murakan boasted of his past deeds. "Anyone who dared to trespass on my territory got a beating."
Jin commented, "How very proud." One dragon roared, "Murakan, why are you—" Murakan stood there with imposing majesty before the two earth dragons, Rebos and Donthiu. He then stated his purpose clearly. "I have awakened for an important mission.
Lend me a hand." The two dragons looked at each other nervously. Should we tell him? He seems to have no idea. The earth dragons began to act awkwardly.
"Oh, great leader of the high mountains, best friend of Soldere. We aren't clear on your situation, but now is not the time. Please go elsewhere." The other stammered, "Quickly leave. Our young contractor is still here. We don't want a conflict at the Vermont border." Hearing this, Murakan glared angrily. "You dare tell me to step back?"
"I, Murakan, have never had to avoid any place." One of the two lost patience. "Oh, please just leave quickly. It's because you're flaunting your presence like this that everything is a mess." Murakan gnashed his teeth in annoyance. "Huh? What did you say?"
"We're informing you that Quicontel is flying here to kill you."
Murakan froze. "Oh."
Jin in the back was bewildered. "Eh?" Jin asked curiously. "If it's Quicontel, isn't that the silver dragon Quicontel? What is your relationship with the guardian dragon of the god of time?" Hearing this, Murakan began to falter. Well, Murakan answered, "Ex-girlfriend." Jin's face went blank in disbelief. Among the dragons, some were pleading, while others were pointing and threatening.
"Please, big bro, I'm begging you. Can't you just leave? Our contractor is still just a child. If they get caught up in this, they might die. The other dragons don't know you've awakened yet, right? If you don't leave now, I'll spread the word." As soon as it finished speaking, it seemed to sense something.
On this side, Murakan also felt it, and his whole body trembled. He warned, "Kid, hold on tight." Jin looked up. Whoa! A streak of light shot in like a missile from afar. A massive pillar of energy erupted, blasting the three dragons apart. Water splashed everywhere. The surface behind them was split in two, and the mountain on the small island was snapped into two pieces. The earth dragons fled helplessly. "Damn it, run for now! I curse you, Murakan!" Murakan looked after them in confusion. "What the hell is going on?" Murakan warned him, "Kid, don't get distracted. Something else is coming." Jin quickly turned his head toward the direction of the attack. A hand reached out, followed by a dazzling sphere of energy. It was Quicontel. Another blow was unleashed, followed by 3 consecutive pillars of light. Murakan gnashed his teeth as he dodged, looking back. Countless streams of energy shot straight down into the water, triggering violent waves. A massive explosion appeared on the sea, splitting the sky in two. Then the explosion retracted and the water surged ferociously. Immediately after, 2 massive whirlpools formed. Jin looked at this scene. No matter how much I underestimated it, this is 8-star rank. A secret technique that transcends even that level. Jin silently assessed the situation. I didn't expect someone to be able to unleash several such moves in a single breath. From afar, Quicontel's furious roar echoed, "Murakan!" Murakan turned to look at her. Her hands were overflowing with energy, her face distorted with rage. "You bastard! Was that not enough to destroy you? How dare you lead those shameless people to this place?" Jin, in the back, was stunned by the sight. "Do we have to fight that terrifyingly strong monster?" Murakan said casually, "Seems like it." Jin asked curiously, "Your ex-girlfriend, how long have you known her?" He answered as he lunged forward, 500 years. From a human perspective, it's been about 5 years. He changed the subject. "Anyway, as soon as you get the chance, stab that Bradamante into her, got it?" Jin looked at the sword at his hip and reminded him, "She's your ex-girlfriend after all. Isn't that a bit much?" Murakan sneered. "Kid, it seems you still haven't realized." Above them, Quicontel also quickly transformed. "But I will absolutely not rely on those things to elevate my status." Her form became massive, with a sharp silver beak. Murakan affirmed, "So when things get bad, give it your all and throw it." "You have to go that far just to hit her." The silver dragon's legs flickered in and out of the mist.
Quikantel's furious roar rang out. The silver dragon's true form stared at him. "Even if you want to run, it's too late now, Murakan." She narrowed her eyes. "I will bury you at the bottom of this sea." Then Murakan flew in front of Quikantel, trying to dissuade her. "Wait, calm down, Quikantel. I know how much you hate me, but that's not important right now." But she still glared at him in a rage. He tried to negotiate. "Let's settle the important matter first." Before he could finish, he felt the killing intent, and his whole body trembled. Quikantel opened her mouth and deployed a magic circle. Another strike shot out. Murakan dodged while swearing, "Damn it!" Quikantel lunged with dizzying speed while Murakan stood motionless. Quikantel roared as she charged. Only then did his eyes widen. Immediately after, one of her blows struck Murakan right in the mouth. Jin, on his back, also felt the impact of the aftershock and clenched his hands. On the other side, after finishing her move, Quikantel opened her mouth wide. She quickly bit into Murakan's neck. He gnashed his teeth and twisted his neck to dodge. Immediately after, he retreated with a look of extreme annoyance. "Damn it, why are you so hot-tempered?" The tail behind her also joined the fray. A powerful whip struck Murakan right in the face, making him stagger back. He gnashed his teeth and glared at Quikantel. She opened her mouth wide to fire a bolt of electricity. He muttered something about love, but before he could finish, he screamed in despair, "What on earth is this at this distance?" Murakan was blown away and lay flat on the water's surface. Something shattered, and the light was swallowed up. Murakan crossed his arms over his chest and blinked. Black energy radiated outward. Quikantel looked up in astonishment at the sight. A massive sphere of darkness appeared behind Murakan, then gradually vanished. Black streaks like eggshells began to envelop Murakan. Quikantel looked inside, confused. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, at least that bought a little time. On Murakan's back, Jin poked his head out. "Lucky I followed you. If that silver dragon had hit you, I might not have even heard the news of your death." Murakan looked at Jin. "I won't die. No matter how strong Quikantel is, she can't get in here." Murakan continued to ramble. "Don't worry about that. Creating an opening won't be easy. Since you can still talk, we need to find a way to calm her down." Quikantel's hand suddenly plunged into the surface of the sphere. She then tore it apart, her face distorted with rage. She gave a contemptuous laugh, radiating killing intent. "Is this shadow release? Pathetic, Murakan." Murakan looked stunned, not understanding what was happening. "How could you?" Quikantel gave a cold laugh and scolded him. "You fool." She pointed at his face. "You have no idea how weak you've become. If you think you're still the same as before, you're dead wrong." Murakan feebly tried to dissuade her. "Quikantel, stop. That's enough. Think of our past. I only came here to ask something." Hearing this, Quikantel narrowed her eyes in anger and roared, "The past! If I thought about our past, tearing you into 10,000 pieces still wouldn't be enough." Murakan shut his mouth, unable to argue. Quikantel's face was dark with fury as she clenched her fists, losing all composure. Immediately after, she threw a punch that sent him flying, but Murakan reacted quickly, pushing Quikantel back and startling her. He bit her neck, making her roar in pain. While biting, Murakan reminded her, "Calm down, Quikantel. Why are you doing this just because we broke up?" Her fists tightened as her rage grew. "Just because we broke up?" Quikantel turned and landed another punch on the face of that terrible man. She scolded him angrily. "That is exactly why you're getting beaten so miserably right now." Murakan was beaten speechless. His eyes widened as he looked down. He then shouted an order to Jin. "Now!" The sound of rapid footsteps echoed across the dragon's body. Jin kicked off hard and leaped up. Murakan urged, "Go, kid!" Jin jumped into the air and drew his sword. Quikantel hadn't reacted yet. She looked up. "What?" Masked, Jin swung his sword downward. She was shocked. "A human?" As Jin stared at Quikantel, he calculated, "Her outer scales are hard to pierce. Even Murakan's teeth couldn't do it. That means with a single strike, it'll be hard to cause even a small scratch." He frowned, but then cut off his train of thought.
His eyes focused on the wound on her neck caused by Murakan's bite. The gap there was very small. He looked at the surrounding black energy. Murakan's lingering shadow energy was still here. Under Quikantel's confused gaze, the energy source from behind was sucked into the sword. The blade began to transform under the influence of that energy flow. Jin pointed his sword at her. She couldn't react, and could only stare blankly at the flow of energy before her. He slashed down at the neck wound, releasing the shadow energy. She screamed in pain from the blow. A powerful slash struck straight down as the shadow energy invaded Quikantel's body. The dragon skin at the point of the strike was torn open, and the attack swept through Quikantel's body. Her arm and one of her wings were severed. Jin fell, and Murakan waited for this exact moment. He lunged to catch him. "Kid!" Jin landed on his back. On the other side, part of Quikantel's body fell into the water. The mask on Jin's face vanished. He sat on the dragon's claw, panting heavily. "Huff! Huff!" He stumbled. Murakan didn't hold back his praise. "You gave it your all, kid. But you did a great job." Jin thought in disbelief. Did I just naturally become a dragon slayer? Then Murakan muttered, "All right, now pray that she's calmed down a bit." Hearing this, Jin touched his neck in horror, glanced at him, and shouted, "What do you mean by that?" "It's not over yet?" "Of course not. An ordinary dragon would die from that blow." They looked down at the water. "But Quikantel is different. A dragon that controls time won't die so easily." A time gear device appeared before them. Jin's face darkened as he looked at the gear. "This?" Murakan also looked down. A great fear rose within Jin. "Before we find the missing dragon, are we going to go missing ourselves?" The time gear began to tick and move. The hands turned faster and faster. Then, before their astonished eyes, spun wildly. Quikantel's arm began to reattach. It was fished out of the seawater, so it was still wet, dripping as it reattached. Jin stared at Quikantel. "She's reversing time." Murakan remained calm. "This is why power and magic are two different things. But don't worry too much. This is just a trick, but it costs a lot of energy." Murakan warned, "However, just to be safe, don't move." Jin stood perfectly still. Silver hair blew in the wind as Quikantel's body returned to human form, hovering in midair. Her expression was grim. Murakan asked pointedly, "Have you calmed down yet?" Quikantel's face was dark with fury as she looked up at them. Murakan mocked her without hesitation. "I didn't know you still had so much affection for me, to the point of going crazy. Didn't we break up peacefully?" Hearing this, Quikantel trembled with rage. "Peacefully?" she roared in resentment. "You dumped me unilaterally. You didn't even let me say a single word. Is that your definition of a peaceful breakup?" On this side, Murakan also shouted back indignantly, "Every time I mentioned breaking up, you flew into a rage. To put it bluntly, I never cheated on you. It was just because our personalities didn't match." Beside them, Jin closed his eyes, finding the quarrel between the two giant dragons confusing. He silently sheathed his sword and assessed the situation. "So this is the dialogue between dragons who have lived for thousands of years." Murakan gave up. "Fine, forget it. I didn't come here to argue, I came to ask you something." Quikantel paused and frowned. "Wait." She interrupted him and looked at Jin. "That human, is he a contractor of Soldaret?" Murakan answered, "That's not important right now. One of our kind is in a life-threatening situation." Quikantel narrowed her eyes warily. "One of our kind? Ha! Murakan, you really are a despicable man." She cursed him. "How many dragons have you killed, yet you dare say that? Are you joking?" Murakan bit his lip, unable to argue. Quikantel continued her scolding. "If I think of our kind who died at your hands." Murakan replied without fear, "That's right. Among them were your brother's enemies. For your revenge, I killed them, those who had nothing to do with me." Quikantel's face darkened, leaving her speechless. Murakan lost patience and turned around. "Fine, forget it. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked you.
I'll go ask other dragons instead. Quicontel reached out to hold him back. She called after him, "Wait, hold on a moment." Seeing her stop him, he turned back to look at her. She held her head with both hands, hands on her hips, grimacing in dissatisfaction. "Honestly, every time I see you, my emotions get triggered. Just ask. Also, I'm sorry for what I just said." Murakhan got straight to the point. Recently, a guardian dragon of army went missing. Hearing this, she understood the issue. Missing? Are you talking about Lottie of Tikan? He felt confused. So, that's her name? Jin looked at the two of them as if they were children, narrowing his eyes and sighing. Finally, they were getting to the main point. Quicontel murmured, "That's strange. That girl was only just taken away by Voreta not long ago." Hearing this, he frowned. Voreta? An image of a massive blue dragon appeared in his mind. It had emerald eyes. Storm Dragon Voreta, one of the Wind Tribute Dragons and also the guardian dragon of Andre, the vice-patriarch of the Zipfel family. He remembered the old man in the cloak who had contracted with that dragon. So this involves the Zipfel family again. Back to the present, Quicontel rubbed her chin in deep thought. "I'm certain they said they wanted to teach Lottie draconic magic," she affirmed. "I think we should change locations to talk. If I retreat a bit, maybe I can avoid the traps and enter the Vermont border from there." Murakhan grinned while Jin was still standing on his hand. She turned and instructed them. "Let's go. I'll take everyone to my home." In a forest on the outskirts of the Vermont capital, sunset had fallen. Jin spoke first. "Sorry for not having a chance to introduce myself earlier." The three of them sat around a tea table. "I am a contractor of Soldaret." Quicontel replied, "I know. You're Tamar's descendant, right?" She further confirmed, "And you're the youngest son, Jin Rankandel." Murakhan was startled and frowned. "What? How do you know?" Quicontel spoke her thoughts. "He radiates the exact same energy as Tamar. How could I not know? 1,000 years ago, the three of us were together for a long time." A memory of the three of them standing on a lush green mountain peak under the sun returned. She added, "Ah, I only guessed he was the youngest son." Looking at the guardian dragon's reaction is quite interesting. Jin glanced at Murakhan's reaction. He was also in shock. "Oh." Quicontel gracefully brought the teacup to her lips and took a sip. "All right, let's get back to the main business. Voreta took Lottie away a year ago." Murakhan looked at her. "So you mean they used the excuse of teaching draconic magic to trick that girl, right? Doesn't sound very convincing." Quicontel affirmed, "But it could be the truth." He said to her, "Quicontel, Army's contractor is too young to control the power." Hearing this, Quicontel was startled. "What? If there's no guardian dragon by her side, isn't that very dangerous?" Murakhan confirmed. "Exactly. And I bet Voreta knows this too." She murmured to herself, fingers tapping on the table. "As expected. Do they have any other motives?" Hearing this, Murakhan asked back, "You said as expected. Does that mean you knew something beforehand?" She confessed, "When taking Lottie away, Voreta stopped in Vermont. She said she wanted to introduce Lottie to me, but she kept eyeing my contractor. She even insisted on meeting the young lady for no reason." That person stood in a tree, silently watching Quicontel walking on a forest trail. "Do you think with my personality I'd let her be?" She rubbed her forehead in distress. "I had no choice because the contractor's identity has already been exposed. In the Vermont elite circles, many have close ties with the Zipfel family. If I acted on impulse, I wouldn't be able to let the young lady stay here anymore." Jin caught the key point. "Lady Quicontel, you said your contractor's identity was exposed, but Army's contractor hasn't been, right? The fact that they knew about it and approached Lottie is truly suspicious." Seeing him ask, Murakhan also glanced at him. He agreed. This is indeed strange. Could a new type of magic to detect contractor identities have been created while I was sealed? Kikantel immediately denied it. Impossible. Unless the contractor displays their power themselves. Otherwise, no one would know anything about the contract. Then she made a point. Even if such magic really existed, what would they gain from it? Jin picked up his teacup and took a sip. They could achieve two things. First, they could minimize risks by eliminating contractors outside their territory. Quikantel's face brightened, as if she understood something. He calmly set down the teacup. Second, if they kill a contractor, they might have a chance to contract with that god themselves. Next, he remembered the gears of memory. He muttered a judgment. Actually, it's not just about getting a chance to contract. I'm certain they used a special method. In my past life, the contractor of the god of time, Ulta, only officially appeared before the stone statues 15 years later. Then he remembered the cloaked man. The contractor was a member of the Zipfel family, I'm sure of it. If they kill a god's contractor, they can contract with that god. That's why Lulia's guardian dragon was kidnapped. He remembered the little girl sleeping soundly. Because in my past life, I don't recall hearing any news about the Princess of Tikkun. Back to the present. Quikantel was pensive, her gaze distant. It seems this little young master has a lot of theories. I can't understand why the Zipfel family, having contracted with so many dragons already, would do such a thing. Could it be that just because they are your enemies, you're suspecting the Zipfel family without basis? He interrupted her. Lady Quikantel. He exposed her. You're saying words that even you don't believe. Quikantel's face froze. The surrounding air seemed to freeze in shock. He spoke with increasing intensity. I don't know how it is for dragons, but human greed is bottomless. Even if they've reached the peak, they will never be satisfied. They'll even want more. Beside him, Morikon couldn't keep his cool and snapped, "Hey, kid!" But he stood by his opinion. They are also the ones who have dominated for thousands of years. Whatever they do, it wouldn't be strange. He narrowed his eyes and affirmed, I'm sure that family is plotting something. What I'm not sure of is why you're pretending not to know anything. Finally, he gave a suspicious conclusion. Could it be that you're afraid of the Zipfel family? Facing Jin's intuition, her face went pale with shock. Morikon stood up, anger lining his face. Wait, Quikantel, we all know the Zipfel family's greed. Furthermore, though I hate to admit it, they really are strong. She remained silent. He reminded her, what's the harm in being a little cautious? I won't ask for your help with anything. Let's leave Vermont. Hearing this, Quikantel couldn't help but burst out laughing. She held her face and threw her head back, laughing wildly. Pooh ha ha ha! Morikon was bewildered. She assessed him. Morikon, you've changed a lot. Now you can even sense danger that quickly. The other two also narrowed their eyes in confusion. Immediately after, she stood up. All right, I'll take my contractor and leave this place first, and... Morikon frowned at her actions. She stated firmly, I will help you. Morikon was utterly shocked, eyes wide. What? You? Quikantel turned to walk away. I need to face Voreta to find out the truth. Morikon gnashed his teeth and watched her, clicking his tongue. Quikantel added, if things are as you say, then perhaps it's time to teach that family a lesson. With just one order, the dragon tribe will fly here immediately. She walked toward Jin and placed a hand on his shoulder. Jin also watched her actions closely. Furthermore, this is my duty to Tamar, since one of his descendants is here. This reminds me of the old days. Morikon brushed past him and added, and she even dared to provoke me. Meanwhile, he was bewildered. There wasn't a hint of anger on her face. Even that arrogance is exactly like his. She suggested, all right, I'll call Voreta. After that, suddenly a loud noise interrupted her. Enya pushed the door open and walked in, grinning broadly. Lady Quikantel, I'm back. The three in the room all looked at the girl. She froze. Oh? These people are… Kikantel scolded Enya. Didn't I tell you not to come out? Kikantel suddenly changed her mind. Actually, this is better. Let me introduce you to them. This is Enya, the contractor of the god of time, Ulta. The girl was flustered. Her cheeks flushed as she awkwardly gripped Kikantel's skirt. Officially introducing her, Enya, this is my old friend and the contractor he protects. He also nodded in greeting. Her eyes went dark, her glasses fogging up. A loud noise echoed through the forest. Enya lost control and lunged toward him, screaming, "Oh my God! It's really Jin Rankandel! Oh my God!" Young Master Jin was right in front of her. Seeing such an exaggerated reaction, his face darkened as he assessed, Lady Quikantel. Quikantel covered her face in shame. "Ha! About that, I forgot to mention it to you." Enya was so moved she was nearly in tears. She clenched her hands in front of her chest and screamed out of control, I have a fairy tale about you. Please give me an autograph, young Master Jin." Faced with this loss of control, Quikantel reminded her, Enya, how do you feel about maintaining the dignity of a contractor? The girl realized her mistake and gasped. Her eyes widened, her face turned bright red, and she bowed deeply in apology. Sorry, I've only ever seen young Master Jin in the newspapers before, so when I saw the real person… I lost control for a few seconds. He was speechless. Kikantel crossed her arms with a probing expression. Enya panicked. Though the introduction is a bit late, my name is Enya. I'm a summoner. Also a specially recruited student of the academy. He quickly stood up and said with a smile, A summoner? He thought to himself, I heard Ulta put in a lot of effort to maintain the contractor bloodline. This means this girl's talent must be outstanding. He reassured her, It's fine. No need to apologize. Enya, your greeting was so enthusiastic I didn't know how to react. The girl smiled broadly. Then can I… Quikantel interrupted. Enough. She repeated, No more of that. Enya, I told you not to leave the house without my permission, right? The girl suddenly remembered, looking blank and then explaining hurriedly, It was a bit boring at home, so I thought it might be more fun to come see Lady Quikantel. Hearing this, Quikantel also opened her eyes wide in surprise. The girl spoke her heart out. Then when I came to see you, boom! I saw young Master Jin right in front of me. Deciding to come see Lady Quikantel was the best decision ever. Quikantel's arms tightened. Jin also noticed this and thought, A summoner and a specially recruited student of the academy, huh? Meanwhile, Quikantel remembered how Enya was discriminated against and isolated. Those Vermont nobles. I can imagine how they bullied Enya regardless of the consequences. That's why I didn't want to mention or have anything to do with those bastards. She couldn't help but curse silently in her heart, Cowards. The girl asked in confusion, That's right, lady. Why did young Master Jin come here? He stepped up to answer, I came here for you, Miss Enya. Hearing this, the girl was stunned. Me? He looked at her gently and explained, Perhaps someone is targeting you, Miss Enya. As the current contractor of Ulta, therefore… Jin paused for a moment and then smiled enticingly. Would you like to come with me? He reached out his hand. I promise to protect your safety, Miss Enya. At this invitation and his handsome face, Enya held her face in shock. Take me with you? Please, yes! The girl excitedly reached out her hand and shouted, Take me with you! I've sincerely prayed to the great Lord Ulta for so long, and it finally wasn't in vain. Finally, my wish has come true. Seeing her so excited, he was also a bit surprised. Moroccan turned away, eyes closed, complaining, Good grief, so noisy. Quikantel stepped up to remind her, Enya, that's enough. The girl was ecstatic, face red, clenching her fists and screaming, I'll go. Please take me with you. Long live Ulta. She raised both hands excitedly, shouting, Perseverance is victory. Quikantel quickly stepped up and gave her a light slap. Enya cried out in pain. Ouch! Immediately after, the girl fainted.
Quicontel caught her and let out a sigh of relief. "Haha, I was worried she wouldn't want to go." She helped the girl lie down and whispered, "But it seems I worried for nothing. Look how happily she agreed. I bet if you told her to go to a Rankandel dungeon, she'd follow you there too." He asked, confused, "Why would my family dungeon have such a thing?" She complained, "Don't pretend you don't know." "Isn't there a dragon down there?" Jin was completely stunned. You mean..." But before he could finish his question, Moroccan let out a wide yawn, cutting him off. The two turned to look at him. He had immediately fallen fast asleep in his chair. This left Quicontel speechless. "Could you not have waited just a little longer?" There was no reply. Quicontel called out, "Jin Rankandel." He looked over. "Yes?" She explained, "Regarding why I agreed to help you, loyalty to Tamar and Enya's safety are only part of it. The biggest reason is..." Her eyes stared at Murakan's annoying, dead-asleep face. "Because that bastard is truly exhausted and just passed out." She narrowed her eyes and muttered, "He has no idea how weak he's become. I want to keep my word, but currently, he really can't face Voreta." She narrowed her eyes with difficulty. With a cold gaze, she made a decision. "So, if it really comes down to fighting Voreta, let me take the field." Jin asked, "Is Voreta that strong?" She confirmed, "Yes, but it's also because that idiot has become too weak." Quicontel recalled Murakan's former majestic appearance. "My attack on the sea earlier, to the Murakan of 1,000 years ago, it would have been a joke. Oh, speaking of which, you'll need a place to stay before Voreta arrives, right?" "How about my place?" he asked doubtfully. "Is that convenient?" Quicontel looked at him. "As long as you find it convenient, staying as long as you want is no problem. But if you want that, you'll have to convince that dragon. He'll surely make a fuss. He won't want to stay in his ex-girlfriend's house." They glanced at Murakan, who was sleeping soundly, oblivious to the world. He smiled and remarked, "Lady Quicontel is more thoughtful than I expected." Then he decided for himself, "All right. Let's do as you suggested." She pushed herself up. "Well, it should be about time then." Jin looked at her, confused. "Is there something else?" Quicontel looked at Enya. "In about 10 seconds from now, Enya will wake up. At that time, you must be careful with your words while explaining the current situation to her." Jin was bewildered. "What? Didn't you just hit her quite hard? Even a seasoned warrior wouldn't wake up that quickly." Before he could finish, Enya stirred below and opened her eyes wide, then murmured, "Young master, Jin." Jin turned his head in shock as Quicontel explained, "You know, in this world, there are things beyond our understanding." The girl's eyes were like those of a wild animal as she reached out a trembling hand toward him. "Young Master Jin." Quicontel waved her hand dismissively. "There. I'll leave the rest to you." After sitting down and explaining calmly for a while, Enya understood. In other words, there's a faction targeting contractors in Tikan, and their next target is me, right? She looked excited, her eyes sparkling with trust. "I believe whatever you say, young Master Jin. Conspiracies and expeditions revolving around a young girl, a guardian dragon, and most importantly, young Master Jin. It sounds so romantic." Jin remarked, "I'm glad you accepted this so quickly." They lit candles on the table, looking like they were telling ghost stories. The girl giggled. "As long as one stays optimistic, life is better. I must be mentally prepared to move with my family to Tikan at any time." Then she asked curiously, "When do we leave?" Jin replied quickly, "As soon as possible." Enya scratched her head and grinned. "If so, we can leave tomorrow. When I say family, it's actually just my 7-year-old brother and a pet dog named Buffy." Jin agreed. "That's great then. We will leave immediately." Beside them, Quicontel cheerfully reminded her, "Enya, go prepare your luggage." Enya stood up to leave. "Yes, I'll be ready before dark." The sound of the door closing followed her goodbye. "See you tomorrow." "Young Master Jin." Quicontel watched Enya leave and then spoke regarding the academy.
Just use the excuse that Enya is ill. He agreed. Yeah. If I told them she was dropping out, they'd definitely turn this whole region upside down. She confirmed. All right, now let's focus on discussing that bastard Verita. A sound came from outside the door, and the two stopped. A man's voice called out, Is anyone home? I came to ask for some firewood. Quicontel stood up, closed her eyes, and sighed. Firewood? It's all forest around here. This person is strange. Jin spoke a warning. Wait, Lady Quicontel, do you really think that guest only came for firewood? She turned to him, confused. Huh? He thought to himself, normal dragons really don't have high alertness. Jin put on his mask and warned, The person outside appears to be from the Vermont Special Task Force. She muttered, What? Why would they? He explained, It's likely because of Miss Enya. They must have been lying in wait around here for a long time. Furthermore, they want to clarify who the outsider you brought back is. The man disguised as a peasant still stood at the door, smiling gently. Quicontel muttered, Surveillance. Her eyes grew sharp, losing their calm. They dare monitor me? Quicontel exploded in rage and opened the door. The man spoke. Oh, is someone home? Quicontel quickly lunged, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. Her eyes were full of killing intent as she tightened her grip and threatened, Talk now. You're from the Vermont Special Task Force, aren't you? The man was being strangled until he foamed at the mouth. Ugh! Ugh! What are you doing? I am not— Footsteps approached from behind. Quicontel demanded loudly, Then who sent you? A red-haired man stepped out from the shadows. Seeing this, Jin turned his head to look. The man reminded her, That hand of yours is choking someone. He paused for a moment. Hearing this, Quicontel glanced over. The man asked, Can you let go? In the darkness, his eyes sharpened in warning. If you kill him, the Special Task Force will swarm this place immediately. Quicontel let go and frowned angrily. Oh, so you're the leader. The other man fell to the ground, coughing. She was resolute. Fine, then I'll just kill you. She walked quickly toward him. Gnashing her teeth, she threw a punch at him. A glint appeared in the man's eyes as energy moved through his hands. It's over. She swung. The wind of her punch swept through the room, kicking up dust. Her fist struck the man directly in the face, yet he remained unharmed. Kodanam spoke slowly. Is this all? She frowned in confusion. He grew impatient and looked at her, his hand still placed on her face. Has this angered you enough? His expression was ice-cold. Does this help you cool down at all? Jin observed from the side. He couldn't help but be impressed. I didn't expect him to take that hit and still be unharmed. He's no ordinary member of the Vermont Special Investigation Bureau. Next, he noticed the red mask on his face. That type of red mask is only worn by the Special Command of the Investigation Bureau. Then he saw the red sword at his hip. The sword he uses is also exquisitely carved. He meets all those conditions. He recalled the image of Kodanam leading the 4 right-hand members of the Emperor, commanding the 3rd detachment of the Vermont Special Investigation Bureau. Kodanam Irat, a man praised as a master of swordsmanship in Rankandel. He confirmed, he definitely possesses great power. Judging by the pressure he radiates, he must be at least 8-star rank. Luckily, I used Murakan's spell to hide my face. The man scanned the room. Quicontel remarked, For a human, you're quite good. Kodanam's gaze was cold. I apologize if I offended you. We were forced to do this to confirm the identity of your secretive guests. Her face darkened. She warned angrily, Confirmed now? You violently barge into my territory and think an apology settles it? It seems humans can be incredibly arrogant. He seemed to sense something and whispered, Miss Enya just left. He then looked into the night outside. He reminded her, Don't you think it's dangerous to let the young lady go alone in the dark like that? Hearing this threat, Quicontel's face fell. Kodanam reminded her, If you act now, you might defeat me. But on the other side, an agent is following Enya who just left. If an accident happens, you won't be able to help her. Do you still want to face me? As he left, he didn't forget to warn her. I'll let it slide this time. Quicontel bowed her head, her face gloomy. He continued, so don't forget. The man narrowed his eyes sinisterly, then glared in warning. There won't be a next time. You must prioritize what is most important to you. Quicontel glared back at Codenham. The fury and pressure of a dragon erupted. He repeatedly reminded her, the thing you're protecting with your life. She glared with wide, angry eyes. The man looked back without a hint of fear. You must be prepared to lose everything because of your wrong choice. See you next time. In the night, Codenham and his subordinates left. He ordered, I've confirmed the appearance of the suspects. Return and investigate their identities. No more. He looked up as if calculating something and ordered, cease all surveillance operations on the Guardian Dragon for now. The agent was surprised. What? Commander, but shouldn't we continue? Observing Quicontel and those suspects? Codenham rubbed his cheek through his mask where he had been struck. He explained, repeatedly provoking the Guardian Dragon will only make things worse. I'll take full responsibility. Just follow the order. Blood stained his hand as he thought to himself, they definitely have some sort of plot regarding this wound. Codenham reached a decision. You'll be in danger. Stop close-range surveillance. Report back to me as soon as you discover any strange movements from them. The agent understood. Understood, sir. At the same time, Quicontel slammed the table and cursed. Damn it! A section of the table cracked. She grumbled in resentment. Ha ha ha, I'm such a fool for leaving Enya alone in this filthy town. If it weren't for you and Murakhan coming here, I probably would have easily underestimated their power. Jin looked at her and said softly, it's a good thing nothing happened this time. Now we must prioritize protecting Miss Enya. Quicontel interrupted. I know. She made up her mind. We must leave here immediately tomorrow. The next morning on the vast sea, a ship was preparing to set sail. Quicontel and Jin stood on a cliff looking down. He spoke first. It's lucky there's a merchant ship going to Tikkun. She stood with her arms crossed, watching without answering. Seeing this, Jin comforted her. Don't worry too much, Lady Quicontel. I've given the captain quite a lot of money. He won't abandon Enya. Quicontel started and glanced at him. He added firmly, furthermore, Lord Murakhan will be escorting her, so don't worry. Down at the ship, Murakhan had transformed into a cat and was being licked by a dog, with Enya and her brother beside him. His face was full of indignation. Quicontel sighed. Ha ha, that's exactly why I'm worried. She turned to leave. Then I will contact Voretta immediately to see what she says. She has a close relationship with and is an important member of the Zipfel family. Perhaps she'll know many things. Jin also watched Quicontel's departing figure. 1 week later, sunlight shone upon Quicontel's house. Murakhan stood before the door. He tilted his head up and watched in silence. Jin also praised him. Well done, Lord Murakhan. Murakhan looked annoyed, his face darkening as he gnashed his teeth. He muttered, Quicontel is stricter than I thought. Jin was puzzled. Why do you suddenly say that? Murakhan looked at the house before them. He said to Jin, in the past, the two of us built this house together. I understand why she wanted us to stay here. Jin asked doubtfully, is your heart being warmed? Murakhan's face went dark as a pot bottom. He turned his head and said in dissatisfaction, don't talk nonsense, kid. It's rare for me to feel a bit nostalgic for old times, but now those are just memories. The three of them were happily chatting in the house, eating hot food. 1,000 years ago, in a house exactly like this, Tamar, Quicontel, and I spent beautiful years together. No matter what we did, those were all happy days. Murakhan winked at his friend and said with a smile, right? The memory of that person gradually became blurry. A name appeared. Murakhan. Murakhan's head began to throb painfully. He clutched his head and stopped. Ugh, damn it. Jin stepped forward from behind and asked with concern, Murakhan, what's wrong? What's the matter? He frowned and complained, it's nothing. My head suddenly... Quicontel walked over and mocked him.
How pathetic. Tired after flying for just a little while? Feeling belittled, he roared angrily, "Shut up! No matter how weak I've become, I'd never be exhausted by something that trivial." Quicontel reminded him, "Then snap out of it." She announced seriously, "I've received a reply from Voreta. She's coming tomorrow evening." After that, at a barren island in the south of the Vermont beach, dark clouds covered the whole island. Quicontel went there alone. The sound of sea waves roared. She crossed her arms, her eyes full of impatience as she waited. Moroccan and Jin hid behind a nearby rock to observe the situation. Previously, Jin had asked, "What do you plan to do after meeting Voreta tomorrow?" She looked at him confused. "What do you mean? I made it clear in the letter. Calling her here is to ask about the whereabouts of Army's guardian dragon." She narrowed her eyes, her gaze cold. "If she dares to play dumb, I'll teach her a lesson." Moroccan commented, "How refreshing." He grinned broadly. "Your personality is the same as ever, but you should still be careful with her. Since Enya isn't by your side, I think you should stay still for now." Quicontel reminded him, "If anything happens, I'll fight myself. No need for you two to interfere." Hearing this, Moroccan glared and shouted, "Quicontel, what? No matter how weak I become, I don't want to be pitied by my ex-girlfriend." She calmly closed her eyes and explained, "Who said I pity you? Don't talk nonsense. This is for Enya." Then she shared her thoughts. "She also values the honor of dragons, so I think she will definitely come alone. Do you think I'll lose to her?" Her hand patted Moroccan's shoulder, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. She confidently put her hands on her hips. "Don't worry, just relax." Back to the present, Jin frowned in thought. "I don't believe she'll come alone." He looked at Quicontel and told himself, if the Zipfel family truly kidnapped Lottie and is plotting some shady contract, they've definitely prepared thoroughly before coming here. Quicontel's gaze suddenly became sharp and cold. It seemed she had just sensed something. Emerald green wind elements surged and a wind dragon materialized. Accompanying it was a man's voice. "Ha ha ha! To meet the silver dragon guardian Quicontel is truly my honor." That person held a weapon in his hand, his expression grim. "Very glad to meet you. I am the Wings of the Dragon, Vice Patriarch of the Zipfel family, and the representative of the wind god Miosier." He gave a savage smirk and narrowed his eyes. "I am Andre Zipfel." Seeing this, she questioned with a look of disgust, "I thought you said you'd come alone." She craftily justified herself. "When I received your letter, I was with Andre. Just as I'm interested in Ulta's representative, Andre was equally excited." She narrowed her eyes. Her voice was full of threat. "So I hope you'll understand." The silver dragon guardian, Quicontel, didn't hesitate to scold her. "Voreta, you're getting more and more outrageous these days," she sneered. "Well then, let's get to the main point. I want to discuss Ulta's contract." Quicontel cut her off. "Lottie first." Quicontel went straight to the point. "Where is Lottie?" Voreta glanced at her with surprise, then immediately laughed triumphantly. "Oh my, I've been tricked. As expected, your mind has been on nothing but that." Quicontel roared back in anger. "Answer me, Voreta. A year ago it was you who took Lottie away, wasn't it? Since then, Army's contractors haven't been able to find their guardian dragons anymore." She confidently glared at Quicontel. "Let's see. I don't know how you want me to answer." Voreta softly confirmed. "She is still well." Quicontel was so angry, her face went pale, and she roared, "You dare toy with me?" She reminded her, "Quicontel, I don't know what your relationship with Army's contractor is, but interfering in our Zipfel family's business is not a wise move." Quicontel lost her composure and questioned, "Are you crazy, Voreta? You actually kidnapped a young dragon who knows nothing about this world?" Hiding behind the rock, Moroccan gnashed his teeth in fury at the conversation. "Bastard!" Jin also frowned and assessed, "Incredibly arrogant, to say the least."
Veretta crooked her finger and laughed mockingly.
Ha ha ha! Oh my!
If we keep talking like this, the sun will come up.
Swirling tornadoes lunged toward Kikantel, surrounding her. Veretta continued her arrogant mockery. I'll give you a proposal, Kikantel. She paused for a moment and said, Hand over the contractor to me, and I will spare your life. Kikantel frowned with contempt. Ha! How ridiculous! She then didn't hesitate to taunt. You're nothing more than an old chameleon. Hearing this, Veretta was speechless with rage. She controlled the tornadoes to attack Kikantel. In that case, die! Kikantel. Two streams of tornadoes collided, creating a loud explosion. Kikantel transformed into a dragon, the shockwave blasting both tornadoes away. Kikantel roared in anger. I have a proposal for you too! Veretta was a bit surprised by this pressure and gritted her teeth. Kikantel's face darkened. Her dragon eyes narrowed, and she threatened through gritted teeth. Return Lottie to me immediately, and I'll let you die a bit more peacefully. Behind her, Andre laughed mockingly. Oh? You dodged Veretta's attack quite gracefully. He excitedly raised the magic staff in his hand and laughed crazily. It's been a long time since I could fight with all my strength. Immediately, he used a magic analysis move. He created a barrier sphere to surround the two of them. Outside, Jin watched silently.
Thầm nghĩ, đây là ma lực của Pháp Sư cấp 9 sao? Lần đầu tiên mình thấy tận mắt sau khi trong sinh cầu nhớ lại hình dáng của kẻ đó ở kiếp trước Andre Ziffel, dù từng bị gia tộc Gian Candon từ chối.
The image of that person in a cloak, gnashing his teeth, was still deeply etched in his memory. He is still a member of the wealthy Zipfel family. The sphere quickly formed, isolating the inner space from the outside world. Jin affirmed, Just as well, let's see what his current level is. Inside the barrier, Andre crazily waved his staff. Gather! Silver Dragon, the hour of your death has arrived. She flapped her wings. Thinking she had to dodge, her eyes darted quickly. The attack had already arrived. Kikantel looked in confusion at the wound she just took. It could fly. Andre continued crazily. It seems even the wind is against you. Then Veretta soared arrogantly upward. Unfortunately, all the wind on this island belongs to me. The ground cracked. Dust flew everywhere. She frantically flapped her wings, using the wind to attack Kikantel. I am the sovereign of the wind god Miosier. Without my permission, no one shall fly. You were never my match. Kikantel looked up at them. Veretta opened her mouth, gathering energy, while Kikantel narrowed her eyes in contempt, thinking, Do these fools only have that much skill? Andre interrupted. It's still not enough. He clenched his hands, accumulating a powerful electrical energy. He screamed insanely. I'll show you what true power is! Countless lightning bolts struck from the sky. Standing on Veretta's back, he said, You didn't actually think I only knew how to control the wind, did you? Immediately after, Veretta also gathered energy and shouted, Die, Silver Dragon! From her mouth, she fired a wild thunderbolt that resonated with Andre's lightning energy. The two powerful combined attacks lunged forward. Outside, Jin shouted in alarm, Murakan! But Murakan only calmly narrowed his eyes. No, it's not time yet. He explained, Kikantel is indeed a bit conceited. On the other side, Kikantel looked up at the attack. But those fools are just as arrogant. A divine halo appeared above her head. Kikantel roared toward the sky, and the halo expanded along with the surrounding space. Frozen. He was stunned, rooted to the spot. Time has stopped. His body was immobile as he watched Kikantel. The incoming attack suddenly halted in mid-air. Silence. She opened her mouth and blew a breath. The attack standing still in front of her immediately exploded. Above, Andre was laughing inanely. The power to manipulate time. Even magic can be frozen. I haven't seen this sight in a long time. Kikantel's roar and pressure erupted. Today I will tear that mouth of yours apart. Hearing this, Andre froze and cowered. Standing on Veretta's back, he frantically ordered, She's that angry over just one spell? Veretta, hurry and attack again! Veretta! But Veretta remained motionless. Andre shouted impatiently, Move, Veretta! Her eyes widened and her mouth hung open in horror, thinking, My body won't move. Is this the ability to manipulate time? Below, Quicontel stomped her foot in rage and immediately leaped upward with fury. She grabbed Veretta's tail and whipped it hard, throwing Andre off the dragon's back. Damn it! Veretta's face darkened as her body was slammed hard into the ground by Quicontel. Dust splattered everywhere. Veretta lay prostrate on the ground. Immediately, Quicontel followed up with a kick. She roared in pain. Quicontel opened her mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. She bit firmly into the opponent's neck, refusing to let go even as blood flowed profusely. Veretta groaned in pain. Andre, on the other side, ran back anxiously, calling out in panic, "Veretta!" On this side, Quicontel was still in a frenzy. You grabbed her wing. You dare! Then, Quicontel, fueled by rage, tore Veretta's wing. Keep talking, you lowly lizard! Below, Veretta was pinned down by Quicontel, without any strength left to resist. The old man was furious, opening his mouth wide and shouting, "Stop! I'm telling you to stop!" The silver guardian dragon, who was torturing the prey beneath her, grew irritated by his noise. She turned her head and ordered the old man to shut up. "Watch closely. You're next." The silver dragon laughed excitedly, her eyes filled with bloodthirsty desire, like a wild beast escaped from its cage, no longer obeying its master. "I have always watched over Veretta, but she has crossed the line. I must kill that mage with Jin and Murakan's help." These words were extremely serious. The old man gradually fell silent and reached into his robe. "You've gone too far." He seemed to blend into the dark, gloomy atmosphere, looking utterly enraged as he held out an object full of power. That arrogance is something only the truly strong deserve to possess. Murakan recognized the shape of that object. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was something the old man possessed, shaped like an egg enveloped in murky black blood energy. The Source Stone. An entity was stretching out, awakening. Murakan broke into a cold sweat. This is indeed an omen of calamity. Impossible! It was supposed to have been destroyed thousands of years ago. A monster with a long, thick, snake-like body and a fierce, hideous appearance appeared. "Why does this damn old man have that thing?" Between its jagged teeth it let out an ear-piercing hiss. Saliva dripped down. Its mouth was so large it seemed it could swallow the earth and sky. Its appearance when roaring was terrifying. Veretta, in her dragon form, felt that pressure and lay motionless, her eyes frozen and filled with fear. "You were born as a silver guardian dragon and have always thought yourself strong, but that is just an illusion. Humans, dragons, even gods, everything will ultimately have to kneel under the banner of the Zipfel family." His voice continued to echo. The murky black cyclone in the air was preparing to attack. "You must accept this. You have no right to resist." A light flashed in the silver guardian dragon's eyes, but immediately after, she was hit by a blow and let out a piteous cry. That stone possessing terrifying power was both mysterious and rare. The Source Stone. It is a divine object created by the gods to ensure the world does not reach the brink of collapse during a great catastrophe. Something created from the power of the gods. Its strength seemed born for the strong, yet it was ultimately destroyed by the gods themselves because its power was too terrifying. Besides protecting the world, it could also destroy it. The black dragon, Murakan, immediately released a frantic power, wanting to lock on to the target. Why would something that was destroyed fall into the hands of that mage? "Why?" he shouted. Quicontel was hit by a blow to her abdomen, seriously injured. She clutched the wound, struggling to adjust her breath. "Huh? What the hell?" Andre laughed, assuming he had the upper hand. "Heh heh heh, this is the power of a god, Silver Guardian Dragon. That weak, fearful look in your eyes is the expression you should have when meeting the truly strong." Just then a lightning-fast punch suddenly arrived. It was him, appearing in his full black dragon form, roaring, "Get away from Quicontel!" A mocking voice rang out, "Oh ho, a black dragon!" Andre was completely wrapped up. He silently looked at the ruins and the white dragon collapsing from heavy injuries. There are only 2 black dragons left in the world. Judging by your appearance, you must be Murakan of the Rankandel family. So you've awakened after 1,000-year sleep. Then the kid beside you must be your contractor. He laughed triumphantly, his eyes turning purple. So you're the youngest son who just left your parents' side not long ago, Jin of the Rankandel family. Originally, I only intended to devour Olta's contractors, but now, this feast has become much more lavish than planned. The monster born from the Source Stone approached the recently defeated Green Dragon. Andre foretold, to be fair, I will also awaken a sleeping friend. The monster quickly approached, emitting incomprehensible hisses. The green dragon suddenly snapped her eyes open, her pupils turning a pale white. An overwhelming aura descended. She bore the full weight of this power. It immediately soared off the ground while Andre continued to speak words that satisfied his own excitement. I shouldn't have held back my strength from the beginning. That green dragon staggered as she regained her form. The killing intent around her body also became dark and terrifying. Andre said, "Sorry, old friend." She let out a soft exhale. A raspy voice slowly echoed, "I really thought I was about to die." Murakhan felt the situation becoming thorny. "This guy." The green dragon's voice carried a hint of mockery. "Long time no see, Murakhan." After speaking, a strike landed, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. The two dragon heads lunged at each other, biting and tearing fiercely. The scene was incredibly intense. Murakhan cursed without hesitation. "Shut your foul mouth, you damn mummy!" The green dragon said contemptuously, "Ha, you're weaker than before. But your mouth is still as venomous as ever, isn't it?" An energy ball erupted from the green dragon's mouth. "Go back to your eternal sleep, Murakhan." The black dragon also quickly counterattacked, releasing a stream of pure black power. The beam of the black dragon's power shot out rapidly. The green dragon stood firm, unscathed. Murakhan's attack was neutralized just like that. Murakhan clenched his fists. Then he landed a heavy punch. From within the white smoke, the green dragon's sharp eyes appeared. "That's right. If it were too easy, it wouldn't be fun." The two dragons clashed again at close range. The green dragon said excitedly, "This is so much fun. Murakhan, I'm about to go down in history for killing a legend from the past." But the black dragon was no pushover and skillfully replied, "Dream on, you crazy dragon." On the other side, Andre was slowly approaching the silver dragon in the corner, saying as he walked, "Then we should continue on our side as well, shouldn't we? I originally intended to persuade you and then let you go." He drew closer, followed by that familiar creature, with an expression of both amusement and utter contempt. "But since you've seen my face, you must die." His gaze suddenly halted in sheer astonishment. From the side of both of them, Jin was rushing in at breakneck speed. Andre assessed calmly, "Ah, that's right. You're here too? Jin Rankandel." He said nothing, only silently concentrated his suppressed emotions into the technique he was performing. Before Andre could finish, he lunged at light speed, preparing to strike. "One more brat won't change anything!" The green dragon looked at the scene unfolding before her eyes in confusion. Andre furiously counterattacked, roaring as he lunged. The green dragon quickly left the fray and soared toward him. "Damn it!" Hearing Murakhan's warning, Jin was startled and with difficulty turned his head to look. "No, kid. Get out of the way." The green dragon arrived just in time and used her tail to sweep him away. His eyes rolled back as he gnashed his teeth. The free fall caused him to hit the ground hard. Jin sat leaning against a rock, breathing with great difficulty. He opened his eyes wide, his face covered in mud, his expression one of shock. The blood-filled mouth of the monster was lunging toward him, and simultaneously, a green-colored attack also arrived, and he was the target. Jin couldn't move, and could only stay frozen in place. He instinctively turned his head and raised his hand to shield himself. A terrifying pressure exploded. He had to grit his teeth just to keep himself steady. The necklace fell to the ground and shattered. It brought with it a brilliant flash of light. A blinding white light descended from the sky, enveloping his position. Everything around seemed to freeze. A sharp weapon appeared, accompanied by an affectionate voice. "Kid, You didn't even bother to write a letter to warn me. A woman holding a greatsword had blocked everything just in time. She chided him fondly. But I guess you must have run into an emergency you couldn't handle yourself. That was Luna, who had just made an incredibly cool entrance to protect her younger brother. She looked fearlessly at the opponent, still calling her brother by an intimate name. This time, Andre was forced to look at the Rankandel siblings with different eyes. His shocked gaze was fixed on every move Luna made. He thought to himself, "Is she the white whale?" Luna glanced at the two figures in front of her. They were fundamentally unworthy of being her opponents. She said in a tone that was neither heavy nor light, "The vice-patriarch of the Zipfel family and his guardian wind dragon, huh? Good. This makes it worth the effort of you calling me for help." Although she appeared indifferent, not reacting visibly to anything, Luna hadn't forgotten that her brother had only sought her out because he could no longer hold on. "Brother, it seems you used some method to hold out for a long time against opponents of this level. Are you hurt?" Jin was still forcing himself to stand on the stone platform, hand still gripping his sword. He truly had very little internal energy left. It was a miracle he could even speak. He admitted it himself. "To be honest, I thought I almost lost my life." Thanks to this opportunity, Luna heard words her stubborn brother had never said aloud. "Thank you for coming, sister." A single sentence from her brother made Luna feel as if her body had been infused with endless power. As if she had just recovered her full strength, she called out her opponent's name with majesty. "Andre Zipfel." Luna's authoritative call pulled Andre back from his thoughts to reality. Her next words were even more threatening, making him shudder. "How long do you plan to play dumb? I need an explanation. What are your designs on my brother?" Andre stood beside Voretta in a difficult situation, not daring to act rashly, fearing that a single mistake would lead to the woman in front of him sending him to the afterlife. Jin stood by watching the battlefield. At first, there was a hint of fear, but that fear quickly vanished. His opponents were the vice-patriarch of the Zipfel family and that wind dragon filled with divine power. This was such a tense situation that he once thought even if his sister came, winning wouldn't be certain. But now he was much more confident. He was certain Sister Luna could do it, and believed she would definitely settle the score with that hateful old man and that rude wind dragon. "This battle is over." Suddenly a resonant voice came from behind. Jin instinctively turned his head. "Kid, we should step back." Murakan, his right hand supporting the heavily injured Quicontel, walked over to help Jin and let out a sigh. "Sorry, because they can freely control the wind, I couldn't stop them." But he didn't deny one thing. "However, you have a good sister, kid. If she had arrived a step later, we would be finished. It's thanks to your luck that we're alive." Hearing this, Jin only sighed silently, his eyes still fixed forward, worried Luna couldn't beat them, even though he had been full of confidence moments ago. The wound on Andre's hand healed at an incredible speed, as quickly as he changed his attitude. How unexpected. Who would have thought the white whale would appear here? But given the current situation, who could say for sure? The dark magic in Andre's hand was as frantic as he was right now, longing to lunge forward and tear the opponent apart. Andre's roar echoed throughout the valley, creating an uncomfortable sensation. "Rankandel has broken the oath with Zipfel. Luna Rankandel, your brother has used magic. The Zipfel family will absolutely not let this matter slide easily." Hearing this, Luna only sneered, thinking to herself, "This old man is too stupid." "I understand. But don't worry." The heroine raised her hand, directing a stream of sword intent straight at him provocatively. "This matter will never reach the ears of your family, because she had no intention of letting him leave here alive." Andre was driven mad with rage, his entire arm trembling. He gnashed his teeth under his thick beard, his teeth grinding together, wishing he could knock her down in one move to vent his anger. "You lowly woman, how dare you behave like that?" As he spoke, the mass of dark matter in his hand opened its mouth wide and lunged forward as if wanting to swallow Luna. But she had no intention of submitting to save her life.
She delivered a horizontal slash straight into that large mouth with an incredibly determined attitude. The dark mass quickly vanished into nothingness. Luna hadn't even spent much effort to easily turn it into smoke. Andre stared wide-eyed as his treasure vanished in midair, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Luna was indeed not being easy on him at all. All those members of the Zipfel family I've ever met only know how to boast. Luna had blocked a move, and now it was her turn to counterattack. Her mouth also didn't stay still. She deliberately taunted her opponent in a half-joking, half-sarcastic tone to provoke him. It seems this vice-patriarch is no exception. Luna's blade swept past Andre's face, but didn't hit him because the guardian wind dragon had blocked the blow instead. He thought he was about to die from Luna's sword intent. His body felt nothing but a sense of relief. The wound didn't hurt. More precisely, he didn't feel injured at all. But the guardian wind dragon was not so lucky. Blocking a blow from Luna's sword intent for Andre meant sending herself to death's door. She was hit from head to toe. She was heavily injured, much to her own utter astonishment. Luna originally didn't consider Veretta an opponent, and the fact that she had just blocked a blow for Andre made her care even less. Then consider this sharpening my knife. Do you still plan to maintain your true form, you dragon? I don't mind, because that way there will be more places for me to slash. Hearing this, Veretta's eyes widened, unable to believe there was a day she would be so belittled by a Rankandel. She immediately returned to human form, her right arm still a black magic arm. Andre, standing out of the fight, signaled loudly. Veretta, as a guardian, knew her duty very well. She stepped forward to fight in her master's place and protect him completely. I know. The long spear. Shining Green was ready, along with the black magic arm, to fight. These could be considered Veretta's two great divine weapons, and also what saved her life in this inherently unequal situation. After all, she was only a pawn in Andre's hands. Veretta skillfully spun the spear in the air. It created an invisible vortex. The end of the vortex formed a massive tornado column on the spear tip, signaling she was ready for battle. Luna recognized the unusual dark energy radiating from Veretta. She reasoned clearly that the power was not magic, but something closer to a divine authority, much like the energy of the demon race. This was why the wind dragon could fight her on equal terms. Luna backed away slightly and quickly discovered Veretta's weakness. It seemed she needed time to use that relic effectively. Luna saw right through Andre and Veretta's trick. They were clinging to that object as a desperate lifeline. It's hard to believe the vice-patriarch of the Zipfel family and a wind dragon would bet their lives on something so crude. Do you really think that thing can save you? Veretta's whirlwind spears rained down like a downpour, forming a small-scale storm that caused some damage. However, the combination of the spear and the unrefined dark matter didn't pose a major threat to Luna. She simply leaned aside to easily dodge. Veretta continued to lunge forward in a frantic attack. She screamed insults loudly. She had no idea who she was dealing with or what her opponent's capabilities were. She looked down on everyone except her master, and Luna was no exception. What the hell do you know, standing there rambling? The massive sword intent in Luna's hand was ready. Now it was her turn to strike. Sword intent and spear collided, sending sparks flying and dust billowing. The shocking explosions grew louder. Veretta exerted all her internal power, hoping to quickly defeat the Rankandel warrior, but unfortunately for her, Luna was no pushover. Moreover, Veretta's strength was not innate. It wasn't hard for Luna to win this round, though dealing with Veretta still required some effort. Consecutive attacks were unleashed. Luna blocked every move Veretta made. However, Veretta had to use all her strength just to temporarily maintain her balance against Luna's techniques. It was unclear how much longer she could hold out. Before long, Veretta was on the verge of collapsing, while Luna remained unharmed, easily swinging a strike at her. The spear in Veretta's hand seemingly couldn't withstand the horrific destructive power of the sword intent. With a loud crash, Veretta's power became meaningless before Luna. It appeared old man Andre had lost his gamble completely. Veretta was at the end of her rope. Luna only had to add a little more force, and Veretta's face contorted in pain. She looked finished. The sword intent swept past Veretta. Using less than 20% of her power, Luna easily defeated her. Veretta was knocked backward. Both her and her spear pushed further and further away from Luna's position. Veretta used the last of her strength to brace herself, barely managing to keep from falling flat on the ground. That would have been too humiliating. However, Luna remained unscathed and even took the chance to taunt her. "In the end, is this all the skill you have?" Winning is one thing, but the mockery is essential. The sword intent in Luna's hand was ready. "It's time to end this," Luna thought. "It seems you have nothing left to show me." She pointed her blade directly at Veretta provocatively. "So I'll end this quickly." It must be said that Luna truly opened Veretta's eyes today. To Veretta's shock, the blade in her hand suddenly glowed brilliantly. A beam of light shot straight up to the heavens, carrying infinite and boundless power. The Rankandel sword style was enough to settle things. Veretta trembled as everything awakened. Luna used 50% of her power to drive the spatial sword technique, which grew brighter and brighter, while for Veretta, everything grew darker. Just like her bleak future, Luna leaped up, her body soaring lightly toward the sky. Perhaps old man Andre also knew what was about to come. An expression of disbelief and speechless shock was clear on his bearded face. From above, Luna pointed her blade at Andre and Veretta. Thousands upon thousands of meteors immediately fell, like millions of sharp swords stabbing straight at them. That was the power of meteor shower. An elder of the Rankandel family once said, "In other words, our family's swordsmanship is like a conqueror. It possesses the power to constantly destroy, compete, seize, and enjoy. The family's ideology merges as one with the sword." Jin remembered the elder's reminder from his time at the family estate. Because of this, the Rankandel sword has no fixed form. The only goal is to kill the enemy, accompanied by the existence of mind and spirit. Thinking of this, Jin suddenly realized the breakthrough in the sword technique before him. It felt familiar. This attack, hitting Veretta and Andre like moving mountains and filling seas, was one of the family's 3 secret techniques. Meteor shower. Countless meteors fell before his eyes. The scene was so dazzlingly brilliant that it wasn't an exaggeration to say even he was in awe. Facing the meteor attack, Andre and Veretta had no choice but to accept their fate. He had to admit that while these had extremely high destructive power, they were truly beautiful. However, beautiful things often hide a killing intent, and these meteors were no exception. Once locked onto a target, they poured down frantically, giving the opponent no chance to resist. The power was enough to induce despair. Facing such a dense rain of meteors, Andre was momentarily dazed like a wooden chicken, his eyes wide. He seemingly couldn't believe what was happening was real. A loud shout pulled him back to reality. "Andre, are you all right? Wake up!" Unexpectedly, Veretta was willing to sacrifice herself, using her body as a shield for Andre, protecting him until the last moment like a loyal hound. But this wasn't enough to pull his lost soul back to the cruel reality. He still stared blankly at the meteors rushing toward him, unable to stop thinking that this was too illogical. Luna's boundless power, far beyond imagination, made him start questioning his very existence. She hasn't signed a contract with a dragon tribe, nor is she using any ancient relics. How can such massive power exist within a human body? But the surprises she held didn't stop there. He would experience them one by one later. Veretta's screams still echoed in his ears. "You just need to survive. As long as you're alive, we still have a chance to win." Veretta risked her life to lunge forward and take all the falling meteors for him, shouting loudly, "We can use the magic stone to turn the tide!" Even though the agonizing pain from the meteors made Veretta grit her teeth and bulge her eyes, she had no intention of giving up, stubbornly resisting until the last moment. "Even if I die protecting you, you just need to use the magic stone to resurrect me, right?" Andre finally snapped out of it. He clutched the magic stone in his hand, comforting himself. "That's right, it's not over yet. As long as I have the magic stone, I won't die. With this, I am the incarnation of a god." However, this thought didn't last long before a massive meteor roared straight toward him, instantly putting his life in a precarious situation. Thin wisps of blue smoke radiated from the blade in Luna's hand, clear evidence of the fierce battle she had just fought. Luna looked at the aftermath caused by her final strike and couldn't help but frown slightly, letting out a sigh. One of Vereta's wings lay on the ground. The spot where they stood had formed a small crater, with debris scattered in a circle, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. Luna assessed her battle results while reminding herself she had to train even harder to reach her father's level of swordsmanship. She turned to look at her brother's group in the distance, her gaze softening. She felt relieved, thinking this was enough to teach the Zipful family a lesson, for now. Luna looked directly at her youngest brother, feeling deeply satisfied. This child had also been encouraged. Actually, she also knew her own limits, secretly placing her hopes on this promising younger brother. If I ultimately can't reach father's level of swordsmanship, then kid, you must... Before she could finish her thought, a tall creature suddenly appeared before Luna, interrupting her. Andre's shadow creation had come back to life. It let out a threatening growl in front of Luna, as if warning her to back off if she wanted to keep her life. Luna narrowed her eyes and looked at the creature with disgust, speaking lazily. Right now my pride is a bit hurt. If you keep jumping around in front of my brother like that, it's going to annoy me. Being provoked by a girl in broad daylight, the shadow creature was so enraged the blood rushed to its head, its sharp teeth grinding together to show its fury. It threw its head back and roared, thumping its chest like a gorilla, creating a sharp contrast with Luna's unusual calm. Seeing this bizarrely shaped thing for the first time, Jin couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is that?" Beside him, Murakhan frowned and looked forward, explaining, "That's definitely it, kid. That family has been using contractors to manufacture source stones." Jin asked, confused, "Source stones?" Murakhan continued, "It's like a weapon created by gods to control their kin. Looking at this, it's probably a low-quality version." Murakhan reached out and grabbed his shoulder, wanting to pull him away. "But that doesn't mean it isn't dangerous." Murakhan transformed into his true form, a black dragon with majestic blue flames. He declared coldly, "We have to get out of here, kid." But as a brother, how could Jin leave his savior behind without a word? He shouted, "Wait, Murakhan!" He didn't understand why Murakhan decided to leave. "We should be fighting side by side. I can't leave her here alone to deal with such a dangerous enemy." But Murakhan flatly refused. "No need. Your sister can handle this level." Jin still hesitated to leave, his worried eyes following his sister's every move to the point that he didn't hear Murakhan calling him. "We have to go now, kid! Move!" He bit his lip and swallowed hard, helplessly looking at the sky. His past shouldn't have been like this. After signing the contract with Soldere, he had been sent back. He even met Murakhan again. His starting point possessed luck and skills far superior to most of his other siblings. Yet Jin lowered his head. Even he felt lost. "Right now, I don't even know where I stand. Accepting running away without resisting. If I keep going like this, how am I any different from the failures in the family? It can't be like this." He clenched his fists, secretly making a resolution. "I can't let myself feel that helplessness ever again. I must become stronger." Murakhan stood by, quietly observing Jin's expression. Regarding the young man before him, he had his own hidden thoughts. "I know this kid is brave, but seeing him still display such a soaring will to fight after witnessing all this makes me feel extremely proud. Yes, that's enough. Don't let the fire of battle burning in your heart go out." In Murakhan's eyes, Jin was perhaps the person he trusted most. "As long as you keep the fire of pride and effort burning in your chest, kid, you will become the strongest on this continent." This was also the gamble Murakhan had chosen. "At that time I, Murakhan, will always watch over and protect you, my contractor from after 1,000 years. Luna faced the dark creature half a head taller than her without fear. "You think changing your form a bit is enough to kill me? Drowning in your own delusions, what a pathetic failure." It suddenly vanished right before her eyes. Luna didn't know what it intended, but looking at her current expression, she was clearly losing patience. She didn't know what tricks the old man wanted to play. It suddenly leaped high. It created a towering pillar of wind, churning the silent space around it. Below, everything was stirred into a chaotic mess. Dirt, rocks, and dust were tossed up, blurring a vast area of space. Only the spot where Luna stood remained unaffected, even forming a small, raised mound of earth. The dark creature opened its mouth threateningly. "Currently, the power of the 12 gods is being absorbed by me." It opened its wide maw and let out an earth-shaking roar. "Luna of Rankandel, what do you have to oppose me? You have nothing but a sword. Poor little girl, surrender now. Even if your father came here right now, he couldn't do anything to me." Faced with such a threat, Luna felt no fear, only an astonishing calm. For a swordsman, a sword is enough. The only thing she needed was a sword, and with just this sword, she could deal with the towering dark creature before her. The dark creature was provoked until its blood boiled. Its already large, sharp teeth ground together as if wanting to lunge forward and tear her apart. No matter how much the being before me changes its threats, Luna's expression remains unchanged because she knows this guy isn't worthy of being her opponent. Therefore, I will absolutely not concede. If you used the disgusting magic you spent your life researching and drowning in to fight me, perhaps you'd witness half the strength I'm about to display. But currently you only deserve my contempt and pity. Luna stomped her foot, preparing for the first strike. Luna held her sword burning with a fierce flame, stepping toward the dark creature on the cliff. As she walked, she declared with heroic aura, "Dark magic researched for evil purposes. I will use this sword, tempered 10,000 times and tested in 100 battles, to defeat you." The dark creature, seeing the blood light for the first time, was truly startled. "I have faced many swordsmen, but this is the first time I've seen bloodlight." Despite its caution, the creature's goal didn't stop there. It determinedly pressed on. No, what does that matter? What gave it such confidence was its own delusion. "Right now, after demonizing, I have reached the level of the gods." "Fine, then come!" It launched an attack toward Luna without hesitation. "Witness this power! I will make an arrogant person like you realize true helplessness and taste the flavor of defeat." After those words, the two sides lunged at each other violently. One side was darkness, the other was flaming sword fire, creating a magnificent picture once in a millennium. That dark creature launched only one move before being easily blocked by Luna. Immediately after, it was hit by a sequence of continuous techniques, from the Heart's Core sword to Luna's Blood Moon. Blood flowed profusely. The surrounding space was scorched into a blackened wasteland. It seemed this time the dark creature was doomed. Andre screamed frantically, "Why are you so useless?" Luna swung her sword with surging killing intent. Space was sliced through like tofu. Andre's screaming face froze like a paused film frame. When he regained his senses, he realized Luna's crimson blade had already swung. Luna looked forward. This was the Heart Strike, Crimson Moon sword technique. The crimson sword energy, red as blood, shot straight forward. It plowed through the ground beneath his feet. A single red line pierced through Andre's body from top to bottom, splitting him in two. The purple magic stone shattered, bursting with an intense, blinding purple light. Andre exploded, creating a dark purple aura that shot straight into the heavens. Then, the magic gathered into a small purple sphere, forming a water vortex that sucked in the wind. Gradually, the purple light of the sphere turned pitch black. Wind, along with debris and sand, were all sucked inside. Luna stabbed her sword tip into the ground. The earth immediately cracked. She leaned on the sword to resist the suction, thinking, "I'm about to be sucked in." Suddenly, Jin's voice rang out, "Sister!" Luna looked up. She saw Murakan in dragon form flying in the air. Murakan lowered his dragon claw where Jin was standing. Luna called out Jin in a daze. He hurriedly reached out his hand. "Sister, take my hand!" Luna looked at Jin. She smiled slightly, thinking, "It seems my brother saved me today." Luna reached out toward Jin's hand. In another place, someone asked, "Has that island completely disappeared?" From the back of a red-haired man reporting, "Yes, and a similar whirlwind event that swallowed everything also occurred in the vicinity. Simultaneously, a large amount of magic was detected around that area. Although part of the cause was human, in reality, it was the power of the silver dragon and the wind dragon. Ami asked, "Wind dragon?" Codenum replied, "The division suspects it was Veretta of the Zipfel family. Before this event occurred, there were reports that Veretta had crossed the border." Codenum reached into her coat. It seemed she wanted to take something out. Codenum's next words made Amy turn to look. "It seems the wind dragon is dead." Codenum was holding a dull, pale blue scale. It was turning slightly grayish-black. Ami asked, "As for that burst of magic, have you found out whose it was?" Codenum replied, "Perhaps the contractors." Ami repeated in a neutral tone, "Perhaps." Ami said, "The contractors and their guardian dragons, along with a worrying source of energy. I think we must do something about what they are creating." Ami asked further, "And Andre?" Codenum replied, "The subordinates are still searching." Ami punched the table angrily. His face darkened as he turned around. "There are too many oversights in recent reports. Have you found out who Quicantel's guest was?" Codenum replied, "This servant has no defense." Ami's expression fell. He stared at Codenum and said coldly, "Ugh, those words are useless. If you can't do it, who else can? Remember, absolutely do not leak any information to the press. If Enya is still not found tonight, issue a missing persons report." Amy ordered Codenum, who was about to turn and leave, deploy more personnel from the Special Task Force to Zipfel family territory. No mistakes are allowed. Although we currently maintain friendly relations, I want to go further than that. He glanced and asked Codenum, "You know, right? I am not a patient man. I think you understand this very well." Codenum closed her eyes and did not answer. Only after stepping out the door did Codenum's voice ring out. "This servant will not disappoint you, respected Emperor." In a small, dingy, poorly lit inn, an angry voice rang out. "What? They used a source stone?" Viskin explained. "Yes. A large-scale conflict between a wind dragon and a silver dragon occurred on the coast of the Vermont territory. As a result, that entire island was leveled. A whirlwind appeared on the island, so I'm certain the source stone was destroyed." Buberos, who was greedily chewing food, spat it out in annoyance upon hearing this. "Wait. How dare they destroy my product? I warned them repeatedly to use it carefully since it's not yet finished," Buberos rambled incessantly. "Unforgivable! Sir Viskin, you must go reason with them right now. Those ignorant mages understand nothing about the stone's value." Viskin was furious. He used his hand to block the flying food debris, thinking, "Those Zipfel fools ruined everything. Thanks to them, I have to postpone the plan to slaughter this pig." Buberos, oblivious, continued, "I know Sir Viskin is also very angry. Your killing intent is surging." Viskin said, "Regardless. The commander is very angry because of this." Viskin wiped his face. "He wants to reconsider the friendly relationship with the Zipfel family, so from now on stop associating with them." In the darkness, a brilliant cross-shaped spark flared up. A piece of meat skewered on a branch was roasting over a crackling fire. That fierce flame was exhaled from the nose of a dragon. In front of the dragon, a person with shoulder-length hair was casting a spell on a crystal ball. That person suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, Andre is dead!" The red dragon gnawing meat heard this and asked doubtfully, "Hmm?" With a sound, the long-haired person said in disbelief, "He clearly left with Veretta and even took a source stone." The red dragon asked suspiciously, "Who did it?" The long-haired person replied, "It's definitely one of those two." The long-haired person looked surprised. "The power of the silver dragon and those involved is far beyond our imagination." Next, the red dragon remembered something. "Ah, isn't the black dragon the one who slaughtered the tomb-guarding giants at Kensilo?" The long-haired person immediately felt confused. It was unclear why the red dragon mentioned this. The red dragon recalled the figure with long, wild hair and that ethereal demeanor. "Misa,
If it's her power, then everything would make sense. She'd never fear a source stone. The long-haired person asked back, Misa? Murakan's older sister? The red dragon replied, That's right. But most importantly, KuBI is Murakan's old flame. It's not like she has no connection to Misa. The long-haired person put a hand to their chin in thought. I see, the long-haired person said concisely. Then we know what you need to do next, Kadun. Kadun snapped his thumb and forefinger, making a clicking sound, and asked, You want me to go find her? Kadun immediately refused. No way. If those black dragons want to hide, you wouldn't find them even if you turned the world upside down. The long-haired white person smiled playfully. Ha ha, don't be so childish. But then again, losing the source stone is indeed a pity. Kadun lowered his head. Your brother is dead, yet you're still this calm. The long-haired person tilted their head and massaged their neck, replying, Of course my heart aches. But the long-haired person then remembered that incredibly strong man and said, I already predicted this would happen. I was only shocked to hear that he recently attended Chiron's banquet without informing me. Kadun replied, Whatever. I have to go capture the source stone maker to craft another one. Without it, we cannot conquer the Rankandel family before Chiron dies. The same goes for dealing with the Black Sea King. The long-haired person sighed despondently. I think you aren't the only one who's angry about this, Kadun. Kadun reminded, Don't be so childish. Kadun continued, If you want to take over the world, you're forced to go that far. Either that or... Julie always concluded, If you want to become the supreme god... The long-haired person lifted their head fully, revealing a beautiful face and mysterious purple eyes. In another place, a hand knocked politely on the door. A voice from inside called out, Yes, please wait a moment. Julie opened the door a crack, poked her head out and asked, Who is it? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Jin's group who had just returned. Outside, Jin said happily, We're back, Julie. She was so shocked her mouth hung open. Jin asked, Can you prepare a lavish dinner for us? We didn't eat anything on the flight back. Julie looked over at the smiling Luna and stammered, even... Julie exclaimed, Lady Luna is here too! Right after speaking, Julie tumbled forward. Due to the shock, she fainted right before everyone's startled eyes. Murakan's high-pitched scream echoed through the building. Little Strawberry! Someone held a fan and fanned continuously. It was Murakan, anxiously fanning Julie, who was lying on the couch, still in shock. She muttered, Young master. The young master is about to be kicked out. Luna watched this scene and said, It seems your servant has misunderstood something. Luna smiled and turned her head. It seems she is very worried about you. You have a good servant. Jin said gently, She really treats me very well. Suddenly a voice called out, Young Master Jin! Jin looked at the man who had just entered. Lord Kashmir. He replied, You're back. But these people are... Jin replied, This is indeed a bit sudden. This is my eldest sister, Luna Rankandel. Luna smiled brightly and greeted warmly, Hello. So you are the sword Saint Kashmir I've heard so much about. Kashmir thought in shock. Luna Rankandel. His mouth modestly said, The title, Sword Saint. I truly do not deserve it. Serving you is my honor. He then looked at the other white-haired woman. He inquired, And who might this be? Jin replied, She is the guardian of Miss Enya. The silver dragon, KuBI. Kashmir thought nervously, Another dragon? I can't let a self-destruction incident happen like last time. He bowed solemnly in greeting. I am Kashmir, leader of the Seven Colors, and also a friend of young Master Jin. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Jin said politely, I apologize for making arrangements without informing you first. Kashmir waved it off and replied, It's fine, young master. We're all in the same boat now. KuBI asked coldly, Hey, where is Enya?
Her face was icy and full of killing intent. Kashmir spoke quickly. I was just about to tell everyone. Enya returned 3 hours ago. Jin asked in surprise, Just today? Kashmir replied, Yes. Enya is with Miss Alisa and my daughter. Kashmir looked a bit doubtful. But I discovered something very strange. Enya doesn't remember what happened during the time she was missing. At that time, Enya had said skeptically, Kidnapped? No way. This firm assertion left Alisa stunned. Enya said uncertainly, I only remember Veretta adamantly refusing to teach me Draconic. I don't remember anything after that. Kashmir speculated, Since she is safe and sound, we can't say the Zipfel family interfered. Perhaps she wasn't kidnapped. Quicontel denied it. Impossible. Those bastards admitted it to me themselves. Murakan frowned. They've already erased the tracks. Jin wondered and repeated, Tracks? Murakan explained, They've wiped all tracks related to the Source Stone as well as Enya's memories. The Zipfels have always been like that when things don't go their way. They erase everything without a trace. Kashmir asked curiously, Source Stone? Jin explained, It's an ancient relic they possess. I'll explain the details later. Julie woke up dazed and heard Kashmir exclaim, The Zipfel Vice Patriarch and a wind dragon, plus a stone that can absorb god contractors. The young master has truly gone through too many storms. She sat up and saw Jin muttering to himself, What is their plot? There must be a reason they want to manufacture replicas of that original stone. Murakan frowned and said, They want to become gods. Somewhere. Someone was walking in a space enveloped by pink light. Murakan said, That's why they plot to collect the power of all the gods. Murakan continued, And eliminate all who dare oppose them to become the sole god ruling this world. The person walking looked up and smiled. It was Kayla. Kashmir said calmly, Please rest for a while first. I will gather more information through the 7 colors. Lady Quicontel, if necessary, I can take you to Miss Enya. Quicontel stood up. Of course. He politely led the way. Yes, this way, please. At this moment, Julie cried out, Young master! Murakan was startled. Little strawberry! Jin turned around and asked, Julie, are you feeling better? Julie asked blankly, Yes. Why did I faint? Halfway through her sentence, her face froze as if glued. Julie stared blankly at Luna. Making sounds, Julie muttered a few nonsensical words and then fainted again. Murakan panicked. Little strawberry, Luna said proudly. After wiping out the notorious underground gang, Tekin Free City has become safer. The Zipfel Vice Patriarch and Veretta are both dead. It took you only 2 months after becoming a reserve to accomplish all this. Luna was slightly tipsy from alcohol. You even know how to use magic, even though you've never been formally taught. If you had been caught, I fear you would have lost your life long ago. You are truly amazing, little brother. Julie scratched her chin while Murakan lay on her lap. She exhaled in relief. I thought if Lady Luna found out, we'd be dead for sure. I didn't expect the lady to know everything already. Luna replied, Ha, I scared you. Don't worry, I change my mind from time to time. Julie said, Now we just need to hide it from the patriarch. Then Luna dropped another heavy bombshell. My father already knows. Julie's eyes widened in terror upon hearing this. She pinched Murakan's chin hard. Luna remained composed. Father knows everything. From the testing incident to Andre's death, even my involvement. Julie panicked. Lady, why would you say that? This is clearly bad news. Jin walked in and said, Don't worry, Julie. I have my own way. Julie cried out, Young master! Jin said calmly. Tomorrow, eldest sister and I will go meet father. Julie was relieved. So you already have a plan? Luna was still drunk. Oh, we're going to meet father. Then Luna was startled. Huh? Julie also asked in surprise, Who did the young master just say we are meeting? Luna hurriedly advised, Jin, have you lost your mind? Don't think that just because father hasn't said anything, you can do whatever you want. What do you plan to do when you see father? Jin replied, I will warn him that the Zipful family is planning to attack the Rankandel family. Luna spoke seriously. About the Source Stone. Wouldn't it be better if I talked to father? Do you understand the consequences of a reserve returning home without permission? Are you planning to give up on the reserve exam? Jin replied, Father already knows everything that happened originated from me. Jin continued, so it would be better if I personally told father. Who knows, I might be able to negotiate with father. Luna found it strange. Negotiate? I've lived this long and never even thought of that. Luna sat down and said, If you are still this stubborn. Her expression darkened. Be warned, he will kill you immediately. Jin remained nonchalant. If that's truly the case, I believe you will stop him. Luna couldn't help but frown at that. She stood up and walked quickly toward Jin. Standing in front of him, she stared straight at him with cold purple eyes full of killing intent. He looked back calmly without wavering. Finally, Luna clicked her tongue. Ugh, she said dissatisfied. You even dare to threaten your own family? I don't know how much Julie has had to suffer. Luna said expressionlessly. Fine, I will go with you. When do you plan to go? Jin replied, I plan to take the first teleportation gate tomorrow. Luna turned and replied, Good, the sooner the better. The sooner the... Julie was a bit confused and asked, Lady Luna, why? She explained, This family is full of people who are just waiting to stab each other in the back, so it needs at least one person who can be trusted. Luna smiled and said, Your sister will become that shield for you. I believe you will have your own way. Jin smiled confidently and replied, Of course, eldest sister. The next morning, Jin and Luna returned to the family. Someone blocked their path and mocked, Oh, not only did you fail to persuade him. Surrounded by solemn-faced soldiers, that person continued coldly, You even brought him back here? Luna. Luntia spoke coldly with a surge of killing intent. Is this how things are supposed to be, sister? Luna was silent for a moment and then called her brother's name. Jin replied, Yes? Luna said something cryptic. It seems I really should treat you better. Jin said helplessly, Of course. Vigo crawled out from nowhere and started cursing, You lunatic! Vigo roared, Has leaving the clan made you crazy, kid? A reserve dares to barge into the sword pavilion? Miu said, It's all because you've pampered him too much, sister. Anne chimed in, He's already abandoned his status as a reserve. If that's the case, you're at fault too, sister. Luna frowned, thinking that they were all prepared, just as she had expected. Even father knew about this. Mary stood by the window looking down, saying in surprise, Incredible! The youngest actually gave up his reserve status? Or did he suddenly lose his mind and want to see what happens after death? Mary sighed and then said angrily, This won't do. Isn't he supposed to grow up and challenge his sister? Mary's hand instinctively tightened on the windowsill. Dyphus, standing beside her, could only watch in helpless silence. Below, Miu asked, Sister, why did you bring him here? Luna replied, I didn't bring him. He wanted to come himself. Miu expressed dissatisfaction. Then you should have stopped him. Just because he isn't sane doesn't mean you should be foolish too. Luna clicked her tongue, showing impatience. Then she changed the subject. Anyway, where is father? Miu was startled and asked back, Father? Witnessing this, Jin thought to himself that Sister Luna always seemed to struggle when facing Sister Miu. Miu turned her attention to Jin and asked, Oh my, little brother, did you come here to find father? He immediately replied frankly, Yes, sister. This answer left Miu stunned. Vigo, standing behind, yelled furiously, Did you come here to find death? Just because you were a bit luckier than the Tona twins, you think you're something special? Miu let out a long breath. Then she stepped aside and said, Go on. Father is in the study. Jin replied, Thank you, sister. Just as Jin and Luna were about to enter, Miu suddenly drew her sword. She used the sharp blade to block Luna's path. That's as far as you go, Miu said coldly.
The first flag-bearer must leave her weapon and wait. The patriarch ordered the reserve to enter alone. Luna looked at the sharp sword tip pointed at her face with some surprise. She gnashed her teeth in anger. With surging, killing intent, she asked, "And if I refuse?" The other 3 flag-bearers immediately lunged forward. All 3 surrounded Luna. Miyu warned, "This is your last chance, first flag-bearer. This is the patriarch's order." Vigo held his sword and shield, glaring at Luna. Anne lowered her stance, reaching behind her back to grip 2 daggers. Miyu said, "Put down your weapon." On the other side, Miyu also tightened her grip on the sword behind her back and continued, "If you resist, kill without mercy." Luna frowned in annoyance, clenching her teeth. Suddenly, Jin spoke up, "Don't worry about me." Jin turned back and said, "I only came here as a member of the Runkendell family. No, I came to talk to Father as his son. It's nothing big, so—" Everyone watched blankly as Jin left. Vigo exclaimed in disbelief, "That lunatic!" Walking down the hallway, Jin thought, "It seems the other siblings don't understand Father at all. Even though a reserve returning is a violation of the rules." Jin stopped before the door, calculating. But Father isn't someone who cares too much about rules if given the chance to speak. Just like last time, Jin suddenly remembered when he was young, Chiron had rubbed his head and said, "Good question." Then Chiron had walked past him. He added, "I will continue to observe you." Now Jin thought there probably wouldn't be a problem. Jin took a breath. Raising his hand, he gently knocked on the door. Suddenly, a low thud echoed, and immediately the door was blown open by an immense force as if hit by a tank. The air inside blew out like a storm. Chiron's voice rang out, "It seems I overestimated you. I gave you 5 years. What are you doing showing your face here now?" Chiron kept his back turned to him. Standing in the room, he held a book he was currently reading. Jin thought, "I've heard about this." He continued thinking, Father's sword intent can completely crush an opponent to a certain degree. Jin looked at the clenched fist radiating a faint, sharp white light like Chiron's blade. He assessed that when he used his aura to become a sword, he nearly reached the realm of man and sword as one. "He's softer than I thought." Chiron spoke sternly. "Don't make me ask again. Jin Runkendell." Jin asked, "Do I need a reason to visit my father?" He told himself not to apologize, be confident but not arrogant. Jin said, "I came because I wanted to see you." Hearing this, Chiron was so surprised his pupils contracted. He thought, "He wants to see me? I've never heard any of my children say that before." Despite thinking this, Chiron still appeared strict on the outside. "How foolish. Has learning out in the world infected you with that boring family sentiment?" Jin replied, "It wasn't something learned outside." Jin continued, "I have always loved and respected you, Father." A red and black aura with strange pressure erupted, startling Jin. He quickly took a defensive stance. Looking at the man radiating such terrifying momentum, Jin thought, "Is this killing intent?" Jin panicked, "Damn it, did I say something wrong?" However, in reality, Chiron was thinking, "Damn it, I almost laughed out loud." The killing intent vanished. Chiron said, "I didn't expect you to say such things." He became stern again. "Stop the nonsense. Get straight to the point. What did you bring me?" Jin replied, "The Zipfel vice-patriarch, the one you mocked at the banquet." "Andre Zipfel is dead." Chiron glanced at him and asked, "Do you mean you killed him?" Jin answered honestly, "No. It was Sister Luna who dealt with him, but I was the cause of the incident." Jin continued, "There are a few more things, if Father permits." Jin asked, "Do you want to hear my report on what happened?" Chiron closed his book and replied, "Is that so?" He consented. "Fine." As he walked down the stairs, he said, "Sit down. I'm listening." Chiron acted as if he understood. "Right. From Akin to Vermont, you've certainly experienced a lot in such a short time. However, did you travel all this way just because the right hand of Zipfel is dead? Those bastards will certainly have internal movement, but just to say that?" "Is that all?" Jin said, Andre might not have been his true right hand. Jin gave his reason. Though part of it was due to my sister's great strength, as the only vice-patriarch capable of threatening the Runkandel family, that guy wasn't up to the level. Of course, this is all just my intuition. Chiron agreed. You're right. As you said, that bastard was just a vice-patriarch. But we can't conclude from that he was their second strongest. Chiron added, the one holding the most political potential after Kalia is someone else. But I cannot tell you that right now. Jin said, Father confirming my intuition is correct. Is enough for me to be grateful. Furthermore, I haven't told you the most important thing yet. Chiron asked, what is it? Jin replied, those bastards used a strange relic. Chiron asked with interest, a relic? Jin replied, yes. Andre called it a source stone. As far as I know, it's a replica of the origin stone created by the gods long ago. At least that's what I heard. Chiron stroked his chin and muttered, origin stone. I see. Chiron asked, did Murakhan tell you that? Jin was startled. He asked back, you knew about him already? Chiron replied, did you not think I would know? I obviously know you can use magic too. Did you think you could hide it? Jin said helplessly. Yes, I knew you knew, but I didn't expect you to know about Murakhan. The corner of Chiron's mouth curled up. He laughed heartily. Ha ha! Just as you said, the bit about Murakhan was just my guess. I didn't expect you to confess so easily. Chiron said happily, Nabi Runkandel, who would have thought the great black dragon would fall from his throne and turn into a common house cat? Jin gave a helpless cough, thinking that he seemed very happy. Chiron became serious again. All right, so a replica of the origin stone, huh? You've picked a big hard bone to chew this time. I must talk to Luna about this. He thought, although the exact limits of the replica Zipfel holds are unclear, the power of that thing is indeed dangerous. Chiron calculated, I wonder if the King of the Dark Sea knows about this. Those beings are fragments of the origin stone after all. If they find out, they will surely act. I must take a trip to the Dark Sea, Chiron said calmly. I won't punish you for violating the rules this time, but surely you won't be satisfied with just this, right? Tell me one thing you want. Jin immediately said, it's just a small matter. Tiken Free City. Please do not let any other members of the Runkandel family set foot there. Chiron appeared interested. That's where you've secretly built your lair, isn't it? Chiron agreed and gave a condition. Fine, but you must pass my challenge first. The hidden master of Tikan, Sword Saint Kashmir, Chiron said, to prove yourself to me, win him over. Jin was startled upon hearing this. He listened to Chiron's words while smiling to himself. If you succeed, then without your permission, no member of the Runkandel family shall be permitted to set foot in Tikan. Chiron added, the time limit is 1 year. That bastard who even rejected the position of Runkandel instructor? Prove to me that you can convince even that arrogant fool. Thus, Kashmir was immediately brought before Chiron, his face pale and his body stiff as he stared straight ahead. He listened as Chiron explained the situation. That's how it is, you arrogant bastard, Chiron said. Kashmir thought tensely. This person is... He looked at Chiron and thought, the strongest swordsman in all 6 continents, Chiron Runkandel. Is this the pressure of the strongest? Why does my stomach turn just by facing him? Kashmir instinctively clenched his fists and thought, no. He reassured himself. I am young Master Jin's guest. What is there to fear from Lord Chiron? However, when Chiron asked, I hear you are the Sword Saint Kashmir, he bowed deeply and shouted, please do not use the title Sword Saint to address me. Using that title in front of Lord Chiron is truly too embarrassing. Jin called out, Father! Chiron replied, speak. Jin said, if we speak of the relationship between myself and Lord Kashmir, it is like destiny. Jin spoke seriously. Since I have proven my relationship with Lord Kashmir, now it is your turn to keep your promise, Father. Kashmir looked at him in a panic, thinking, young Master Jin, If you say things like destiny here, Kashmir imagined Chiron saying, sharing a destiny with a Runkandel, then Tikan is Runkandel property. Or Chiron saying, destiny, huh? Then Runkandel and Tikan can be as one. The prospect terrified him. He might say that or draw that conclusion. Damn it, if that happens, Tikan's independence will... Contrary to Kashmir's thoughts, however, Chiron was very calm. This sly little brat, deceiving your own father and speaking so boldly. Jin replied, deceiving? That's unreasonable. I was just a bit luckier. He pondered for a moment. Finally, Chiron agreed. Fine, you have passed. From now on, without your permission, no one from the Runkandel family shall set foot in Tikan. Hearing this, Kashmir was beyond shocked. Jin said calmly, thank you very much, father. Chiron said, if there is nothing else, you may leave. Kashmir thought to himself, young Master Jin, from now on, we shall share the same destiny forever. Suddenly, Chiron said, because I have some private business to discuss with Kashmir. His joyful train of thought was cut short. Jin replied, then I will wait for him outside the estate. Kashmir looked up in disbelief at his destiny partner leaving him behind. Wait! Oh, young Master Jin! Chiron stepped closer, finally meeting Kashmir face to face. He turned his head in trembling fear, seeing Chiron radiating a terrifying pressure. Let's talk for a bit. Kashmir felt like he was about to die and could only stammer, yes. Haha, it is an honor for me, Lord Chiron. Jin was walking along the path when he was called out to. Hey, youngest. Daytona ran over. Hey, little brother. The two Tonas came together and asked, are you all right? Jin addressed them as brothers. The Daytona twins said helplessly, how could you do such a thing? He said, how? Did he let you live? Jin thought, it seems they saw how tense things were and hid to observe. Jin asked, can you two do me a favor? The Tonas asked, what favor? Jin said, it's nothing major. The students in my faction, you know them. Please help me keep an eye on them until I return. Daytona was stunned. Wait, your faction? Let's not talk about that, Before he could finish, Jin had already walked away, waving his hand. Since when did you two worry about me so much? In short, I'm counting on you both. Daytona said helplessly, he's exactly the same as before. He meets father and still acts like nothing happened. The other twin agreed, exactly the same. That guy is actually a bit scary. Vigo heard footsteps and glanced back. Seeing Jin emerge unscathed, he exclaimed in surprise, youngest! Jin said calmly, Sister Miu, I think you should go in and see father. He said he has a few things to ask you about that day. Luna was surprised to hear this. Miu pointed at him and roared angrily, You brat! Do you still not realize the situation? Are you looking down on us? Jin said dismissively, Sorry, this matter is truly serious. It would be hard to explain it so you'd understand. Miu's forehead throbbed with veins. What? You arrogant bastard! You dare! At that moment, Kashmir appeared. So here you are, young Master Jin. He turned around and asked, Ah, Lord Kashmir. Did you have a pleasant conversation? He looked haggard like a starving ghost and said, It was so-so, the ending was quite good. Thank heavens. Miu exploded in anger. Hey, you outsider! You dare walk straight in here like that? Where are your manners? This is the Runkandel Garden. Miu suddenly stopped herself and sheathed her sword. It seems the Patriarch has already settled this matter. We no longer have the right to interfere. Miu ground her teeth in annoyance. Jin said gratefully, Sister Luna, thank you for your hard work. I'm always causing trouble for you. Luna replied, It's fine. A thank you is enough. Jin immediately said, Thank you for your help. Luna asked, Leaving already? He replied, Yes, this time I plan to return and focus on my training. Luna gave her blessing. Take care. Jin strode away and turned to wave goodbye. I'll see you later, brothers and sisters. 1 month later.
in the underground training ground of Kashimir's estate. Jin planted his sword in the ground, panting heavily. This was the 30th time Jin Runkendel had sparred with Alyssa Bezer, and also his 30th defeat. Alyssa smiled at Jin and said, "Again?" And when Jin flashed an excited smile and made his request, the 31st time was about to begin again. "Please." August 1795. The Zipfel family officially announced the deaths of Andrei and Voreta. However, because they did not disclose the cause of death, countless rumors began to spread. Some said they died in internal conflicts. Some said they perished in the war against the Council of Lords. Others rumored they were assassinated for offending the King of Vermont. But the most credible rumor was that they died in battle against the Runkendel family. People began to predict that war between Runkendel and Zipfel was about to break out, debating whether swordsmanship or magic would prevail. The answer was about to be revealed as neutral forces began to take sides. A guardian entered Patriarch Chiron's room, bowed, and reported, "Lord Patriarch, today the Prince of Sugan and 5 second-rate mercenary groups sent gifts to the province, seeking our assistance." Chiron waved them away gently. "Return the gifts. Accept their request. Send a good sword to the Sugan kingdom to ensure he can succeed to the throne." The guardian bowed respectfully. "Yes, I will dispatch an 8-star knight immediately." Chiron replied, "These are all results of the mess the youngest caused on that island in Vermont. He's already able to influence this clan. How insolent." Then he called, "Khan." Khan heard Chiron call his name and answered quickly, "Yes." Chiron picked up the cloak from the chair and instructed, "I will take a trip to the Dark Sea. While I am away, if Kashmir sends any letters, forward them to me. Remember?" Chiron put on his leopard skin cloak, looking extremely majestic. Khan replied, "Understood." The scene shifted to the training ground. Jin was frantically performing high-intensity training drills. He was drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy from overexertion. Jin gripped the sword in his hand tightly. He thought blankly, "Even if I swing the sword 1,000 times, the feeling must remain like the first time. I am still too weak." A sense of helplessness hit him. 2 tears rolled down Jin's cheeks. Recalling the image of Luna before her death in his past life, Jin blamed himself. "If it weren't for Sister Luna, I would have died there. I've been reincarnated for 15 years. Swordsmanship and magic have both reached level 5, and hidden weapons are almost at level 5. But thinking of the future, it's still not enough. I must become stronger. Father gave me 5 years. Jin gripped the sword hilt until his palms bled. I must become stronger than my siblings in that time, Jin encouraged himself. He then took a stance to continue practicing. Kashmir stood below the sparring stage, watching Jin exhausted from overtraining, and spoke up, "Please stop, young master." Hearing that, Jin turned to look at Kashmir. "If it's like this every day, even with the innate physical strength of the Runkendel bloodline, you won't hold out." Enya also walked in, standing next to Kashmir. Seeing Jin's state, she was alarmed. "Oh my God! Young Master Jin!" Jin sheathed his sword, panting. "Enya! And Lord Kashmir, too." Enya stepped forward. She took Jin's bloodied, wounded hands and said worriedly, "Your hands are all torn up. What should we do? There's so much blood." Kashmir stepped closer to Jin. "I understand you are very anxious. Although no one among your peers can compare to you, your opponents are absolutely not ordinary. However, young Master Jin, haste is a deadly poison. It will only lead you off your chosen path." Enya sorrowfully used her spiritual power to heal the wounds on Jin's hands. Jin gave a bitter smile. "It's embarrassing. Though I understand the logic, avoiding it isn't easy at all." Kashmir interrupted. "There is nothing to be embarrassed about. No one could train like you in a single day. You are already amazing." At this moment, the sparring stage was covered in slashes left by Jin, with a few bloodstains scattered about. "Master," Kashmir encouraged, "but why don't you try switching to a training method that helps you calm down?" Jin heard Kashmir say that. He asked blankly, "Help me calm down?" Kashmir replied, "Spar with someone stronger than you." Jin heard this, and it was like an epiphany. "Do you mean yourself, Kashmir?" Kashmir was stunned by Jin's question. Then, as if realizing something, he gave a huff. "What do you think, even though I've performed poorly in front of you recently?" He then drew his own sword. A beam of blue light radiated from the blade, enveloping Kashmir. The light from the sword was so strong it made the ground shake. Seeing this, Enya recoiled in fear. Kashmir said coldly, "But I am the Sword Saint after all." Jin was also incredibly astonished seeing this power. Kashmir retracted his aura and sheathed his sword. "We will duel once you have stabilized. For now, you shall spar with Tikken's strongest guardian." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Oh? It's been a long time since I've seen my husband's sword." Elisa entered, carrying Julia. Kashmir walked to where Elisa and Julia stood, smiled, and then turned to Jin. 6 months. During this time, defeat my wife. Swordsmanship, magic, or hidden weapons. Use everything you have, young master." Hearing Kashmir say that, Julia gripped Elisa's shirt tightly. "Mommy, are you going to fight Brother Jin?" Elisa looked at Julia and said with a smile, "Julia, it's not fighting. It's building an affection." Hearing this, Julia asked innocently, "What is that? I don't like fighting." Julia's worried face made Elisa laugh. "Well, Julia, if Mommy and Brother Jin fight, who will you support?" Julia replied naively, "Brother Jin, of course." Hearing that, Elisa said helplessly, "What? Julia, you're supposed to be on Mommy's side." On the other side, Jin looked at Elisa and her daughter, thinking, Elisa Bezer, aside from her physical strength, she doesn't seem that strong. Suddenly, Julia shouted, "But Brother Jin is very weak! Mommy said to always stand by the weak to help them overcome difficulties." Elisa burst out laughing. "Pfft, ha 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 ha! Don't take it to heart, young Master Jin. My daughter doesn't know how to lie." Jin's face darkened with embarrassment as he said, "It's fine." Elisa looked at Jin seriously and said, "Then let's make an agreement. The dueling time will be after I finish work and dinner every day for the next 6 months. Hearing this, Jin asked in surprise, "Every day? Won't that trouble you too much?" Seeing Jin's expression, both Kashmir and Elisa laughed. "Ha ha, don't worry, young Master Jin, it will end quickly." 2 days later, Jin and Elisa were now standing on the sparring stage. Jin looked at Elisa's appearance and thought, "Is she truly a warrior?" While wrapping her hands in bandages, Elisa reminded Jin, "Before we begin, I have something to say. I am a former member of the Vermont Special Forces, and as a member of the Vermont Special Forces, I never hold back. Therefore," Elisa looked at Jin with eyes full of killing intent, "even if you lose, do not be discouraged. Shall we begin?" Immediately after, Jin took a combat stance, thinking, 6 months. So there was a reason behind that. I won't be careless. Jin and Elisa lunged at each other. Looking at the current situation, Jin was at a disadvantage compared to Elisa. Elisa charged straight at Jin, concentrating her power into her hands. This took Jin somewhat by surprise. Next, Elisa threw a powerful punch toward Jin. The force of this punch was enough to destroy a fortress wall. After the dust settled, to everyone's surprise, Jin had managed to block Elisa's previous attack. This quite surprised Elisa. She thought, he blocked it? Jin activated all his gear and used light magic, which astonished Elisa. The light condensed into a sword, blinding Elisa. She was forced to shield her eyes. Immediately, Jin took his stance to strike. He leaped up, swinging his sword and charging straight at Elisa. Seeing this, Elisa quickly ducked down. Pausing Jin's move to hit empty air, she then concentrated her strength into her hands. Jin saw this and knew he couldn't avoid the punch. "Will you call a doctor?" Elisa replied coldly. "Of course." With those words, she punched Jin squarely, sending him flying into the air. The scene shifted to that evening at the Taiken mansion. "I'm truly surprised, young Master Jin. I thought on the first day you wouldn't even manage a second attack." Elisa held a teacup, looking at Jin curiously. "In the first move, you didn't use much strength."
Was it because you tried to weaken the ground before our duel? Hearing that, Jin was a bit surprised. So you noticed? Alyssa replied, very meticulous. I only realized it toward the end of the match. And what was that flow of light when we fought? It's the first time I've seen magic like that. What Alyssa referred to was the light Jin emitted from his sword in the first match that blinded her. Jin replied, it's an ancient magic called light shield. I applied it to my sword before we started. However, it didn't have much effect. I guess using these small tricks won't lead to success. Alyssa was about to enjoy her tea, but hearing Jin say that, she paused for a moment. Small tricks? What do you mean? Normally, this should be called a tactic. After saying that, she took a sip of tea. While recalling Jin's performance in the first match, she thought to herself, the fact that he can consistently defeat opponents stronger than himself isn't due to luck. It's thanks to opportunities and variables created through careful calculation and judgment. Therefore, the fact that he used those things in a duel makes me admire him. But if it were in real combat, I could clearly guess what his opponent's expression would be. At this moment, Jin was bowing his head in self-reproach. This is the first time in this life, after using every scheme, that I've tasted complete defeat. Is it because she's from the Vermont Special Forces? Then Jin told himself, 6 months to defeat her. I have to face her for 6 months. Jin and Alyssa exchanged looks full of killing intent, as if wanting to kill the other. Thinking of that prospect, Jin felt incredibly excited. This is going to be interesting. Outside, Kashmir stood in a corner observing the confrontation between Jin and Alyssa, then noted something in his notebook. 1 month later, September 22nd, 1795. In an unprotected area in the east of the continent, also known as the Dark Sea, an earthworm monster was about to approach Patriarch Chiron when it was taken down by 2 sword strikes from Khan. Khan struggled to plant his sword into the ground. Panting, he said, Lord Patriarch, I am the guardian knight Khan. Hearing this, Chiron knew Khan's purpose and coldly raised his hand. Khan approached Chiron and presented a letter. This is a letter from Kashmir, received 10 days ago. Chiron took the letter from Khan's hand, frowned, and tore open the envelope. The content of the letter was as follows. To the esteemed Lord Chiron Runkendel, this humble knight takes the liberty of sending you this letter. I deeply regret that I cannot fully express my emotion and gratitude. Tikhon is now in the night, with thousands of stars twinkling in the pitch-black sky as if representing me, the humble swordsman, Kashmir al-Freedom, in praising your greatness. Reading up to this point, Chiron angrily crumpled the paper. I told him to report on the youngest's situation. It seems he is a very sentimental person, isn't he? Chiron's gaze at this moment seemed like he wanted to execute Kashmir immediately. Seeing this, Khan said, I will tell him to write more concisely. Chiron frowned, looking at the letter in his hand. When will he report to me on the youngest's situation? I'm very curious to see what that kid is doing on an isolated island. I know that recently he's been being defeated by Kashmir's wife. The first duel ended after 3 moves. The second match, 5 moves. The 7th match, 10 moves. The 12th match, 25 moves. By the 13th match, he lasted 10 moves. This letter mentions the 14th confrontation. He has lost many times. Chiron spoke while imagining the battles and strikes that Jin had experienced. Khan, seeing Chiron's current demeanor, was a bit puzzled. Could it be the Patriarch finds it interesting that the young master is losing? Chiron continued, Kashmir's wife is from Vermont's 2nd Special Forces. Hearing this news, Khan was extremely shocked. I believe those Special Forces members are not opponents the young master can handle with just luck. Congratulations, Lord Patriarch. Chiron ignored Khan's congratulations and continued. Not only that, in the 14th match the letter says he lasted 12 moves. He is breaking his own limits. Chiron's voice suddenly deepened. If he were the eldest son, I would not hesitate to hand the clan over to him. But it's a pity. These words coming from Patriarch Chiron's mouth left Khan profoundly shaken. Lord Patriarch, Surely you aren't talking about the matter of the air. Chiron did not answer. He only nodded, tacitly confirming that Khan's thought was correct. Seeing this, Khan thought, this is the first time the patriarch has mentioned an heir in a personal capacity. Although he often pays attention, he has never specifically mentioned anyone. Joshua is only in that position because Luna withdrew, not because the patriarch personally nominated him. Khan hesitantly spoke up. To be honest, this matter is still very difficult. Lord Patriarch? Hearing this, Chiron turned to Khan with confusion. Khan continued, because although his progress is significant, just because he is currently suitable doesn't mean it must be affirmed as such. As if not understanding the meaning behind Khan's words, Chiron asked, why do you say that? Khan replied, he is not cruel enough. Although his character is kind, his heart is too soft. Chiron agreed with this point. You are right on that point. He is different from Joshua. Khan continued, at necessary times, a person must be able to cast aside even their own family. Chiron was silent for a moment and then spoke. Yes, that is the essence of Runkendel, I understand. Dismissed, Khan. Hearing this, Khan pulled his sword from the ground, stood at attention, and took the order. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Chiron suddenly spoke up and asked, but why did a letter sent 10 days ago only arrive now? Khan replied, please forgive me. I did my best, but because the number of magic beasts was too high, I was delayed. Hearing this, Chiron said nothing more, only coldly unleashed a move. This should be enough. Next time be sure to arrive a day earlier. With just one move, Patriarch Chiron cleared a path, removing every obstacle. Khan respectfully replied, yes, Lord Patriarch. The scene shifts to Jin and Alyssa's training session. Jin is drenched in sweat, sitting tiredly on the ground. In contrast to him, Alyssa is still full of energy. She looks at Jin and says, it's already the 9th day. You're truly impressive, young Master Jin. It's hard to believe you can push me this far. Jin wipes the sweat from his face and gives a thin smile. Ha ha, I have to work hard to reach my goal within 6 months. Alyssa gathers her things and turns to look at Jin. Shall we go upstairs for some snacks then? I heard Lath made ice cream. Jin slowly stands up. I won't be eating. I still have work to do. Hearing this, Alyssa asks curiously, are you planning to do that today as well? Jin replies, of course. The path I must travel is still very long. He then takes hold of his sword. A surge of magic power covers the blade. Jin swings his sword, preparing to continue practicing. Alyssa watches Jin. She thinks to herself, every time I spar with him, I can feel the young master's progress. It's truly extraordinary. This might be because his aura and magic are constantly growing. And the thing driving all of that is the shadow power, the connection between aura and magic obtained through a contract with a god. It's incredible. However, no matter how powerful that strength is, it's his persistent endurance that makes it meaningful. For a genius this diligent, let alone 6 months, I feel like you might be able to defeat me as soon as tomorrow. The next day, the match begins. The attacks between Jin and Alyssa grow increasingly intense. Jin continuously swings his sword, sending shining arcs aimed straight at Alyssa. Alyssa relies on her agility, lightly dodging Jin's sword techniques. Alyssa gradually approaches Jin, locking onto her target. She throws a punch toward him. The feint is too obvious, but unexpectedly, Jin dodges Alyssa's attack and quickly retreats, appearing behind her in the blink of an eye. Alyssa is terrified by this, and before she can react, Jin swings his sword, wounding her arm from behind. Blood sprays from Alyssa's arm. She clutches her wound in pain and drops to her knees. Seeing this, Jin asks worriedly, Miss Alyssa, are you all right? Alyssa replies, I'm fine. It's just been a long time since I've been hurt this badly. Hearing this, Jin quickly sheathes his sword. I'll go get Enya right away. A moment later, Enya arrives and uses her spiritual power to heal the wound on Alyssa's arm. Jin looks at Alyssa suspiciously. She could have easily dodged that punch. Something is wrong with this match. On the other side, Alyssa looks at her wound and thinks, I was too careless.
When my vision was obscured by that black aura, I assumed he would move as he did before, so my reaction was a beat slow. Good grief, after leaving my post, I've truly become too lax. She clenches her fist. Lax enough to hinder me in actual combat. Elisa looks at Jin. The time wasn't even up yet, and yet I've lost like this. Before Elisa can finish, Jin speaks up quickly. No, that's not it. Let's just consider this match a practice session. I truly cannot accept a victory like this. Hearing this, Elisa bows her head and sighs. I knew you would say that. She then looks up at Jin. I am sorry for being careless and underestimating my opponent. So this time I was very disrespectful to you. But no matter how you put it, a loss is a loss. Jin remains silent at Elisa's words. Elisa continues. I was just thinking, if it were the young Master Jin of 3 months ago, even if I were careless, how could I have lost so miserably? The wound on Elisa's arm is gradually healing. You've grown stronger again, young Master Jin. She looks at Jin, remembering him from 3 months ago when they first met. She thinks, he carries an intense desire to become stronger, possess a supreme fighting spirit, and has a talent that paves the way. Surely his aura and magic will reach level 6. When that day comes, I truly will lose to him. December 1st, 1795. At a port city. Thick snow covers the ground. At this time, Jin and Murakan are walking down the street. Jin looks at the canned goods in Murakan's hands and asks curiously, Murakan, why are you buying so much cold food in this freezing weather? Hearing this, Murakan replies annoyedly, eating cold things when it's cold feels great. Besides, Little Strawberry said she wanted to eat it. Jin looks at Murakan. Are you trying to make Julie's stomach explode? While talking, Jin suddenly stops. Kashmir and Julia are walking toward them. Kashmir looks at Jin. Young Master Jin. Julia, in an adorable yellow dinosaur suit, waves at him. Brother Jin. Jin looks at Kashmir questioningly. Kashmir says, Could you spare some time to talk to me? About work? Jin doesn't answer, but the look he gives Kashmir signals his agreement. Kashmir and Jin talk as they walk. Viscali of the Ari family is increasingly in decline because there is no heir. There is only one promising talent who could become the next patriarch, the person you asked me to investigate. Before we discuss further, do you know of the organization Kensilo? Jin replies, When I was a reserve trainee, I had a bit of a run-in with their people during a mission. While Jin and Kashmir discuss seriously in front, Julia is sitting on Murakan's head, grabbing his hair and shouting, I want to be with Brother Jin too! Murakan says impatiently, Sit still, kid! Ignoring Murakan and Julia behind them, Kashmir continues, Then that makes things easier. Although not yet certain, that man named Viskin is very likely a member of Kensilo. Julia suddenly yanks Murakan's hair. He lets out a pained scream, Ah! Ignoring Murakan's pathetic cries, Kashmir says, He visits the Kensilo territory once a week. Moreover, I heard that every time he goes there, he visits a bakery with a very strange name called Art is an Explosion. The owner of that bakery is Buberos Western. From what I know, he is a member of Kensilo. Jin interrupts. So you mean the relationship between the two is likely much closer than just shopkeeper and customer? Kashmir glances at Jin. For now, it's just a possibility. But if that Viskin goes there every time just to buy bread... Jin cuts Kashmir off. It seems this Buberos' rank is higher than Viskin's. Kashmir replies, That makes sense. Hearing this, Jin vaguely realizes something. He thinks, So that's it. That's why he personally showed up at Kensilo's dinner party. I thought they were just a simple armed organization. But if it's a place even an 8-star warrior trusts and joins, it's understandable. Considering those bastards dared to do something so outrageous in my past life, no wonder even the 3 great families, Runkendel, Vermont, and Zipfel, couldn't immediately eradicate them. Julia and Murakan are still not settling down. Julia pulls Murakan's hair, shouting, Brother Jin!
Murakami, at his wit's end, shouts desperately, Hey, stop it, kid. Brother Jin is busy. Wait a moment. Occupied with arguing with Julia, Murakami doesn't notice what's in front of him. Before he can finish his sentence, he slams his head into a sharp icicle. Already having a headache from Julia's screaming, hitting the icicle pushes Murakami's endurance to the limit. He angrily picks up the broken ice, startling Julia. Then Murakami throws the ice directly at Kashimir's head as he walks in front. Attacked out of nowhere, Kashimir is confused as to what happened. Meanwhile, Murakami blames Julia. How dare you do that to your father? What a naughty child! Jin ignores them coldly and calls out to Kashimir. Lord Kashimir. Kashimir replies, Yes? Jin says, Do you still have no news regarding Spiderleg Alu? Kashimir shakes his head. That bastard Alu. He's more mysterious than I thought. The elites of my 7 colors have searched everywhere, but we haven't found any information about his whereabouts before he came to Tikkun. It's as if someone deliberately erased all this information. Hearing this, Jin's face darkens. He thinks to himself, It seems I really shouldn't have killed him back then. Jin then turns to Kashimir and smiles. I see. Your efficiency is as high as ever. Kashimir replies, It's all thanks to our organization's efforts. We will definitely dig deeper for clues on Kensilo for you. If there's any news about Alu, I will notify you immediately. Jin looks at Kashimir. Thank you very much, Lord Kashimir. I am always in your debt. Kashimir smiles and replies, It's really nothing. But if you're truly grateful, please help me play with Julia for a bit. Lord Murakami looks like he's struggling. Only then do Jin and Kashimir remember Murakami and Julia. Seeing Murakami's current state, both feel helpless. Jin replies, Fine, but I don't think I can today. It's almost time for the duel. Would you like to come watch, Lord Kashimir? Kashimir replies excitedly, Oh, that would be wonderful. Actually, I'm very curious about young Master Jin's progress. Jin looks down at his hands and replies coldly, You will definitely see it. Because recently, I have realized a few things. When the scene shifts to the arena, Alyssa is surprised to see Kashimir with Jin. Huh? Husband, why are you here? Hearing Alyssa, Kashimir is confused. Huh? Am I not allowed to be here? Young Master Jin invited me to watch. Alyssa replies shyly, It's not that you're not allowed to come. It's just that I don't want you to see me lose. This statement from Alyssa shocks Kashimir. What? Alyssa turns to Jin. Isn't that right, young Master Jin? After all, today might be the last time. If possible, I hope that even a long time from now, you can remember me as a good opponent. Jin stands in the arena, looking at Alyssa, and replies coldly, What good opponent? I will only remember you as a good teacher and a good friend. Hearing the dialogue between Jin and Alyssa, Kashimir's jaw drops in shock. What is he saying? Hasn't it only been 3 months? Has he already surpassed Alyssa so quickly? Alyssa takes her fighting stance. Shall we begin then? On this side, Jin quietly closed his eyes and tightly gripped the sword in his hand, summoning the phoenix. A giant blue circle appeared above Jin's head as a massive pillar of blue light enveloped him. A giant blue phoenix gradually manifested, completely shocking Kashimir, who was watching from below. At the 6-star level, a mage is granted the right to establish a contract with any existence. However, no one knows which type of phoenix they will contract with, because a mage can only open the dimensional gate to the world of fire. The choice belongs to the phoenix itself, which selects a worthy master to serve. This is why all mages yearn to be chosen by a special phoenix, particularly the rarest of all, the phoenix possessing the power of the blue flame. Kashimir looked at the phoenix Jin summoned and screamed in shock, This is absurd! Young Master Jin, you contracted with Tess? Every mage who successfully summoned Tess became a master of their era. Jin drew his sword, and Tess's blue flames blazed brilliantly behind him. Shall we begin, Miss Alyssa? Alyssa unleashed her killing intent, ready for battle. I'm coming, young Master Jin! Alyssa lunged toward Jin with extreme speed. Tess folded its legs and dived toward Alyssa with sharp claws extended.
The engulfing blue flames forced Alyssa to retreat cautiously. As she retreated and dodged, Alyssa observed and thought, level 5 fire magic, and more. Tess looked majestic as it spread its wings. Those flames carried a strange power. If one wasn't careful and got touched, their body would grow increasingly heavy. Just as she thought this, Alyssa's knees felt slightly weak. Before she could react, Tess continued its assault, firing bolts of blue fire straight at the ground, forcing Alyssa to jump with all her might. Is this pressure? An overwhelming power is weighing down my entire body. Once hit by that attack, my stamina will be drained rapidly. I must end this quickly. Thinking this, Jin suddenly emerged from the thick smoke with his longsword, striking directly at Alyssa. As Jin attacked, he calculated, I can only control Tess for about 3 minutes. I must defeat her within that time. Jin swung his sword. Alyssa jumped in time to evade the direct attack. Although Alyssa managed to dodge the move, Jin's blade grazed her forearm, causing her to frown. Just as she landed and before she could catch her breath, Jin suddenly leaped and swung his sword down at her. Startled, she jumped away to dodge. Alyssa panted, thinking, is this a sword technique? No, it's magical defense. Jin stopped to analyze the previous attack sequence. Although Alyssa uses many different moves, they all have one thing in common: suppression. In any situation, she wants to completely overwhelm her opponent. She is definitely trying to regain control now. Jin concentrated his power into his sword and charged straight ahead. I will exploit this point to attack! Jin's sword tip lunged at Alyssa, forcing her to dodge to the side with a grimace. Not giving her a moment to react, Jin abruptly turned, forcing Alyssa to grit her teeth. 1, 2, then 3 flashes of the blade swung out in an instant, causing a panicked Alyssa to flatten herself against the ground to evade. Immediately after, Jin created a fireball from his hand. He fired it straight out, creating a massive surge of energy. While Alyssa was focusing all her strength on dealing with that attack, she felt something behind her. Sure enough, Tess's blue flaming wings reappeared. Before she could react, she had to turn back to face Jin, who was charging with his sword. Facing 2 simultaneous attacks from front and back, Alyssa hesitated briefly. Should I dodge? No, if I do, I'll have to keep defending against young Master Jin's onslaught. That won't work. Alyssa flashed a dangerous smile, seemingly determined to do something bold. She glared, her power exploding as she shouted, Are you proving to me that you are a swordsman, young Master Jin? Jin did not stop and swung his sword down. Alyssa used her hands to block Jin's attack. The white bandages wrapped tightly around the blade, which was radiating shadow energy. Holding the sword high with her hands, Alyssa's eyes turned bloodshot. Her other hand clenched into a fist. I finally caught you! She gave a triumphant smile and confidently threw a punch. But when Alyssa looked again, only the sword and a small blue flame remained in front of her. Jin had completely vanished. Alyssa was stunned. He's not here? Impossible! I clearly grabbed his weapon. The blue flame on the sword hilt seemed to burn even more fiercely. Alyssa felt Jin's presence right behind her. Her face went pale as she thought, this pressure. Alyssa turned her head. She forced a stiff smile. Damn it! She swung her arm to attack. You've snuck behind me again! The attack hit Jin squarely in the face, sending him falling backward, but the surprise was that the one spitting blood was Alyssa. Jin was sent flying, and the mask on his face fell off. Alyssa spoke calmly. I should acknowledge this match now, shouldn't I? The victory belongs to you, young Master Jin. As soon as she finished speaking, Alyssa suddenly collapsed to the ground. Jin hurriedly turned around. Seeing her figure, he shouted loudly, Enya! Lord Kashmir, please get Enya here quickly! The scene shifted to the mansion. Moroccan shouted loudly, Hey, Julie! What was that? Say that again! Yes, young Master Jin actually defeated Lady Alyssa in a duel. I knew you'd be surprised. To defeat a member of the Vermont Special Forces in just 3 short months. After hearing this, Murakhan suddenly lunged and grabbed Julie's shoulders, shouting, No, it's not that! What did that brat Jin summon? Julie, being shaken hard, stammered in reply, Please forgive my rudeness. A phoenix. The young master summoned Tess. Hearing this, Quick and Tell collapsed to the ground with an unbelievable expression, muttering, No. On the other side, Jin was wiping his sweat when he suddenly heard a high-pitched scream. No! After several hours of intense battle and determining the winner, Alyssa, with her toned physique, slowly sat down opposite Jin and sighed. I pushed myself a bit too hard. Because I wanted to win, I even used an aura shield. In the end, I lost because of it. Who would have thought I'd lose twice to a backstab? When did you come up with this tactic? Jin quickly took a few gulps of water and poured some over his head to cool down. He said calmly, "Since the first match." He proudly brushed back his soaked hair and added, "Does that sound too arrogant?" The water droplets on Jin's handsome face added to his charm. Hearing his wit and seeing his attractive appearance, Alyssa couldn't help but laugh. Ah ha ha! If it's young Master Jin, then that's exactly how it is. Under the dim moonlight, the two chatted happily. Jin expressed clear respect for his opponent. "Thank you so much for everything you've done for me, Miss Elisa." The sudden thanks made Elisa a bit shy. "I'm also very happy. You probably can't imagine how proud I am of you, young Master Jin." "All right, young master, how does it feel to defeat a member of the Vermont Special Forces before turning 16? While the two were having a deep conversation, a furious shout interrupted them. "You brat!" Murakhan stood on the balcony railing, his face full of rage. Behind him was a white-haired girl creeping along. Following him, Jin reflexively turned toward the voice. "Ah, Murakhan, I'm listening." Before he could finish, Murakhan cut him off urgently. "Tess, call Tess out here right now." Quicontel also looked panicked and anxious upon hearing the name. A magic circle quickly appeared, and immediately after, Tess manifested in the form of a giant blue phoenix. It appeared with a piercing cry and a brilliant glow of light. As soon as Tess appeared, Quicontel immediately knelt and prostrated herself on the ground, saying respectfully, "This humble servant greets the Lord of Fire." Murakhan stood nearby, scratching his head and feeling awkward seeing Quicontel's excessive reaction. He avoided the angry and sharp glare Tess was directing at him, but he still greeted, "Long time no see, huh?" As soon as Murakhan finished, Tess lunged and repeatedly pecked at Murakhan's forehead as if to vent all suppressed frustration and anger. Murakhan clutched his head and wailed in pain. "Ow! Ow! Ow! Wait! Stop! Why? What's going on? Hey, I have the right to free speech! No, I have freedom!"
I'm sorry, okay?
Hearing the apology, Tess's soul felt slightly comforted. Why does this feel so good? But Murakhan's wailing hadn't stopped. "I already apologized. You have to say something back. I still have a message to deliver. Stop pecking. Argh." All attention was focused on Tess and Murakhan. No one noticed Quicontel still had her face pressed against the cold floor. She was trembling all over, likely afraid Tess would turn and peck her head just like Murakhan. Seeing Tess attack like that without anyone helping him, Murakhan shouted, "You brat! Send this guy back right now! Ow, it hurts!" Jin couldn't help but feel helpless at the sight. "Huh? Oh, all right." Immediately the blue light and Tess gradually vanished. After being cared for by Tess, Murakhan clutched a large bump on his head and grumbled, "Why hit me out of nowhere? Seriously." Jin, curious about why Murakhan had sought him out, called his name. Murakhan, still frustrated and dazed from the pecking, sighed. "Of course you want to know. Why would the great Murakhan submit to a bluebird?" Then Murakhan got to the main point. That wasn't even Tess's true form. Only in the fire realm. Can you witness his true essence? Jin's expression didn't show enough surprise, but he followed up. The fire realm? Isn't that the name of the world where the Phoenix tribe lives? A scene filled with fire, lava, and phoenixes flashed through Jin's mind. He asked curiously, "I knew there were other realms out there, but this is the first time I've heard the name Fire Realm." Murakhan continued, "Naturally, because that is a term used only by gods and the dragon race. It's just a name we gave it for convenience.
Even the highest gods do not know the true name of that place. Jin felt as if he had just acquired new knowledge. Surprised, he said, "Even gods don't know? Does that mean it's beyond their control?" "That's right. That is also why even Sinu, the god of fire, cannot use the flames of the fire realm." Feeling that wasn't shocking enough, Murakami revealed more. Long ago, several gods had a conflict and left the fire realm. That included dragons like Quikantel and me. Then some started causing trouble. Tess lost all patience, and on that very day, we witnessed Tess's true power. Murakami glanced at Quikantel, who was still terrified, and continued, "In a fit of rage, Tess incinerated 5 gods and 7 dragons on the spot." Jin found it hard to believe. After all, Tess had always accompanied and linked with him. What? That guy is that strong? Then how powerful must a person be to fully release his strength? Murakami's sigh interrupted Jin's thoughts. "Ha, that's impossible. No matter how strong you are, you can't fully release his power. Your status doesn't matter. No one can fully release the power of an entity from another dimension. It's a kind of balance. Because of that, gods who come to this world can't achieve anything grand. For the same reason, Tess in this world will never be able to exert his full power." Murakami suddenly lowered his voice and turned to Jin. "But then again," he put his face close to Jin's and yelled, "someone like you should have been burned alive. Why did that dangerous old man enter combat mode the moment you summoned him? Do you have any idea how shocked we were? What if he went crazy and burned you too?" Despite Murakami's shouting and spitting, Jin's face remained calm. Seeing this, Murakami gradually lowered his voice and calmed down. He rubbed his head. "Actually, no. If he really wanted to do that, he wouldn't have chosen you in the first place." Jin's eyes widened in confusion. Murakami impatiently recounted, "That old man told me to give you a message. He said he likes you. Congratulations, kid." Jin appeared naive on the outside, but inside he was calculating. He had a newfound respect for Tess, thinking, Tess is much greater than I imagined. Sinu, the god of fire, is the deity who governs all flames in this world. Therefore, before the ancient contracts of Sinu, Kaila, and the guardian dragon Kadun, all fire attacks are neutralized. However, since I have Tess, he thought of the eventual clash between the Runkandal and Zipfel families. Jin couldn't help but smile. He calculated silently, "That blue flame of yours will be a great support for me." Time shifts to January 2nd, 1796. In a place covered in gloomy purple, the corpse of a azure dragon lay across a cold rock. The white-haired man holding the letter evaluated it. "Chosen by Tess again? Interesting, but I have no interest in phoenixes." Then Chiron read the letter line by line. It was a report on his son, Jin Runkandel. "His swordsmanship has improved significantly. The growth rate is startling." He still didn't fully trust his son's abilities. "Furthermore, Jin's swordsmanship is only at that level. Even if I allow him to use magic and hidden weapons, he is still a Runkandal after all." Chiron closed his eyes and tightly gripped the letter, deep in thought. He called his trusted servant, Khan. Khan, with a long scar on his face, stepped forward and replied boldly, "Your subordinate is present, Lord Patriarch." Chiron then asked him, "I remember John Hayran has a grandson." Khan thought for a moment. "The grandson of the Hayran family? I received intelligence about him a few days ago." Chiron put on his fur shawl, exclaiming, "How fortunate!" Khan reported the situation. "Yes, it concerns a request to assassinate a pirate participating in the Cosmos martial arts tournament. And on the tournament list, Dante Hayran has registered under a fake name." Chiron felt intrigued. He said, "A martial arts tournament? I believe it's a duel among pirates. I recall someone won the final victory 15 years ago." Khan added, "That was the young lady's first victory. She participated again 2 months later. Chiron felt inspired and ordered, "Send the youngest there." Hearing this, Khan remained silent, his eyes hiding an unreadable expression. Chiron seemed to see through his subordinate's thoughts and said, "There are many eyes watching. He won't be able to use magic or hidden weapons. He must use his own sword to win." The look and smile on Chiron's face revealed his scheme. Fighting a genius while refining his own swordsmanship will surely make the youngest realize something. As a Runkandel, he must rely on the sword to prove himself. Back with Jin, he was still training relentlessly. Just as he took a break to wipe the sweat from his face, a voice rang out. "Young Master Jin!" He turned to see Kashmir beaming, holding an envelope. "Quick, come look at this," Jin asked curiously. "What is it?" "It's an application for the Cosmos Martial Arts Tournament," Kashmir said excitedly. Jin, surprised, slung the towel over his shoulder. "What? Isn't that pirate territory? Why so suddenly?" Before he could finish, a voice even more cheerful than the one invited in the letter rang out. "This was prepared specifically for you. You've been working so hard lately. According to news from the Seven Colors, Dante Hiron of the Hiron family seems to be participating this time." Kashmir said this while holding the letter high as if it were a treasure. "Young master, you probably know his grandfather, the current patriarch of the Hiron family, John Hiron. He is a powerhouse considered equal to Lord Chiron before he became patriarch, and Dante Hiron is his most cherished grandson. Aren't you curious about his strength?" Jin rested his chin on his hand. He closed his eyes as if thinking and hummed, I see." He asked nonchalantly, "Is it okay if I don't participate?" Hearing this, Kashmir flinched. He knew that when Jin asked that, he likely intended not to go. Kashmir broke out in a cold sweat and yelled, "Ah!" Kashmir flailed his arms frantically. "Young Master Jin, please don't. Think about it carefully. He is the future patriarch of the Hiron family. An opportunity to clash with someone like that doesn't come often." Jin smiled slightly, nodded, and shrugged. "Fine. Since Lord Kashmir has gone this far, I have no other choice. I will participate." Hearing this, Kashmir breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. You have made a very wise decision, young Master Jin." Jin knew that if he didn't participate now, it would put Kashmir in a difficult position. He thought, "I see. When Father called Lord Kashmir for a private talk, he must have asked him to set this up. To have him push me to duel with the Hiron grandson, he wants me to prioritize swordsmanship, huh? Like father, like son." Jin's thoughts perfectly guessed what his father Chiron wanted him to do. Watching the man still nervously flailing in front of him, Jin thought, "Lord Kashmir, it seems you're quite busy as well." Suddenly, Kashmir reminded him, You have to depart tomorrow. The deadline is a bit tight." Jin was startled by the urgency. "What? I just received the letter." Seeing Jin's stunned look, Kashmir almost laughed, having completed his task of persuasion. He put the letter down. "Then I wish you a safe journey." Kashmir waved, winked, and quickly left. Jin looked a bit awkward. "Wait, Lord Kashmir." A short time later, at an island south of the Bellin Empire, the participating pirates gathered. Each one was tall, burly, and muscular. Looking around, the place felt a bit gloomy and cold because the objects there had faded over time, leaving traces of the previous tournament. Ropes and iron chains were still tied to wooden posts. Jin stepped in cautiously, observing his surroundings. "This is the first time I've come to a place like this alone since Mamet, and it's even more sick than Mamet. A tournament held in such a place. The Cosmos Martial Arts Tournament was called a competition, but it allowed killing opponents and had no limits on weapons. Even before the match starts, you can assassinate or poison your opponent." Looking at those participating, Jin continued his assessment. "The grandson of the illustrious Hiron family is participating in a tournament held in this dump. Is that family's patriarch crazy too? Whatever, the reason doesn't matter. This will be a great experience." Jin's thoughts coincided with those of a young man in a blue cloak with silver-white hair. He took off his hat and said excitedly, "Ha! This place still stinks as much as ever." Despite saying that, a look of anticipation and excitement was on his face. "All right, let's have some fun." In a dark room, the atmosphere was quite tense. A bald man with thin hair and a shaggy beard appeared to be drunk. With his eyes half closed, he looked at the person in front of him and snapped, "Huh? Who are you?" Jin replied, "I'm here to participate in the tournament." The bald man in a dreamy purple outfit waved him away dismissively. "Registration is over. Scram. It would be better if you died in some corner on your way out." However, Jin simply replied, "I'm certain registration is still valid before sunset." The bald man, caught in a lie, immediately became angry out of embarrassment, but acted casually, scratching an itch. "Heh, I'm not in the mood for paperwork right now. Do you not understand, or are you pretending? I'm busy. Don't bother me. Get lost." Jin realized at a glance that this bald man was someone who judged by appearances. He reached for the sword at his waist and gave a small laugh, preparing to teach him a lesson so he'd never underestimate others again. The bald man noticed something unusual and looked suspicious. "Huh? What do you think you're doing?" Jin gripped 2 gold coins in his hand. Then, as Jin tossed the 2 gold coins up, he punched the bald man in the face, twisting his features. The man went flying and landed with a thud on the ground. Groaning, the bald man scrambled to get up. The 2 gold coins fell accurately onto his back. Jin straightened his back and said calmly, "Is this enough? Is this? Write down my name." The bald man's yellow teeth ground together. "Damn you! You—" One might expect a counterattack, but instead he suddenly sat up excitedly. "This brat is pretty good. I like it." He then grabbed a pen and wrote forcefully, "Fine, I'll register you." The bald man held out the paper to Jin. "You're in group 13. Take this. The person inside will gently tell you the rest." He put on a purple pirate hat. His purple eyes and yellow teeth sparkled. "In the name of romance and love, I welcome you to this game." Information about him appeared. The master of South Sea Island, Pirate King Cosmos. This arrogant brat, Jin Gray, Group 13. He looks confident. Choose a decent opponent for him. If he's finished, throw him to the sharks. I don't care. A pirate walked by, reading the introduction paper. He looked at Jin disdainfully. "Good grief, this year's brats are coming in like ants." The guy squinted at Jin. "And there's another one, the bastard who dared to hit the captain. It's a pity you two aren't in the same group. I wanted to see you two tear each other apart." The subordinate guiding Jin babbled incessantly along the way. They passed a room where a bald, scarred man sat gloomily in a corner. "Anyway, good luck. Who knows, maybe you two will meet in the finals. But that requires a lot of luck." The pirate talked non-stop, but Jin ignored him completely. The pirate quickly finished guiding him. "All right, this is the assembly area for Group 13. If you manage to keep that small life of yours, we'll meet again." Jin looked at the people lined up along the hallway. "Where is my room?" Hearing Jin's question, the guide replied mockingly, "How should I know?" Jin was speechless and thought to himself, so they didn't even prepare enough rooms for all the contestants from the start. Each room had 2 to 3 people. Jin saw 2 thugs beating a weaker person. Do they want the contestants to slaughter each other in these wretched rooms? This is more like a survival game than a test of strength. Suddenly, a spiky-haired thug turned around and questioned, "Hey!" He noticed Jin standing there observing. "Who the hell are you?" He looked annoyed. "Can't you see there are already 3 people here? Scram somewhere else, kid." Jin raised his sword, cutting the man off. "I'm going to count to 3. A blue killing intent radiated around him. "When I reach 3, you all better vanish from my sight." Without giving them time to react, Jin began counting. 1. The spiky-haired thug was stunned, his voice trembling. "What? Hey, wait a— 2! Jin adjusted his gloves. The thug was still stubborn. "You damn brat!" 3. The thug's face was filled with terror, his pupils constricted and his mouth agape. 4! Immediately after, dust filled the air. Jin threw a punch that sent the man flying into the wall. The other two big men just glanced over calmly without reacting. Others hearing the noise came out to see the commotion. The unlucky guy punched into the wall was still agape, his eyes lifeless. A moment later, 2 large holes appeared in the wall. 2 people lay against the wall in pain. Jin stepped out coldly, holding his sword. Standing at the door, he raised his gleaming blade and asked the people outside, "Anyone else want to stay?" The cloaked and hooded figures burst out laughing at Jin's words. Then the whole crowd lunged at Jin at once. "Die!" But he only smirked, his sword light flashing through the air. A large gash tore across a man's muscle. Jin swung his sword continuously. With a blue light flashing in his eyes, he neatly dealt with them one by one. A masked man watching the scene widened his eyes in shock. Jin held his blood-stained sword with a cold expression. He continued to swing his sword. Although this place was lawless, facing those looking at him with greedy eyes and preparing to lunge, he judged that this place couldn't even compare to Mamet. So now, Jin smiled coldly. "It seems I'll be losing a bit of sleep." A pair of hairy feet in flip-flops walked through the dark hallway. Jin silently flipped through the book in his hand. The guide from before looked at Jin dejectedly. "This is getting annoying. Hey, kid, stop bothering me." He looked at the people lying scattered on the ground. "Are you planning to kill everyone before the competition even starts?" Jin closed his book and smiled slightly. "Think of this as a small appetizer before today's main course." The man became excited again. "Oh? I thought you were just an arrogant brat." The captain was right. "You really do have spirit." He looked at Jin with admiration. "So this is why the captain put you in a group with some decent guys." He gestured toward the back. "Group 1 and Group 2 are about to start. You'll be dueling them later, so if you want, you can go watch them compete now. Follow me. I'll personally escort you." The man led Jin to a place resembling an arena, his mouth never stopping. "Just so you know, using swords in the stands is strictly forbidden, so just sit there quietly, super rookie." Jin thought to himself, "This is fine too." Jin looked at the packed stands and thought, "With so many spectators, I didn't think there'd be people who would recognize me. I should pay a bit of attention and keep a low profile." Suddenly, Jin overheard some gossip. "Hey, did you hear the rumor?" "What? The thing about more than half the people in Group 13 being taken out? Damn, I even placed a bet on one of them." "Which monster did that?" Jin walked slowly toward the 2 people, whispering. "There's something else. I heard that among the contestants this time, 1 slot is reserved for the crest of the Runkendell family." Hearing this, Jin's eyes widened in surprise. A man's voice rang out. "A reserve member of the Runkendell family." The person next to him said doubtfully, "Huh? Why would a Runkendell come to this place?" The other lowered his voice. "I heard this while drinking with the Cosmos pirate officers yesterday." He leaned in and whispered, "I heard there's an extremely outstanding youth among the contestants. If he's not a Runkendell, it wouldn't make sense." The 2 men laughed, completely oblivious to Jin sitting nearby listening to everything. "Well, if that's true, it could be Haytona or Daytona or Jin Runkendell." The other replied immediately, "If it's Jin Runkendell, it's like hitting the jackpot. Rumors have been flying lately that he's already 5-star at such a young age." Jin glanced at the 2 and thought, "Oh, so it's because of Runkendell. I won't say anything about myself, but they even know the names of the Tona brothers." Jin sat in silence, thinking. But then again, it's time my 2 brothers' names were known by the world. If they really are participating, I must find them and make them stand guard as punishment. Fireworks thundered in the sky, lighting it up with beautiful patterns. A man was laughing loudly, revealing his gold teeth. His voice rang out clearly. "Everyone stop and listen. Welcome spectators to the Speed Arena." The announcer spoke. It turned out to be Cosmos. "Surely everyone is bored to death, right? Then please welcome our Pirate King." "Cosmos!" He spread his arms wide and laughed with excitement. The crowd roared his name. Cosmos! Cosmos! The more they cheered, the louder he laughed, a laugh bordering on madness. He shouted excitedly, "Everyone answered my call this year. I don't know how to express my gratitude." His face then turned grim as he pointed downward and yelled, "Let the competition begin. At this moment, light the fires of war and burn with fighting spirit. The opening moment has arrived. Each team consists of 14 people. As of now, there are 13 teams and 182 reserve warriors." Cosmos hosted skillfully, shouting at the top of his lungs, "The first protagonist to step onto the glorious ring today is..." A person walked slowly from the stands, holding a sword with a sharp, hook-like curved blade. Cosmos continued the introduction. "A contestant who reached the top 16 in last year's tournament. The treasure of the Sea Sand Pirates, Mantis." The man stepped out with bloodthirsty eyes and a sinister smile, looking as if he wanted to eat his opponent alive. He pointed to the other side. "And his opponent is a first-time contestant this year. What exactly lies behind that youthful appearance? Let's welcome the teenage swordsman, Baomik, Dante Hiron's alias, according to the introduction." Dante Hiron walked out coldly. The two people sitting next to Jin stared at the ring. Jin was also stunned. The audience began to buzz. "I knew the number of young participants spiked this year, but being this small is just too much." Jin looked at the ring and was confused. 14 years old? They let a child that small participate? Are they crazy? Jin was suddenly startled. Wait, a child. He recalled what he heard from the pirates earlier, that besides him, there was a small-statured person who had sent the captain flying. Looking back at the ring, that boy was indeed too small compared to the pirate facing him. Cosmos spoke again. "Then, let the match officially begin." Mantis licked his blade as if he couldn't wait to kill Baomik. Baomik calmly and slowly drew the sword from his back. "Begin." Just seconds after Cosmos spoke, the entire arena was in utter shock. Baomik defeated Mantis with a single move. He raised his sword and gave a light swing from a distance. Mantis's head fell to the ground instantly, like slicing fruit. The blade was too sharp, and his skill was too extraordinary. The spectators stood up, mouths agape and eyes wide with terror. Mantis's head rolled away, his eyes not even having time to close. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere as his body lost balance and his knees hit the ground. Then he just collapsed in the ring. Everyone was speechless. What just happened? Did anyone see that clearly? Cosmos put his hand to his head and sighed with relief. Ha! Those sea sand bastards must be going crazy. Did that guy's head just fly off? Impossible. Jin looked down and thought, he cut off his opponent's head with sword chi in an instant. Jin was stunned. He realized it. He is Dante Hiron. Jin quickly recognized the boy's identity. Dante Hiron withdrew his hand and sheathed his sword. The match was decided in the blink of an eye. The winner this time was Baomik. Veridin Zipfel, seeing this, jumped up. He shouted as if cheering for Baomik with all his might. Jin, sitting below, heard the noise and looked up, wide-eyed. Veridin was ecstatic. Yes, this is it. This is what you call a competition. That's Baomik. I'm betting my entire remaining fortune on Baomik. Go, Dan, I mean Baomik. Baomik! Baomik! Hearing this voice, Jin turned his head in surprise. Veridin Zipfel? Why is he here? Veridin Zipfel continued to laugh and cheer with excitement. Baomik! 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 The people around him, seeing his confidence and excitement, started to join in. Yeah, I'll bet too. Just betting on Baomik is enough, right? He shouted, just bet, don't worry. Baomik is our future livelihood. Bring out your land titles and bet everything. Jin thought awkwardly, isn't he supposed to be on a mission? Being this lax while on duty is a bit much. Jin figured if he were discovered it would be troublesome, so he quietly pretended not to see him. Veridin Zipfel suddenly noticed something below. Oh? Veridin Zipfel looked toward Jin's position in surprise. Oh my, what's this? Hey, what the hell are you doing here? Hearing that, Jin flinched, his whole body trembling. "Who is it? Long time no see." Dante Hiron also noticed the two people in the stands. Up there, Veridin was still screaming at the top of his lungs. Dante Hiron recognized him as Veridin Zipfel. The only time I met him was at a Zipfel family party. To think he'd greet me so enthusiastically in a remote place like this. Dante Hiron raised his hand, looking toward the two of them. "I'm also very glad to see you again, Veridin." The two of them smiled and greeted each other happily, while Jin lowered his head as much as possible. Cosmos said loudly, "All right, before moving on to the next match, let's hear a few words from the first winner of today's tournament. Hello, Biomic. How are you feeling right now?" Dante was busy greeting Veridin when Cosmos asked. He turned around and cleared his throat to prepare his speech. Ahem. Currently, I'm quite happy because I've just eliminated another seed of disaster for the world. He continued calmly. I hope in his next life he won't be a mediocre pirate anymore. Cosmos gave a strange laugh, put his arm around Dante's shoulder and said, "To be honest, the pirate profession really isn't for kids. Ha ha ha. That's quite interesting, kid. Do your best. All the pirates who just heard your self-introduction are looking forward to welcoming you." Dante paid no mind to Cosmos's words. Cosmos laughed loudly and tossed his hat into the air. "All right, now for the next match. Contestants, please take the floor." Inside the arena area, someone said, "I've looked over the upcoming matches, but besides Biomic, there's no one else noteworthy." Sitting in the corner of the room with a sword beside him, it was clear that Biomic was Dante Hiron. His appearance was very young, but there was no explanation for that kind of swordsmanship other than being from the Hiron family. Jin calculated his chances. "Can I win? If I use magic and shadow energy, there's a possibility." Jin raised his hand to summon darkness in his palm. "But if I only use my sword, I'm not sure." Jin clenched his fist. "However, it's not over yet." Footsteps echoed. "They announced there are about 3 to 4 matches a day, so my first match should take place within the next 3 days. At that time, 2 people were moving stealthily through the confinement area, looking for something. Jin told himself, "It seems I can only try to hold out in this dark prison." A person walked slowly through the darkness. In front of him was Dante Hiron. Veridin Zipfel held a necklace in his hand. It was also his weapon. He spun it continuously. A mysterious white-bearded old man said, "I didn't give that to you to play with like that. It's an item the young patriarch only uses when absolutely necessary. Please be careful." Veridin Zipfel stopped spinning it and said with a smile, "Sorry, Elder. I feel more secure holding it. Is this why you called me here?" The white-bearded old man massaged his forehead and sighed. He said, "On an island north of the Bellin archipelago, a martial arts tournament is held every year. You surely know the Cosmos Arena, right?" Veridin Zipfel's eyes widened. He leaned down with his mouth agape. "What? That's the first I've heard of it. Oh my God, a martial arts tournament organized by pirates? How could I possibly know? Ha ha, absolutely impossible. I'm sure I know nothing about it." The old man thought, "I was wondering where he disappears to every year around this time." The white-bearded old man continued, "The person who participated in last year's tournament and is the future patriarch of the Hiron family is participating again." The old man suggested, "Go there and see. Take the opportunity to witness firsthand the level of the person you'll have to surpass one day in the future." Veridin Zipfel looked up at the sky and said, "So as soon as I heard the news, I traveled a long way to get here. Plus, I made some money on the side. It's great. But why haven't there been any interesting matches for the past 2 days? Watching Dante's skills is good, but that's about it." 2 soldiers followed behind, whispering, "Isn't he having a lot of fun?" "This year is really boring," Veridin Zipfel complained. "Where did all the experts go?" Suddenly, he looked up at the match board. Seeing the name Jin Gray, he became curious. "Wait, is it really that Jin? It seems he didn't just come to be a spectator." In his mind, he began to imagine a confrontation between Dante and Jin. This is going to be interesting. A sword was thrust into the ground. Jin breathed a sigh of relief. "Survivors, 147. Dead, 35. Of those, only 5 died in combat. The others died outside the ring. Jin looked up in thought. Fighters from other groups will be here soon. I can't let my guard down. Who knows if someone will stab me while I'm sleeping? Footsteps echoed from afar. I've practiced without sleep or rest since my time at the Youth Military Academy, but staying awake for 3 consecutive days like this is a first. Jin saw the person in front of him and was surprised. Jin stood up as the person approached without hiding their presence. Jin gripped his sword. It seems they are very confident in their skills. A person stood at the door. Jin was stunned. Wait, Dante Hiron? Dante said sluggishly. It's a bit rude to say this upon our first meeting in a place like this, but can we talk for a bit? Jin exclaimed in shock. Bayomic? No, Dante Hiron. Hiron said, please let me sleep for a while. If you agree, I'll stand guard for you tomorrow. Jin looked up and said, Hey, why so sudden? Where did you come from? Dante Hiron replied, I've been observing you since yesterday and noticed you are a true martial artist. So please let me sleep? After saying that, Hiron's eyes glazed over and he collapsed forward. Just like that, he fell fast asleep right in front of Jin. For a moment, Jin didn't know what to say. Jin looked at him and thought, I didn't even have a chance to refuse a Hiron. Don't they train in sleep deprivation? Jin suddenly leaned down to look at Hiron. He smelled a strong scent of blood. It seemed he had been harassed by many. Jin then thrust his sword into the ground. Whatever. A group of people was fumbling outside the bars. The leader peeked inside. Wait, let me give the signal. Jin, carrying an unfriendly killing intent, suddenly appeared in front of the group. The leader flinched in terror, his eyes widening. With one swing of the sword, the leader was completely taken down. Jin said coldly, Haven't you guys heard the rumors? Anyone who enters this room dies. A person in the crowd raised their hand and said, Wait! I know now. Jin Gray. You're the one who wiped out Group 13. Calm down and listen to me. We didn't come for you. However, behind him, someone was aiming a crossbow straight at Jin. The crossbow was cocked. If you're willing to hand over that kid named Bayomic who just went in here. The arrow flew straight toward Jin. Jin's eyes turned sharp and cold. Seizing the moment, he caught the flying arrow mid-air. Jin said coldly, Poison? Ha, venom. The pirates were terrified at the sight. After all, to go this far for a child, I don't care who the mastermind behind this is. Jin looked impatient. But can you guys handle the responsibility? Dante Hiron woke up and looked forward in a daze. In front of him was Jin, standing guard for him. He breathed a sigh of relief. Jin spoke. The people chasing you called themselves subordinates of the one-eyed pirate Do. Jin added, the last one confessed before dying. They planned to kidnap a member of the Runkendell family to make some money. Dante laughed and said, You protected a stranger like me. Thank you so much. Dante covered his mouth and said, But oh my, a Runkendell, I really didn't expect it. How could I make such an elementary mistake? Dante said, where was I, since I owe you a favor? I should explain a bit. I am a noble and also their target. Though I am not a Runkendell, Dante continued. Just consider me a noble from Vermont. I'm sorry I can't give more details. Dante said cheerfully, Thank you for your understanding. I owe you my life. How should I repay you? An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Hearing this, Jin felt curious. Dante smiled and said, From this moment on, no matter what happens, if you are in danger, I will disregard everything and use my life to protect you. Looking at Jin, Dante continued, I swear this on my honor. Jin nodded. Fine. Do whatever you want. I'm going to sleep, so I'm counting on you. Jin lay down. Wake me up before the Group 13 match starts. With that, Jin fell fast asleep immediately. Understood. Protecting you wasn't part of the oath, so rest easy. Looking at Jin, Dante thought, He looks cold, but he protected me even though we just met. Dante Hiron smiled happily. It seems I've found a good friend. A curly-haired man with a fierce face glared and roared while slashing toward Dante. Calmly drawing the sword from his back, Dante swiftly swung a single arc, passing through and stepping back with style.
Blood sprayed profusely from the curly-haired man's side. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Dante stood behind him, composed. The announcer shouted, "The winner is Biomic!" He praised him relentlessly for finishing his opponent with a single move again. Dante glanced back and sheathed his sword. The stands erupted in cheers. Biomic! 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 In another area, a sword also swung down, blood dripping from the tip. The announcer declared the winner to be Jin. Sheathing his sword at his hip while his opponent lay motionless on the ground, the commentator hyped him up as a young but peerless powerhouse. Jin Gray finished his match. On the stands, he turned to look at the people chanting his name. Jin! 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 The cheers echoed in waves. Dante stood on the stands with his arms crossed, smiling down at him. That guy named Jin Gray is indeed strong, no joke. In the stands, people gossiped. He might even be stronger than Biomic. A masked person replied, "Aha, but compared to the luck of the Runkandel family, he's still far behind." Dante's face darkened. He internally countered, "I'm not a Runkandel." Inside the tournament area, a group of fighters was also looking out, listening to the cheers of Jin, Jin, Jin. A long-haired man with crossed arms said mockingly, "So those two brats are heading to the finals this year." Another guy wearing a red headscarf sat on the ground, gritting his teeth. "Tch, because of those two snot-nosed punks, this year is a write-off." Someone approached from behind. "Are you all just going to sit here and wait for death?" The two turned around simultaneously. A man with dual swords glared in surprise. "They look decent, but in the end, they're just two brats. If we call more people to swarm them before the match starts..." Before he could finish, the man in the headscarf stopped him. "Forget it." Everyone looked toward him. He warned them, "You can't beat them." The man in the black headscarf sneered. "Jin Gray's nickname is the God of Death. Just go ask about the origin of that name and you'll see." Having said that, he stepped forward with his hands in his pockets, smiling despicably at the other two. "Besides, those two are in the same room. Do you really think swarming them will work?" The other two stood up to look at him. The guy walked toward the arena exit, waving his hand. "I'm stopping you because you have some reputation. It would be boring if you died a pathetic death before the match even started." The others watched his back, speechless. The red-scarfed man said, "Ch, fine then. Let's stop here." The dual-sword user glared. "What?" The long-haired man said impatiently, "Let's just get out of here first." A long, black-haired guy exclaimed, "That's for the best. Luckily, looking at the schedule, we don't have to face those two just yet." The red-scarfed man's face also turned grim. "Yeah, I don't want to lose my life here either." The long-haired guy muttered, "All right, only we know about this. Absolutely don't let Cosmos find out." Outside the door, the man in the headscarf was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, eavesdropping on their conversation. Later, a glass was slammed onto a table, splashing water everywhere, accompanied by cursing. "Those low-life bastards." Cosmos frowned in anger. "Manipulating matches to pick winners. So they're playing dirty behind my back." The man in the headscarf, having just finished eavesdropping, glanced at him. "So, what are you going to do? If you leave it like this, the tournament will become extremely boring. Just keep watching." Then, Cosmos stood up abruptly. "Actually, that's even better." He rested his hand on his chin. "If you're angry, cancel the whole schedule for me. Jin Gray and Baumick are going to be the two finalists anyway." He thought of the other contestants, like the axe wielder, the ones who were okay and the rest of the trash. They would all become stepping stones for those two brats. He imagined one of them about to be cut down by Dante, whose face was filled with killing intent. Excitedly, he continued pouring wine. "Except for those two, jack up the betting odds for the rest to the highest level. So high that they won't be able to sleep if they don't bet." Then, Cosmos turned and raised his glass, one hand on his hip, laughing loudly in triumph. "All right, from now until the finals, the pace of the matches will be lightning fast. Let's go make a ton of money." In the arena, piercing screams rang out. Men were cheering wildly, "Biomic! Biomic! Jin!" In another section, Veridin and some people in white robes sat together. He watched the arena with interest, arms crossed. On one side, the super rookie who shocked everyone in his first match. On the other, the god of death, who has smelled of blood since the first round. He asked his followers behind him, "Who do you think will win?" One replied, "Biomic." The person next to him agreed, "I agree. I think Biomic's swordsmanship is more sophisticated." A close aide looked at Veridin and exposed him. "Young master, you bet on Biomic too, didn't you?" Veridin blinked as if his secret was out. "Me?" Then his eyes scanned toward Jin Gray walking out from the archway. "I'm betting on Jin Gray."
100,000 gold coins.
His aides were shocked.
What?
One looked at Veridin, confused. "Young master, Jin Gray's odds are 3-1. Even if he wins, do those pirates have enough money to pay us?" But Veridin just looked down with amusement and smiled. "Well, Cosmos is a notorious pirate. He owns several islands. If he has to sell an island..." Below, Cosmos appeared. He spread his arms and shouted excitedly, "I'm sure you all can't wait any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Pirate King, Cosmos." As soon as he finished, the crowd immediately threw things at him. Curses rang out. "Who cares about you? Just start the match. Bring Biomic out." The nobles below weren't far behind, shouting, "Where is Jin Gray? Where is the god of death, Jin Gray from Group 13? Others scrambled to throw things at him. Cosmos was furious, swearing internally, "These damn nobles! Next year I'm definitely doubling the ticket prices to teach you a lesson." Then, Cosmos cleared his throat. "Ahem, skipping the useless introductions. Bring them out." He raised his fist and shouted, "Bow!" The audience also raised their hands and cheered along. "Mike!" Amidst the loud chants of Biomic, the two stepped out from opposite gates. Dante stood on one side, adjusting his black gloves, hearing the endless cheers of Biomic. "Biomic!" Cosmos shouted again. "And his opponent is the god of death of Group 13, the unknown young swordsman." Jin also heard the cheers as he stepped out, his hand on the hilt of his sword at his hip, his expression calm. Veridin's voice drifted down. "I believe in you, Jin Gray. I've bet my whole fortune on you." He excitedly reached out to cheer. "Jin Gray, go for it!" Down in the arena, Jin squinted and thought, "Big brother, go for what exactly?" Immediately after, the two stood facing each other. The referee didn't keep everyone waiting long. He leaped up and swiftly waved his hand to signal the match. Both placed their hands on their sword hilts. As the signal dropped again, "Begin!" Dante's footsteps halted. The two moved in a circle, both gripping their weapons and warily assessing each other. Then they slowly backed away, still maintaining their guarded stances. Dante's eyes glinted coldly as he looked at Jin. Instantly, Dante threw his cloak and moved at the speed of light, while Jin stood silently watching. As the sword slashed down, Jin's eyes widened in surprise. He raised his sword to block Dante's lightning-fast strike. Dante's sword pressed against Jin's. The two blades quickly parried, and both retreated. Dante's expression grew more excited. He smiled, furrowed his brows, and shouted, "I knew those petty tricks wouldn't work on you." "In that case..." Jin stared as the light gradually glowed in front of Dante. Dante smiled and raised his sword. The sword tip condensed with golden energy. "This time I'm doing it for real." On this side, Jin also gripped his sword hilt and channeled energy. He took a stance, grimaced, and shouted, "Show me everything you've got!" Seeing him so fired up, Dante smiled with excitement while Jin glared at him. The two lunged at each other. A loud explosion erupted from the ground, sending sand and dust flying everywhere. Their figures became a blur. The spectators were stunned. Nearby, Cosmos also crossed his arms, showing his gold teeth as he looked down. Two swords, one water and one fire, clashed violently. Immediately after, Jin and Dante exchanged strikes so fast that the naked eye could barely keep up. Dante gripped his sword hilt tightly, energy still surrounding the blade as he attacked fiercely. Jin also swung his sword in response. Jin evaluated the situation seriously. He was certain that first strike was Dante's top speed, but now he was only accelerating when necessary to manage his stamina. He spun around before Dante's startled eyes. Dante glanced at him, thinking, if that's the case. Then he smiled as he realized Jin's intention. Both sides began slashing at each other frantically again, with sword chi flying everywhere. Jin affirmed that he had to keep up with this speed. Below, Jin and Dante fought an earth-shattering battle, while the audience in the stands continued to scream, "Go for it!" One spectator, stunned, grabbed his short hair. "This is insane! Who would have thought we'd see a high-level match like this in this godforsaken place?" The person in front also yelled crazily, "Attack him!" A voice rang out. "How is that Bratz match going?" Viridin crossed his arms, looking down with interest. Red light radiated around him. He just smiled with delight, his hands gripping his own forearms tightly. Below, Dante looked at Jin excitedly and reminded him, "You're doing great, Jin Gray. But if you have any more tricks, use them now. Because I'm about to—" Before Dante could finish, Jin had already caught up to his speed. Dante frowned in surprise. "You've gotten faster," Dante noted. Jin moved swiftly past his stunned gaze. Dante's footwork was so fast it was a blur. He swung his sword from behind Jin. Jin also quickly ducked to evade. Jin's eyes glared at Dante, full of killing intent. Sword chi constantly intertwined as they slashed at each other. The two quickly separated and stood back to back. Jin was injured and coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back. On the other side, Dante also turned his head in shock to glance at him. Sword light flashed wildly and dust flew everywhere. In the middle of the chaotic battle, Dante continuously slashed at Jin. Jin also gritted his teeth, holding his ground. Mad screams erupted from the stands. "That's it, Bayomic, exactly! Keep hitting him! Make those desperate gamblers lose everything! Just a little more! Just a little more!" Only Jin below, while moving with all his might, looked at Dante and evaluated. Yes, this is his true power. Jin skillfully dodged Dante's attacks. He understood now. The destructive swordsmanship and the gifted physique required to execute it. Dante was showing endurance that surpassed even that physique. He was doing it intentionally. Dante became even more certain. "As I thought, you're using a fake name too, Jin Runkandil." On this side, Jin gritted his teeth and raised his sword over his head to block Dante's attack. Dante rushed in quickly, swinging his sword back to prepare a finishing move. But this was already Jin's limit. Dante lunged from the side so fast that Jin couldn't see clearly. He had made a mistake. The tip of the sword thrust toward Jin's neck. A fierce glint flashed in Jin's eyes as he stared intensely at the strike. That terrifying gaze made Dante stop in fear and look at him. Immediately after, Dante sensed danger and jumped back. In the stands, Viridin and the audience were all wide-eyed with shock. "What? Why so sudden? Why did he retreat?" Dante gripped his sword hilt, panting heavily, looking at Jin warily. "What was that just now?" He looked at his severed lock of hair, fear in his heart. "At that moment, I would have been hit. I would have been cut by something." On the other side, Jin narrowed his eyes at Dante, his body radiating an overwhelming, pitch-black killing intent. He grabbed his coat and complained, "Oops." He thought to himself, "I accidentally let out a bit of killing intent, and now things are starting to get serious." He tossed his tattered cloak aside and exhaled. Dante watched him with total caution. Jin reminded him, "My turn." Hearing that, Dante frowned in confusion. Jin raised his sword high. Immediately after, he moved rapidly toward Dante and struck down. Dante also brought his sword up to block. Instantly, Dante's legs buckled under the strain. The pressure from the continuous attacks came crashing down. Dante's face was distorted from the effort. He stared at the point where the two blades crossed. That aura made it difficult for him to resist. Invisible sword strikes rained down so fast the naked eye couldn't follow. Dante understood. This wasn't just simple slashing. The power of each move was identical, perfectly precise without a single error. Dante coughed up blood with difficulty, gritting his teeth. Before him, waves of dark energy continuously attacked. Dante cursed inwardly. "Damn it, did I lose from the very beginning?" Suddenly, Jin raised his sword, making Dante fearful.
No, if there's one more strike. Dante's eyes remained dark as he looked at Jin with anger. I will kill you, Jin Runkendel. A loud explosion rang out. Smoke and dust covered the arena. Jin lowered his sword and looked at Dante. Don't play around. Dante stood silently looking at his sword thrust into the ground. Jin raised his head. You dare to hesitate in front of me? I am Jin Runkendel. His eyes were like an assassin's as he stared at Dante. Don't insult this match, he said, emphasizing every word. Dante Hyron. Hearing this, Dante was stunned, gasping for air with a horrified expression. After that, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He pointed his sword toward Jin, while Jin felt quite annoyed. Immediately after, Dante spoke first. All right. He panted while taking a stance, his eyes regaining their calm as he looked at Jin. I accidentally let you see a pathetic side of me. Jin Runkendel, will you still take my next move? Hearing that, Jin also smiled and sighed. Both immediately leveled their swords at each other, the tips touching lightly. Dante's footsteps were a bit unsteady, but his gaze at his opponent was full of determination. Jin also frowned. Immediately after, they both quickly leaped back to take their stances again. Both lunged at each other, their swords clashing violently. The faces of both were tense. They gripped their swords tightly, pressing against their opponent. Under the massive pressure, the two swords were forced apart again. Immediately after, they moved with incredible speed on the ring, frantically slashing at each other. Jin's eyes were almost entirely white, and a cut had opened at the corner of his eye. On the other side, Dante roared madly, his sword techniques flowing endlessly. Jin did not hesitate either, swinging his sword to counterattack in the middle of the melee. Jin narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and charged forward. Dante was pushed back in surprise. The sword in his hand almost slipped. Jin raised his sword high. Dante stared wide-eyed at his movements. Jin let out a furious roar and lunged. There was a loud explosion, and Dante was sent flying by the shockwave. But he quickly stabilized himself, using the momentum to stand firm. Dante swung his sword in a counterattack, a strike tearing through the smoke and dust aimed straight at Jin's neck, but Jin nimbly ducked to evade it. Dante rotated his sword hilt, preparing to strike down again, but Jin stood up, gritting his teeth and glaring at him. Jin frowned in surprise. This guy had clearly reached his limit, so how was he still holding on? Dante Heron, a once-in-a-century genius. An image of a shirtless Dante standing in front of his house flashed through Jin's mind. He was blessed by the gods with talent, yet he had been born frail and sickly. He looked at his thin hands, the hands that shackled that talent. Jin remembered standing in the rain outside a cave. He had once been deep in hell because of a cursed fate. I know, Jin thought to himself, so I can feel it, Dante Heron. Jin sprang up from the ground, his mind filled with thoughts of his loneliness in the endless darkness. On the other side, Dante quickly swung his sword to block. Jin saw right through him, the disappointment when looking at his weak body, the helplessness Dante felt, his struggle on the brink of life and death. Jin gritted his teeth. Immediately after, his sword was parried away. Dante followed the momentum of the sword, wanting to go where he belonged. He gritted his teeth and lunged, recognizing his opponent's identity. Jin Runkendel, the 13th child of the Runkendel family. Their swords clashed again. Dante thought, you were born with a golden spoon, a healthy body, and outstanding talent. You have everything. His sword trembled. But what I feel from you is despair. Jin's deep gaze pressed close to the blade, making Dante unable to help but wonder, why are you so pitiful and full of despair? Jin's eyes were filled with despair, and his face was grim. Dante muttered, is it because of anger? Because you are the youngest? No, not because of the line of succession. Energy continuously radiated from Jin as Dante kept negating possibilities. No, it's not those stupid reasons. I see nothing at all. Jin thought, I only want to become the strongest. Jin swung his sword with overwhelming killing intent. How much longer must I endure to reach where I belong? Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and slashed down. On the other side, Dante also gritted his teeth and charged. I'm not running anymore!
Two surges of power, blue and gold, collided violently. Dante kept asking himself, how many times have I been disappointed? How many times have I been discouraged? Jin pushed Dante back. How many times in despair did my hand grip the sword hilt again? How many times have I stood back up? The two dueled once more. I don't remember anymore. Dante's eyes suddenly wavered. To Jin's shocked gaze, Dante coughed up a mouthful of blood. The battle came to an abrupt halt. Ugh! Jin thought. What? His eyes were full of worry and surprise. Dante's body on the other side. Dante's body was cracking with an audible sound. He panicked, and Dante's body trembled. Jin gritted his teeth, thinking that if he withdrew his sword just because of this, it would be an insult to Dante. He cursed furiously under his breath. Damn it! He swung his sword and sent Dante flying. Dante's face turned pale as he gradually lost consciousness. Jin gripped his sword, intending to deliver one last blow, his mind cursing relentlessly. Damn it! Damn it! His face was extremely grim as he reluctantly swung his sword down. I'm sorry. On the other side, Dante was thrown far away and had fallen unconscious. Please understand me. The blade drew closer to his neck. At that moment, Jin stopped. Dante was suspended in midair, gasping for breath. Jin glanced to the side and used his other hand to tightly grip the arm holding his sword. Dante smiled at him. Haha, that was fun. Immediately after, Jin's eyes widened in shock. Dante collapsed in front of him. Jin's eyes widened in horror, and he shouted, Quickly, call a healer! Behind him, Varadin had jumped down from the stands and placed a hand on Dante's back to check his condition. He assessed, It's worse than I thought. Jin turned back in surprise. Varadin activated a healing circle and comforted him. Don't worry, Jin. Varadin frantically pushed his mana, promising, I will definitely make sure he survives. Varadin released a massive surge of blue healing energy. Beside him, Jin looked at him worriedly. Varadin. Varadin, dripping with sweat from the effort, gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry. Jin muttered to himself, That's exactly what I wanted to say. Healing energy enveloped Dante's body, but Jin thought, It's too late. The injuries were beyond what magic could repair. Not only bones, but internal organs were damaged. Dante lay on the ground receiving treatment, his breath weak. Most importantly, his aura was out of control. Recovery magic was only prolonging his pain, but it was the only way for him to survive. Varadin. Suddenly shouted at Jin, making him startle. Hey, Jin, listen carefully! He unfastened something from a necklace, shook it, and said with a smile, This is a secret between the three of us. White-robed guardians quickly appeared. One loudly tried to stop him. Young master, you can't! This item cannot be used here! But Varadin stubbornly stopped them and urged, Shut up! Come here and cover us with the cloaks! The guardians quickly grabbed the cloaks and threw them up. Dust swirled, hiding the three of them. The crest of a family was revealed on a cloak. Cosmos saw it, and his eyes widened in horror. Zipful! The stands buzzed with noise. What, is that the Zipful family? Why are the Zipful here? Cosmos tried to stay calm as he presided, but his mind was a mess. Are they here to kill Baomik? Damn it, if we get involved in this, we're all dead. He grabbed the hat on his head and shouted out of control. Everyone, cover your ears! Close your eyes! The crowd in the stands obediently shut their eyes tight. Varadin saw this, rolled his eyes, and grinned in praise, still holding what he had just unfastened from the necklace. That guy knows how to adapt. Behind him, Jin was dazed. Varadin, that thing is... Varadin looked at the vial in his hand and explained, Oh, this is a gift from the family. He asked Jin, The blood of Numeru. You know it, right? Hearing this, Jin's eyes widened in shock. He thought, Numeru. Even before the founder of the Holy Land Vankala, he was hailed as the god of hope. After being murdered in a terrible event, Numeru shed 8 drops of tears and hundreds of drops of blood. Among them, the first drop was an azure tear that could revive the dead. And 1 drop was crimson blood that could heal any wound or illness in an instant. These two drops of blood tears blended together, becoming a priceless treasure sought by many. Large organizations like the Zipfel family have searched everywhere for it, but now it has become a divine legacy only mentioned in legends. Back to reality, Jin asked doubtfully, "Veridine, are you going to use it for Dante?" Veridine nodded. "This is why I told you to keep it a secret." Hearing this, Jin was even more confused. Why, when the relationship between the Zipfel and Hiron families was not good? On the other side, Veridine quickly took out that red drop of blood. Jin looked at Veridine in confusion, unsure why he was going to such lengths. Veridine asked him, "You understand too, right?" He propped Dante up. Preparing to put the pill into his mouth, he explained, "Losing a rival is like losing a friend." Dante's mouth opened, ready to swallow the medicine. Immediately after, a blinding red light flashed in front of Jin. The backs of the white-robed guardians behind him also glowed. Dante's body was laid flat on the ground, his entire being radiating a brilliant light as his mana began to stabilize. His mouth opened and he began to breathe again. Veridine laughed happily. Jin, standing behind them, widened his eyes in shock and leaned forward to look down. On the ground, Dante woke up and touched the back of his neck, moving his body in a daze. What happened?" Veridine breathed a sigh of relief, seeing him recover. "Oh my, it seems there are no side effects." Dante said tremblingly, "Veridine Zipfel, what are you doing here?" Jin stood behind them, stunned, his eyes full of amazement. "The blood of Numerous. It saved Dante, who is practically dead." Then he began to have doubts. "Veridine, did he use such a thing just for that reason?" Veridine pushed off his knees to stand up. "Well then, Dante and Jin..." Immediately after, Veridine stood with hands on his hips, covering his face with one hand as he looked up and reminded them, "The price for using this is very high, you know." Jin flinched, while Dante jumped up in a panic. "The blood of Numerous? You use that on me? How could I ever repay you?" Jin looked at Veridine and frowned suspiciously. "Furthermore, he's a member of the Zipfel family. His condition must be..." Before Jin could think further, Veridine pointed at him. "First, Jin, you must..." He suddenly reached out toward Jin and winked. "After this is over, buy me a drink." Jin stood there confused and stunned. Veridine continued, cutting him off. "You'll still be here for a while, right? I won't accept a refusal." While Jin was still dazed, Veridine added another condition. "Oh, and one more thing. Next time we meet, don't pretend you don't know me." Jin regained his composure, put his hands on his hips, and sighed with his head down. Veridine asked again, "Do you understand?" Jin thought to himself, "Veridine Zipfel. I thought he was an idiot, but he's actually a super cool idiot." Right after, he brushed Veridine's hand away while the other was still laughing excitedly. Jin confirmed, "I'll consider it." Night soon fell. The lights outside a city restaurant turned on. Veridine looked at the spoils on the table and exclaimed, "Tada, you're really good? He's just a kid. They said you could only choose one victory prize. How did you get both?" On this side, Jin held a beer mug with an annoyed expression and a frown. Dante also praised him. "You're amazing, Jin." Jin thought to himself, "I almost died here, and they wanted me to choose just one?" Next, he raised the mug to his lips. The quality might not be matching, but that was the limit. Dante sat quietly beside him while Veridine couldn't stop smiling. "Ha ha ha! That's right, both of you almost died." Then he pushed a bag of gold coins toward Dante. "Here, I don't really need these things. This is for you, Dante." Dante looked over in surprise. "Oh? The Hiron family isn't short on money." Immediately after, he excitedly picked up one gold coin. "I'll keep this as a souvenir. I'll cherish it carefully." Veridine, seeing this, hit the table in dissatisfaction. "Hey, what about me? You should give me something too." Under their gaze, Jin reached out to open a nearby chest and took out a piece of paper.
Veridin looked at him curiously. That's not a legendary treasure map, is it? Are you going to give me something that valuable? Jin stated, no. Immediately after, he tossed the chest to Veridin. The other man caught it in a startle. Jin declared, "This is yours." Veridin shouted happily, "An empty chest!" "Thanks," Jin replied doubtfully. "Is that so?" Then he looked at Dante Hiran. "I have a question for you." Dante replied, "What is it?" Jin frowned, propping his elbows on the table to probe. "Dante, why didn't you use your secret techniques?" "I'm certain you could have used them." Faced with the question, Dante was speechless. He looked at Jin and asked back, "Didn't you do the same?" Jin narrowed his eyes. Dante blinked, reached out, and laughed. "I don't know what skills you're hiding, but saying those words while not giving your own all isn't fair to the listener." Jin couldn't help but inwardly praise the guy's intuition. But outwardly, he stayed calm and took a sip of beer. "What? I don't know what you're talking about." Dante smiled calmly and looked at him. "If you think it's unfair, you can fight me again. But this time, no one hides their skills." Jin also smiled and replied likewise. Veridin looked at Dante and added, "In the future, when we face each other as members of our families, I look forward to that day." Immediately after, Veridin laughed excitedly with squinted eyes. "Ha ha, that's also what I wanted to say. But honestly, isn't it better for us to sit together as friends like this?" Jin laughed helplessly. "Ah, you're teasing the future head of the Zipfel family so freely, yet you say such weak words." Hearing that, he turned red and shouted, "I didn't say that. If this gets out, just pretend I never said anything. Anyway, more beer." He looked at Veridin and yelled, "Ah, what are you doing? Raise your glass!" On this side, Dante also raised his glass and laughed. "Ha ha!" He affirmed in his heart, "Even though we are happily eating and drinking together now, a day of destiny will come that forces us to point our swords at each other." The three of them clinked glasses happily, but his inner self was torn. Enemies yet friends, friends yet enemies. I don't know how this relationship will end. Suddenly, Veridin seemed to remember something, his face stiffening. "Oh, right." Then he asked, "Have you guys heard about the person impersonating me?" Hearing that, Jin paused with the beer mug at his lips. In another corner, Cosmos was looking desperately at the pile of looted spoils. Hearing that, Dante's eyes widened in surprise. "An impersonator? And impersonating you right in Zipfel territory? I don't know who it is, but that person has some nerve." Veridin shrugged, closed his eyes, and sighed. This is exactly the problem that's been giving young Master Andre a headache lately. Our family's image is about to be completely ruined." Dante felt a bit awkward. "Oh, I didn't mean to imply it was you, Jin, but there are rumors that the Runkendell family is behind this." Jin raised his beer mug and closed his eyes, not answering them. Then he turned to Veridin and cleared his throat. "So how do you plan to handle that impersonator?" He looked at him and answered honestly, "Well, we're going to catch him at all costs, so I'm thinking of inviting a special-grade mage to investigate this case." Jin spoke up. "I don't think that's a good idea." His explanation surprised Veridin. He set down his beer mug and calmly suggested, "If it were me, I would use these rumors to make him reveal himself. But if you announce that the Zipfel family is searching for an impersonator, you'll become a laughingstock. It's no different from telling everyone you're being led around by the nose." Finally, he concluded, "Wait for him to appear, then you can catch him all at once." Veridin rubbed his chin and thought with his eyes closed. That sounds plausible. When I get back, I'll tell them right away." Immediately after, he pushed himself up and announced, "Well, let's stop here for today." Dante looked up, startled. "Is it over already?" He quickly put his hands in his pockets and stood up to leave. "If I stay any longer, I'll draw too much attention. Unlike you two, I'm very busy." Veridin glanced at him and complained, "Hey, is it because of the reserve duty or something else?" Jin closed his eyes. "Yeah, let's go with that." He said goodbye to them. "Well then, see you later." Suddenly, Veridin called out after his retreating figure, "Good friend!" This made his footsteps falter. He pressed his lips tight. Behind him, Veridin watched him silently. Then all three burst out laughing. He walked away teasingly saying, "Keep dreaming." In another place, a voice rang out, "Kasimi." A letter displayed its content. Sender, Kasimi. Recipient, Siren Runkendel. Report. Jin Runkendel has defeated Dante Hiron and won at the Cosmos Arena. Note, Jin Runkendel has reached the level of a 6-star swordsman. After reading it, this person grumbled, "I told him to just write a summary, so why did he send all this?" Siren's hand trembled slightly as he angrily crumpled the letter. "I feel like I'm being treated like an idiot." Khan, standing behind him, seemed to notice something unusual. He asked stutteringly, "Patriarch, did something happen with the young master?" He denied it. "Nothing. The letter says Jin won against the young master of the Hiran house. Furthermore, he has reached 6-star. Hearing this, Khan's expression became serious. Immediately after, Siren crumpled the letter in his palm, frowned, and smiled. It seems the boy is working very hard. Then his hand burst into flames, incinerating the letter. He ordered, "Tell Kasumi I want to speak with him as soon as possible." An aura began to pour out from him. Siren emphasized every word. "I really want to meet this friend." Behind him, Khan sighed. "Understood." Elsewhere, Kasimi's face paled and he got goosebumps all over his body. He huddled in his chair, trembling and complaining, "What's going on? Why did it suddenly get so cold?" Jin, sitting opposite him, was also confused. They were clearly sitting in front of a fireplace, yet it was still cold. "Are you sick?" Kasimi replied, "I don't know. Maybe add some more wood? Ah, sorry, I interrupted you." Next, he looked at Jin. "Could you show me that map?" He fumbled and brought it out from behind him. "It's very faint, but I want to know what's hidden inside." Jin placed the map on the table. Kasimi looked at it and felt confused. This is the first time I've seen a map like this." He rubbed his chin and looked thoughtfully at the map in his hand. "We can't find the location based on this." Lulia cried out in wonder, "What's that?" Her eyes sparkled, while Murakan lay lazily on her head. She said excitedly, "Wow, it's a treasure map. Lulia wants to see too. Let's go find the treasure." Suddenly her eyes flashed with a deep blue light. Kasimi beside her looked over. What's wrong, daughter?" He called to Lulia, but the little girl remained silent. Immediately after, she pointed to the map and said, "There's something very important here. And here too. There's something to be careful of." Her voice grew softer. "And there are people protecting something very, very precious." Murakan, on top of her, also looked down at her in a daze. At this moment, her face was filled with terror and pain, and she began to sob silently. Sobbing sounds echoed. Kasimi's face froze in fear. "Lulia!" Lulia collapsed to the ground, clutching her head while her father jumped up in a panic. Murakan jumped down from her head. The little girl screamed in despair, losing control. "No! No!" Murakan quickly transformed. He tensely pulled her into his arms and ordered, "She's losing control! Call the guardian dragon to calm her down!" Murakan shouted urgently to Kasumi, "What are you standing there for? Get Lottie here now!" Kasumi hurriedly turned around. "Yes!" Ami quickly ran over, his face full of worry as he called out, "Lulia!" Murakan picked the girl up and handed her to the boy, explaining, "She saw something and suddenly lost control. Are you sure you can calm her down?" The boy took her in a panic. "Leave it to me." He then used a surge of power to soothe her. "Lulia, take a deep breath. It's okay. I'm right here by your side. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything is all right now." Only then did Alyssa arrive, drenched in sweat and worried. "What happened, honey? Why is Lulia crying?" Kasimi looked at his child with an anxious face. Ami signaled them to stop. "Shh." Alyssa looked over. The boy shyly held the girl. "It's okay, she's asleep." Alyssa quickly took her daughter. Kasimi watched the mother and child as Amy confirmed, "She has calmed down." Immediately after, Murakami praised him. "Well done." This made the boy scratch his head awkwardly. "Ah, Lord Murakami, I haven't greeted you yet." He asked the boy, "Are you all right?"
What did that kid see? The future?
Amy looked up honestly. "The past." Murakami understood. He crossed his arms and frowned. "Was that past very cruel?" The boy walked toward the map. "Yes. The condition for an army contractor to see the past is that it must be the most cruel or disturbing event on the map." Intense red negative energy radiated out. Ami explained, "When they see items or places related to it, if I had arrived any later, things would have turned very bad. It's truly too cruel. Let me tell everyone." The boy covered one eye with his hand, staring intently at the map. "It's an ancient land." A tribe appeared in the boy's mind. The people there lived isolated from the world, believing only in their gods. They were performing a ritual for the deities so they could live in peace and protect their current tranquility. Several people wearing masks and white robes appeared. But that was before they arrived. The first one to find them was a mage. They approached the natives, saying they wanted to learn about their culture. Those mages negotiated with the villagers, but then began making unreasonable demands, while simultaneously tearing that land apart to find something. Amy further explained, "This led to them murdering the children here. The children died in pools of blood." Back to reality. The boy concluded, when they no longer hid their intentions, they began massacring and threatening the villagers to hand over an object. Murakami and Jin listened in silence. Murakami understood. It seems what they wanted to find was the holy relic the villagers worshipped. Jin's eyes were full of shock, as if remembering something. Worshipped natives and a holy relic. Then he looked at the paper and pen on the table. "Lottie, can you see what that holy relic was?" The boy replied, "Ah, yes. Please wait a moment." Right after, the boy drew what he saw on paper and handed it to Jin. It looked like a silver mirror, but it emitted its own light. Jin glanced at it, then looked closer at the faint lines. He confirmed in his heart, "I'm certain. That is the radiant relic. The source of radiant magic. A circular object with complex symmetrical patterns on its surface. Before my rebirth, it was a relic discovered by reporters who exposed the Zipfel family's atrocities. The Zipfel family tore Colon apart to find it. They beat innocent people and forced them into hard labor. A reporter recorded the grievances of the people here and their plight of exploitation. When I was still a trainee guardian, I witnessed all these things through a mission. A person turned to stone was crying out in pain underground. That ancient land is indeed Colon." He noticed the symbol at the corner of the map. "The mages are the Zipfel family. Then this map." He paused, thinking. "Leads only to the hiding place of the radiant relic." At the same time, in a sun-drenched forest, someone was frantically chugging alcohol. He bared his teeth in a grin, pulling the bottle from his mouth. "Damn it! If I stay any longer, I might actually grow fond of them." Beneath him was a pile of corpses like a mountain. Now it's quiet. He sat on the ruins in the forest, which had been overgrown by vegetation. As the sun shone down, he reached out excitedly. "At least the wine here is excellent." In a certain room, a girl was kneeling devoutly on the ground, praying. The sunlight from outside shone on her. Tears rolled down her face. Finally. "It's time." The girl touched her red blindfold, wiping away tears of joy. "I must prepare to receive guests." Meanwhile, Jin was still lost in his thoughts. The source of magic. I didn't expect the map taken from the bandits. The image of the map appeared in his head. To be the key to something so great. He held the drawing, lost in thought. Murakami glanced at him and frowned. "Kid, what's with that face? What are you thinking?" Jin was startled by the question. He decided he couldn't let it slip that he already knew about this. Jin closed his eyes, regaining his composure. "No, it's nothing." Murakami replied, All right then." Then he turned to Kasimi. Elisa was still holding her daughter. He called, "Lord Kasimi." He turned around. "Ah, young Master Jin." He looked at the sleeping girl, tears still at the corners of her eyes. I am very sorry. Because of me, Lulia had to go through such a terrible experience. He replied, It's okay. This is something someone contracted with a god must go through sooner or later. I expected it. Ami looked at him and affirmed, Lord Kasumi, please rest assured. I will always stay by Lulia's side. No matter what, I will protect her. Kasumi smiled. Thank you, Ladi.
Immediately after, his face turned serious. Since we know this map is not ordinary, we must take action. First, I'll ask around to see if anyone can read the ancient script on the map. I'll leave this to the 7 colors. Hearing that, Jin smiled. Then I'll leave it to you all. In his heart, he noted, It's easy to say, but things are going to become much more complicated than before. Then Jin thought of those slaves. Hundreds of years ago, after the inhabitants of Kolon were massacred by the Zipfel family, they were nearly extinct. The survivors were imprisoned in Kolon. Jin silently looked at Kasumi and thought, Can we find the radiant relic before the Zipfel family? 2 weeks later, February 17th, 1796. In a certain village, a drunk man staggered down a deserted street, moaning, His eyes were blurry and he was dizzy. Still holding a bottle of wine, his face flushed red, he mumbled, Spinning, spinning, the world, my life. Suddenly his foot twisted. His body quickly tumbled to the ground, but he still held the wine bottle high. Everything is spinning. A person stood in front of him. You don't look so good, do you? Ban looked up at the person. The person smiled friendly. We seem to be in similar situations. Want to chat a bit? He asked, dazed. Kid, who are you? The person took out an unopened bottle of wine. Does that matter? I'm just a wine lover. Seeing the alcohol, he chuckled. Oh, then it seems you're a good person. Right after, the person helped him into a small alley. Ban was still singing, Wine and snacks. Kid, are you an angel? The person replied, My hobby is just helping others. Ban affirmed, My sister would really like this. The person glanced at him. But your skin color is quite strange. Hearing that, Ban, who was drooling at the wine bottle in front of him, said calmly, I hear that a lot. All my tribesmen are like this. Jin asked back, Tribesmen? He brought the wine to his mouth and took a sip. My homeland is very far from here. Let's leave it at that. If I say more, I'll cry. Immediately after, Jin pulled something from his chest. Very far away. Coincidentally, I have an item from a very far place, too. He took out the map and placed it in front of Ban. But I don't know what's written on it. Do you recognize it? The man glanced at it dreamily. Then, when he clearly saw the symbol at the corner of the map, his eyes widened. The wine bottle slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. Ban warily backed away from him. You! He looked around in a panic. This isn't good! Murakan and the blue-haired boy had also arrived. Ban was dazed. Who are you? He lost his composure and screamed, You approached me because you knew I was alone, didn't you? Who the hell are you? The kid smiled darkly. I am. He hesitated and pointed toward Murakan. Alyssa's attendant, the commander of Tikkun Fortress. And that black-haired man and that blue-haired kid are dragons. Hearing that, both Ban and the blue-haired kid widened their eyes and looked at him in confusion. Hey, why did you just blurt it out like that? But he remained indifferent. What else was I supposed to do? That's all I could say. Murakan irritably reminded him, You know that's not what I meant. Be a bit cautious. He remained stubborn. It's fine. No problem. On the other side, Ban looked at them with total confusion. You aren't people from the Zipfel family? He looked at Jin. Then how did you find me? He calmly explained, We just happened to acquire this map. Then he looked at the blue-haired boy. This blue-haired boy is Amy's guardian dragon. The boy looked embarrassed. Ban was also startled. He affirmed once more, Yes, thanks to Ami's power, we were able to see the hidden resentment in this map. Then,
The moment of the inhabitants being sacrificed in pools of blood appeared in his mind. Including exploited people like you. We traveled everywhere looking for someone who knew about this map but couldn't find anyone, but by chance... He paused for a moment and added, "We found you, someone living in Tikan. Even if you ask how we found you, it really was just a coincidence." But Ban interrupted him. "Coincidence?" He said excitedly, "That absolutely was not a coincidence." Hearing that, he seemed to understand something. Ban calmed down and looked at them. "Follow me, everyone. I think it's best to meet my younger sister." They walked to a wooden house where a girl stepped out from inside to greet them. She stood under the candlelight, behind her a small altar, her expression composed. "The famous figures of Tikan. I have been waiting for you." Ban bowed apologetically, addressing her as Lyosa, but she gently reached out. No, brother, you did well." Murakan, standing beside them, said to him suspiciously, "Always waiting, huh? This isn't normal." Jin was also alert. He looked at the intermittent divine power radiating from Lyosa and thought, "Can this be called divine power? This shouldn't exist here." Was this power because of her noble blood, or because she was the chosen one of their faith? She looked at them, about to speak. Then, to his surprise, she answered his internal question. "One born at the Sword Garden and chosen by the shadows." She looked at Murakan and the blue-haired boy. The last dragon of the Black Dragon clan, and the guardian dragon for the child loved by the great Ami. She looked at him and explained, "No need to be so surprised. This is just a small trick." While Jin was still evaluating this unusual aura, he realized he had encountered it before. His gaze became sharp. "Lyosa, could it be you are?" She only replied with a smile. He questioned, "A god?" She placed a hand on her chest and denied it with a smile. "No, I am just a mediator, a bridge." Then she affirmed, "If I were a god, after losing my homeland, I would not be cowering like this." Murakan frowned. "So you are the divine vessel of an ancient god." He narrowed his eyes. "You're sharp, but is that really so? Your existence will soon fade." The aura around Lyosa was gradually weakening. She remained calm. "You are rubbing salt in my wound, sir." Murakan asked again, "In any case, this is the first time I've heard of an ancient god of Kolan being here. Which god do you represent?" She stated firmly, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't know." Murakan was confused. "Why?" She looked at Jin. "More importantly, can you show me that map?" He looked up at her. He handed the map over. While she examined it, he asked, "Can I ask what is written there?" She took it without answering, then relayed the divine oracle. "The one who possesses the heart of Kolan and is reading these words, please do not abandon us. Please come here and scream for us. We are just the silent ones. That is our way of survival. The gods gave us a mission but did not grant us strength. How cruel." The three stood by, looking at her in confusion. She gripped the map. "This was made by my late grandfather." This map had two possibilities. She paused and explained. "But it was not delivered to the brutal Zipfel family. Instead, it brought hope in your name. You are Jin Runkandel of the Black Light." He calmly accepted it all. Lyosa said her daily prayers had been answered. She reached out toward him. "So, may I make a proposal?" Murakan crossed his arms, looking puzzled. "A proposal? What do you mean?" Seeing this, Jin exposed her right in front of the startled Lyosa and Ban. "Making a proposal when you've lost all your power? I think you should just honestly ask for help. We were planning to go to Cologne anyway." Murakan chimed in. She should just honestly ask for help instead. She touched her chin. "Ha, how kind." She smiled and said, "However, I do not believe in help that comes from pity, Jin Runkandel of the Black Light." Then she asked him, "It's been a long time since you heard Soldereid's voice, hasn't it?" Jin's eyes widened in shock as he leaned in. She placed a hand on her necklace. "I have something to repay you with." The image of the god appeared behind Lyosa. She affirmed to him, "I will use the last of my strength to call upon your god, Solderet." They talked until the candlelight flickered out. The vessel of an ancient god and an Ami contractor. There are many eyes watching around here. Murakhan glanced at Jin, who was sighing. "What do you plan to do, kid?" Jin quickly agreed. "All right, let's prepare to go to Colon." He added, "But I'm not sure if I'm capable of saving everyone. It's hard to guarantee." But she only smiled and nodded. "That is enough." She affirmed, "Then I will provide you with internal information about Colon. I hope it helps you." He smiled back. "Thank you." That afternoon, at a forest. Damn it, this is a restricted area. The Colon historical site was currently closed. Kasimi stood there scratching his head, blaming himself. "Perhaps I should have sent the 7 colors to scout first." Beside him, Murakhan scoffed. "Ch! Even if you sent subordinates, it wouldn't change the fact that this is a restricted zone." Jin confirmed. "That's true." Jin fell into thought. Before he returned to the past, this place was a free, open area, but it seemed during his time as a trainee guardian, changes had occurred. He scanned the ground. Under normal circumstances, the horrific events happening here would be discovered by reporters 11 years from now. But in this situation, I'm afraid that won't happen. Jin looked at the no entry sign in front of him. There's no other way. Kasimi looked at him. Young Master Jin, what do we do now? He closed his eyes and sighed. If this place is being used as a magic testing ground, as you said, we can't enter. So... Before he could finish, Jin stepped into the restricted zone. Murakhan followed. Only Kasimi was left behind in a panic. Young Master Jin! Lord Murakhan! He flailed his arms. Young Master Jin, wait for me! And hurried after them. Jin explained. Isn't it strange that there's only one warning sign for a restricted area? He looked around the dense forest. There are no guards, no magic traps. Would the Zipfel family be this negligent with such an important place? Kasimi had a realization. Come to think of it, maybe they already found the treasure here? Jin turned back and explained, they might have given up because they haven't found anything for hundreds of years. Murakhan confirmed with closed eyes. They might just see this place as a resort. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Murakhan's eyes widened. He said cautiously, Wait, stop. The other two looked around, scouting the situation. Murakhan knelt behind a bush, looking ahead. A group of people doing forced labor. The natives are over there. Murakhan's remark made Jin look toward that direction in confusion. Tch, there's a rather troublesome guy over there. Somewhere, a group of laborers worked hard while a man tilted his head back to drink wine. Jin felt confused. Silver hair. Is he a pure-blood Zipfel, drinking like that in broad daylight? Kasimi looked at the drunken silver-haired man. Yes, that must be Muron Zipfel. Jin frowned, calculating cautiously. Majoran Zipfel, also known as the Madman of the Magic Tower. Compared to being Celia's sixth son, he was more famous as the Frantic Mage due to his eccentric personality. Jin looked at Kasimi skeptically. He's a pure-blood Zipfel, yet he has no guardians. Kasimi explained, he is the master of the 7th magic tower of the Zipfel house. He's an 8-star mage and carries a mountain of items, so his confidence is natural. At that moment, Murakhan was already frantically revealing his claws and dark energy. Well then, we just need to take his head and get all these people out of here, right? This is why I brought this 6-foot thing here. But Jin stopped him, ruining his mood. No, our opponent is a pure-blood Zipfel. Since we already killed Andre Zipfel, this would cause a huge uproar. He calmly explained further, even if we kill Myron, we need a reason that would make the Zipfel family unable to intervene. A sound from a nearby bush caught his attention. Someone was in the bushes.
The person poked their head out and then crept into the restricted forest. Jin quickly came from behind and held a knife to the person's throat, his eyes cold. "Who are you?" Immediately he pressed the knife closer, drawing blood. "I won't ask twice." The person stuttered in fear. "Dino!" Because of the knife at his throat. He raised his hands in terror. "Dino Zaglar! I'm a reporter!" Hearing that name, Jin was stunned. Dino Zaglar. He was the reporter who wrote the article about Colin in his previous life. Jin withdrew the knife and thought, that article wasn't supposed to be published for another 15 years. That meant he had been investigating everything on his own. Then he looked at Dino and ordered, "Turn around." The man turned around, clutching his neck in panic. Jin evaluated him. He was in his early 20s with a thin body. Was it this young man who started the war with the Zipfel family? He couldn't help but feel admiration. Impressive, but he kept a neutral face. "A reporter? Are you here looking for a big story?" Right after, he took off his cloak. Kasimi and Murakhan appeared behind him, scaring Dino stiff. Jin asked, "What's the content?" The man was dazed. "Before that, may I ask where you are all from?" Jin replied, "Don't worry too much, we are just—" He put on a harmless expression. Passers-by. Beside him, Kasimi warily rubbed his neck. Jin closed his eyes and explained, "Really? A friend of mine from this land asked me for a favor. Since you said you're a reporter, it seems our destination and purpose are the same." Hearing this, Dino was shocked. You know the current situation of the Colon people?" Murakhan looked at Jin skeptically. "Wait, kid, can we tell everything to this guy?" Behind him, Kasimi held back Murakhan's agitation. "Lord Murakhan, he said it so that he can achieve his goal of investigating this land." Murakhan was confused. "Goal?" Kasimi explained calmly. "Perhaps he came here to get close to the reality and learn about this place. Young Master Jin will cooperate with him, helping him get the evidence and reasons to attack the Zipfel family." Then Kasimi looked at the silent Dino. It's highly likely he has already gathered quite a bit of information related to that. Dino took a stack of documents from his cross-body bag. He held it out to Jin. "Please, take a look." Jin read the timelines and contents inside and couldn't help but exclaim. There was even a diary of a native. The content? January 3rd, 1796. 3 natives missing. I think Mioran took them to the basement. January 5th, 1796. The native I was in contact with has also disappeared. I interviewed other natives. According to them, Mioran used lentica magic. I can never forget the look in her eyes. Jin was full of shock. "You are in great danger. I'm sure you understand what happens if the Zipfel family finds this notebook." Dino didn't hesitate. "It's fine." He recalled his encounter with Mioran. He affirmed, "I have already approached Mioran Zipfel once.